Cheng, let's get back together.
I looked at the girl who suddenly appeared in front of me, and anger instantly flared up inside me. Lin Shanxian. My ex. Once the most beautiful girl in our course, surrounded by crowds of admirers. But among them all, she chose me. I was not only attractive but also an outstanding student, a promising young man. Back then, I thought that was enough. We dated for just one semester, and then a rich guy from a neighboring department appeared. Money, gifts, a luxury car, that was enough for her to leave me and run to him. She didn't even try to hide the reason. Yi Chang, you don't have as much money as Hao. He drives a Porsche, and you ride a second-hand electric scooter. Aside from a pretty face, you have nothing at all. I don't want to spend my whole life paying off a mortgage and car loans with you. Those words broke my heart at the time. And now, 2 years later, she stands before me, in tears, with a trembling voice, begging for forgiveness, pulling at my sleeve. She says she realizes her mistake, that she's willing to obey me in everything. I abruptly pull my hand away and say, "Didn't you hear me? Get lost, okay?" A crowd gathers around. People whisper, pointing at us. From their reactions, it's clear who they think is at fault. When a beautiful girl cries, the man is always the villain. An elderly woman shakes her head and says I'm too cruel, that if the girl has already apologized, there's nothing for me to hold a grudge against. The crowd immediately supports her, accusing me of lacking generosity. Some even question if I can still be considered a man after such behavior. Their words only make me angrier. They don't know the whole truth, yet they've already made their judgment. They don't care about what happened before. They just want a beautiful spectacle where a weak, miserable girl begs for forgiveness from a heartless man. I look at Lin Shanxian again, and suddenly, I notice. She's smiling? Through tears, with trembling lips, but it was a smile. She was enjoying the situation. She knew the crowd would take her side. She thought I had no choice. And then, a signal sounds in my head. Ding! A robotic voice announces. Detected, the host has encountered an ex-girlfriend who was pretending to be miserable to rekindle the relationship, as well as being subjected to moral pressure from bystanders. Activating the Life for Pleasure system. Option 1, agree to reunite with your ex-girlfriend. Reward, -1 centimeter from your entire body. Option 2, just walk away. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Option 3, speak out everything that has been bottled up in your heart. Reward, Ferrari la Ferrari. I freeze. Got a system? But the choice is obvious. I point at Lin Shanxian and say bluntly, Lin bitch, what the hell were you thinking when you decided I'd want to be with you again? Who was the one who slept with someone else even before we broke up? And now, after being used for 3 years, you dare to come crawling back? Get lost, you trash. The crowd falls silent. I shift my gaze to the people who had been judging me a moment ago. And you all, before throwing around moral accusations, could at least bother to understand the situation? This slut had 2 abortions for another man, and now she wants to come back to me. Anyone wants to take her in, be my guest. God, you people love to gossip without knowing a damn thing. Lin Shanxian turns pale. Her lips tremble. She never expected me to say all this out loud. She thought she could hide the truth. But now, everyone knows everything. And then, the system speaks again. Congratulations! You have received the reward, Ferrari la Ferrari. Additionally, since the host has not only punished the ex-girlfriend but also the moral blackmailers, an extra reward is granted, 100 million yuan. The keys are already in your pocket. The car is parked ahead. The money has been credited to your bank account. All rewards are fully legal, and you may use them without worry. I feel a wave of satisfaction. I just destroyed her in front of everyone and got a supercar and 100 million in the process. I don't stay a second longer. I just walk away. In the parking lot, a red Ferrari la Ferrari is waiting for me. A crowd surrounds it, people filming videos. Some are even trying to sit on the hood to take pictures. I pull out the keys, press a button, and the headlights flash. Instantly, everyone steps back. One of the girls who was trying to take a selfie smirks, saying there's no way this car belongs to me. But her expression changes instantly when I open the doors. I calmly get behind the wheel and press the start button. Lin Shanxian rushes to me, bangs on the window, begging again. Ah Chang, please. I really understand now. I will listen to you, I will never leave you again. I don't even look in her direction. I press the gas. The car roars forward. Voices echo behind me. Ugh, how disgusting. Typical gold digger. Did she really think he'd wait for her? Pathetic. I don't turn back. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm behind the wheel of a Ferrari, the road ahead is clear, and I have 100 million in my bank account. I check my balance. Your balance, 100,001,576.47 yuan. I slam my hand on the wheel and laugh. This feels so damn good. But suddenly, the system's voice rings in my head again. Option 1, quit your job. Reward, another 100 million yuan. Option 2, go to an interview. Reward, 35% of Yixing Group's shares. Now, everything is in my hands. Hearing the system's words, Yi Chang's eyes widened. Good grief. The first option meant he could get 100 million yuan without doing anything, while the second option's reward, wasn't that the parent company of the company he was interviewing for? The company he was set to interview at was Tangqing Finance, a financial firm. And Tangqing Finance was a wholly owned subsidiary of Yixing Group. And what was Yixing Group? A super conglomerate worth over 300 billion yuan, ranked among the Fortune Global 500. Yi Chang, having studied business administration, knew exactly what 35% of its shares represented. He had previously researched Yixing Group's shareholding structure. Even the largest shareholder only held about 42%. This meant he would instantly become the second largest shareholder. Sure, 100 million in cash sounded tempting, but 35% of Yixing Group's shares? That was even better. Besides, the system didn't require him to pass the interview, just attending was enough. Wasn't this basically a free giveaway? Without hesitation, he chose option 2, he would go to the interview tomorrow. Now, it was time to go shopping. Or rather, stocking up? Yi Chang chuckled to himself, then drove his LaFerrari straight to the most luxurious mall in Shanghai. Upon arriving, he parked the eye-catching LaFerrari in the paid parking lot, and the security guards immediately took positions beside it. If a regular car got damaged in a paid parking lot? No problem, compensation was manageable. But a supercar like this? No one could afford that kind of damage. After leaving the parking lot, Yi Chang's first stop was the Rolex boutique. Sir, are you here to look at watches? As soon as he entered, a female sales associate warmly greeted him. The staff at Rolex were well trained. Even though Yi Chang was dressed in clothes worth less than 300 yuan, she still maintained a respectful attitude. Yi Chang glanced around the store and said, "I'll just take a look first." Of course. The saleswoman nodded and followed him as he browsed. He started looking at the display cases near the entrance. The watches there were on the cheaper side, under 100,000 yuan. Before long, his eyes landed on a very famous watch. Is this the green submariner? Yes, it is. Can I try it on? Of course. The saleswoman immediately took the watch from the case and motioned for Yi Chang to extend his hand. She personally helped him put it on. Being handsome really had its perks. Yi Chang's hands were well-defined, with long, slender fingers. The saleswoman took the opportunity to linger on his hand a little longer, touching his skin more than necessary. Yi Chang, however, didn't think much of it, assuming it was just an accident. Once the watch was on, he tilted his wrist to admire it. The metal strap felt cool against his skin, and the green dial was incredibly eye-catching. No wonder it was one of Rolex's most sought-after models. I'll take it. The saleswoman froze for a moment, then lit up with excitement. She hadn't expected Yi Chang to be a serious buyer. Great. Please take it off for a moment, and I'll prepare the paperwork. But Yi Chang waved his hand and said, "No rush. I want to check out a few more. I'll buy them all together." Now that he had money, he wasn't going to hold back. Today, he planned to buy everything, from entry-level to high-end. Hearing this, the saleswoman's smile widened, and she quickly nodded. She had another staff member start packing up the green submariner, then continued following Yi Chang with even more enthusiasm. After browsing for a while, Yi Chang reached the section where watches cost over 1,000,000 yuan. His eyes quickly landed on a stunning watch. The saleswoman immediately introduced it. "This is the full-pave Daytona, an automatic mechanical watch from our Daytona series. As you can see, the dial is entirely encrusted with small diamonds, resembling a starry sky. Additionally, these 4 red rubies at the cardinal points enhance its beauty even further. Let me try it on." Of course. Soon, Yi Chang was wearing a 1,000,000 yuan luxury timepiece. And it really did feel different from those cheap watches. Of course, that was probably just psychological bias, but still Yi Chang was very satisfied. Without hesitation, he said, "I'll take this one too." Great. The saleswoman's heart was racing. Just from her commission on these sales, she had already earned months' worth of salary. Yi Chang didn't need to browse any further. 2 watches were enough. The Daytona for when he wanted to show off. The submariner for everyday office wear. Perfect. The paperwork was prepared. Yi Chang signed and paid. Over 1.2 million yuan spent in an instant. And he didn't feel a thing. He immediately put on the Daytona, then left the store while the staff bowed to him. Next, it was time to buy clothes and shoes. He went to Armani and picked up 2 full outfits totaling 400,000 yuan, including suits, dress pants, shirts, and ties. After changing into his new outfit, the store staff couldn't stop admiring him. He looked incredibly sharp, and when he paid, he looked even more dazzling. By the time he finished shopping, he was loaded with bags. Wearing a casual Armani t-shirt, pants, and shoes, he returned to the parking lot, placed everything in his car, then rubbed his stomach. He was hungry. So, he went back to the mall to find a restaurant. After looking around, he settled on a Western restaurant. He had heard that high-end Western restaurants were ridiculously expensive, and today, he wanted to see just how ridiculous they could be. When the menu arrived, he was actually shocked. Damn! The most expensive steak was over 800 yuan. Was it covered in gold? Looking at the description, no, it wasn't. But it was sprinkled with edible gold flakes. Alright then, rich people really know how to have fun. And now, he was a rich person. So, he ordered one. The waiter didn't seem surprised. After all, one glance at Yi Chang's outfit, Armani, plus a blinging luxury watch, made it obvious he wasn't short on cash. His order: a steak, clam chowder, baked escargot. Total cost, 1,500 yuan. Back when he was in college, he didn't even spend that much in a month. Now, he was waiting for his food, casually playing with his brand new Huawei MX2 foldable phone, which he had just overpaid 20,000 yuan for. He was living the dream. But just as he was getting comfortable, he suddenly heard a loud scolding from a nearby table. What kind of service is this? You call this a high-end restaurant? I've been waiting forever for my steak. A soft, apologetic voice responded. I'm very sorry. I'll go check with the kitchen right away. Yi Chang froze. That voice. It sounded strangely familiar. Soon, the commotion died down. It seemed that the manager had stepped in to talk to the customer, while the female server kept her head down and quickly walked past Yi Chang's table. Yi Chang looked up and caught a brief glimpse of her, immediately freezing in place. Wasn't that Ning Ching Shu from the neighboring class? She was a school beauty. Why was she working here? She was wearing a black uniform, with a knee-length pencil skirt. Her slender legs, wrapped in black stockings, extended gracefully from beneath the skirt, their smooth curves well-proportioned and refined. 2 years ago, after breaking up with Lin Shanxian, Yi Chang had lost faith in love. But from time to time, he and his dorm mates would still joke about how amazing it would be if Ning Ching Shu could be his girlfriend. Wait a minute. Yi Chang suddenly recalled the expression on Ning Ching Shu's face just now. She looked like she was about to cry. Yi Chang and Ning Ching Shu had co-hosted academy events before due to their outstanding appearances, so they knew each other, though not very well. Still, seeing her upset, how could he not go over and offer some comfort? Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind. Your former crush is feeling wronged, shouldn't you go comfort her? Option 1, it's not your girlfriend, so why should you care? Reward, your meal will taste extra delicious. Option 2, go watch from the sidelines. Nothing's better than watching a pretty girl cry. Reward, +1 to psychological perversion. Option 3, go comfort her. Who knows? Maybe she'll become your girlfriend in the future. Reward, a luxury villa in Yulong Garden. Well, that's an easy choice. Yi Chang stood up. Since he had already paid, there was no worry about being mistaken for a dine and dasher. He saw Ning Ching Shu heading to the restroom and followed. Outside the men's and women's restrooms was a sink area. Ning Ching Shu stood at the sink, turned on the water, and wiped her face. Yi Chang walked up to the sink beside her, started washing his hands, and casually said, Ning Ching Shu. Hearing someone call her name, she quickly wiped her eyes, looked up, and after recognizing him, exclaimed in surprise, Yi Chang? What are you doing here? Yi Chang smiled. In a restaurant, obviously eating. Oh, I forgot. Ning Ching Shu forced a small smile. Work is tough, huh? Yi Chang sighed. I saw what happened earlier. Are you okay? Ning Ching Shu lowered her head, washing her hands in silence. After a moment, she spoke softly, I must look ridiculous to you. Not at all, Yi Chang shook his head. Work always comes with hardships. I've been there, too. Once, when handing out flyers, someone snapped at me, saying, can't you delivery guys use your eyes? Another time, someone mistook me for a thief and almost started a fight. I was really upset back then. Guess what I did? Ning Ching Shu looked at him curiously. What did you do? I never handed out flyers again. Ning Ching Shu couldn't help but laugh. Her frustration eased slightly at Yi Chang's attempt to comfort her with self-deprecating humor. Then she said, but you had the choice to stop handing out flyers. I still have to work as a server. Yi Chang nodded and reassured her, that's true. But think of it this way, being a server is just training your patience. You were just unlucky today, that's all. Imagine if your male manager had gone instead of you. The customer probably would have cursed him out even worse. Who could bear to yell at a beautiful girl like you? Hearing Yi Chang call her beautiful, Ning Qingshue's face turned slightly red. She nodded gently and said, "Thank you. I feel a little better now." Yi Chang nodded back with a smile. "No problem. After all, we were co-hosts once." Ning Qingxue chuckled and asked, "You came here for a meal, right? Let me treat you." Yi Chang waved his hand. "No need." His meal had cost over 1,500 yuan, he would feel guilty letting her pay for that. But Ning Qingxue insisted, "Just let me. We employees get an internal discount." "Really, it's fine," Yi Chang said. Then, glancing at his watch, he asked, "When do you get off work?" "Shift change is at 6. Yi Chang was about to take out his phone but then remembered he was wearing a watch now. He glanced at it and said, "That's soon. It's already 5:55. How about I treat you instead?" With that, he walked out of the restroom without waiting for her response. Ning Qingxue watched his back as he left, a small smile forming on her lips. It felt nice to have someone comfort her when she was feeling down. As Yi Chang returned to his table, the system's voice rang in his head. "Congratulations, host. You have received one luxury villa in Yulong Garden. You may collect the keys and property deed at the sales office at any time." Yi Chang was thrilled. Yulong Garden. That was a high-end villa district by the Huangpu River, with properties worth over 100 million yuan each. It was also close to the Bund, making it one of the most expensive neighborhoods in all of Shanghai. Perfect. Later, he would pick up the keys and move his luxury purchases into his new home. Since it was his final semester of university, he was still staying in a dormitory. But expensive things like watches and clothes definitely needed to be stored in a proper home. With that in mind, Yi Chang returned to his seat. A few moments later, Ning Qingxue came over and said, "I'm not officially off work yet. Just wait for me a little longer." Then, she walked over to the register and asked a co-worker, "How much is table 23's bill?" She figured Yi Chang's meal would cost at most 200 to 300 yuan. Her monthly salary was 4,000 yuan, and with the employee discount, she estimated the cost would be under 200 yuan. Her co-worker tapped the register and asked, "Do you know that handsome guy?" "Yeah, he's my schoolmate." "Your admirer, huh? He even came here for you. Did he just go comfort you?" Ning Qingxue blushed. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just friends." Yeah, just friends," the co-worker teased with a knowing smile before reading the final bill. "Wow, your admirer must be loaded. His meal costs over 1,500 yuan. What? 1,500 yuan? Ning Qingxue was stunned. She couldn't afford that. Even with the employee discount, it would still be over 1,000 yuan. How was Yi Chang so rich? Just then, another server walked by, overhearing their conversation. She glanced at the screen and said, "Oh, you're talking about that handsome guy at table 23? I'm sure he's a rich second-generation heir. When I served him earlier, I saw his watch. It's a Rolex, covered in diamonds. It must be worth at least 1 million. And his phone? A Huawei MX2. The official price is almost 20,000 yuan, but due to resellers, it's gone up to over 30,000. Ning Qingxue was shocked. Yi Chang, was this rich? Seeing how expensive the bill was, Ning Qingxue remembered that she had just offered to pay for Yi Chang's meal. She suddenly found herself in a dilemma. But after gritting her teeth, she decided, since she had already said it, how could she go back on her word? So, she turned to her co-worker and said, "Put his bill on my paycheck." Her two co-workers were stunned. "Xiaoning, are you sure? That's over 1,500 yuan. Even with the employee discount, it's still more than 1,100. You like him, don't you?" "Well, it makes sense, you're classmates, he's rich and handsome, and you're beautiful. You two do seem like a perfect match." "Don't talk nonsense," Ning Qingxue quickly explained. "I just said I would treat him. I just didn't expect him to order something so expensive." "Then just explain it to him," one of the co-workers said, speechless. "If it were me, I'd definitely take the chance to get close to a rich and handsome guy." "Xiaoning, you're just too shy." Alright, Xiaoning, stop talking. It's shift change, you're off now. Hurry up and go join your rich and handsome friend." Without giving her a chance to resist, the two of them pushed Ning Qingxue out toward Yi Chang. Blushing, she was dragged right in front of him. Yi Chang looked at the three of them, puzzled by what was going on. One of Ning Qingshue's co-workers said to Yi Chang, "You're Xiaoning's classmate, right? She just said she wanted to pay your bill, but we stopped her." Yi Chang glanced at Ning Qingxue and sighed helplessly. Didn't I say you don't need to treat me? Ning Qingxue lowered her head in embarrassment and muttered, I didn't expect you to order such an expensive meal. Sorry, otherwise, I definitely would have treated you. Ah, it's fine, Yi Chang waved his hand. Then, turning to her co-workers, he said, thanks, both of you. Could you bring her the same meal as mine? Ah, no need, really no need. Ning Qingxue was startled. That was a 1,500 yuan meal. How could she afford that? I'm paying, Yi Chang said with a smile. With that, the two co-workers pushed Ning Qingxue into the seat opposite Yi Chang, casually responding with, all right then, before walking away. Now, only Yi Chang and Ning Qingxue remained at the table. They weren't particularly close to begin with, so an awkward silence hung in the air. They both spoke at the same time. Ning Qingxue glanced at Yi Chang and spoke first. You really don't have to treat me. That meal is way too expensive. It's fine, Yi Chang waved it off. Didn't you just want to treat me? This time, let me treat you first. But I haven't paid for yours yet. Then treat me next time, with whatever meal you want. Yi Chang smiled and casually changed the topic. Graduation is coming up soon. Have you found a job yet? Seeing how insistent he was, Ning Qingxue could only accept, silently making a note to herself about this meal. She then replied, I have an interview next week. Yi Chang nodded. Ha, I have mine tomorrow. Ning Qingxue looked him over again. Earlier, she hadn't noticed, but now she saw that his clothes had an Armani logo. She knew that Armani was a luxury brand. And that watch on his wrist, just like her friend had said, it was covered in diamonds. She couldn't help but ask, you seem pretty rich. Why are you still going to an interview? Yi Chang saw her glance at his watch and instinctively touched his nose before coming up with an excuse. Just experiencing life. He couldn't exactly tell her that 35% of the parent company of the firm he was interviewing it would soon belong to him. Ning Qingxue nodded and said enviously, that must be nice. Yi Chang smiled, feeling nostalgic. Before today, he had also been worried about job hunting. They continued chatting, and soon, the meal that Yi Chang had ordered for her arrived. After finishing their food, Ning Qingxue's shift was officially over, and Yi Chang was ready to leave as well. As they walked to the entrance together, Yi Chang asked, are you heading back to campus? Aren't you? Ning Qingxue asked. Not yet, I have something to do. Of course, he was going to check out his new villa. Do you want me to give you a ride back to campus? Ning Qingxue hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't refuse. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Chang smiled. It's no trouble at all. He then led Ning Qingxue to the parking lot straight toward his LaFerrari. The security guard was still standing by the car, watching over it. When he saw Yi Chang approaching, he smiled at him. Yi Chang instinctively reached into his pocket. Damn, he hadn't prepared a tip. Having no other choice, he simply thanked the guard. Hopefully, the guy wouldn't talk badly about him later. Yi Chang then took out the key and unlocked the car. When he turned around, he saw Ning Qingxue's stunned expression. And at that moment, he felt an indescribable thrill. Was this what it felt like to show off in front of a gorgeous woman? He loved it. He smiled at her and said, get in. Oh. Ning Qingxue snapped out of her daze and quickly walked to the passenger side. The people around them cast curious glances, making her blush. They probably all thought she was Yi Chang's girlfriend, even though they were completely innocent. Lost in her thoughts, she reached for the car door but couldn't figure out how to open it. Yi Chang, already seated inside, noticed this. So, he got back out to teach her how to open the scissor doors. Why teach her? Well, what if she ended up sitting in this passenger seat often in the future? Right? After learning how to open the door, Ning Qingxue carefully gathered her skirt and slowly got into the car, making sure not to expose anything. She had taken off her uniform jacket earlier and put on a casual outer layer, but she was still wearing a pencil skirt, black stockings, and black low heels. After sitting down, because supercar seats are lower than normal, the hem of her skirt slid up slightly, almost revealing the absolute territory of her thighs. Yi Chang's gaze unintentionally drifted downward. He swallowed hard, then quickly closed the door. After settling back into the driver's seat, his peripheral vision kept betraying him. Ning Qingxue noticed this and immediately placed her bag over her lap, her face turning bright red. Under Yi Chang's gaze, her legs felt oddly numb. Now he understood why men loved driving sports cars with beautiful women in short skirts. A stunning view, every now and then, what a joy. Of course, other guys could touch. Yi Chang could only admire from a distance. He forced himself to focus on the road, press start, and the LaFerrari's V12 engine roared to life before gliding onto the street. Soon, they arrived at the campus entrance. As Ning Ching Shu stepped out, she ran into her dorm mate, who stole a few glances at the car before bombarding her with questions. Yi Chang watched from the driver's seat, shaking his head. Hopefully, this wouldn't cause Ning Ching Shu any trouble. He glanced at his phone, where her contact information was saved. She had given it to him just before getting out. He smiled. Step 1 to winning over the school beauty, complete. Without thinking further, he turned the car around and headed toward Yulong Garden. Time to check out his luxury villa. Arriving at the Yulong Garden sales office, Yi Chang parked his car and took a look around. The area was right next to the Huangpu River, with a wide green belt separating the road from the villa district, effectively blocking out noise. Then, he walked straight toward the sales office. However, just as he left the parking lot, he unexpectedly ran into someone he didn't want to see. Zhang Zhihao, the rich second-generation heir who had taken Lin Xianxian away from him. In a way, Yi Chang had to thank this guy. Because of him, he had seen Lin Xianxian's true colors. But that didn't mean he had to be polite to Zhang Zhihao. At that moment, Zhang Zhihao was holding onto a woman even more voluptuous than Lin Xianxian, walking toward Yi Chang. And this woman clearly felt too hot, because she was wearing barely anything. Yi Chang suddenly understood why Lin Xianxian had come looking for him, wanting to reconcile. Turns out, she had been dumped. Zhang Zhihao found a new girl and threw her away. Out of sight, out of mind. Yi Chang didn't want to waste time with this guy, so he headed straight for the sales office. But things didn't go as planned. Zhang Zhihao spotted him. Yo! Isn't this Brother Yi? What brings you here? Looking for a job? Yi Chang frowned. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Zhihao recognized him. Back when he was still with Lin Xianxian, Zhang Zhihao would wait outside their classroom all the time, deliberately kissing Lin Xianxian in front of him. Later, Yi Chang and his dorm mates almost beat him up, and only then did Zhang Zhihao back off a little. But now, running into him unexpectedly, his arrogant, scummy attitude was back. Yi Chang wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. He turned around, looked at Zhang Zhihao, and sneered. Forgot to bring your face when you went out? Need me to give you one? Zhang Zhihao froze. He hadn't expected Yi Chang to actually insult him. The woman beside him immediately whined in disgust. How Ji, who is this guy? How dare he talk to you like that? Zhang Zhihao patted the woman's backside and laughed. Just some broke loser who doesn't know his place. Then, he looked Yi Chang up and down, his tone dripping with mockery. What? You think wearing a knockoff Armani suit makes you a big shot? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he smirked. Oh, by the way, I got bored of Lin Xianxian, so I dumped her. You can go back to her now. Who knows? Maybe she'll take you back. As he spoke, he put on an exaggerated, dreamy expression and said, Lin Xianxian was so good in bed. I had my fun for a long time. Consider her my leftover gift to you. The woman beside him blushed and buried her face in Zhang Zhihao's chest. How Ji, don't say things like that in front of people like him. Even though Yi Chang had nothing to do with Lin Xianxian anymore, hearing Zhang Zhihao's words still made his blood boil. And at that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! A mere rich second-gen dares to be this arrogant? Time to unleash your inner beast. Option 1, swallow your anger and walk away. Reward, lose 10 centimeters from every part of your body. Option 2, beat the crap out of him. Reward, master-level martial arts, can be claimed in advance. Option 3, show him what real wealth looks like. Reward, 10 billion yuan in cash. Option 4, first beat the crap out of him, then show him what real wealth looks like. Reward, master-level martial arts, can be claimed in advance, plus 1 billion yuan in cash plus full ownership of Jinsi Road Commercial District. Seeing option 1, Yi Chang flinched. This system was too evil. But as soon as he saw option 4, he grinned. Did this even need consideration? He had wanted to beat up this guy for ages. Without hesitation, he chose option 4 and told the system in his mind, I want to claim the master-level martial arts reward in advance. In an instant, countless martial arts techniques flooded his mind. From Tai Chi to Xingyi Fist, from sword techniques to spear combat, he even gained muscle memory for all of them. Yi Chang suddenly felt like he could take down a full-grown buffalo with his bare hands. He cracked his neck, looked at the two idiots in front of him, and grinned. But instead of attacking immediately, he sneered. TSK, what a perfect match, a whore and a dog, a couple made in heaven. Zhang Zhihao and the woman immediately turned ugly. Who the fucking are you calling a dog? Zhang Zhihao roared. I'm talking about you, dumbass. Yi Chang taunted. What, not convinced? Lin Xianxian was a whore, this woman is also a whore. And you? You're a short, fat pig. At least pigs have some use, they can be eaten. But you? You're just wasting air. Zhang Zhihao's face turned purple with rage. He hated when people pointed out his two biggest insecurities, his height and weight. Meanwhile, Yi Chang was tall, 1.8 meters, and good-looking. Back then, the only reason Zhang Jihao flaunted his wealth and publicly humiliated Yi Chang was because he was jealous of his looks. Say that again, you bastard. You looking to die? The woman was also furious, pointing at Yi Chang and scolding, "Can you not speak like a civilized person?" Yi Chang smirked. "My mouth, my words. I'll say whatever the hell I want. What are you gonna do, shorty? And you, slut?" Zhang Jihao was furious. He charged forward, throwing a punch at Yi Chang. Yi Chang let the punch land on his chest on purpose. Good. Now it's self-defense. He now had 100 ways to beat Zhang Jihao senseless while only leaving minor injuries so small they wouldn't even count as excessive force. He grabbed Zhang Jihao's wrist, twisted it backward. Zhang Jihao yelped in pain. In one swift move, Yi Chang spun behind him, swept his leg, and slammed him to the ground. Then, he channeled his inner Ip Man and began a Wing Chun-style beatdown. But he controlled his strength, striking specific pressure points on Zhang Jihao's back with the hardened knuckles of his fists. Zhang Jihao screamed in agony. Ow. Yi Chang, you bastard. Do you know what happens if you hit me? Stop, please. The woman panicked and shouted for help. Someone help. He's attacking someone. Since they were right near the Yulong Garden sales office, the security guards quickly rushed over. Stop fighting. Both of you, stop. By then, Yi Chang had landed a final punch, making Zhang Jihao howl in pain. He figured this last hit would leave him unable to do any strenuous activity for half a month. The security guards pulled Yi Chang away, but he didn't resist. "Why are you fighting in public?" one of the guards scolded. Yi Chang dusted off his clothes and said casually, "He hit me first." Then, he pointed at a security camera at the entrance and said, "That camera caught everything. If it weren't for that camera, he wouldn't have fought here." Seeing Yi Chang directly point out the security camera, the two security guards were stunned. So he had planned this fight in advance? But looking at Zhang Jihao lying on the ground, beaten half to death, it was hard to believe he had only suffered minor injuries. Even if Zhang Jihao threw the first punch, beating him up this badly still seemed excessive. At this moment, the woman beside Zhang Jihao helped him up. He looked absolutely miserable, his entire back aching with every breath. Furious, he turned to the security guards and shouted, "You too, beat him up for me. I'll give each of you 10,000 yuan. The two security guards glanced at Zhang Jihao in disgust. 10,000? Are you trying to bribe beggars? Seeing that the guards weren't even looking at him, Zhang Jihao's expression darkened, and he raised the offer. 50,000. Yi Chang chuckled. Enough already. Stop embarrassing yourself with that little pocket change. Zhang Jihao snapped back, little pocket change? You broke loser, I bet you don't even have 10,000 to your name. Yi Chang cracked his knuckles and smirked. Guess I didn't hit you hard enough just now. Zhang Jihao flinched. He absolutely did not want to get hit again. The pain from Yi Chang's last punch was unbearable. Every step he took now made him want to cry. At that moment, the sales office manager walked out. Since the fight had happened right at their entrance, it was his responsibility to check on the situation. However, as soon as he saw Yi Chang, he froze for a moment, then took a closer look. His expression immediately became respectful as he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Chang?" Yi Chang glanced at his name tag, sales office manager. Then, he nodded. "Yes, I am." "Ah, very nice to meet you. May I ask what happened here?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. So, this guy recognized him? Was the villa that the system prepared for him so extravagant that even the manager was treating him with this level of respect? But the timing was perfect. He pointed at Zhang Jihao and said, "This guy tried to attack me but lost, so I beat him up. You have security footage, right? You can back me up." Zhang Jihao was surprised. Why did this sales office manager know Yi Chang? And why was he acting so respectful toward him? Still, he quickly tried to use his own status. "Manager Liu, you came at the right time. I am Zhang Jihao, the son of the chairman of Zhang Group. I came here today to look at your properties, but this man suddenly attacked me. I need you to detain him and report him to the police." But Manager Liu completely ignored Zhang Jihao. Instead, he turned back to Yi Chang and said, "Of course, no problem, Mr. Yi. You are one of our most esteemed clients. We also have connections with the best law firms in Shanghai. We can arrange for legal assistance if you need it." Much appreciated, Yi Chang said with a smile. Zhang Jihao finally realized something was wrong. Yi Chang was an esteemed client? What the hell? Did he hear that correctly? His eyes drifted back to Yi Chang's outfit Armani. Then, to his watch Rolex full diamond Daytona. Could it be, everything Yi Chang was wearing was real? Not knockoffs? But Zhang Jihao's girlfriend still didn't get it. She still believed Zhang Jihao's claim that Yi Chang was just a broke loser wearing fakes. She pointed at Manager Lu and shouted angrily, "Hey, manager, are you blind? That guy just hit my boyfriend. And instead of punishing him, you're taking his side? My boyfriend is the son of Zhang Group's chairman. If he's happy, he might even buy one of your villas." Manager Lu frowned and replied coldly, "Zhang Group? Never heard of it." Then, he looked at the woman with disdain and continued, "And did you just say Mr. Yi is a broke loser? Sorry to disappoint you, but Mr. Yi recently purchased Yulong Gardens Villa Number 1, valued at 688.8 million yuan. I really don't understand what you mean by broke loser. You and your boyfriend together probably can't even afford the down payment. Furthermore, since you have insulted Mr. Yi and even attacked him, we have the right to add you both to our blacklist. If you attempt to harass our VIP client again, you are welcome to take it up with our legal department. Now, please leave our premises." Zhang Jihao and his girlfriend were completely stunned. Yi Chang bought a 688.8 million yuan villa? Yulong Garden Villa Number 1? Zhang Jihao had heard about this villa before, but he had never seen it in person. Just getting a tour required a financial audit proving at least 200 million in liquid assets. His own personal account didn't have that much, so he had never qualified to view it. Now, the manager was telling him that this villa already belonged to Yi Chang? Yi Chang gave Zhang Jihao a disdainful look and sneered, "Who's the broke loser now?" Then, without sparing him another glance, he turned and walked into the sales office. Manager Lu, with a stern expression, ordered the security guards to keep Zhang Jihao and his girlfriend from entering. Then, he smiled and respectfully followed Yi Chang inside, asking if he would like to inspect the villa today. Yi Chang agreed while listening to the system notification in his head. "Congratulations, host. You have completed option 4 and received Master Level Martial Arts, already claimed. 1 billion yuan in cash. Full ownership of Jinsei Road Commercial District. The cash has been deposited into your account. Expect a call regarding your new commercial property soon." Hell yeah! Forget the martial arts and the billion yuan. Jinsei Road was one of Shanghai's most prosperous commercial districts, even ranking among the top in China. And now, it all belonged to him. He wondered how much revenue it would generate. Just then, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. "Your bank account has received a deposit of 1 billion Chinese yuan. Current balance, 1,090 million Chinese yuan. Manager Lu accidentally caught a glimpse of the message and nearly tripped over his own feet. How many zeros was that? Was that 10 figures? His attitude instantly became even more respectful. At the sales office, Yi Chang received the villa's title deed and keys. Manager Lu offered to personally give him a tour. Yi Chang agreed, then returned to the parking lot to pick up his LaFerrari. When Manager Lu saw the car, he was stunned once again. Meanwhile, far away, Zhang Jihao was still standing there, staring blankly as Yi Chang drove off in a multi-million-dollar supercar. This was the broke loser he had mocked? Wasn't this guy leagues ahead of him? Had Yi Chang been pretending to be poor all along? In the end, the real fool was him. Zhang Jihao felt his back ache even more. Driving into Yulong Garden, Yi Chang and Manager Lu arrived at the villa. The gate guards were instructed to recognize Yi Chang's face and car, ensuring he could enter freely from now on. As they drove in, Manager Lu thought to himself, "If only I were a woman. Landing a man like this would mean never worrying about money again." Arriving at Villa Number 1, Yi Chang saw that the property was surrounded by a European-style fence, with an automatic gate that could recognize license plates. However, since this was his first time here, he had to use the remote key to open it. As he entered, he was greeted by a 3-story villa, predominantly white in color, giving off an elegant and comfortable vibe. Around the house was a spacious garden, even featuring a pavilion, from which one could see the Huangpu River and the distant Bund. Following Manager Lu's instructions, Yi Chang parked his car in a nearby garage. The garage itself wasn't ordinary either, it looked more like a high-end showroom, with space for 5 cars. After parking, Yi Chang followed Manager Lu inside to tour the villa. At this level of luxury, square footage didn't even matter anymore, but Manager Lu still mentioned it, 3 floors, plus a basement, totaling over 6,000 square meters. The interior was already fully furnished with the highest-end decor. Italian handcrafted leather sofas, French master-design flooring and walls, Swiss precision-engineered clocks. Yi Chang had to force himself to stay composed, resisting the urge to show his amazement. After all, he was now a billionaire. By the end of the tour, Yi Chang learned that the interior furnishings alone were worth nearly 100 million yuan. Just the furniture alone could buy a luxury mansion elsewhere in Shanghai. No wonder this villa was worth over 680 million yuan. Mr. Yi, if there's anything you're not satisfied with or if you'd like to add anything to the rooms, please let us know. We will arrange everything for you at the lowest price and ensure your satisfaction. Yi Cheng thought for a moment. He didn't really know what else to add, so he simply said, not for now. Understood. Your property comes with 6 free housekeeping services per year. If you exceed that, you can book more at a 50% discount. If you have any other service needs, feel free to contact me. This is my number. Yi Cheng nodded. Alright, thank you. No need to thank me. It's my honor to serve you. After that, Manager Lu politely excused himself and left. Yi Cheng sat down on the sofa and let out a deep breath. Living in a villa felt amazing. Then, he got up and brought all his stuff from the car, placing it in the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the second floor, equipped with a walk-in closet, bathroom, sauna, and a huge balcony, over 200 square meters in total. But honestly, all 10 bedrooms in the villa were enormous, with the smallest one still over 100 square meters. Alright, that's enough sightseeing. I still have to return to school tonight. After enjoying the villa until around 9 p.m., Yi Cheng reluctantly remembered that he still had to return to his tiny 20 square meter dorm room. Driving his LaFerrari, he headed back to campus. But on the way, he ran into a problem. Where should he park his car overnight? Inside the campus? Outside? Yi Cheng had never cared about staying low-key, but a LaFerrari was simply too flashy. As he thought about it, he stopped at a red light. Glancing at his rearview mirror, he suddenly noticed. Oh, a white Maserati MC20 was behind him. But after looking for a few seconds, Yi Cheng realized something was wrong. The Maserati was rolling backward. And it was getting dangerously close to his car. Brake failure? What the hell, it's not a Tesla. Oh, fuck. Yi Cheng immediately pulled forward. Though he wasn't too worried, his car was insured, and the owner behind him was probably rich enough to pay for damages. But still, even if the insurance covered everything, getting hit would make his car a damaged vehicle, which lowered its value. And unfortunately, bang, the Maserati still rear-ended him. Only then did the driver behind snap out of it and hurriedly move the car back. Yi Cheng sighed and rubbed his forehead. Damn it. I've only driven this car for a few hours, and now it's already been hit. He got out, walked to the back, and checked. Great. The rear diffuser was bent out of shape, and part of the bumper had caved in. At that moment, the Maserati's owner also stepped out, came forward to check the damage, and apologized sincerely. I'm really sorry. I truly apologize. When you repair it, please send me the bill. I'll fully cover the cost. It was a woman's voice. And it sounded incredibly pleasant. Yi Cheng turned his head to look. Damn, this woman was at least a 9.5 out of 10 beauty, just as stunning as Ning Ching Shu. But in terms of elegance and fashion, she was far superior. Yi Cheng sighed. A female driver. What else could he say? Even if he complained, what if she turned out to be unreasonable? Seriously, how does someone not realize their car is rolling backward at a red light? He simply said, let's wait for the traffic police. They're already on their way. At that, the woman panicked. I just had dinner with friends and drank half a glass of beer. Will they check if I'm drunk driving? Yi Cheng rubbed his forehead again. Well, tough luck. Half a glass of beer wouldn't make her drunk, but it would still register as DUI. Since it's a traffic accident, they have to check for drunk driving. Will they arrest me? The woman freaked out even more. Yi Cheng was speechless. Sis, how did you even get your driver's license? First-time DUI just results in a license suspension. Only a second offense leads to detention. This is your first time, right? Oh, I see. That's fine then. It's my first time. The woman sighed in relief. Losing her license was fine, getting detained was the real concern. Meanwhile, bystanders enjoyed the rare sight of two luxury cars colliding. Many lowered their windows to take photos. Soon, the traffic police arrived, assessed the situation, and instructed them to pull their cars aside before handling the procedures. Then came the breathalyzer test. As expected, the woman tested positive for alcohol, resulting in a 6-month license suspension and a fine of over 1,000 yuan. But for rich people, a small fine meant nothing. Then, the accident report confirmed the Maserati driver was fully at fault. By now, Yi Cheng had also learned her name, Yan Yuaning. For some reason, the name felt familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. After all the paperwork, they exchanged contact information to settle the insurance process later. Finally, both prepared to leave. However, since Yan Yuaning's license was suspended, she obviously couldn't drive her car anymore. She had to find a parking spot and have someone else pick up the car later. Now, she was deciding whether to call a taxi or ask a friend to drive her home. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. A beautiful woman can't drive home. As a man who appreciates beauty, shouldn't you offer to help? Option 1, she crashed into me, and now she wants my help? No way. Reward, +1 to straight male attributes. Option 2, a gentleman should always help a lady in need. Reward, master-level driving skills. Yi Chang sighed and chose option 2. Then, he turned to Yen Yuaning and asked, need a ride? She hesitated briefly but soon nodded. Then, I'll trouble you. After all, she was a wealthy and beautiful woman. Taking a random taxi could be dangerous. Besides, Yi Chang was handsome and drove a supercar. Even though she was at fault, he had remained calm and polite, leaving her with a good impression. Except for one thing. He actually called her sis earlier. Unforgivable. Today, the passenger seat of the LaFerrari once again had a stunning beauty sitting in it. Yi Chang couldn't help but sigh. Life was truly amazing. Or rather, being rich made life so much more exciting. At the same time, he had just received the master-level driving skill reward, which perfectly made up for his lack of driving experience. Then, when Yen Yuaning mentioned her destination, Yi Chang was shocked by the coincidence. You live in Yulong Garden too? Hearing this, Yen Yuaning was also stunned. Yeah, do you live there too? Yi Chang shrugged. Yep, I just came from there. Yen Yuaning was surprised. Wow, then we're neighbors. Which villa do you live in? Villa number 1. Oh, villa number 1. Wait, what? Yen Yuaning suddenly realized something. You live in number 1? But that villa was never sold. Yi Chang smiled. I just got the property certificate today. Yen Yuaning nodded and said with envy, I toured villa number 1 before. The environment is amazing, but it was just too expensive. My family didn't buy it for me, they only bought villa number 18, which was much cheaper, just 200 million. That's 3 times less than number 1. Yi Chang, feel free to visit when you have time. Yen Yuaning gave him a glance. This man had been acting serious earlier, but now that they were alone in the car, his true nature was showing. He was inviting her to his house. His intentions were obvious to everyone. So she smiled and waved her hand. No need, I have to work most of the time. Yi Chang nodded and didn't say anything else. In his opinion, inviting a neighbor over was normal, but it seemed like his words were misunderstood. Oh well, if she misunderstood, so be it. He couldn't be bothered to explain. They continued chatting casually along the way, and 10 minutes later, they arrived at Yulong Garden. Nothing unexpected happened. Yen Yuaning had only drunk half a glass of beer, so she wasn't even slightly drunk. When they reached villa number 18, Yen Yuaning got out of the car. Yi Chang noticed that a Rolls-Royce Wraith was parked in her garage. This car was probably more low-key than a LaFerrari, right? Yi Chang stroked his chin and suddenly asked, Miss Yen, could you do me a favor? Yen Yuaning, who had just stepped out, turned back and asked, what is it? Yi Chang pointed at the Rolls-Royce Wraith and said, can I leave my car here for now and borrow your Rolls-Royce for a day? I'll return it to you tomorrow. Yen Yuaning was taken aback. Why? Yi Chang, can I just say that I don't want to drive a damaged car? Hearing this, Yen Yuaning laughed. Of course, that's totally understandable. A lot of people think the same way. Then go ahead and park it inside. After all, I was the one who hit your car. Thanks a lot. Yi Chang smiled and drove into the villa's garage. When Yen Yuaning opened the garage, Yi Chang noticed that there were 2 other luxury cars worth millions inside. After parking, he got out and said, I'll wait outside then. If he asked to go inside, this Miss Yen might misunderstand him again. Yen Yuaning nodded. She actually appreciated his politeness. A moment later, she returned with the keys. Yi Chang took them and looked at the double R emblem. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Today, he had gotten the keys to 2 luxury cars. Alright, thanks a lot. As Yi Chang was about to get in, Yen Yuaning suddenly spoke. By the way, Yi Chang turned to look at her. She hesitated for a moment, then said, could you do me a favor? Tomorrow morning, before 9 a.m., could you drive me to my company? My license got suspended, so I can't drive for now. She was the CEO of a company, but her assistant had recently resigned, so there was no one to pick her up. Since she had a good impression of Yi Chang, she figured she could ask him. Yi Chang thought for a moment. Before 9 a.m.? But he had an interview at 10 a.m. Still, he didn't refuse immediately and asked, where's your company? Yixing Tower. Yi Chang froze on the spot. Yixing Tower? Wasn't his interview at Tangching Finance also in Yixing Tower? Not only that, but Yixing Group's headquarters was in Yixing Tower. Yi Chang couldn't help but stare at Yen Yuaning. This was too much of a coincidence. Seeing his handsome face staring at her, Yen Yuaning avoided his gaze and her cheeks turned slightly red. She playfully scolded, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh, nothing. No problem. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., right? I'll pick you up at 8:30, is that okay?" Yen Yuaning smiled brightly. "Of course, that's fine. Thank you." Yi Chang nodded. "Alright, it's settled then." Driving the Rolls-Royce Wraith, Yi Chang returned to campus. Back in the dorm, his roommates didn't notice anything different about him. Since he was in a good mood after activating the system, Yi Chang logged into his computer and opened Jianwang 3, a game he hadn't played in a long time. This MMORPG was either about PvP or dungeon raiding, but in reality, it was a giant social platform. He used to have a lot of online friends, and even though it was already 10 p.m., some of them were still online. As soon as he logged in, someone messaged him. "Muing Ying, bye, you're back?" Yi Cheng's in-game ID was Yi Bai, and he played at Sangjin, swordsman, male character, commonly referred to as Ershao in the game. Seeing this message, Yi Cheng smiled. This was a close online friend, whom he considered his big sister in the game. She was 26 years old, 4 years older than him. Back when he broke up with Lin Shanshan, it was this sister who comforted him for a long time. Even after being away for so long, logging in and getting an instant message felt really nice. He replied, "Yeah, just came online to check things out." Muing Ying sent a party invite, and Yi Cheng accepted. Once the voice chat opened, a gentle and sweet voice came through his headphones. "Little brother, want to run the big battlefield mine quest?" Since it was late, Yi Cheng typed instead of speaking. "I'm not max level yet, I can't do that quest." "Oh, then level up. I'll carry you through dungeons later." "It's too late, my roommates are already asleep. I'll log off soon and level up another time." "Okay." Then Muing Ying said, "By the way, little brother, say something. I haven't heard your voice in so long." Yi Cheng's voice was really pleasant, and many of his online friends liked hearing him talk. Yi Cheng helplessly replied, "It's late, I don't want to wake my roommates." "Oh, then never mind, next time." Muing Ying didn't push it further and instead stood beside his character in the game, playing around with some in-game interactions. She played a female Tiansu character and was probably a rich player since her character wore all the newest premium outfits. Yi Chang, on the other hand, wore the cheapest default outfit, his sex standard uniform. Still, no one really cared about expensive outfits in this game, and Muing Ying certainly didn't mind. After playing for a bit, Yi Chang logged off. He had an interview tomorrow, so he needed rest. The next morning, at 8:30 a.m., a Rolls-Royce Wraith parked outside Villa number 18 in Yulong Garden. The villa's doors opened, and Yen Yuaning stepped out, wearing a dark blue women's business suit. Her neat short hair and sharp outfit gave off an undeniable aura of power. She got into the car and said, "Thank you." Yi Chang glanced at her a few more times, slightly surprised by her professional appearance. Then, he said, "No need to thank me. Let's go." Yi Chang drove the car, now with master-level driving skills, and since he was driving a Rolls-Royce, which prioritized comfort, Yen Yuaning couldn't help but think having a driver like this wouldn't be bad at all. At the same time, she sized up Yi Chang. Right now, he was dressed in a finely tailored Armani suit, with a tie neatly fastened at his collar. With his handsome face and immense wealth, even someone like Yen Yuaning, who had met countless men, couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times. Suddenly, Yi Cheng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. An unknown number. Could be a sales call. So, he put it on speaker and answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chang?" Yi Chang was slightly surprised. The caller knew him? "Yes, speaking. What's the matter?" "Oh, hello. I'm Li Chang, the general manager of Jinsi Street Corporation in Shanghai. The company has officially been transferred under your name. May I ask when you'd be available to visit? We'd like to report the company's overall status to you." Hearing this, Yi Chang finally remembered yesterday, after teaching Zhang Jihao a lesson, he had received ownership of Jinsi Street. He felt a bit embarrassed. He had almost forgotten about it. So he replied, "I'm free today. Around noon actually, never mind. You guys should have your lunch first. I'll come by at 2 p.m. instead. Send me the address." "Understood. I'll arrange everything right away." Hearing that Yi Chang was thoughtful enough to consider their lunchtime, Li Cheng's first impression of his new boss became very positive. This new owner seemed easy to get along with. After hanging up, Yi Cheng noticed a gaze from the side. Turning to look at Yen Yuaning, he smiled and asked, "Why are you staring at me, Miss Yen? Could it be that you find me handsome?" Yen Yuaning ignored his teasing and instead seriously stared at him before asking, "Mr. Yi, Jinsi Road belongs to you?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Oops. Looks like he accidentally showed off in front of this beauty. He really hadn't expected that call to expose the fact that he now owned Jinsei Road. Of course, even if he had remembered in advance, he still would have put it on speaker and maybe even acted more indifferent about it. So he casually replied, "Oh, Jinsei Road isn't mine. It belongs to the country. I just happen to hold its property rights for now." Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. What nonsense! But still, this was beyond shocking. Jinsei Road was the most famous commercial street in Shanghai, even all of China, often called China's #1 commercial street. How could she ignore the fact that the person sitting right beside her owned it? And what made it even more unbelievable, he was so young. In her eyes, Yi Cheng's background suddenly became even more mysterious. "So shouldn't you be heading straight to your company after dropping me off at Yixing Tower? Jinsei Road alone generates hundreds of billions in rent every year, doesn't it?" "Hundreds of billions? That much?" Yi Cheng was genuinely surprised. "You didn't even know?" Now Yan Yuaning was even more shocked. "How the hell did you become the owner of Jinsei Road without even knowing its value?" Yi Cheng coughed twice and quickly answered her previous question. "Actually, I have business at Yixing Tower too, so I won't have much time to visit Jinsei Road's offices today." "You also have business at Yixing Tower? For what?" "An interview." "An interview?" Yan Yuaning froze. "I'm also going for an interview today." "You too?" "Yes. I'm the CEO of my company, so I'm going as an interviewer." She nodded and then asked, "Do you have investments in Yixing Group? Are you going as an interviewer too?" Yi Cheng fell silent. Something felt off, because he suddenly realized something. Yixing Group's chairman had the surname Yan, and Tangcheng Finance, the company he was interviewing for, was a subsidiary of Yixing Group. Moreover, Tangcheng Finance was a well-known financial firm, and its CEO's surname was also Yan. And if he remembered correctly, that CEO's name was Yan Yuaning. For a moment, he didn't feel like going to the interview anymore. It might be too awkward when they met face to face, but if he didn't go, he wouldn't get Yixing Group's shares. So, he decided not to tell Yan Yuaning just yet. That way, when they met later, she'd be the one caught off guard, and she'd be the one feeling awkward. So he replied with a smile, "Yeah, I'm also going as an interviewer." Yan Yuaning nodded and curiously asked, "What's the name of your company?" That's a secret for now." Yan Yuaning raised an eyebrow. "He's keeping secrets from me? It's just a company. What's the big deal?" "Fine, whatever." She let out a small humph. Yi Cheng glanced at her. Wait, was that a real humph? What was with this tsundere-like reaction? He thought for a moment maybe he was just too rich, making her feel slightly frustrated. Meanwhile, Yan Yuaning also realized her reaction was a bit unusual. Her face turned slightly red. She had never acted like this in front of a man before. It must have been an unconscious reaction. No, wait. The fact that it was unconscious made it even weirder. The more she thought about it, the more her thoughts spiraled. So, she forced herself to focus on her phone to distract herself. For the rest of the drive, they remained silent, and soon, they arrived at Yixing Tower. Located in the HP district, near the Huangpu River and not far from the Bund, Yixing Tower was owned by Yixing Group. It had 66 floors and was one of Shanghai's tallest buildings. To avoid Yan Yuaning realizing too soon that he was one of the interviewees, Yi Cheng suggested, "I'll drop you off at the entrance first, then go park." She agreed. But after hesitating for a while, she suddenly asked, "Can you pick me up at 8 p.m.? Yi Cheng sighed. If he actually became her assistant, would he have to drive her around every day? He didn't answer directly and just said, "I'll see if I'm free tonight." Hearing that, Yan Yuaning felt a bit annoyed. "I let you borrow my Rolls-Royce for free, and you can't even give me a ride home? Am I not pretty enough or something?" For the first time, the powerful CEO Yan Yuaning felt a slight sense of insecurity about her looks. But getting angry over something like this would be childish. So, she smiled and said, "Alright, just call me if you need to return the car." Yi Cheng nodded. "Thanks, I'll return it soon." Then, Yan Yuaning stepped out of the car and entered Yixing Tower, while Yi Cheng drove to the parking lot. Yi Cheng parked his car and waited downstairs for a while before heading up. Tangcheng Finance was located on the 36th floor, and since the elevator took some time, he had a moment to think. What kind of questions would Yan Yuaning ask once she realized it was him applying for the job? If she got mad, what if she deliberately made things difficult for him during the interview? Yi Cheng quickly came up with a solution. Pass the interview, get the system reward, and then quit. Then, as Yixing Group's second largest shareholder, he'd directly replace her as the CEO. She could become his secretary instead. And if there was work, she'd do it. If there wasn't, well, that part was just a fantasy. There was no way Yan Yuaning would agree to be his secretary. Ding! The elevator reached the 36th floor. The entire floor belonged to Tangqing Finance, which wasn't surprising. This company was strategically important to Yixing Group. Walking out of the elevator, Yi Cheng quickly found the front desk and asked where the interviews were being held. After getting his answer, he arrived outside the conference room. Inside, the interviews were already in progress. Outside, a few rows of chairs were arranged neatly, and the other candidates had already arrived. After all, Tangqing Finance was a big company, and getting a job here wasn't easy. Everyone wanted to make a great impression. There were 6 candidates, 2 men and 4 women. All of them were well-dressed, young, and clearly prepared. Some were chatting, while others were going through their notes for last-minute preparation. Yi Cheng? He sat there, completely relaxed, playing on his phone. Read interview materials? He could, but he didn't need to. After all, his chances depended entirely on Yan Yuaning's mood when she saw him. If she wanted him, he'd stay. If she didn't want him, there was no hope anyway. Truly a tragic situation. He rubbed his temples. If he didn't have the system, he'd probably be worried about this interview. But then again, if he didn't have the system, he wouldn't have met Yan Yuaning in the first place. Time passed quickly, and the first 2 candidates had already finished their interviews. Then, a voice called out, "Next candidate, Yi Cheng. Please come in." Yi Cheng stood up, adjusted his suit, and walked toward the conference room. Inside the conference room, at the center of the long table, Yan Yuaning was seated. She had just finished reviewing the previous candidate's evaluation, marking a few circles and crosses on the form. Then, she flipped to the next candidate's profile and saw the name, Yi Cheng. She froze. Immediately, she thought of that man. At first, she assumed it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was just the same pronunciation but a different name. But then she saw the photo. She was stunned. This guy, wasn't this that guy? Just then, the door opened. She looked up, and there he was. Yi Cheng, didn't he say he was going to be an interviewer? Why is he applying to be my assistant? This guy lied to me. Yan Yuaning's eyebrows shot up, and she glared at Yi Cheng. If it weren't for the other interviewers sitting beside her, she might have slammed the table and confronted him on the spot. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng pretended not to notice her glare as if he didn't even recognize her. He looked completely calm and composed. But seeing his nonchalant attitude, Yan Yuaning became even angrier. So, he really hid this from me? Fine, then. Time to teach him a lesson. She made up her mind. Her gaze toward Yi Cheng turned dangerous. Yi Cheng, unaware of this change, walked up to the interview panel, gave a slight bow, and respectfully greeted. "Good afternoon, interviewers." One of the other interviewers, seemingly satisfied with his appearance, smiled and nodded. "All right, please have a seat and give us a brief self-introduction." But just as Yi Cheng was about to sit down, Yan Yuaning suddenly spoke. "Wait. Don't sit yet." The other interviewers were stunned. What's the CEO doing? This candidate just walked in, and she's already making things difficult? Did she not want a male assistant? Yi Cheng sighed internally. As expected. She's targeting me, but he wasn't here to be a pushover. So, he pretended not to hear her, sat down anyway, and looked at her with confusion. What did you say? Yan Yuaning gritted her teeth. This guy is here to interview for my assistant position, and he dares act so smug? But with her subordinates watching, she had to keep her composure. So, she swallowed her frustration, put on a blank expression, and said, "Oh, nothing. Go ahead with your introduction." Yi Cheng smiled slightly and began. "Good afternoon, interviewers. My name is Yi Cheng. I studied business administration at Modern University, and I'm applying for the position of CEO assistant." Before he could even finish his first sentence, Yan Yuaning interrupted him. "Excuse me, but I have a question first." The other interviewers paused. Why is the CEO interrupting the introduction? Yan Yuaning stared at Yi Cheng and asked coldly. "You're applying to be my assistant, correct?" "Yes." "Then tell me, why are you wearing Armani? And why are you wearing a Rolex? Your outfit alone is worth over 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, as the CEO, my entire outfit is worth less than 50,000 yuan. Even my watch is only worth 30,000. As an assistant, do you really think it's appropriate to dress more luxuriously than your boss?" The other interviewers were caught off guard. They only now realized Yi Cheng's clothes did seem high-end. There weren't obvious logos, but the CEO was experienced enough to recognize them. And that glimpse of his watch, it was definitely expensive. Actually, she had already noticed the Armani logo on his shirt this morning in the car. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. "So, this is the angle she's attacking me from?" Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! The female CEO is making things difficult for you. It's time to prove yourself as a real man. Option 1. A gentleman doesn't argue with a woman. Reward: women will see you as soft and easygoing. Option 2. Show dominance. Reward: a full-body physical enhancement. Yi Chang was speechless. Option 1. Are you kidding me? No way he was choosing that. Of course, he picked option 2. Leaning back into his chair, he locked eyes with Yen Yuaning and said, CEO Yen, I believe you're mistaken. As the CEO's assistant, I represent you in the eyes of outsiders. Wearing expensive clothes commands more respect, and it also reflects the company's strength. Besides, even if you wear something cheaper than me, no one would dare look down on you. After all, you're a CEO and a stunning woman. No matter what you wear, you'll always be taken seriously. Yen Yuaning squinted at Yi Chang. Hearing him compliment her looks, she felt a little better inside. Of course. She had been confident in her beauty her whole life. There was no way this man could just overlook it. Unless, he was a scumbag who had seen too many beautiful women. The other interviewers also felt that Yi Chang's words made sense. A CEO's assistant was often responsible for greeting VIPs and business partners, meaning they represented the company's image. If they could afford expensive clothing, it would make people think the company was strong. Even the assistant's salary was high enough to afford such outfits. But then, Yi Chang's next sentence almost made them fall out of their chairs. Of course, if the CEO is short on money, I'd even take out a loan to buy you an outfit. Damn. Isn't this a bit too early to show loyalty? You haven't even been hired yet, and you're already talking about taking a loan? And forget the loan, are you serious about saying this in an interview? Do you even want this job? Besides, our CEO is the daughter of Yixing Group's chairman. Our Tangcheng Finance handles billions in cash flow. Why on earth would you think the CEO has no money? But before they could recover from their shock, the CEO spoke up. What if I want something worth at least $1 million? Would you still buy it for me? Yi Chang grinned, glanced at Yen Yuaning, and playfully winked before saying, Of course. But I'll decide what to buy. Yen Yuaning almost laughed. She didn't doubt that Yi Chang had the money. The question was, would he really spend over $1 million on her? Over the years, plenty of men had tried to throw money at her to win her favor. But since she had no interest in them, they never got the chance to spend a dime on her. If it were Yi Chang, though, she wouldn't refuse. Not that she wanted to analyze why she felt this way. That won't work. If you're buying me something, you have to listen to me. How about this? Half your choice, half mine. No way. Then forget it. Fine. 75% my choice, 25% yours. I said half and half. Any less, and it's all my decision. The system required Yi Chang to stand his ground. To him, that meant he had to be assertive. Yen Yuaning glared at him. Yi Chang, on the other hand, looked completely indifferent. At that moment, the other interviewers finally caught on. Wait, you two know each other? Is this guy the CEO's suitor? And from the CEO's attitude, she didn't seem totally against it. The interviewers suddenly felt like they were witnessing something interesting. Meanwhile, one of the male candidates secretly took a photo of Yi Chang. In the end, Yen Yuaning backed down. With other people in the room, she couldn't say much more. Yi Chang might be her current enemy, but not an outsider. Brushing her hair back, she let out a breath, suppressed her irritation, and said, All right, let's officially start the interview. Everything before this? Off topic. But she wasn't done testing him yet. She didn't let any of the other interviewers ask questions. She was the only one grilling him. Yi Chang wasn't worried at all. Professional questions? Easy. He was well prepared. Then came the real challenge. Since Yen Yuaning didn't have a personal driver, her assistant needed to be on call 24/7. Could he handle that? This was obviously payback for how he didn't immediately agree to pick her up last night. But Yi Chang's answer made her grind her teeth in frustration. Depends on my availability. Any other candidate would have been kicked out immediately. But since Yi Chang knew Yen Yuaning, the other interviewers stayed silent. Yen Yuaning clenched her jaw and moved on to other questions. No matter how tricky her questions got, Yi Chang never fell for her traps. She was completely stuck. So, after 40 minutes, she finally ran out of things to ask. Fuming, she glared at him and said, The interview is over. Then, she stood up, walked straight to Yi Chang, and grabbed his wrist, dragging him toward the door. Continue interviewing the others. Director Zhang, take my place. Before anyone could react, she opened the door and pulled Yi Chang out. The other candidates, who had been waiting outside, were relieved when the door finally opened. But then, they saw something shocking. A woman had dragged one of the candidates out by force. They had no idea this was the CEO herself. They'd only realize it once they got inside and saw the nameplate. CEO Yen, where are you taking me? Yi Chang sighed after being dragged several meters down the hall. Yen Yuaning shot him a glare. We'll talk outside. Then can you let go of my hand? Men and women shouldn't be too close, you know. Yen Yuaning's blood pressure skyrocketed, but then she noticed. Company employees were watching. They were staring at her, clearly wondering, why is our beautiful CEO dragging a random man? Her face turned red. She immediately let go of Yi Chang's hand, glared at him again, and stormed toward the elevator. Yi Chang chuckled and casually followed. At that moment, the system finally spoke up. The host successfully held his ground during the interview. Reward, 1 full body enhancement. Claim anytime. But Yi Chang was still waiting for the reward from the Yixing group interview. He asked the system, I attended the interview. Why haven't I received my reward yet? The interview results are not finalized. Please wait. So I have to wait for the results? Fine. The system's rules were absolute, so he had no choice but to wait. Most likely, the decision would come out tonight. But, would he accept the job if they offered it? Yi Chang looked up at Yen Yuaning's back. Her tailored suit fit perfectly, emphasizing her curves. Her chest size was definitely not smaller than a C cup. Her waist was slim, and her hips had an ideal 0.7 waist-to-hip ratio, considered the perfect proportion for women. She was wearing 5 cm heels, making her around 1.75 meters tall, just a bit shorter than Yi Chang. Between her pointed high heels and her pants, a small portion of her stocking-covered foot was visible. Yi Chang swallowed. Was she wearing ankle stockings, or full pantyhose? Either way, it was tempting. Yeah, he'd probably stay. Yen Yuaning was walking ahead when she suddenly turned around and noticed Yi Chang staring at her. Her face flushed slightly, and she asked, Why are you looking at me? Because you're beautiful, Yi Chang replied smoothly. Many men had complimented Yen Yuaning's beauty before, but Yi Chang's words somehow made her feel a bit pleased. However, she didn't show it and instead brought up an old grudge. Weren't you the one calling me big sis yesterday? But today, you suddenly find me beautiful? For a woman in her 20s, especially a beautiful one, being called big sis was something she could hold on to for a lifetime. Yi Chang was stunned. Did I say that? Yen Yuaning stared at him for a while, confirming that he really didn't remember, then snorted, Forget it. I won't argue about it for now. I'll settle this with you later. Later? Yi Chang felt that this later was worth thinking about. By now, they had reached the elevator, and since this was an internal elevator within Yixing Tower, Yen Yuaning, as the daughter of Yixing Group's chairman, naturally had access to it. Once inside, she pressed B1, and as soon as the doors closed, her expression became serious. She locked eyes with Yi Chang, staring intently at him. Yi Chang, what are you doing? Yen Yuaning, coldly, weren't you here for an interview? I was. Don't play dumb with me. You said you were going to interview others. Yi Chang touched his nose and cautiously said, Can I say, I was actually coming to interview you? Do you believe me? Yen Yuaning almost burst out laughing from anger. Her fists clenched, and she stepped forward, standing right in front of him. She tilted her head slightly, glaring up at him. You? Interview me? So what, is this assistant job actually about choosing who gets to be your boss? Before Yi Chang could reply, the system activated. A man and a woman, alone in a confined space. The beauty is being aggressive, shouldn't you show some dominance? Option 1, let it go, be a good man. Reward, +1 good man attribute. Option 2, wall slam her. Reward, master level flirting skills. Option 3, wall slam her and confess. Reward, master level flirting skills plus master level musical instrument proficiency. Option 4, wall slam her and kiss her. Reward, master level flirting skills plus master level cooking skills. Option 5, wall slam her, confess, and kiss her. Reward, master level flirting skills plus master level musical instrument proficiency plus master level cooking skills. More than 10 options popped up, each more outrageous than the last. One even suggested touching places he shouldn't, and the final option was, well, let's just say it involved deep communication. Yi Chang was speechless. Did this system seriously think there was enough time for deep communication in an elevator ride? This system can cut off the elevator's power supply, ensuring it won't resume operation for at least 30 minutes. Yi Chang. No need for that. Just cut the security cameras. As much as he enjoyed teasing Yen Yuaning, he wasn't crazy enough to pull an actual stunt in an elevator. Plus, they'd only known each other for a day. Who knew if she'd have him arrested afterward? System, cameras disabled. Go ahead. Yi Chang took a deep breath, locking his eyes on the feisty CEO in front of him. With her delicate eyebrows, sharp phoenix eyes, high nose bridge, and full lips, even when angry, she was irresistibly captivating. Then, Yi Chang took a step forward. Yan Yuaning was startled and instinctively stepped back. "What are you doing?" Yi Chang didn't answer, he took another step forward. Yan Yuaning stepped back again. The elevator was spacious, but after just 2 steps, Yi Chang had already cornered her against the wall. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you." But at that moment, Yi Chang raised his hand and placed it against the wall, right next to her head. A perfect wall slam. Then, he leaned in, stopping just 20 centimeters from her face. In the small, enclosed space, the air suddenly became charged with an ambiguous tension. Don't do anything stupid." Yan Yuaning's voice unconsciously softened, realizing she had cornered herself. But instead of forcing a kiss, Yi Chang calmly answered her previous question. "Of course, I wasn't here to interview for my own CEO." Then, he smiled slightly, lowering his voice into a deep, magnetic tone. "I was here to interview my future girlfriend." Yan Yuaning's mind went blank. Her face instantly turned bright red. Interview for a girlfriend? He was referring to her? Was this a confession? But they had only known each other for a day. She wasn't ready for this. She completely forgot that Yi Chang had applied for this job months ago, long before they ever met. So it was impossible for him to have planned this from the start. After a moment of dazed silence, Yi Chang continued, "And now, I think you're very suitable for the role. In fact, the moment I first saw you, Yuaning—" "No!" Yan Yuaning shouted abruptly. "Yuaning, don't say no, no. Say yes, yes." Yi Chang grinned mischievously. For a moment, Yan Yuaning's brain actually processed his words, and she nearly fell for it. But she quickly shook her head. "No. No." Yi Chang lowered his voice and insisted. "Yes. No MMPH." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chang kissed her, firm, yet gentle. His masculine scent enveloped her senses, making her mind go blank. Inside, 2 voices fought within her. One screamed, "This is your first kiss. How could you give it to a man you just met? He's a total scoundrel." The other whispered, "This is your assistant. He's going to drive you to and from work for 6 months. Didn't you find his driving extremely comfortable? So what if it's just a kiss? He's handsome, rich, and owns Jinsei Road. He must really like you to take this job. Just treat it as a reward for him. You can always make him buy you something later." In the end, she chose the longer argument. She closed her eyes and rewarded him. As the kiss deepened, their bodies pressed closer together. According to various statistics, when men and women kiss passionately, men tend to let their hands wander. But Yi Chang wasn't just randomly touching her, he was following the system's mission requirements. Except for one place that was completely off limits, he made sure to explore every other spot. Mission accomplished. Finally, as the elevator slowed down, Yi Chang pulled away. He looked at Yan Yuaning's flushed face, his heart pounding uncontrollably. This powerful and untouchable CEO. He had just stolen her first kiss. Yan Yuaning opened her eyes, her face so red it seemed like it could bleed. Her delicate lips were slightly swollen, and her lipstick was smudged. Seeing Yi Chang's intense gaze, she felt both embarrassed and furious. She immediately raised her fist and punched his chest hard, cursing, "You pervert! Shameless! Freak!" As the elevator doors opened, she pushed Yi Chang aside, covered her face, and ran out. However, she had forgotten that she was wearing high heels. After only a few steps, her ankle twisted. She lost her balance and began falling toward the sharp corner of the elevator entrance. At that moment, her heart filled with bitterness. She blamed Yi Chang entirely. If she got injured, he'd better take care of her for the rest of her life. But just as she was about to hit the corner, she suddenly felt a strong arm wrap around her waist, pulling her back. Her body was instantly enveloped in a broad and warm embrace. Feeling a brief sense of relief, she turned her head and saw Yi Chang's face. It was that annoying face, the one that had just stolen her first kiss. But at this moment, all she felt was an overwhelming sense of security. No matter what kind of woman she was, she couldn't deny that a man who could make her feel safe was incredibly attractive. And Yi Chang fit that role perfectly, tall, well-built, and now her rescuer. For a moment, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. But that didn't mean she was going to be nice to him either. "Let me go." She pushed against his chest, trying to break free. Yi Chang, knowing that she was in a fragile emotional state, spoke softly. "Stand still first. Stop running. Why are you even running in high heels?" As he spoke, his hands gently supported her slim waist, ensuring she was stable before slowly letting go. Feeling his hands release her, Yan Yuaning's face turned even redder. She huffed and said, "Stay away from me. You pervert." She tried to walk forward again, but as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She let out a soft whimper, crouching down to rub her ankle. The pain was so intense that tears welled up in her eyes. "You twisted your ankle?" Yi Chang asked with concern. Yan Yuaning let out a soft unable to speak from the pain. "Let's get you to the car first." Yi Chang supported her arm, helping her up. "Take it slow." With Yi Chang's support, Yan Yuaning stood up and tried to take a step. However, the moment she put pressure on her foot, pain shot through her leg, causing her to collapse into his arms again. She didn't even have the energy to be mad about him holding her anymore. Like a little girl, she whined pitifully, "It hurts. I can't walk." Then, she raised her voice even more, "This is all your fault. If you hadn't kissed me, I wouldn't have twisted my ankle. You pervert." "Alright, stop being so dramatic." Yi Chang patted her perky backside, and his eyes lit up. "Nice. Good elasticity." Yan Yuaning's eyes widened in disbelief. Her face turned completely crimson as she shouted, "What are you doing, freak?" Without saying a word, Yi Chang bent down, wrapping one arm under her legs and the other around her waist. With one swift motion, he lifted her up. A princess carry. The moment her feet left the ground, Yan Yuaning panicked, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Realizing that she was being held like this, she immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Put me down." "It's okay, Yuaning. Just relax." Yi Chang gazed into her eyes, his voice soft and gentle. "Let's get you to the car and check your ankle. You can't walk right now. If you keep forcing it, it'll just get worse." Yan Yuaning puffed her cheeks in frustration, glaring at him as if she was furious. But after a few seconds, she quickly averted her gaze. With a soft she buried her face in his chest, not daring to look at him anymore. However, even though she wasn't looking at him, her heart was racing wildly. Why did his gentle words make her so weak? Did she actually like him? No, he was a pervert, but being held like this felt so comfortable and warm. As her thoughts grew more complicated, she let out a soft thought, "I'll observe him for a while. If he behaves well, maybe I might consider liking him. After all, he already took my first kiss." And now, she could still feel his touch on her chest, thighs, and elsewhere. She recalled how he had kissed her in the elevator, and even smacked her butt. And for some reason, she actually felt like she had enjoyed it? No, it had to be an illusion. She shook off her messy thoughts and quietly nestled in his arms, enjoying the warmth. With Yan Yuaning in his arms, Yi Chang carried her to the Rolls-Royce Wraith. With both hands occupied, he had to struggle a bit to retrieve the car keys from his pocket. After opening the car door, he gently placed her into the passenger seat, closed the door, and then got into the driver's seat himself. Yan Yuaning sat there, rubbing her swollen ankle, her lips pursed in frustration. She glanced at Yi Chang and snorted, turning her head away. Yi Chang chuckled. At this moment, he realized that this cold and arrogant CEO could actually be adorable, just like a little girl who had been bullied. Then, the system's notification popped up. He could now claim his rewards. First, he accepted the perfect body enhancement reward. A strange sensation coursed through his body. He felt his strength increase, his reflexes sharpen, and his mind become clearer. If he looked in the mirror now, he would notice subtle improvements in his face. If he was a 95 out of 100 before, now he was a perfect 100. Any woman who was attracted to looks would instantly fall for him. Even those who weren't focused on appearances would feel an undeniable attraction toward him. And if he took off his shirt, he would see that his muscles were even more defined. Even his special ability had been enhanced significantly. However, Yi Chang hadn't noticed this yet. Next, he received his second set of rewards. Congratulations! You have received Master Level Flirting Skills plus Master Level Instrument Proficiency plus Master Level Vocal Proficiency plus Master Level Cooking plus Master Level Massage plus Master Level Censored plus Master Level Dance plus Master Level Calligraphy plus Master Level Painting. Yi Chang was stunned. 9 rewards at once? And they were all skills related to romance. He couldn't help but side-eye the system. Was it trying to turn him into the ultimate playboy? And wasn't there something strange mixed in there? Although, he wasn't complaining. Finally, he turned his gaze back to Yan Yuaning. Perfect. His master-level massage could help relieve her ankle pain. Yi Chang patted his thigh and said, "Put your foot up here, I'll massage it for you." Yan Yuaning looked at him warily and said, "What are you trying to do? Trying to take advantage of me again?" Yi Chang replied, "I've already kissed you. Do you think I still care about something this minor?" Yan Yuaning gritted her teeth. "You! Hurry up and put your foot up. If you don't massage a sprained foot in time, the clotted blood inside might flow back into your bloodstream. It could even affect your skin later." Yi Chang completely made it up on the spot. Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Go use that nonsense to fool a kid. Yi Cheng chuckled, not minding that she saw through him. Fine, if you don't want me to, forget it. I'll just take you home first. Yan Yuaning was displeased. Didn't you say you were going to buy me something worth over $1 million? Now you're backing out? Yi Cheng sighed. You can't even walk right now. How are you going shopping? Yan Yuaning protested loudly. If you don't buy it for me, I won't let you be my assistant. Then I won't be your assistant. Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. By tomorrow, I'll be Yixing Group's second largest shareholder. When I come to inspect Tangqing Finance, let's see who gets to make things difficult for whom. Yan Yuaning gritted her teeth and coldly humphed. Then I'll just hire another male assistant and have him drive me to and from work every day. Yi Cheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Yan Yuaning, trying to determine if she was serious. Even though his confession earlier was prompted by the system, as a man who appreciates beauty, he naturally liked Yan Yuaning. So how could he possibly allow her to hire a male assistant? Yan Yuaning wasn't afraid of him and stared straight into his eyes, as if daring him to challenge her. Yi Cheng slowly asked, Are you sure? What does it have to do with you? Yan Yuaning lifted her delicate chin proudly, exposing her swan-like neck, refusing to back down. Yi Cheng stared at her for a while, then suddenly lunged forward, grabbing both of her wrists and kissing her once again. At the same time, he reclined the seat fully back, pressing down on her body, feeling her soft curves. He kissed her without restraint, savoring the sweetness of her slightly swollen lips. Pinned beneath him, Yan Yuaning struggled at first, weakly hitting his back, but it was useless. In the end, she had no choice but to surrender to the overwhelming sensation. After a long while, Yi Cheng finally pulled away, looking down at her flushed face. He grazed her lips teasingly, then sat back up. Yan Yuaning opened her eyes, her gaze shifting from dazed passion to embarrassment and anger. But she was too lazy to resist, merely glaring at him and muttering softly, "Shameless pervert." Yi Cheng brushed his fingers against her delicate face, stroking her gently. Kissing the CEO twice in a single day, who else could pull that off? He laughed inwardly and then asked, So, are you still hiring a male assistant? Yan Yuaning stubbornly refused to give in. I will hire a male assistant. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, then began unbuttoning his shirt. Yan Yuaning became alarmed. What are you doing? You pervert! She shouted angrily and tried to open the door to escape, but Yi Cheng had already locked it. At the same time, he had tossed aside his expensive Armani suit jacket. Let's see if you still dare hire another male assistant. Yi Cheng smirked as he continued unbuttoning his shirt. I won't hire one anymore. Yan Yuaning panicked. Even though she had already been kissed by him, she definitely wasn't ready to go all the way, especially not in a car, in a parking lot, where someone could walk by at any moment. Even if she did have feelings for him, it was way too soon. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Really? By now, he had unbuttoned more than half of his shirt, leaving his chiseled chest exposed. Yan Yuaning hesitated for a second, then nodded quickly. But the moment her gaze landed on his open shirt, she froze completely. Wow. This guy actually had such an amazing body? Yi Cheng noticed her staring and asked, What are you looking at? Yan Yuaning snapped out of it, her face turning bright red. And nothing. I wasn't looking at anything. Yi Cheng didn't believe her and glanced down at himself. Then he was stunned. His perfectly defined chest muscles and symmetrical abs were like a sculpted masterpiece, exuding raw masculinity. So this was the result of the perfect body enhancement reward. Yi Cheng was even more satisfied with this upgrade. Then he suddenly looked back at Yan Yuaning, realizing she had been staring at him just now. His lips curled into a smirk. Why are you smiling? Yan Yuaning grew even more cautious, afraid he would pounce on her again. Yi Cheng undid the last button, fully exposing his muscular physique. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he asked, "Want a touch?" Yan Yuaning stole a few quick glances, then shook her head violently, covering her eyes. What are you doing? Shameless. Yet, she still peeked through her fingers. Yi Cheng chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her little act. If you don't want to touch, then forget it. Let's go. Saying that, he started the car and prepared to drive off. Yan Yuaning pouted, muttering under her breath, "Liar." Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. What did I lie about? You're a liar. Yi Cheng thought for a moment, then realized what she meant and chuckled. Once your foot stops hurting, I'll take you shopping. Yan Yuaning's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Yi Cheng smiled. But since you won't let me massage your foot, you'll have to wait about a week until the pain goes away. How long if I let you massage it? Tomorrow. Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. What kind of massage skills do you even have? You just want to take advantage of me. You won't know unless you try. Yan Yuaning hesitated. She really didn't want to wait a whole week for the pain to subside. Finally, she muttered, "Fine, once we get to my place, you can massage it." "At your place?" Yi Chang raised his voice slightly. Yan Yuaning's face turned red. She had never invited a man to her house before. "I don't want to do it in the car. What if someone sees?" "Then let's go to your place." Yi Chang grinned. "Why not?" He immediately stepped on the gas, fully utilizing his master-level driving skills. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided smoothly as he pushed its performance to the limit. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived back at Yulong Garden. Yi Chang parked the car, walked over to the passenger side, and opened the door for Yan Yuaning. Then, without hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms again and carried her toward Villa number 18. Being carried by Yi Chang once again, Yan Yuaning felt that overwhelming sense of security. Moreover, Yi Chang still hadn't buttoned up his shirt, leaving his chest exposed. When Yan Yuaning lowered her head, she could see his well-defined pectoral muscles. She wanted to touch them but felt too shy. Yi Chang looked down and noticed her hesitation. With a smile, he said, "If you want to touch, just do it. Sooner or later, you'll have to." Yan Yuaning huffed and stubbornly retorted, "Who says I'll have to?" But her hands, acting on their own, reached out and rested on Yi Chang's chest. Feeling his firm and solid physique, her face turned red. Suddenly, she recalled how his hands had been all over her body when he forcefully kissed her earlier. So, in retaliation, she started kneading his muscles forcefully. Yi Chang noticed her little act of revenge. He responded by giving her a firm smack on her perky rear. He was about to say something when he unexpectedly heard her let out 2 soft moans. It sounded like she enjoyed it. He gave her a curious look, and Yan Yuaning also realized what she had done. Her face turned scarlet, and she scolded, "You hit me there again. You pervert." Yi Chang brushed off her complaint and warned, "Touching is fine, but no pinching." Yan Yuaning glared at him and then pinched his skin harder. "I'll pinch if I want to." Yi Chang winced from the pain. "Hey, if you keep this up, I'll deal with you properly once we get inside." It was then that Yan Yuaning realized they had arrived at her house. She quickly said, "No funny business in my home. Otherwise, I won't let you in." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. They were already at the villa's entrance. "Got it. Open the door. Where's your key?" He glanced at the door and saw a password lock. "What's the code?" "I'll open it." "I'm not telling you." Of course, Yan Yuaning wouldn't reveal her home's password. "Put me down." Yi Chang shrugged. If she didn't want to tell him, there would be plenty of chances in the future. He gently set her down. "Take it easy." With her feet back on the ground, Yan Yuaning suddenly regretted not letting Yi Chang keep carrying her. It was so comfortable being in his arms, why did she insist on getting down? But she was too embarrassed to ask him to pick her up again, though she knew this shameless guy would probably be more than happy to do so. Then, she used her fingerprint to unlock the villa's door and carefully stepped inside. Seeing how difficult it was for her to walk, Yi Chang shook his head helplessly and picked her up again. "If it hurts, don't force yourself. It's not like I can't carry you." Now back in his warm embrace, Yan Yuaning didn't resist. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, feeling secretly pleased. However, she still huffed, "Pervert. You're just using this as an excuse to take advantage of me." "Pervert, pervert," Yi Chang frowned. This little minx really refused to back down. So he simply shut the door, carried her to the living room, and placed her on the couch. "Fine, then I'll really show you what being a pervert is." With that, he pressed her down again and kissed her passionately. A few minutes later, Yi Chang walked over with a tray carrying some bruise relief spray and a towel soaked in ice water. On the couch, Yan Yuaning's face was still flushed as she adjusted her messy white blouse and buttoned it back up. This pervert had gone even further than in the car, he nearly stripped her. When she saw Yi Chang approaching, she glared at him, huffed, and turned away. Yi Chang didn't say anything. He set the tray down and lifted her injured right leg onto his lap. Seeing her delicate foot resting on this man's leg, Yan Yuaning felt both shy and reluctant. She wanted to say she could handle it herself, but then she thought this injury was his fault. He should be the one to take care of her. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt his hands grasp her ankle. Then, her high heel was slipped off. Yi Chang looked at the small foot wrapped in black silk stockings. Unfortunately, it was just a short stocking. He shook his head in disappointment. Yan Yuaning noticed and asked, "Why are you shaking your head?" Yi Chang answered honestly, "Why aren't you wearing full pantyhose?" "Why would I? Wearing that to work would be way too hot," she said irritably. Yi Chang chuckled. "Haven't you heard of tips for meeting your boyfriend?" Yan Yuaning was confused. "What's that?" "Look it up on your phone," Yi Chang said as he removed her stocking. Her fair skin was now fully exposed, and her 5 delicate toes looked as if they had been sculpted. He couldn't help but give them a gentle squeeze. Yan Yuaning instinctively pulled her foot back. "Why are you squeezing it?" Yi Chang replied, "It's part of the massage." Her ankle was injured. Why was he touching her foot? "You really are a pervert," she muttered. Yi Chang chuckled but didn't tease her further. He turned his attention to her swollen ankle, where a noticeable bump had already formed. He furrowed his brows. He would have to be extra careful while massaging it, too much pressure could worsen the injury. He took out the cold towel, wrung out the excess water, and placed it on the swollen area. Using a specialized technique, he began to massage her foot. Seeing how focused Yi Chang was and that he wasn't trying to take advantage of her, Yan Yuaning's heart warmed. This man actually wasn't that bad. And his massage technique was remarkably effective. She could already feel the relief in her foot. Meanwhile, her phone search had pulled up several videos about tips for meeting your boyfriend. She clicked on one and immediately understood what Yi Chang had meant earlier. Oof. This guy is so shameless. He's always thinking about perverted things. Besides, he's not my boyfriend. Why should I bother with these tips? Out of curiosity, she clicked on a few more videos. The content was all similar. She glanced at Yi Chang and huffed. Just what kind of things does this guy usually watch? After finishing the massage, Yi Chang sprayed some medicine on her ankle and reminded her, "You should rest at home for the next 2 days and take a break from work." Yan Yuaning nodded lightly. Even though she still saw Yi Chang as a shameless pervert, his thoughtful care and warm words filled her heart with a sense of comfort. Yi Chang then glanced at the time and suddenly froze. "Ha? It's already noon?" He turned to look at her. "Are you hungry?" "I'm starving," Yan Yuaning replied. "Do you have groceries at home?" "In the fridge," she said. She knew how to cook, but since she spent most of her time at work, she only occasionally made herself a late-night snack. But wait, was Yi Chang asking because? She looked at him in surprise. "You know how to cook?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Not only did he have a system reward for master-level cooking, but he already knew how to cook before. "Of course. Don't underestimate me. I bet you're not better than me." Yi Chang smirked. "And what if my cooking is better than yours?" Yan Yuaning hesitated for a moment. When she looked up and saw Yi Chang's confident expression, she immediately said, "I just won't do anything special." This guy dared to make such a bet, he must have confidence. She wasn't going to fall for it. She mentally gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Yi Chang chuckled, "Coward." Then, he walked toward the kitchen, not forgetting to remind her again, "All right, don't move around. Wait for me to finish cooking before you eat." Yan Yuaning responded with a soft then watched Yi Chang's back as he entered the kitchen, feeling that all of this was simply unbelievable. She suddenly thought of her father. Her father had always wanted her to marry some wealthy second-generation heir of a family with equal status, but she had never agreed. However, her father never pushed too hard. If her father knew that Yi Chang was actually the owner of Jinsei Road, he would probably be so happy he'd jump up in excitement. But of course, she wouldn't take Yi Chang to meet her father just yet. Otherwise, Yi Chang would definitely overthink things and assume she had agreed to be with him. She wouldn't let this shameless guy be that happy. Thinking of this, Yan Yuaning couldn't help but smile. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. When she saw the caller ID, it was actually her father. Her good mood instantly disappeared. She frowned, wondering why her father was calling. Because of his insistence on her marrying another rich heir, their father-daughter relationship had always been somewhat strained. Still, she couldn't ignore his call, so she answered, "Dad, why are you calling?" "You're my daughter. Am I not allowed to call you?" A hearty laugh came from the other end. Hearing her father's laughter, Yan Yuaning relaxed slightly. It seemed he wasn't calling to talk about something she didn't want to hear. It was never a good feeling to be at odds with family. She also hoped to mend things with her father, and deep down, she even secretly wished he was calling to tell her that he had finally agreed to let her date freely. "Of course, you can call me anytime. Besides, you're always at the top floor of the company, and I'm on the 36th floor. If you wanted to see me, you could do so anytime." Well, if I go to the 36th floor right now, will I see you?" Yan Yuaning froze. She was at home right now, how could he possibly see her? Something felt off. "I'm not at the company. I'm at home." At home. Her father's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, but he quickly calmed down and asked quietly, "Are you home alone?" Yan Yuaning fell silent. Her father's question already indicated that he had discovered something. Her silence also made Yan's father realize that something he wouldn't like had likely happened. He asked in a deep voice, "Who is that man? What is your relationship with him?" Yan Yuaning sighed inwardly, just as expected. Clearly, someone from the company had reported today's interview to her father. It was probably one of the interviewers. Of course, it wasn't surprising that her father had people in the company. What annoyed her was that those people were actually reporting her whereabouts to him. Yuaning? Seeing that his daughter hadn't responded, Yan's father called out again. Yan Yuaning finally spoke. Dad, what are you talking about? What man? You left the company with a strange man, her father said in a stern tone. Yuaning, you need to understand, I'm doing this for your own good. A man with no money can't bring you a happy future. Dad, who told you I left with a strange man? Yan Yuaning still refused to admit it. Instead, she asked, is someone lying to you? Her father hesitated for a moment, then uncertainly said, it was Chun Yan. He was at the interview with you. Suddenly, Yan's father realized something. As a seasoned businessman, he immediately understood that his daughter had just tricked him into revealing his source of information. Yan Yuaning let out a cold laugh. Dad, you really have eyes and ears everywhere. Are you planning to assign me a nanny or a bodyguard next? That way, you can get reports on where I go and when I come home? Yuaning, what nonsense are you saying? His voice carried a trace of anger. Yan Yuaning replied in a calm tone, that man is my friend, Dad. Stop trying to deal with him, you can't afford to. Alright, I'm hanging up now. Oh, by the way, I'm taking a week off. I sprained my foot and can't walk. Also, I'm feeling a bit tired and want to take a good rest. If you think I'm unfit for my job, you can fire me. What are you talking about? However, before her father could finish speaking, the call was already disconnected. At the top floor of Yixing Tower, in the chairman's office of Yixing Group, Yan's father slammed the phone onto his desk. He closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and gradually calmed down. Chairman, please don't be angry. Miss Yuaning, she. The secretary, standing nearby, handed him a cup of water, trying to console him. But he waved his hand and said, enough. Go investigate this Yi Chang for me. I want to know exactly who he is. My daughter actually said I can't afford to deal with him? If that was true, then great, he would fully support it. As long as Yi Chang was even slightly better than the heir he had chosen for her, he could accept it. But if Yi Chang was just an ordinary man, then he would not hesitate to use every means necessary to break them apart. Hopefully, his daughter wouldn't resent him for it. Inside Villa number 18 at Yulong Garden. Yan Yuaning closed her eyes and took a deep breath, occasionally following Yi Chang's instructions to apply an ice towel to her right ankle. What she said was true, her father probably couldn't afford to deal with Yi Chang. There were too many major companies headquartered on Jinsei Road. As long as Yi Chang was willing to lower rent prices slightly, those companies could easily put pressure on Yixing Group. Even just a few targeted remarks could severely impact the company's stock price. If that happened, even though her father owned over 40% of the company's shares and held significant power, if the shareholders were unhappy, they could still vote him out. Having a boyfriend who could challenge her father seemed pretty nice. Yan Yuaning smirked, looking at her ankle, which still carried the sensation of Yi Chang's touch from his massage. And this man knew how to take care of others. Just then, a delicious aroma reached her nose. Her eyes lit up. Yi Chang really could cook, and it smelled amazing. She immediately got up, but since Yi Chang had carried her inside and she hadn't put on slippers, she simply walked barefoot toward the kitchen. Step by step, she approached the doorway and saw his busy figure inside. What are you making? Yi Chang turned around, saw her, and frowned. Why aren't you wearing slippers? Your feet will get cold. Yan Yuaning gave him a sweet smile. You really can cook? Then what do you think I'm doing? Yi Chang shook his head and continued cooking. Soon, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes was ready. He picked up a delicate plate, transferred the food onto it, washed his hands, and walked to the doorway. He handed her the slippers he had changed into earlier. Wear mine. Stop running around, or your foot will hurt again. Yan Yuaning obediently nodded, slipping her feet into the warm slippers. She then watched as Yi Chang, now barefoot, returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. A warm feeling slowly filled her heart. How nice! Wow! Delicious! Wow! This is also so good. Yi Chang, how do you cook so well? It's even better than 5-star hotel food. Watching Yan Yuaning praise the food after every few bites, Yi Chang smiled slightly. This master-level cooking skill was truly no joke. When he cooked, it was as if he had divine assistance. His control over temperature, seasoning, and heat was incredibly precise, and in terms of appearance, aroma, and taste, his dishes were at a Michelin-starred level. If he used fewer ingredients, like employing a Dubai-style knife technique, cutting a single potato into just one strand of shredded potato, cutting 10 potatoes to make a full plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes, then placing a single piece of broccoli on top and using sauce to write an artistic signature. Maybe he could even win a world-class cooking competition. If it's good, eat more. He smiled. Yan Yuaning nodded and continued eating. After a while, she suddenly said, "By the way, I took a week off from work. Why don't you cook for me these next few days?" Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "I haven't even officially become your assistant yet, and you're already ordering me around? Besides, an assistant isn't a chef. I don't care. I just want you to cook for me." Yan Yuaning twisted her body like a spoiled child, looking at Yi Chang with big, watery eyes. "And I'm injured. You were the one who caused it. Not only are you not taking care of me, but now you don't even want to cook for me?" Yi Chang felt a headache coming on. "You're an adult. It's just a sprained ankle. Rest until the afternoon, and you'll probably be able to walk again. Why not just order takeout?" Poof. Yan Yuaning immediately became unhappy, slammed her chopsticks down, and pointed at Yi Chang. "Are you looking down on me because I'm older than you? You were the one who confessed to me. You even kissed me. Now you want to just use me and leave?" Yi Chang's eyes widened. When did he ever say he wanted to use her and leave? They hadn't even taken things to a deeper level yet. What he didn't know was that Yan Yuaning had just had another argument with her father. And since she had also defended Yi Chang during the call, she was feeling extra sensitive. Although Yi Chang was unaware of all this, he thought for a moment and decided to properly comfort this overthinking woman. He put down his chopsticks, sat beside Yan Yuaning, and reached out to pull her into his arms. Yan Yuaning resisted, pushing him away and huffing. "Did I hit the nail on the head? Feeling guilty now?" Yi Chang was both amused and exasperated. He grabbed both of her delicate hands and gently kneaded them in his palms, silently admiring how soft and fair her skin was. At the same time, he said, "Can you stop overthinking things? When did I ever say I was leaving? Our houses are barely a few steps apart. You could block my door anytime if you wanted." Looking at her hands being played with, Yan Yuaning's cheeks flushed slightly. She still wasn't used to being touched by a man like this. The forced kisses from before didn't count. She huffed, "How could I dare block your door? If the security guards see that Villa number 1 is being blocked by someone, wouldn't they just throw me out immediately?" Yi Chang was speechless. He really couldn't argue with that. After all, Villa number 1 was the most prestigious in Yulong Garden, and the security guards would definitely prioritize its protection. After thinking for a moment, he simply said, "Fine, I'll just give you the entry code." Yan Yuaning memorized the code, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her lips. But she still insisted, "I still want to eat your cooking. Come on, I have to go back to school. I'm not even staying here overnight." "Back to school? Why are you going back to school?" Yan Yuaning was stunned for a moment before she suddenly remembered. "Oh right, you're still a university student." Her face turned slightly red. She had already shared such an intimate relationship with a student, even kissed him. For some reason, she gave Yi Chang a strange glare. "Your school doesn't even have classes right now, and you're coming to work at the company anyway. Why bother going back?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow and suddenly smirked mischievously. "Yuaning, do you really want me to cook for you just because my food tastes good? Could it be you've already accepted that I'm your boyfriend?" Yan Yuaning's face instantly turned bright red. She snapped, "In your dreams. Forget it. I don't need your food anymore." After saying that, she aggressively started eating again, refusing to look at Yi Chang. Yi Chang chuckled twice, sat back down, and continued eating. But wait, did she just say he was going to work at the company? So that means the assistant job was already confirmed? Just then, a system notification sounded. "The host has officially completed the interview. Reward obtained, 35% shares of Yixing Group." Additionally, since the host has passed the interview and become the assistant to the president of Tangqing Finance, an extra reward has been granted, 20% shares of Mohang Bank. Yi Chang's eyes widened in shock. So passing the interview also came with bonus rewards? 20% shares of Mohang Bank? This was one of the world's most renowned investment banks, a subsidiary of the British Mohang Financial Group, with assets ranging from trillions to tens of trillions of dollars. Its market value was in the hundreds of billions, far exceeding that of Yixing Group, and now the system had just casually given him 20% of its shares? Yi Chang only had one thing to say to the system: "This is absolutely insane." But more than anything, he just felt one thing: ecstatic. Now, he was officially a major shareholder in an international financial giant. Feeling overjoyed, he took the initiative to put more food on Yan Yuaning's plate, encouraging her to eat more. She hesitated for a moment, then also picked up some food and placed it on his plate. Yi Chang felt like his happiness had just doubled. After finishing their meal, Yi Chang left. Of course, before leaving, he repeatedly reminded Yan Yuaning to get plenty of rest and apply her medicine on time. Driving away in Yan Yuaning's Rolls-Royce Wraith, Yi Chang realized something. While the LaFerrari was flashy and far more expensive, in terms of comfort, it was no match for the Rolls-Royce. It almost made him not want to drive a sports car anymore. Soon, he arrived at Villa Number 1, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and then drove straight to his company on Jinsei Road in Shanghai. Shanghai, Jinsei Road. Naturally, his company was located on Jinsei Road. At the very heart of Jinsei Road stood the Jinsei Tower. Yi Chang's Rolls-Royce Wraith pulled up in front of the towering skyscraper. Stepping out of the car, he looked up at the building. From now on, this skyscraper shall be called Yi Chang Tower, and this street shall be Yi Chang Street. He indulged in his fantasy for a moment, then chuckled to himself and stepped forward. However, upon reaching the entrance, he realized that Jinsei Tower was not open to the public. A keycard was required for access. He was suddenly frustrated. The boss of the building had just returned home, only to find himself locked out. Just then, a fair, delicate hand reached out from beside him. Holding a card, the person swiped it over the sensor, and the door unlocked. "Forgot your card?" A questioning voice came from beside him. Yi Chang turned his head and saw a young woman dressed in office attire. She had a fair, oval-shaped face, with a pair of dark, bright eyes that accentuated her features. Her delicate nose and cherry lips gave her a soft and fragile appearance, making men either want to cherish or tease her. Her long, jet-black hair was neatly tied up, cascading smoothly down her back, a perfect example of sleek, straight black hair. Beneath her fitted skirt were a pair of slender, well-proportioned legs wrapped in sheer stockings, complemented by a pair of black high heels. Yi Chang was momentarily captivated by her looks but quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Thanks, yeah, I really did forget my card." "You're welcome. Come in with me," the woman said with a polite smile, pushing open the door and stepping into the building. Yi Chang followed behind, unexpectedly needing a woman's help just to enter his own building. Would this be considered using a backdoor through a woman? TSK. However, he didn't follow the helpful woman to the elevator because he didn't even know which floor his company was on. After parting ways with the beautiful woman, he found a sofa in the lobby, sat down, and observed the office workers coming and going on the first floor. Then, he took out his phone and called Li Chang, the company's general manager, the same person who had contacted him earlier. The call connected quickly. "Boss," Li Chang greeted respectfully. Yi Chang said, "I'm already downstairs. I didn't know that you need a keycard to enter Jinsei Tower. I had to get help from someone to get in." "Ah, my apologies, boss, I forgot to inform you. I'll come down immediately. Please wait a moment." "Alright, hurry up," Yi Chang replied. After hanging up, he curiously took in his surroundings. The color scheme had a strong business aesthetic. Office workers in suits and ties bustled around, carrying documents, talking on phones, and going up and down the elevators, all engaged in their busy routines. No one else, except him, had the leisure to just sit on the sofa and wait. Under normal circumstances, he might have been one of these workers, working hard to make money for his boss. But now, he could decide with a single word whether they, or even their bosses, could enter this building. This feeling is pretty damn good. As he sighed inwardly, his phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from Beijing. He didn't recognize the number. Slightly puzzled, he answered, "Who's calling?" A pleasant female voice came from the other end. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Elena Mohong, the president of Mohong Bank's Greater China region. I have received instructions from headquarters to sign the board of directors agreement with you. May I ask which city you're in? I will arrange to meet you as soon as possible." At first, Yi Chang didn't think much of her fluent Mandarin, but when she mentioned her name, his expression turned strange. A foreign name? That meant this president was a foreign woman, and her surname was Mohong. Wasn't that the Mohong family? His interest was piqued, but only just a little. "I'm in Shanghai." "Shanghai? All right. I'll do my best to arrive within 2 days to sign the necessary agreements with you. Please keep your phone accessible." "Sure, no problem." After exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. At this point, he now had 3 industries under his name, all of them massive, each more impressive than the last. Yi Chang couldn't help but grin. So this is what being rich feels like? Just then, 3 people emerged from a corner of the lobby, 2 men and 1 woman. The man in front spotted Yi Chang sitting in the lounge area, smiled, and quickly walked over, extending his hand. "Hello, boss. I'm Li Chang." Yi Chang shook his hand. The other 2 also stepped forward to shake hands with him. I'm Hu Ning, Director of Finance. I'm Yao Tong Tong, Director of Marketing. Yi Chang glanced at the female director. She was a mature beauty, likely in her 30s, with well-maintained skin and an elegant, charming demeanor. A small beauty mark near her eye added to her allure. Unlike the typical office attire, her outfit was more personalized, understandable, given her high-ranking position in the company. Of course, he only gave her a second glance before shifting his attention back to their positions. A general manager, a finance director, and a marketing director, these three were essentially the core leaders of a company managing an entire commercial street. And he was the leader above them all. Nice to meet you all. I won't introduce myself, he said with a smile. Let's head up. Of course, this way, please, Li Chang nodded and led them toward the elevator. It was a private internal elevator that went directly to the 81st floor, which was the company's headquarters. Starting from the 5th floor, the elevator offered a clear view of Jinsi Road outside. As they ascended higher, the panoramic scenery became increasingly breathtaking. While inside, Li Chang began briefing Yi Chang about the company. Our company primarily consists of 3 key departments: finance, marketing, and human resources. I personally oversee HR. We also have a legal department. The legal director is Professor Wang Yang from the Shanghai University of Political Science and Law. He has a class today, so he's not here. However, I booked a suite at the Jinsi Grand Hotel to welcome you, and Mr. Wang will be there to meet you. Including myself and the directors, we have a total of 30 employees. Jinsi Road is fully owned by the company. Last year's net profit after taxes was 27.8 billion yuan. This is largely influenced by land prices, and profits should continue to grow. Currently, we have over 26 billion yuan in liquid assets. Yi Chang listened to the report, feeling a wave of emotions. Only 30 employees, yet the company had nearly 30 billion yuan in annual profit. It hadn't made the Fortune 500 list simply because it wasn't publicly traded. If it were listed on the stock market, considering that a company's market value is typically 10 to 100 times its annual profit, and given the stable nature of their profits, damn! It was unimaginable how much it would be worth. Not to mention that Jinsi Road itself was an asset. The buildings, malls, plazas, everything belonged to the company. Or rather, to Yi Chang himself. From what Li Chang said, even the taxes paid by businesses operating within the commercial district amounted to over 30 billion yuan annually. And that wasn't even counting the contributions from the major corporations renting space there. Yi Chang started to wonder, am I actually undercharging them? Should I raise the rent? He chuckled at the thought. If he really did that, those companies would probably sue him. Shaking his head slightly, he shifted his gaze outside. By now, they had reached the 60th floor, and all of Jinsi Road's bustling scenery lay spread out beneath him. He couldn't help but imagine, what if he and Yan Yuaning had done something naughty in this elevator this morning? What kind of scene would that be? After stepping out of the elevator, Yi Chang entered the company's office floor. With Li Chang's introductions, he quickly got to know all the employees. When they saw their young and handsome boss, many of them were momentarily stunned, and some of the female employees even flirtatiously winked at him. Yi Chang, however, completely ignored them and walked straight into the chairman's office. This office was, of course, prepared for him. It was over 300 square meters, featuring a spacious solid wood desk, a bookshelf filled with books, and even an antique display shelf adorned with various potted plants and ornaments. The walls were decorated with famous calligraphy and paintings, giving the space an air of grandeur. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city stretched out from over 300 meters high, giving him a commanding view of the streets below. Standing by the window, Yi Chang instantly felt a strong sense of prestige. He sat in the leather office chair, which had an incredibly comfortable texture and even a massage function. He could lean back fully without worrying about falling over. Meanwhile, the 3 senior executives stood in front of his desk, continuing their report and handing over various documents. Yi Chang didn't even bother looking through them. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want them to think he was intentionally making things difficult, he would have just asked them to read everything out loud to him instead. And so, the 3 of them continued reporting for half an hour. If not for his enhanced body, which kept him energized, he would have probably been nodding off by now. However, for a company with such massive profits, summarizing everything in just half an hour was actually quite brief. This was mainly because the company only had one business segment, leasing. When they finished, Li Chang asked, "Boss, there's over 20 billion yuan in the company's accounts. How would you like to use it?" Yi Chang sat up in his chair. This 20 billion yuan was the remaining balance after deducting all expenses, including facility maintenance and salaries. Meaning, it was fully at his disposal. For example, he could simply transfer it all to his personal account and make it his money. Of course, doing that would mean paying an enormous amount in taxes. Instead, he could spend the company's money directly buying houses, cars, etc., and keeping them under the company's name. Since he owned the company, it wouldn't make a difference. Plus, these expenses could be written off as business costs, reducing taxes. That's why companies reimburse employees when they collect invoices. But 20 billion? That was enough to buy an entire skyscraper in Pudong. He couldn't just blow it all on personal expenses. So, he hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. Let's casually spend 1 billion yuan to set up an investment department. You guys handle hiring and arrangements. Actually, let's make it 3 billion. If it makes money, we'll keep investing. The three executives exchanged glances. Casually spending 1 billion? Is that something a human says? But then again, considering the company's size, it wasn't actually that crazy. Moreover, Yi Chang had just allocated 3 billion yuan for a new project. For them, this was great news. Li Chang immediately responded, "Understood, boss. I'll have everything ready in, give me 2 weeks." Yi Chang nodded. "All right, that's settled." He glanced at his watch, it was only 3 p.m. "What time is dinner?" he asked. "I booked it for 6 p.m. The whole company will be attending. Is that okay?" "The whole company?" Yi Chang was surprised for a moment, then nodded. "All right. I'll rest for now, call me when it's time to eat." "Understood." With that, the three executives quickly left the luxurious chairman's office. Yi Chang yawned. He was a little tired, but he wasn't about to nap for 3 hours. Playing games sounded like a good idea. He immediately powered on the office computer. The design looked businesslike, but after checking the specs, he realized it was extremely powerful, capable of running any AAA game smoothly. Unfortunately, he only wanted to play Jianwang 3, Swordsman Online. This computer wasn't worthy of AAA games. He went to the official website and started downloading. The internet speed was several hundred megabytes per second, ridiculously fast. Compared to the terrible dorm Wi-Fi at school, it was night and day. Shaking his head, he walked to the sofa to rest while the game downloaded. About an hour later, he got up and returned to his desk. The game had finished downloading. After installing it and waiting for some automatic updates, he finally logged in. A game character with the name Yi Bai appeared on the screen, carrying 2 swords, 1 long sword and 1 greatsword. This was the signature style of the Tsangjian Mountain sect, wielding dual weapons. Back then, Yi Chang had originally wanted to play as a female character. Staring at a male character's backside all day was unpleasant. But after switching to a male character, he discovered that his deep, pleasant voice often attracted female players hitting on him. That's when he understood the true purpose of playing a male character. If it weren't for his bad breakup with Lin Shanxian, which made him temporarily lose interest in romance, he probably would have found a girlfriend in the game long ago. After finally moving on from that relationship, he had focused entirely on studying, leaving little time for gaming. The version has been updated. I need to level up first. So, he used divine travel to teleport to a new map and began doing leveling quests. Leveling in this game was convenient. As long as you kept doing quests, you could eventually reach max level. And only at max level did the real game begin, since most events and activities required max level players to participate. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Yi Chang was farming monsters on a narrow path when suddenly, in the Who's Watching You notification panel, a player named Du Lu appeared. Yi Chang hesitated. Why was this guy watching him? The next second, his health bar dropped to 0. He was dead. Yi Chang? Killed by Du Lu. The game had 2 factions that players could join. Once a player joined a faction, they would see members of the opposing faction as red-named enemies in open-world maps, meaning PvP was always enabled. Fuck, what a lunatic. Yi Chang was annoyed. This kind of player was a troll bullying low-level players for fun. People like him were hated by the entire community. Thinking that the guy had left, Yi Chang revived on the spot and started meditating to recover health. But the moment his invincibility timer ended, he was attacked again by Du Lu. Seeing himself die once more, Yi Chang immediately sent a private message. "You fucking idiot?" To his surprise, Du Lu replied. "Trash, mad?" Yi Chang's temper instantly flared up. These toxic players were the worst, acting like jerks and not even caring. When Yi Chang was about to curse back, the system voice sounded. "Game world, just go for it. Option 1, swallow your anger, reward, -1 centimeter. Option 2, curse back, reward, luck in the game doubled. Option 3, find a way to kill the opponent, reward, virtual tycoon card." Option 4, curse back and then kill the opponent. Reward, luck in the game doubled plus virtual tycoon card. Yi Chang immediately chose the fourth option. However, killing the opponent was almost impossible given his equipment and level. The other guy had 80,000 combat power, while Yi Chang was still using outdated gear from several patches ago, with only about 40,000 combat power, completely incomparable. So, he quickly entered the friends chat and started calling for backup. Friends chat, Yi Bai, help! I was leveling up and got killed, and now I'm being corpse camped. Please help. Ba Diao, Lao Bai? You're actually online? I'm coming right away. Li Wudao, Lao Ji, you're finally back. I'll teleport there now. Yuninin, wow, Xiao Bai, you're back. I'm coming too. Seeing that he got responses from 3 old friends right away, Yi Chang smiled. It was only because today wasn't a holiday and it was still the afternoon, so fewer people were online. Back then, he had over 20 close friends in the game. Even though many had quit, at least a few had stayed. He quickly teamed up with the 3 of them and waited for them to arrive. In the meantime, he started trash-talking the opponent. Yi Bai, come on, you trashy tumor, keep killing your daddy. Du Lu, revive first, you little piece of garbage. Daddy's just here to kill you. Yi Bai, brain-dead tumor. The long-lost thrill of online trash talk made Yi Chang feel like a keyboard warrior again. Not long after, the friends he called arrived, and together, they ganged up on Du Lu. Within moments, they had beaten him to death. Now, it was their turn to corpse camp him. Nearby chat, Yi Bai, filthy trash, get up? If you revive, I'll put a bounty on you every time. Ba Diao, dumbass tumor, your highest rank in the arena is just tier 5, and you come bullying lower level players? Yuninin, added to my kill on sight list. I'll kill you every time I see you. Before they could curse a few more times, the corpse on the ground disappeared. The guy had logged out. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. That's it? He sent a few more private messages cursing him. Since private messages are still received upon the next login, this guy wouldn't escape his words. Ding! The host has received rewards, luck in the game doubled plus virtual tycoon card. The luck boost effect must be explored by the host. The virtual tycoon card can be used to purchase any virtual items online, with a monthly spending limit of 50 million, automatically replenished at the start of each month. Hearing the system notification, Yi Chang's eyes lit up. Luck doubled? How much could that affect his luck? Could he easily pull rare rewards from loot boxes? But since the system said he had to figure it out himself, he could only test it later. There weren't any loot box mechanics in Jian San Sword 3, though there were many luck-based features, especially the highly coveted adventures. Adventures were a major highlight of Jian San, only triggered through sheer luck. Once triggered, a server-wide announcement would be made. If it was an ultra-rare adventure, the entire server would collectively go tisk in envy. Yi Chang had played the game for 3 years, had a high veteran rank, yet had never triggered an ultra-rare adventure. Now, he was starting to look forward to it. As for the virtual tycoon card, it was a surprise strictly for virtual purchases? That basically meant unlimited top-ups. He chuckled. Back then, he envied big spenders in the game, but now, he could drop 50 million every month without worry. The funny thing was, this game didn't even have enough stuff to spend 50 million on. Even spending $1 million would be tough, and he didn't play other games. So, in a way, the 50 million was practically wasted. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and focused on leveling up. He had to reach max level to unlock more content. After thanking his friends, he told them he'd continue leveling. Yuninin, Xiao Bai Bai, say something, I really want to hear your voice. Yi Chang's face twitched. This game was like that. If you had a good voice, you could easily attract a bunch of fangirls and fanboys. Yuninin was a voice enthusiast. She had even flirted with him before, but he always played dumb. But hey, she did help him earlier. Might as well give her a little reward. So, he turned on his mic and spoke in his deep, signature tone. Yuninin, don't mess around. Yuninin, Yuninin, I'm satisfied. I'm going to power level you. Li Wudao Ba Diao, you two get lost. I want to be alone with Xiao Bai Bai. Li Wudao, foolish healer, don't you know our chicken bro only likes adult female avatars? Your lowly avatar doesn't stand a chance. Yuninin, I can switch to an adult female avatar. Yi Bai, enough, you guys. With that, he ignored them and continued leveling. Yuninin actually did stay to help him level for a while. But soon, someone called her to run a dungeon, so she left. Yi Chang was back to playing solo. Not long after, a notification popped up in the lower left corner. Friend Mu Ying is online. Team up and play together. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. If there was anyone in his friend list he was closest to, it was Mu Ying. He had run into her yesterday when he logged in, and now they were online at the same time again. He immediately sent her a team invite, and she accepted right away. Muing, wow, little bro, you're actually online. Are you really getting back into the game? Yi bai, yeah, I suddenly felt like playing again. He had quit back then due to real-life struggles. But now, that was no longer an issue. He had already met thousands of his previous small goals. At this point, he might as well tell the beef noodle shop owner to skip the noodles and just load up his bowl with beef. Yi bai, what about you? Why are you online? Aren't you at work? Muing, I'm sneaking in some playtime at work. My game booster took the day off, so I have to do my dailies myself. Yi bai, aren't you afraid your boss will catch you? Muing, of course I am. That's why I have to hurry up and finish my quests. You better hurry up and level up too. Let's play together tonight. Yi bai, alright. After that, Muing left the party to do her dailies, while Yi Cheng continued leveling. But she kept chatting with him the whole time. As time passed, their conversation gradually slowed, and then, all of a sudden, Muing went silent. A while later, she logged off. Yi Cheng frowned. Did she finish her dailies that quickly? Although he was puzzled, Yi Cheng thought about it and figured that Muing probably had something to do at work. He shook his head. After all, they were just online friends, and there wasn't much he could do about it. Checking the time, it was almost 6 p.m. time for dinner soon. He glanced at his level. He was only 2 levels away from the max level of 110. So, he continued leveling up at full speed. Time quickly passed, and soon it was 6 p.m. Yi Cheng looked at his max level character, satisfied, and logged off. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Li Cheng walked in and said, Boss, it's time for dinner. President who has already arranged for the employees to head downstairs. Yi Cheng nodded. After shutting down his computer, he stood up and said, Alright, let's go. He then left the office, followed by Li Cheng, Hu Ning, and Yao Tongtong. They entered the private elevator and went straight down. Are the employees walking there? Yi Cheng asked in the elevator, fulfilling his duty as a boss by showing concern for the staff. The Jinsei Hotel isn't far, they can just walk over. Yi Cheng nodded, then suddenly asked, By the way, does the company have any cars? We never bought any. The business hasn't required it, Hu Ning quickly replied. Yi Cheng nodded again and thought for a moment before saying, Since we're setting up an investment department, make a plan to buy a few cars, it'll help with the company's image. The three of them looked shocked. This boss was way too generous. First, he allocated 3 billion to establish a new department, and now he was asking them to buy company cars? Li Cheng asked, Boss, could you give us a budget first? That way, we can plan accordingly. Yi Cheng, Li, get yourself one under 2 million. Each of the 3 directors can get one under 1.5 million. Buy a few larger vehicles under 1 million each, so employees have company transportation for group events. Also, get a few sedans under 500,000 each for work trips. Oh, and you 3, plus Director Wang, hire drivers as well. Li Cheng quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, boss, there's no need for that. We can drive ourselves. Hu Ning and Yao Tongtong also immediately declined. Damn, their boss was handing out luxury cars like candy, each of them getting a car worth over $1 million? This alone would cost over 6 million, plus the large vehicles and sedans? That was tens of millions. If they added personal drivers, they feared Yi Cheng might one day think they were just freeloading and fire them all. In reality, they weren't wrong. Their company was essentially a rent-collecting firm. There was no real management system anyone could sit in their positions. Now that Yi Cheng was setting up an investment department, it was finally going to be a department where actual performance mattered. The 3 of them were determined to prove themselves. If they could land a few successful investments, they would truly earn their titles. Seeing their firm refusals, Yi Cheng didn't insist. He didn't really care about spending tens or even hundreds of millions. The company was already highly profitable, and with over 20 billion in the bank, even at the current 4% interest rate, it was generating 800 to 900 million a year. He could burn money however he wanted without worry. Boss, what car would you like for yourself? Li Cheng suddenly asked. Yi Cheng paused. He hadn't even considered getting himself a car. After all, he had been driving in Yu Ning's car comfortably, practically treating that Rolls-Royce as his own. His Ferrari was still in the repair shop, and since the parts had to be shipped from Europe, it would take about a month. Just get me something random. I already have a car, Yi Cheng said casually, not really caring. But when Li Cheng heard that, he knew random wasn't really random. A boss's random car couldn't be just any ordinary vehicle. He started thinking he had seen a luxury Mercedes called the Pullman at an auto show before, worth over 10 million. The elevator was fast, with a maximum speed of 5 meters per second. But since the building was 81 floors tall and over 300 meters high, it still took more than a minute to reach the ground floor. When the doors opened, Yi Chang stepped out first and walked into the lobby. Suddenly, he remembered how he had been stuck outside earlier that afternoon because he didn't have an access card. A beautiful office lady had helped him get in back then. So, he turned to Li Cheng and said, "By the way, I don't have an access card for this building yet." Li Cheng quickly pulled a card from his bag and said, "I already got it for you. This card grants access to the building's doors and the internal elevators." Yi Cheng nodded, took the card, and continued walking forward. At that moment, they didn't notice that around the corner, a woman was rushing toward them. She was wearing high heels, making it hard to run, so she could only move in short, hurried steps. Her face was filled with fear and panic. Just as she appeared, another man rushed out from the elevator area, angrily shouting, "Muziing! Stop right there! Are you trying to lose your job?" The woman didn't stop, but because of her high heels, she was much slower than the man chasing her. It was clear that she wouldn't be able to escape for long. Meanwhile, the people nearby noticed that she was about to run straight into a group of people coming from the other direction. At the front of that group was a young man. The onlookers didn't know who the young man was, but they recognized Li Chang, who was walking half a step behind him. As the general manager of Jinsei Road Corporation, Li Chang was well known in the Jinsei Tower. And judging by his respectful attitude toward the young man, that guy must be someone important. If this woman collided with him, she might be permanently banned from entering Jinsei Tower or even any business on Jinsei Road. Some people wanted to warn her, but it was too late. She had already reached the corner, just as the young and handsome man stepped out. A collision seemed inevitable. However, Yi Cheng's enhanced physique had greatly improved his reflexes. He reacted instantly. Yi Cheng quickly turned around, opening his arms wide for the woman running toward him. He planted his feet firmly to ensure he wouldn't lose balance when she crashed into him. Then, he spread his arms, waiting for her to throw herself into his embrace. The next moment, the running woman collided directly into his chest. Yi Cheng instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. He first marveled at how soft her body was, then admired her amazing figure. From his angle looking down, he could see her round, perky hips, completely covering the back of her heels. As for her chest, it was pressed tightly against his. Yi Cheng was only wearing a thin dress shirt, making the sensation incredibly clear. Fortunately, he wasn't a pervert. Sure, he had forcibly kissed a woman in an elevator before, but that was only because the system made him do it. The system was the pervert, he was just after the rewards. So, he simply held her slender waist without taking further advantage of the situation. The woman lifted her face from his chest, blushing as she looked at the handsome young man. When she had turned the corner and realized she was about to crash into someone, she panicked, thinking she would knock the person over. But to her surprise, after running into this man's chest, he remained perfectly steady. In fact, he even took 2 steps back to absorb the impact, preventing her from getting hurt. At the same time, she became fully aware of his arm wrapped around her waist, sending a tingling sensation through her body. She had never been this close to a man before. "I'm so sorry, It's you?" Just as she was about to apologize, she took a good look at his face and was shocked. Wasn't this the man from earlier today, the one without an access card? Yi Cheng was also surprised. So it was her, the warm-hearted woman from before. He chuckled. "Looks like we're really fated to meet." They knew each other? Li Cheng, who had initially wanted to scold the woman for running wildly inside the building, quietly stepped back. This woman is gorgeous, what if she becomes the boss's future wife? The woman's face turned an even deeper shade of red. The sensation around her waist became more intense. She lowered her voice and said, "Can you let me go?" Yi Cheng immediately released his grip, though his arms registered a reluctant sensation from the warmth they had just embraced. What could he do? He wasn't a pervert, he had no choice but to let his arms suffer in silence. But at that moment, an angry and unpleasant voice rang out. "Mu Ziying, you still think you can run? Mu Ziying?" Yi Cheng glanced at the woman beside him. What a nice name. But he quickly noticed that the moment she heard the man's voice, her expression turned into one of fear. Yi Cheng raised his head and looked at the man approaching. The guy had a protruding belly, resembling most middle-aged men who had long abandoned fitness. However, judging by the luxury watch on his wrist and the expensive belt around his waist, he was clearly successful. Mu Ziying looked at the middle-aged man with fear in her eyes and said, Chairman Chen, I resign. I don't want to work anymore." "You think you can just quit like that?" Chen sneered. The labor law clearly states that employees must submit a resignation notice at least 1 month in advance. You haven't even handed in a resignation letter, and you want to leave? That's illegal. At the very least, you'll have to pay a 100,000 yuan fine. Can you afford that? He was clearly using the law to intimidate her. Mu Ziying, not knowing much about labor laws, was instantly frightened. Her delicate, oval-shaped face turned pale. Then, Chairman Chen stepped forward, reaching out to grab her. Come back to the office with me. But before he could touch Mu Ziying, he suddenly felt a powerful grip on his wrist. His hand was forcefully twisted. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through his wrist, causing him to gasp and look up at Yi Cheng in shock. Let go of me. Yi Cheng didn't release him. Instead, he tightened his grip, staring at him calmly. This is the first time I've seen a boss use labor law against an employee. Chen cursed, mind your damn business. He reached out with his other hand to shove Yi Cheng away. But Yi Cheng also had another hand. He swiftly threw a punch, landing it directly on the man's bulging belly. Considering the thick layer of fat that would cushion the impact, Yi Cheng didn't hold back, he punched with full force. At the same time, he let go of the man's wrist. With his enhanced physique, the sheer power behind Yi Cheng's punch was unimaginable. Chairman Chen stumbled backward multiple steps before landing on his butt, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. Mu Ziying was stunned. In just a few seconds, her overweight boss had been knocked to the ground. Her heart was filled with gratitude toward Yi Cheng, but at the same time, she grabbed his arm and tried to pull him away. Don't be reckless. We have to go. He's Chen Pu, the general manager of Fushan Finance. He has powerful connections. She tugged at Yi Cheng, but to her surprise, he didn't move an inch. She grew even more anxious. Hurry up, let's go. She glanced at Chairman Chen, who was now pointing at them and struggling to get up. But Yi Cheng simply smiled, patted her arm, and said, It's fine. Just stand here and watch. His warm smile immediately put Mu Ziying at ease. She hesitated for a moment before nodding and stepping aside. She kept glancing nervously between Chen Pu and Yi Cheng. At that moment, she noticed that a middle-aged man standing beside Yi Cheng stepped forward, placing himself in front of Chen Pu. She didn't recognize this man. Even though she had worked here for years, she was naturally introverted and never paid much attention to the building's management or the powerful figures on Jinsi Road. But seeing Yi Cheng's calm and composed expression, she suddenly felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. Maybe, this handsome young man is actually a powerful CEO who appeared in her life out of nowhere? Li Cheng walked up to Chen Pu. At that moment, the overweight man was still clutching his stomach, struggling to get up, filled with resentment. He had worked hard to get dirt on this beautiful female subordinate. He had been watching her for a long time. But just as he got her into his office and was about to make his move, she reacted fiercely and ran away. Worried that she might call the police, he chased after her. But unexpectedly, halfway through, this random young man had appeared out of nowhere and punched him. A hero saving the beauty? Chen Pu sneered. This young corporate worker was about to learn the hard way that this kind of thing doesn't work anymore. You fucking wanna die? Chen Pu finally stood up and cursed. But just as he spoke, he suddenly froze because he recognized the face standing in front of him. Ha! Li Cheng? Why are you here? On Jinsi Road, Jinsi Corporation was the most powerful company. If anyone wanted to do business here, fine, but they'd better not cross Jinsi Corporation, or they'd be kicked out the next day. Sue them? Sure. Maybe they'd win in the end, but they'd have to endure months or even years of not being able to operate. Besides, no one really knew how much money Jinsi Corporation had for lawsuits. Only banks could compete with them. So, Chen Pu immediately lowered his stance in front of Li Cheng. Li Cheng looked at Chen Pu with a cold expression. As the general manager of Fushan Finance, Chen Pu was indeed running a large enterprise within the building. His company's market value was roughly equivalent to 2 years of rent collected by Jinsi Corporation. He also leased one of the most expensive floors in Jinsi Tower, and they had frequent business dealings. However, he made one critical mistake: he insulted his boss. Li Cheng had just met his boss today and was racking his brain on how to make a good impression, yet this happened? His face remained stern as he reached out and patted Chen Pu's shoulder. He then glanced at Yi Cheng and began introducing him. Chairman Chen, let me introduce someone to you first. Seeing Li Cheng's serious expression, Chen Pu suddenly had a bad feeling. This is my boss, Li Cheng said slowly. Chen Pu was dumbfounded. He looked at Yi Cheng in disbelief. Li Cheng's boss? Li Cheng was the general manager of Jinsi Road Corporation, and since the company was a privately owned enterprise, it had no external shareholders. Which meant, the identity of his boss was obvious. Li Cheng confirmed his suspicions. My boss is the sole owner of Jinsi Road Corporation. The entire Jinsi Road, including this building, is owned by our company. In other words, it all belongs to my boss. Do you understand? Chen Pu froze on the spot, staring blankly at Yi Chang. He understood all too well. He was standing on Yi Chang's property, and just moments ago, he had cursed at the owner? The people around them were even more shocked. The entire Jinsi road belonged to this young man? The value of this road was immeasurable. As long as there wasn't a world war or a massive flood submerging the city, its worth would only continue to rise. Even at present, its value was beyond estimation. For years, the owner of Jinsi Road had been a mystery, but now, he was standing right in front of them. And not only was he this young and handsome, but, just look at his outfit, Armani suit, a luxurious watch on his wrist. This man was overflowing with wealth, someone who could spend billions like pocket change. Meanwhile, Mu Ziying was completely stunned. This man was actually that rich? Just a moment ago, she had been daydreaming about meeting a dominant CEO who would appear out of nowhere to save her, and it actually happened. She lifted her head, looking at Yi Chang, then at Chen Pu. The arrogant and aggressive Chen Pu had completely lost his earlier bravado. For the first time in a long while, Mu Ziying felt safe. After finishing his introduction, Li Cheng turned back to Chen Pu and spoke slowly. So, about you cursing at my boss, we'll deal with that later. Right now, explain why you were chasing this lady. Is she your employee? Chen Pu finally snapped out of his daze and quickly tried to explain. This woman is my employee. I caught her playing games at work today, so I reprimanded her. Then she threatened to resign. I got angry and wanted to slap her, so she ran off, and I chased her. That's how we ended up here. At this point, he had no choice but to shift all the blame onto this unruly employee. After all, disciplining a subordinate was something all bosses had done. If she was slacking off at work, was he not allowed to scold her? He then shot a warning look at Mu Ziying while continuing, Mu Ziying, look at yourself. You were playing games during work hours. I never even said I'd fire you. Why did you overreact? And now, look, you even ran into this gentleman here. Why don't you quickly apologize to him and return to work? I won't hold your mistake against you. Just do your job properly, and your salary will stay the same. What do you say? The crowd listened and started to believe Chen Pu's version of events. So that's what happened? Playing games during work hours and getting reprimanded, that was normal. As for the claim that Chen Pu tried to hit her, while it was indeed inappropriate, it hadn't actually happened, so it wasn't too serious. Now, he was even offering to let the matter go. It seemed like Mu Ziying had nothing to complain about. Even Li Cheng hadn't expected this to be the situation. It seemed both parties were at fault. But when he looked at Yi Cheng's calm and unreadable expression, he still frowned and said to Chen Pu, you're a grown man, and you wanted to hit a young woman? I was just angry at the time. Chen Pu sighed dramatically, pretending to regret his actions. He slapped his thigh and then looked at Yi Cheng. Sir, how should I address you? I admit I was wrong just now, and I sincerely apologize. How about this, I'll treat everyone to a meal at the restaurant across the street. Li Cheng responded, that won't be necessary. We already have dinner plans. Then next time, Chen Pu quickly said. I'll make sure to personally apologize properly. Li Cheng looked at Yi Chang, asking for his decision. Boss, what do you think? Chen Pu immediately put on a forced smile toward Yi Chang. But Yi Chang wasn't fooled by it. Something about Chen Pu's attitude felt off, like he was hiding something far worse. And Mu Ziying had helped him earlier, even if only in a small way. Since she seemed fragile and vulnerable, he decided to step in. He turned to her and gently asked, Miss Mu, what do you think? Mu Ziying snapped out of her thoughts and glanced at Chen Pu. He was smiling at Yi Chang, but his eyes were locked on her, full of silent threats. He was clearly warning her not to speak up. She bit her lip. Even though Chen Pu was pretending to let the issue go in public, who knew what he would do to her later? And earlier, he wasn't just trying to hit her, he had far worse intentions. If she hadn't been lucky enough to run into this powerful man today, she didn't even want to imagine what could have happened. And this man was willing to stand up for her. If she chose to stay silent just to keep her job, what if she faced a similar situation in the future? Would there be anyone to help her then? She struggled internally for a moment. But soon, despite her usually timid personality, she made a decision. She shook her head and pointed at Chen Pu, her voice filled with anger. This man, he tried to force himself on me. If I hadn't run away in time, he would have. As she spoke, memories of the terrifying scene in his office resurfaced, and her eyes welled up with tears. Chen Pu immediately lunged at her to stop her from speaking. You stupid woman, what nonsense are you spouting? He had never expected this weak-willed employee to actually dare expose him in front of everyone, but before he could touch her, Yi Cheng's eyes turned cold. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to Chen Pu's leg. The strength of a kick far exceeded that of a punch. Chen Pu, who weighed over 180 pounds, lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the ground. As expected, "You're scum," Yi Chang spat in disgust. Then, he turned to Li Chang and said coldly, "Take care of this. Either his company gets rid of him, or I get rid of his company." Hearing Yi Chang's command, Li Chang quickly nodded. "Understood. I'll notify the owner of Fushan Finance immediately." Then, he waved at the security guards nearby and said, "Throw him out. Inform security that he is permanently banned from all our properties." "Yes, sir." Several strong security guards rushed over, grabbed Chen Pu, and forcibly dragged him away. Chen Pu instantly regretted his impulsive actions. He quickly shouted, "Manager Li, shut up." One of the guards smacked him on the back of the head and sneered, "Trying to coerce a woman? You're garbage." The surrounding crowd erupted into an uproar. Their gazes toward Chen Pu were now filled with contempt. Sexual coercion in the workplace. If a female subordinate consented, it might be considered a mutual transaction, but if she refused and had the courage to speak up, people would naturally believe and sympathize with her. Mu Ziying instantly gained everyone's support. Most of the people here were ordinary employees. They deeply resented bosses who abused their power to pressure subordinates. A chorus of angry insults filled the lobby. Some people even looked like they wanted to kick Chen Pu themselves. The guards dragged Chen Pu to the entrance, shoved open the door, and threw him out like a piece of garbage. Before leaving, they also took his access card from his pocket. A person being tossed out like trash naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. People outside curiously speculated about what he had done. Judging by the applause and cheers coming from inside, he was clearly not a good person. Chen Pu glared angrily at Yi Chang, but when he remembered who Yi Chang was, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. Feeling the eyes of the crowd on him, even with his thick skin, he couldn't stay any longer. So, he turned and left, step by step. "Thank you." Mu Ziying looked at Yi Chang and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Yi Chang waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing. You helped me get through the door earlier, I just helped you teach someone a lesson. We're even now." Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Li Chang. "Oh, by the way, Li Chang, make sure to inform Fushan Finance that they are not allowed to retaliate against Miss Mu over this incident." "Understood." Li Chang nodded. Mu Ziying's eyes filled with even more gratitude. Yi Chang had even considered this detail? She was so moved that she bowed deeply to him. "I really appreciate it." Yi Chang waved his hand again. "No need to be so polite. Maybe we'll meet again sometime." Then, he turned to his three subordinates and said, "All right, let's go. We shouldn't keep the employees waiting too long." Li Chang and the others nodded and quickly followed him toward the exit. Mu Ziying hesitated for a moment, then ran after Yi Chang and asked, "Can I know your name?" "Yi Chang." Yi Chang smiled warmly at her before continuing outside. Mu Ziying watched as he walked out the door. Then, Li Chang smiled at her and said, "Just wait for a call from your company's chairman." "Thank you." Mu Ziying expressed her gratitude once more, but her gaze subconsciously followed Yi Chang. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her face turned red. Then, she sighed softly. She only knew his name, but not his contact information. What was the point of that? But one thing was certain, she would never forget the name Yi Chang. At the dinner party. Leaving Jinsei Tower, Yi Chang drove his known Yen Yuning's Rolls-Royce Wraith to the dinner location. The dinner was mainly a chance for him to meet and connect with his employees. During the gathering, the legal affairs director, Wang Yang, also arrived. He was a professor at the law school of Shanghai University of Political Science and Law and had extensive connections in the legal industry. His salary was also very high, 1 million yuan per year, and if he won lawsuits for the company, he would receive additional bonuses. Since his role was more of a consultant, he only needed to visit the company once a week or even just once a month. The dinner lasted until 9 p.m. Yi Chang had no idea how many drinks he had downed. Even though his body had been enhanced, making him highly resistant to alcohol, he still couldn't handle the sheer number of people constantly toasting him. By the time the dinner ended, he was completely unconscious. The next morning, when Yi Chang woke up, he found himself in a hotel room. Phew, at least they didn't arrange any special services for me. Rubbing his temples, he sighed in relief. Then, he took a shower, called Li Chang, and drove back to his university. A day without events. There wasn't much going on today, except that Yen Yuning called him and asked him to come to the company to sign a contract. He had officially passed his interview. However, Yen Yuning, the CEO, had taken a week off. Yi Chang thought about it and realized if the boss isn't around, why should he bother going to work? So, he took a leave of absence too. HR wasn't happy at all. What the hell? You're taking leave on your first day? Who do you think you are? They immediately reported it to the female CEO, but Yen Yuning actually approved it. HR had no choice but to accept reality. At the same time, they finally realized this assistant was not someone they could mess with. Of course, since Yen Yuning indulged him, the price he had to pay was he had to cook for her again. At the villa, cooking for the CEO. Yulong Garden, Villa Number 1. In the kitchen, Yi Chang was busy preparing food. Since she indulged me, I should return the favor, right? If she got upset, that would be troublesome. Outside the kitchen, the sound of a piano echoed through the villa, adding an artistic atmosphere to the space. However, the music was full of mistakes, indicating that the player was not very skilled. Yi Chang couldn't take it anymore. He paused his cooking and walked into the living room. A Steinway grand piano sat there, one of the most expensive pieces of furniture in the villa, valued at 2 million yuan, according to the real estate manager, Lu. Yi Chang waved at Yen Yuning, who was sitting at the piano, and said, "You should stop playing. Mozart is probably turning in his grave." Yen Yuning glared at him. "I just haven't played for a few years. I used to compete in piano contests in England." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "A few years? That's all? And you've forgotten how to play Turkish march?" Yen Yuning gritted her teeth in frustration. "Then you play it." "Fine, I will." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. It was time to test his master-level instrument proficiency skill. Yen Yuning was startled. "Wait, you actually know how to play?" Yi Chang scoffed. "You seriously doubt me?" Yen Yuning rolled her eyes. "You never said you could play, how would I know?" Yi Chang smirked. "I never said I couldn't play either. Why did you assume I couldn't?" Yen Yuning pouted. "Well, you never said you could, so how was I supposed to know?" Looking at her serious expression, Yi Chang couldn't tell if she was pretending to be clueless, or if she was genuinely clueless. After pushing Yen Yuning off the piano bench, Yi Chang sat down. With master-level instrument proficiency, he had not only gained skill but also an extensive mental library of musical pieces that he could play at any time. However, with so many songs in his mind, he wasn't sure what to play. So, he looked at Yen Yuning and said, "Name a song, and I'll play it." Yen Yuning's eyes lit up. "Choosing a song herself? Perfect. I want to hear Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star variations." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "Can't you pick something harder?" Still, even as he complained, his hands fell onto the keys and began playing the universally recognized melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Dang 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 dang, dun 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 dun. As Yi Chang's hands moved smoothly over the keys, Yen Yuning's eyes sparkled with admiration. She hadn't expected him to actually play the piano. More importantly, his posture, confidence, and fluid movements resembled that of a true pianist, leaving her in awe. This man was a hidden treasure, just waiting for her to uncover his full potential. The first segment of the piece ended, and the first variation began. The tempo suddenly increased, and the difficulty spiked. However, Yi Chang played effortlessly, with complete control, unlike her own hesitant and mistake-ridden performance earlier. Yen Yuning was even more shocked. Although her own piano skills had declined over the years, her ability to appreciate music hadn't. She often listened to classical music and had heard many master pianists' recordings, and Yi Chang's performance felt nearly on the same level. Could it be? Was his skill truly comparable to that of a professional pianist? She quickly shook off the thought. No, it's probably because I know him, so his playing just sounds better to me. Of course, this connection had nothing to do with romantic feelings. Even if he had forcefully kissed her and made her cook for him, they were not lovers. As she listened to his performance, her thoughts wandered in every direction. A sudden stop. The full piece lasted over 8 minutes, but Yi Chang stopped playing after 4 minutes. Why did you stop? The sudden silence pulled Yen Yuning out of her thoughts. I have to cook. Today's dishes are more complicated. Yi Chang stood up and pointed across the room. There's a record player over there, cost 500,000 yuan. You can use that instead. Play one more song. Yen Yuning grabbed his arm, her face filled with anticipation. You play better than the records. Yi Chang sighed in exasperation. He thought for a moment, then said, fine, but it'll cost you. Cost me what? Yen Yuning asked, confused. Yi Chang opened his arms and grinned. A hug. Yen Yuning's face instantly turned red. Shameless. No hug, no music. Yi Chang's expression remained indifferent. I should be in my dorm playing games right now, but instead, you dragged me all the way here to cook for you. Now you want me to play piano too? I'm a man, I have dignity. Can I just throw away my dignity? No, I can't. So, you have to pay up. Yan Yuning glared at him with disgust. Selling your dignity, huh? You're unbelievable. Still, after fidgeting awkwardly for a moment, she reluctantly stepped forward and hugged him. Yi Chang smiled in satisfaction. This woman was perfect, fair skin, long legs, a stunning figure, and, most importantly, rich. But there was one problem. If he didn't push her, she never made the first move. Yet, whenever he did push her, she never resisted, she even seemed to enjoy it. Interesting, very interesting. As he rubbed his cheek against hers, enjoying the smooth texture of her skin, Yan Yuning was just about to push him away when he finally released her. Then, he sat back at the piano, pondering what song to play next. A romantic melody. Got it. He suddenly thought of the perfect piece. Looking at Yan Yuning with deep, affectionate eyes, he said softly, Yuning. At that moment, she was still blushing from their earlier interaction. Hearing his gentle voice, she turned to look at him only to meet his intense gaze, overflowing with affection. Her heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? She quickly looked away, afraid that if she stared too long, she'd fall for him. She had already decided to stay strong, not to let Yi Chang win her over too easily. He can't think I'm easy to get. But, why did his kisses always make her feel excited? Was he casting some kind of spell on her? She wasn't sure whether to accept him or resist him. Yi Chang took her wrist and gently pulled her down onto the bench beside him. Just listen. He covered her eyes with his hand, then placed his fingers on the piano keys. A gentle and dreamlike melody flowed from the piano. The moment she heard it, her heart filled with emotion. She knew this piece, Liebstrom, Dream of Love. Even the title made the meaning clear, a song about deep, passionate love. And the music itself was just as romantic and dreamlike as its name. Thinking back to Yi Chang's gaze before he played, Yan Yuning's thoughts spun out of control once again. Should she accept him? Or would it even matter? He kissed her whenever he wanted anyway. Maybe she needed to be firmer and stop letting him take advantage of her. But why did she always forget to resist whenever he got close? Was she really falling for him? By the time her internal debate ended, the song had already finished. Yi Chang pinched her cheek, then stood up. I'm going to cook now. Another performance, at a price. Wait. Yan Yuning suddenly regretted not listening more carefully. Play it again. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Do you want to eat or not? Yan Yuning, I'll pay extra. Price just doubled. After tasting the CEO's soft lips, Yi Chang sat back down and played again. But this time, Yan Yuning recorded it on her phone. That way, I can listen anytime, and I won't have to pay extra next time. Yi Chang's eyebrow twitched. Damn, I got scammed. A feast worthy of a CEO. Finally, after Yan Yuning was fully satisfied, Yi Chang returned to the kitchen and finished cooking. One by one, he brought out dish after dish. Braised pork belly, pagoda meat, wensi tofu, mapo tofu, clear broth cabbage. Every dish was extremely complex, but thanks to his master-level cooking, he spent the entire afternoon perfecting them. When Yan Yuning saw the dishes, she was stunned. And after taking a bite, she was speechless. She had eaten these dishes many times before, but somehow, Yi Chang's versions looked better and tasted even more amazing. At that moment, she started to wonder, how long could she resist before she finally gave in to him? After having such a lavish dinner, Yi Chang drove Yan Yuning back to her villa number 18. Since her foot hadn't fully recovered, Yi Chang didn't take her to fulfill his million-yuan promise. Yan Yuning didn't make a fuss about it either. She had already decided that once her foot was better, she would drag Yi Chang along to go shopping. She planned to spend millions. Although her family was wealthy and her bank account had an 8-digit balance, spending someone else's money always felt better, especially when that someone was a rich guy like Yi Chang. That night, Yi Chang returned to his dorm. Old Yi, have you started working already? His roommate, Luo Ming, was curious when he saw Yi Chang come back, as Yi Chang had been missing all day. Yeah. Yi Chang responded casually. Although he hadn't gone to the company, cooking for the president should still count as working, right? Lu Chongning asked curiously, what's your position again? Yi Chang grinned, assistant to the president. All three of his roommates widened their eyes. Whoa, that sounds fancy. Yi Chang nodded. And the president was a stunning beauty, too. He had even kissed her. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud, or his roommates would be dying of jealousy. Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask, how much is your salary? Yi Chang was stunned for a moment. Thinking back carefully, wasn't it a few thousand? Damn, he had actually forgotten. When he joined, his probation salary was 3,000 yuan a month, and after becoming a full-time employee, it would increase to 5,000 a month. However, it seemed like his salary had been raised after he joined, probably on Yan Yuning's orders. But since he wasn't short on money, he hadn't really paid attention to how much it had increased. Forget it, if he forgot, then so be it. He casually replied, "It's just a probation salary, nothing special." His 3 roommates assumed it was a small company with a low salary, and Yi Chang was too embarrassed to say it out loud. They just smiled and didn't press further. "By the way, didn't they send a message in the class group chat this morning? Our department is planning to book a big hotel room this weekend for a dance party. They said it's our final semester gathering. Are you guys going?" Lu Chongning suddenly asked. "What's the point of going without a dance partner? Just to eat?" Luo Ming grumbled. "You can go to check out the pretty girls," Lu Chongning reminded him. "Our liberal arts class has more girls, remember? Maybe Ning Shu from class 2 will be there too." Luo Ming's eyes instantly lit up. "Ning Shu is going?" "I said maybe, just maybe." Lu Chongning shot him a disdainful look. "Besides, even if she goes, at most, you can look at her. She won't be your dance partner." Luo Ming thought about it and agreed. He slumped back in his chair. "Then what's the point?" Zhang Yang looked at Yi Chang with a sly smile. "Young Master Yi, come on, you're so handsome. Help us find some girls as dance partners." Yi Chang gave him a once-over. "Go get plastic surgery first. I'm afraid the girls I find will get scared and cut ties with me." Lu Chongning, Luo Ming, Zhang Yang. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're good-looking. Sorry, but I actually can." Yi Chang spread his hands, looking completely justified. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. When he checked, he saw a message from Ning Shu. "Yi Chang, are you going to the dance party this weekend?" He raised an eyebrow. Well, the campus beauty was texting him first. See? Being handsome really did have its perks. On top of that, he was approachable and incredibly wealthy. What a perfect combination. Yi Chang smiled and replied, "Are you going?" After a while, she replied, "I'm the host, so of course I'll be there." Yi Chang was a little surprised. She was the host again? Back to your old profession? Ning Shu, kind of. They invited me, so I agreed. Yi Chang, nice. Too bad they didn't invite me, or we could have worked together again. Ning Shu, actually, I asked about it, but they said I just needed to liven up the atmosphere. A teacher will give a speech, there will be some mini games, and then the dancing. Yi Chang, sounds like a pretty packed event. Ning Shu, yeah, it is. Yi Chang, I'm looking forward to it, then. Ning Shu, I promise it won't disappoint you. Yi Chang, alright. They seemed to run out of things to talk about and both went quiet for a while. Then, suddenly, Ning Shu asked, "By the way, do you have a dance partner?" Yi Chang, no. Ning Shu, oh. Another brief silence. Then, at the same time, both of them sent a message. Would you like to be my dance partner?" Yi Chang saw the message and instantly knew something interesting was happening. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ning Shu was suddenly nervous. To cover up her initiative, she quickly added, "A lot of guys have asked me, but I'm not very familiar with them." Yi Chang thought to himself, if she wasn't familiar with any of the guys, she could just not have a partner. Or she could have chosen a girl instead. So why him? Seemed like he had left quite the impression that day. So what does the campus beauty think of me? In a girl's dorm, Ning Shu lay on her bed, staring at her phone, her heart racing. In fact, it had already been pounding when she first messaged him. She didn't even know why, but after thinking about it for so long, she suddenly wanted to invite Yi Chang as her dance partner. Just thinking about it made her blush. For the past few days, she couldn't forget how Yi Chang had suddenly appeared beside her that day, speaking softly to comfort her. His wealth that day had surprised her, but it was his gentleness that had touched her more deeply. She was a girl who valued emotions more than material things. Holding her phone with both hands, her delicate fingers tapped out a message. "Yes. It's decided," then. After sending it, she quickly put her phone down and buried her face in her pillow, trying to hide her burning cheeks. But she couldn't stop her ears from turning red. Yi Chang laughed and replied, "Alright, it's settled." Ning Shu, okay. With that, the conversation ended. Yi Chang put down his phone, smiling slightly. This was getting interesting. He couldn't help but look forward to the dance party. His roommates noticed his sly grin and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Chang straightened his face. "I just thought of something happy." "What's so happy?" "Ahem, I got a girlfriend." Yi Chang blurted out nonsense. "What?" His two roommates immediately crowded around him. "For real? What does she look like?" Yi Chang thought for a second, then pulled out his phone to search for a picture. As he did, his new phone caught their attention. "You got a new phone? Is that a Huawei?" Wait, is that the MX2? Luo Ming asked in shock, staring at the high-end foldable screen. Yi Chang nodded. Damn, that thing's selling for over 30,000 now. How much did you get it for? Yi Chang, I got it at the official price. In reality, he had spent nearly 40,000 on it. Wow, Yi, you've been making bank lately? Just a little, Yi Chang said humbly. Just enough to get on the global billionaire list. Then he found a picture, pointing at the girl standing beside him. Here, this is my girlfriend. Luo Ming, damn, old Yi, she's gorgeous. Lu Chongning smacked Luo Ming and rolled his eyes. Dude, that's Ning Ching Shu. Yi, you're so full of it. Yi Chang just chuckled. That was a picture from when they co-hosted an event. Looking at it now, they actually made a pretty good-looking couple. The next day, around 11 a.m., Yi Chang suddenly received a phone call. It was from Elena Mohan, the president of Mohan Bank's Greater China Division. It seemed that this wealthy heiress from Eagle Country had arrived. Answering the call, he said, Miss Mohan. Mr. Yi, I have arrived at Modu Airport. May I ask what time you will be available to meet today? Yi Chang replied, how about lunchtime? After your flight, you must be hungry. Let's find a place to eat and talk over a meal. By the way, how many people are with you? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. There are 3 of us. Alright, let's meet at Jinsei Grand Hotel. I'll send you the room details after I book it. Okay, thank you for the trouble, Mr. Yi. After hanging up, Yi Chang immediately called Li Chang, instructing him to book a private room at Jinsei Grand Hotel. At the same time, he asked him to find a few people to accompany him. Since the other party had 3 people, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go alone. Besides, Jinsei Grand Hotel was his territory. That's right, Jinsei Grand Hotel was, as the name suggested, located on Jinsei Road. It was the only 5-star hotel on that road, occupying the best location, and, along with Jinsei Tower, was one of the landmark buildings in the area. Entertaining guests from Beijing at Jinsei Grand Hotel was a well-thought-out decision. Understood, boss. I'll have the hotel manager arrange it immediately. Since it was an order from the boss, Li Chang didn't dare delay. He responded quickly. However, he didn't quite understand why the boss needed someone to accompany him. Perhaps the guest was particularly important? But he didn't ask too many questions. After hanging up, he glanced at the 2 company directors in front of him and said, the boss needs someone to accompany him to a meeting. Who wants to go? The 3 executives were in the conference room discussing the establishment of the investment department. After all, this was a 3 billion yuan business, so they needed a solid plan. Hu Ning and Yao Tongtong paused, confused. Going with the boss? For what? The boss said it's to help him maintain appearances. No idea why, but the guest seems to be important. The meeting is at Jinsei Grand Hotel, Li Chang explained. I'll go, Yao Tongtong said. You 2 continue the discussion. All right. Li Chang nodded and smiled. Perfect, President Yao is a woman. She can help the boss with appearances. Yao Tongtong rolled her eyes. I just want to try the food at Jinsei Grand Hotel. Heh, go on then. Li Chang laughed and waved his hand before continuing his discussion with Hu Ning. After calling Li Chang, Yi Chang didn't leave immediately. After all, the other party had just landed, so they wouldn't arrive that quickly. Suddenly, he became curious about this Mohan heiress, so he searched for her name on his phone. Mohan Bank was quite well known. Even though it was just a foreign bank operating in China, it wasn't difficult to find information on Elena Mohan, mostly business collaborations or charity-related news. But what really caught Yi Chang's interest were the photos. In the pictures, Elena was stunning. She had golden hair, blue eyes, and was dressed in an evening gown. Her figure was the best he had ever seen on a woman, even more seductive than Yan Yuning. No wonder she's a Western woman, Yi Chang couldn't help but remark. He began to look forward to their meeting. Admiring beauty, especially foreign beauty, was harmless, right? Of course, given her status, he couldn't mess around, but there was no harm in looking. Checking the time, he saw it was almost time to leave, so he set off for Jinsei Grand Hotel. Unfortunately, he got stuck in traffic, and it was a serious jam. He wouldn't be getting through anytime soon. He figured he'd be delayed by at least 10 or 20 minutes. Yi Chang sighed helplessly. There weren't any parking spots nearby, so he had no choice but to wait. He was definitely going to be late. Oh well, being late wasn't a big deal. At this point, he was a major figure. To Elena Mohan, he was essentially her superior since she didn't hold any shares in Mohan Bank. If the boss arrived late, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Still, adhering to traditional Chinese courtesy, he decided to send a message to Yao Tongtong, letting her know about the traffic and asking her to entertain Elena and the others for now. Upon receiving the message, Yao Tongtong was stunned. Her young boss was going to be late? She was already in the private room at Jinsi Grand Hotel and had met the guests. Through introductions, she learned they were from Mohan Bank. But Elena wasn't just a bank executive, she was a Mohan. The Mohan family didn't only own Mohan Bank, they had industries worldwide, particularly in finance. The financial power they represented was beyond estimation. Still, her boss was her boss. She had no choice but to explain to the Mohan Bank representatives. What? Your boss is going to be late? Is this how you receive us? A young man in the group immediately voiced his displeasure. His name was Li Jiannan, and according to the introduction, he was an administrative consultant for Mohan Bank's Greater China division. Li Jiannan was Chinese, and when he looked at Elena, his eyes showed possessiveness. Yao Tongtong speculated that this man must have significant influence in China, otherwise, as a subordinate, he wouldn't dare harbor such thoughts toward Elena Mohan. But in response to his complaint, she calmly replied, Mr. Li, being late can be intentional or unintentional. My boss is delayed due to traffic, which is clearly unintentional. On his behalf, I apologize to all of you. Li Jiannan's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. He had only found out about Elena's trip to Shanghai at the last minute and had immediately followed along, acting as her protector. As someone from Beijing with a well-connected family, he saw everyone else as mere commoners, including the people of Shanghai. He considered himself the perfect guardian for Elena. Yet now, their host was late, and even his subordinates dared to be so disrespectful? Although he thought this woman was decent-looking, he had long since lost interest in older women. His voice turned cold as he threatened, What's your company's name? Do you believe that with just one phone call, I can shut you down? Yao Tongtong was taken aback. This was the first time someone had dared to threaten their company. It seemed their boss hadn't told these people who they were dealing with. What a joke! Jinsi Road was home to some of the city's biggest taxpayers. If he tried to shut them down, not only would the businesses on this street band together against him, but the government would likely escalate the matter even further. Elena Mohan seemed to think that this administrative consultant's words were a bit excessive. She frowned and said, consultantly, please don't say such things. Show respect to our business partners. Since Miss Elena said so, I'll temporarily forgive your rudeness. Li Jiannan snorted coldly and didn't say more. However, just because he let it go didn't mean Yao Tongtong would. When had companies on Jinsi Road in Modu ever suffered grievances? Here, they could dine at restaurants without paying. Well, that was just a joke. The restaurant owners simply gave them vouchers from time to time. But now, this man was acting so arrogant and even daring to threaten their company. She felt it was necessary to make sure he understood exactly who they were, otherwise, these foreign businesses might underestimate her boss. The Mohan family might be powerful, but they had no control over domestic affairs. And no matter how influential this Mr. Li was, it was impossible for him to have any real impact on their company. So, she gave a faint smile and said, Our company is called Modu Jinsi Road Company. To put it simply, this entire Jinsi Road belongs to our company. Of course, our company's assets only consist of this one 5.5-kilometer long street, which can't compare to the global influence of the Mohan Financial Group. But I do believe my boss will be able to establish a pleasant partnership with you all. Elena Mohan and her female secretary were instantly shocked. Unlike Li Jiannan, who had followed along at the last minute, they were well aware that the purpose of this trip was to sign an agreement with a major shareholder who had recently acquired 20% of Mohan Bank's shares. Now, they were being told that this major shareholder not only owned a stake in Mohan Bank but was also the owner of Jinsi Road? That was practically the equivalent of being the owner of Fifth Avenue. Elena's eyes flickered. She vividly recalled that in the background check on this new shareholder, nothing had come up, just a completely blank slate. He was supposedly born into an ordinary family, with no possible means of acquiring Mohan Bank shares. Yet the reality was that this ordinary Chinese man had suddenly become the second largest shareholder of Mohan Bank, holding 20% of its shares. And now, she learned that he also owned Jinsi Road. Everything pointed to the fact that this new shareholder had an extremely mysterious background and immense power. Perhaps, he could help her get rid of that arrogant man beside her? Li Jiannan's relentless pursuit of her had long been a source of frustration. But because of his strong family background and the support he provided for Mohan Bank's business development in Greater China, she had no choice but to put up with him. If it weren't for her genuine interest in Chinese culture and her love for the country, plus the fact that her secretary, also Chinese, didn't want to move abroad, she would have applied to return home long ago. Under the table, she gently rubbed a soft, delicate hand, then glanced at her female secretary with affectionate eyes. Her secretary was a Chinese woman with a youthful, doll-like face, a slender and delicate figure, and the elegance of a classic Eastern beauty. She was exactly Elena's type. The secretary looked up at her, blushed immediately, and lowered her head, not daring to meet her gaze. Elena felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She had to find a way to get rid of Li Jinnan. Of course, Li Jinnan had no idea that the foreign heiress he admired was secretly into women. If he knew, he might have been even more excited. But at the moment, hearing Yao Tongtong's words, his face darkened. He understood what this woman was implying. She wasn't afraid of him at all. But the fact that the person they were meeting was the owner of Jinsei Road still made his eye twitch. This street was too famous. He had heard of it back in Beijing and had even visited before. Its reputation was on par with Wangfujing in Beijing, and now, he had unknowingly clashed with the owner of such a place? His confidence wavered. He snorted coldly and fell silent. Elena, seeing that Li Jinnan had shut up, chuckled softly. Then, turning to Yao Tongtong, she said, "Miss Yao, please don't be upset. Technically speaking, we're on the same side." The same side? Yao Tongtong looked puzzled. Elena smiled. "Actually, Mr. Yu recently acquired shares in Mohan Bank, making him one of our shareholders. I came here today specifically to sign an agreement with him. He now has the right to join our board of directors. My father and our business partners are all looking forward to his involvement." Yao Tongtong was stunned. Her boss owned shares in Mohan Bank? Could it be just the Chinese division of Mohan Bank? But even if it was only Mohan Bank's Chinese branch, that was still shocking enough. Her young boss was truly extraordinary. Li Jinnan, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Mohan Bank's shares, even just 1%, were worth billions of dollars. Seeing Elena's smile made him even angrier. When had he ever been treated like this in China? But after a moment's thought, he figured that whoever owned these shares had to be middle-aged or even elderly. Judging by Yao Tongtong, who looked to be in her 30s, her boss was probably even older. Elena, given her status, wouldn't be interested in someone like that. So there was no need for him to provoke someone with such powerful connections. Suppressing his frustration, he shifted his focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yao Tongtong and Elena continued chatting. Elena had always had a soft spot for beautiful women, so she quickly warmed up to Yao Tongtong. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Yi Cheng arrived late and entered the room. He scanned the room and quickly spotted the only foreigner present. She had wavy blonde hair and was wearing only a white blouse, which was stretched tightly across her ample chest, forming an impressive curve. It was just short of resting on the table. Her lower half was hidden behind the table, so he couldn't see the long legs from the photos he had found. Yi Cheng smiled and stepped forward. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Miss Elena." When Elena saw Yi Cheng enter, her eyes lit up. Even though she had seen his photos before, seeing him in person made her realize that Chinese men could be this handsome. Of course, that wouldn't change her preferences. She quickly stood up, a bright smile on her face. Before, Yi Cheng had just been a Mohan Bank shareholder, but now that she knew he was also the owner of Jinsei Road, her attitude became even more respectful. They shook hands, and she said warmly, "Unexpected troubles always come up in life, Mr. Yi. There's no need to apologize." Elena's politeness made Yi Cheng nod slightly. Fortunately, she wasn't one of those arrogant and domineering foreigners in China. Of course, it was also very likely that her respectful attitude was due to his status. But there was no need to dwell on that. "Your Mandarin is very good." "Thank you." Elena smiled and nodded. "I'm very interested in China. I studied at Beijing University for 2 years in college, so I learned Mandarin then." Yi Cheng smiled and nodded before turning to the other two people. "And these two are?" Elena pointed to her female secretary. "This is my secretary, Dongfang Jingjing." Standing beside Elena, Dongfang Jingjing extended her hand toward Yi Cheng with a smile. "Mr. Yi, nice to meet you." Yi Cheng glanced at the Chinese secretary. Her slender figure was a stark contrast to Elena's, but her face was just as striking. He nodded in greeting. "Hello." Then, he looked at the other man, probably another subordinate of Elena's. However, what puzzled Yi Cheng was the inexplicable hostility in the man's gaze. Li Jinnan stepped forward, his mind in turmoil. How was this guy so young? Even his looks made him jealous. Earlier, when Elena shook hands with Yi Cheng, the way she smiled and so casually forgave his lateness only fueled his resentment. He extended his hand and said, "I'm Li Jinnan, from Beijing." Yi Cheng didn't understand why this guy was so hostile, nor why he specifically mentioned his Beijing background. But he still reached out and shook hands. "Nice to meet you." After letting go, Yi Cheng was just about to greet his own subordinate when, unexpectedly, Li Jinnan spoke again. "Mr. Yi, being late when meeting Miss Elena isn't very gentlemanly, is it? Hearing this, Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. The three women in the room all had a change in expression, but in Elena's case, it was because she was secretly delighted. She was hoping for a conflict between Li Jinnan and Yi Chang. That way, Yi Chang could rightfully fire Li Jinnan from the company. As a major shareholder, he had that power. Although she also had the authority to do so, Li Jinnan had been helpful for Mohan Bank's business development in Greater China, meaning she had no legitimate reason to remove him. As for his relentless pursuit of her, that wasn't a valid excuse. So, the only way to get rid of Li Jinnan was for him to offend Yi Chang. The other shareholders, out of respect for Yi Chang as the new shareholder, would then agree to his dismissal. As for the grudge that might form between Yi Chang and Li Jinnan, she didn't care. Yi Chang's background was extremely mysterious, so he probably wasn't afraid of Li Jinnan anyway. Thus, she decided to stir the pot even more, deliberately frowning as she said, consultantly, "I don't mind Mr. Yi being late. Please don't say such things." Li Jinnan grew even more furious. Elena was actually defending Yi Chang? Was it just because this guy was rich? Did his year-long companionship as a consultant mean nothing? Besides, his family might not be as wealthy, but he had something even more important. Suppressing his anger, Li Jinnan lowered his voice and spoke gently to Elena. "Elena, I'm not saying this randomly. I'm simply reminding this gentleman that one should be punctual when meeting friends." Then, he turned to Yi Chang and said, especially when meeting international friends, "Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chang looked at Li Jinnan again, studying him carefully. He seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a rebellious look in his eyes, probably someone from a privileged background, used to throwing his weight around. But was Yi Chang afraid? Not at all. And in a moment like this, how could his system remain silent? When a leader is speaking, how can a mere subordinate interrupt, even if that subordinate has some influence? Option 1, sincerely apologize for being late, admit your mistake. Reward, +1 to etiquette, +1 to weakness, -1 to leadership. Option 2, teach him a lesson and kick him out of the company. Reward, a new character relationship. A character relationship? What was that? Yi Chang was curious for a moment, but he still chose the second option. He turned back to Li Jinnan, casually digging his ear with a finger. "So, what's your position at Mohan Bank?" Li Jinnan shook his head and said, "If you plan to use your status as a Mohan Bank shareholder to fire me, you might regret it. Also, refusing to admit your mistake isn't a good look, Mr. Yi. Since we're both Chinese, we should uphold the manners expected of Chinese people. And in front of Miss Elena, we should act like true gentlemen. Don't you agree?" "I don't agree." Yi Chang didn't even look at him. He simply sat down, placed his cup in front of Yao Tongtong, signaling her to pour him some water, and crossed his legs. If he smoked, this would have been the perfect moment to light a cigarette for effect. Seeing Yi Chang's dismissive attitude, Li Jinnan grew even angrier. He stared at Yi Chang coldly. "So, you're admitting that you're not a gentleman?" Yi Chang sighed and turned to Elena, his expression puzzled, as if wondering why this man was even here. Elena shrugged with a helpless look before dramatically saying, consultantly, "If you continue like this, you'll put me in a difficult position." Li Jinnan waved a hand, speaking self-righteously. "Miss Elena, I'm only trying to ensure you receive the respect you deserve. Even if I'm no longer in the company in the future, I want this new major shareholder to understand that he can't treat you with disrespect." Elena was almost moved by his words. Yi Chang, on the other hand, wasn't sure whether to be angry or just laugh. Looking at Li Jinnan again, he spread his hands and said, "All right, Mr. Li, let me be clear. You're fired. Of course, as a Mohan Bank shareholder, I can't dismiss you directly just yet. But I will bring this up at the board meeting. If you resign on your own, that would be even better. The company will compensate you for your salary, maybe even a few extra months' worth. Mohan Bank's salary level should be quite generous, right?" Li Jinnan was so enraged by Yi Chang's dismissive tone that he actually laughed. "You think I care about some salary? Do you really think I need this job? Fine, I quit." "Then you need to write a resignation letter first. What if you regret it later and sue our company, using labor laws to extort us?" Yi Chang looked skeptical. Li Jinnan gave Yi Chang a disdainful look. He felt that Yi Chang was mocking him for being poor. He had already made up his mind, once he returned to Beijing, he would find a way to deal with Yi Chang's business. "Fine, I'll write it." Soon, a piece of paper and a pen were brought over, and Li Jinnan quickly wrote a simple resignation letter. Seeing the resignation letter, Yi Chang smiled slightly, the classic face of a capitalist appearing on him. Having studied business management, he knew very well that the best way to get rid of an employee was to make them resign voluntarily. especially since Li Jinnan seemed to have a complex background. If he were forcibly dismissed and made a fuss, it would be troublesome for Mohan Bank as a foreign-invested enterprise. Elena and Yao Tongtong both saw through Yi Cheng's intentions, and admiration flickered in their beautiful eyes. No wonder he was so young yet so wealthy, he was indeed cunning. Yi Cheng put away the resignation letter, then turned to Li Jinnan again and said, "All right, Mr. Li, thank you for your cooperation. Now, let's move on to another topic." Taking the cup that Yao Tongtong handed him, he took a sip of fine Westlake Longjing tea before speaking. "I don't know why you think my behavior was ungentlemanly, and why you feel entitled to stand on some moral high ground and lecture an innocent person like me. Don't you think that makes you ungentlemanly yourself? Besides, I already apologized to Miss Elena the moment I walked in. Do you really think I need to apologize to you as well?" Li Jinnan sneered. "You call that an apology?" Yi Cheng shook his head and continued, "All right, let's not talk about being a gentleman. Let's talk about being a nobleman. Have you ever heard the saying, a nobleman is calm but not arrogant, while a petty person is arrogant but not calm? Judging by your expression, you probably haven't. Let me explain it to you. A nobleman remains composed and dignified, never overbearing. Meanwhile, a petty person likes to act as if they are a gentleman in front of a beautiful woman, feeling smug and self-satisfied, and then using morality to criticize an innocent person like me." Hearing himself being called a petty person, Li Jinnan instantly grew furious and was about to retort. But Yi Cheng cut him off. "Let me ask you another question. Have you heard the saying, a nobleman keeps his talents hidden?" He didn't wait for Li Jinnan's response and continued, "Judging by your expression, you probably haven't. So let me tell you, this means that a nobleman never deliberately shows off his abilities. A true nobleman wouldn't act like you, flaunting yourself as some so-called gentleman, especially in front of an international guest. That's just low, don't you think?" After finishing, Yi Cheng spread his hands and said, "In conclusion, you are not even a nobleman, let alone a gentleman. And whether someone is a gentleman or not, I believe Miss Elena is the one more qualified to judge." He then turned to Elena with a smile. "So, Miss Elena, do you think Mr. Li is a gentleman?" Elena blinked. She had always liked Chinese culture, and Yi Cheng's words about noblemen intrigued her. When she suddenly heard him direct the question at her, she instinctively glanced at Li Jinnan. Li Jinnan, unable to find a rebuttal, looked at Elena with hope, expecting her to speak in his favor. But Elena had already achieved her goal. More importantly, Li Jinnan had resigned on his own. Even if other shareholders questioned it later, it had nothing to do with her, it was all Yi Cheng's doing. So she had no need to save face for Li Jinnan. Smiling, she said, "I think Mr. Yi is absolutely right. Mr. Li is certainly not a true nobleman, and naturally, that means he is not a gentleman either." Since he had been fired, he was no longer consultantly. Li Jinnan, already struggling to respond to Yi Cheng's words, turned red with anger upon hearing Elena's statement. He even felt that the other two women in the room were mocking him with their gazes. He shot Yi Cheng a deep glare before storming out, slamming the door behind him. "Please be gentle when closing the door. My hotel doors are very expensive." Yi Cheng didn't forget to call out, making the beautiful women in the room burst into laughter. Now that the annoying man was gone, Yi Cheng finally sat down beside Elena. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Elena with sincerity. His strikingly handsome face was almost aggressive, making Elena instinctively avert her gaze. "Mr. Yi?" Yi Cheng spoke seriously. "Perhaps my initial apology didn't seem sincere enough, which made that gentleman unhappy. And as someone who is usually punctual, being late this time made me feel quite guilty. So, I believe I should formally apologize to Miss Elena again. It was my mistake today, and I ask for your forgiveness." The three women in the room were stunned. They hadn't expected Yi Cheng to actually apologize again. Given how he had treated Li Jinnan earlier, wasn't he supposed to be the arrogant type? But unsurprisingly, his words further improved their impression of him and even earned their admiration. In their eyes, Yi Cheng had now become a man of noble character. Elena smiled with a hint of appreciation. "Mr. Yi, it's rare to meet someone as sincere as you. If I weren't based in Beijing, I believe I would love to be close friends with you. You are a true nobleman and a gentleman as well." Yi Cheng chuckled. "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Elena." At that moment, the system issued a reward. Congratulations to the host for earning a new character relationship. Due to the host's sincere apology, an additional reward has been granted, Charisma Aura. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. He had even received a bonus reward. Generating character relationship. Obtained character relationship, Long Kuan. Yi Cheng was puzzled and asked the system, "What is the character relationship with Long Kuan?" A relationship-based reward that allows the host to establish a highly intimate connection with a specific individual. As long as the host does not violate absolute principles, this relationship will never change. Yi Chang was stunned. So the system had found him a powerful backer? Then, who exactly was Long Kuan? After thinking for a moment, a sudden realization hit him. Good heavens, was this Long Kuan the chairman of Longting Group? Longting Group was one of the top corporations in the world, with industries spanning across the globe. Long Kuan himself held an extremely high status domestically and was rumored to have deep personal connections with some of the most influential figures. And now, he had become Yi Chang's backer? Moreover, according to the system, this was a particularly intimate relationship, one that was unlikely to change. Yi Chang swallowed hard. Didn't this mean that, from now on, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the country? Suppressing his excitement, Yi Chang turned his attention to the other reward. The charisma aura has been activated. It significantly enhances the host's charm, making it easier to gain others' favor. Since the host completed this task in the presence of 3 women, the effect on women is tripled. Damn, tripled effect on women? Was this some kind of cheat skill for attracting women? But he couldn't deny that he liked it. Though he didn't feel any changes in himself, he noticed that the 3 women seemed to be looking at him with even more appreciation. And the 3 of them definitely felt it more than he did. Elena suddenly had a thought. Since this man was so outstanding in both character and ability, with a mysterious background and immense power, wouldn't he be a great choice if she ever wanted to have children? She quickly shook the thought away. Ridiculous. She was devoted to her dear Jingjing, how could she waver so easily? Turning to glance at Dongfang Jingjing, she caught her little secretary gazing at Yi Chang with starry eyes, lost in thought. Annoyed, Elena pinched Dongfang Jingjing's perky backside, glaring at her, silently promising punishment later. Feeling the sharp look from her boss, Dongfang Jingjing immediately lowered her head, blushing, not daring to look at Yi Chang again. Meanwhile, Yao Tongtong couldn't help but compare Yi Chang to her own husband. Her husband had made so many mistakes, yet had never once sincerely apologized to her like Yi Chang just had. She sighed softly. Her husband was almost 40, yet compared to this young boss, he was far inferior. Having received his rewards, Yi Chang turned back to Elena and said, "All right, let's get to business." Elena withdrew her gaze from her blushing secretary, straightened up, and teased, "Then I shall risk my life to accompany a nobleman." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Do you know what that phrase means?" Elena blushed, admitting her bluff. "No, I just heard it before." Yi Chang smirked playfully. "It means you're willing to do whatever it takes to stay by my side. I wonder if you truly are. Because I certainly wouldn't mind. Miss Mohan's beauty is quite hard to resist." Elena was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected the noble and principled Yi Chang to suddenly turn flirtatious. Men, no matter how different they seemed, they were all the same. Women were still better. However, thanks to the positive impression Yi Chang had left on her and the fact that he had helped her get rid of an annoying pest, she didn't mind giving him a little reward. She leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. The collar of her white blouse drooped, and since the top button was undone, a deep and stunning view was revealed. Then, with a teasing gaze, she said, "I would be very willing if Mr. Yi dares, that is." Yi Chang was caught off guard. His gaze involuntarily flickered downward, and he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Damn, that's impressive." Western women really were bold. But just as he was about to take another look, Elena reached up and buttoned her shirt, cutting off the spectacular view. Yi Chang snapped out of it and saw Elena smirking at him, clearly amused by his reaction. Obviously, this woman had been playing with him. But he wasn't one to be easily manipulated. Straightening his expression, he said seriously, "All right, let's stop joking, President Mohan. Let's get to business. Did you bring the agreement?" Elena lost interest. She had wanted to tease this Chinese man a bit more, but business came first. Straightening up, she said, "Of course I did." Dongfang Jingjing quickly took out a document from her bag and handed it to Yi Chang. He skimmed through it. It was the agreement confirming his position as a board member of Mohan Bank. Since he had acquired 20% of the shares, he automatically became a board member. The document outlined the responsibilities and obligations of a board member, but there were no hidden traps in the wording. After reviewing everything, Yi Chang took the pen Elena handed him and signed his name. "Mr. Yi, congratulations on officially becoming a board member of Mohan Bank. As per tradition, the board will hold a special meeting to welcome you. Will you be available to attend?" Instead of answering, Yi Chang asked, "Are you a board member?" Elena was caught off guard. "Ha? No, I'm not." "Then you can attend in my place as the new board member." The 3 women were stunned. Was he saying, he didn't want to be a board member? This was Mohan Bank's board of directors, who in their right mind would refuse. Both Yao Tongtong and Dongfang Jingjing looked at Yi Chang in disbelief. Yao Tongtong even wanted to persuade him if he accepted this position, it would be a huge advantage for their company's future investment department. The title alone would attract countless companies. Elena's heart pounded. Yi Chang had just said that she could represent him in the Mohan Bank board? She couldn't believe it. She hesitated before asking again, "Are you sure? Did you really mean that?" "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" Yi Chang leaned back in his chair, his tone completely natural. Elena had to admit she was tempted. Even as the heiress of the Mohan family, she wasn't a board member of Mohan Bank. The other board members wouldn't allow another Mohan family member to join, so from a family perspective, it would be beneficial for her to become a board member and secure more influence for her family. On a personal level, as a woman who had received a Western education and prided herself on her independence, she had ambitions of her own. Becoming a board member of Mohan Bank, even as a representative, would help her climb higher. Of course, she wasn't the type to be blinded by unexpected fortune. After thinking for a moment, she gave Yi Chang a seductive smile and looked at him with flirtatious eyes. "Mr. Yi, do you have any conditions for this?" Seeing her sultry expression, Yi Chang spread his hands. "I already said, Miss Elena, you're very beautiful." Elena chuckled. "And Mr. Yi, your generosity is making my heart race." She twirled a strand of her golden waves and once again leaned forward, resting her arms on the table. This time, her ample curves jiggled slightly with the movement. Then, with a playful, coquettish voice, she whispered, "If Mr. Yi would be willing to share just a little more of his shares with me, I think we could form an even deeper friendship." Yi Chang chuckled. Of course. Elena's eyes lit up, and even Yao Tongtong grew anxious, wanting to remind her young boss that shares like these weren't something to be given away so easily. But then Yi Chang finished his sentence. "Not happening." Elena stood up, shooting him an annoyed look. This time, she was the one being teased. "That's quite a pity." Yi Chang remained indifferent, he was just playing around with this foreign beauty. Even 1% of Mohan Bank's shares were worth over 100 billion yuan. He wasn't foolish enough to waste that kind of money trying to impress a woman he might not even win over. Elena might have seemed open-minded, but she was only offering him a bit of eye candy, nothing more. As for letting Elena represent him at the board meetings, it was simply because he didn't believe that holding 20% of the shares would allow him to make waves within the board. In fact, it might even attract suspicion from the Mohan family. So why not show goodwill instead? He knew that until he had absolute power over his opponents, alliances were the key to success. Besides, he felt that having Yin Yuning was already enough. Oh, and there was also a certain potential campus beauty. Was this becoming a difficult choice? Forget it. He decided to let fate take its course. If the moment arrived, he would act accordingly. No worries. At least for now, Miss Elena will temporarily attend board meetings on my behalf. However, for important meetings, you'll need to inform me in advance. Of course, I understand. Elena had never truly expected to obtain shares so easily unless Yi Chang was a complete fool. But she was still pleased that he had allowed her to represent him on the board. Under the influence of the charisma aura, her fondness for Yi Chang grew even stronger. With everything settled, Elena had Dongfang Jingjing contact the bank's headquarters to draft a power of attorney agreement. Once it was printed on the spot, they signed it immediately. After the agreement was finalized, Elena, feeling excited, gave Yi Chang a warm hug. Only Yi Chang knew what it felt like to experience such a curvaceous body pressing against him. But overall, he felt like he had one. In fact, he even began wondering if he terminated this agreement every month and then renewed it, would he get to hug Elena every time? If Elena knew what he was thinking, whatever goodwill she had developed toward him might instantly collapse. The meal soon came to an end. Yi Chang officially became a Mohan Bank shareholder, while Elena successfully advanced into the board of directors. Would this be considered a fair exchange of benefits? Yi Chang wasn't sure if the hug counted. After leaving the hotel, Elena prepared to return to work. As the president of Mohan Bank's Greater China region, she was usually swamped with responsibilities. She had only come in person this time because her father had instructed her to do so after Yi Chang became a major shareholder. "Would you like me to give you a ride?" Yi Chang asked, standing next to his Rolls-Royce. Elena smiled and shook her head. "The bank has a branch in Modu, and they sent a car to pick us up. No need to trouble you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chang nodded. Looking at Elena's exotic, beautiful face, he sighed regretfully. "Then this is goodbye. Hopefully, we'll meet again soon." Elena gave him a seductive smile, her sapphire blue eyes sparkling with charm. If you're feeling regretful, how about this? I'll treat you to dinner next time you come to Beijing. Yi Chang smiled. Then I'll look forward to it. Elena chuckled softly. At that moment, a Bentley Mulsanne pulled up by the curb. She bid farewell to Yi Chang and Yao Tongtong before walking toward the car with Dongfang Jingjing. However, something puzzled Yi Chang. As the two women walked, they suddenly held hands. And just before the car door closed, through the small gap, Yi Chang could have sworn he saw them, face to face, almost as if they kissed. A chill ran down his spine. Did he just witness something thrilling? Unfortunately, the Bentley had already driven away before he could confirm it. Covering his face, Yi Chang felt like, for the first time, those online rumors about certain women's relationships weren't so far from reality. Beside him, Yao Tongtong noticed his expression and couldn't help but laugh. Boss, are you interested in Miss Elena? Yi Chang quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not. Then, unable to hold back, he leaned in closer and whispered near Yao Tongtong's ear, you better not tell anyone, but I just saw Elena kiss her secretary. Yao Tongtong was startled by her young boss suddenly leaning in so close. At first, she thought she was overreacting, but when she heard his whisper, she realized she wasn't imagining things. Still, the warmth of his breath near her ear made her blush slightly. After all, she was in her 30s, married, and had a child in elementary school. She had never been this physically close to any man other than her husband before. After processing his words, she was stunned. Seriously? Yi Chang grinned. The world is full of surprises. And besides, this is just a subculture. Of course, he could only accept this kind of subculture. Alright, let's go. I'll drop by the office and check on your department's plans. Okay. Yao Tongtong nodded and was about to take the driver's seat. After all, as a subordinate, driving the boss around was just standard practice. But just then, her phone rang. Yi Chang heard the ringtone and smiled. I'll drive. You take your call. His thoughtfulness, now with triple the charisma aura effect, made Yao Tongtong even more touched. They got into the car. Feeling awkward about sitting in the back, Yao Tongtong sat in the front passenger seat and answered the call. Yi Chang started the engine. Although Jinsei Grand Hotel wasn't far from Jinsei Tower, they still needed to drive. Listening to her conversation, Yi Chang guessed it was her husband calling and didn't pay much attention. But soon, he noticed her tone growing increasingly agitated. Su Jiang, I'm telling you, if you keep wasting your life away, I'll divorce you. I've given you so much money, and you still can't pull yourself together to start a new business? Where's your ambition from before? What? You're still gambling? You lost money, and now you have the audacity to ask me for more? Do you seriously expect me to fund your gambling addiction? Su Jian, are you even a man? By the time Yi Chang pulled into the parking lot of Jinsei Tower, Yao Tongtong had finally ended the call. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, and her eyes were slightly red. Yi Chang glanced at his subordinate, a mature woman with a curvy figure and undeniable charm. As the company's marketing director, she had a salary with bonuses that reached the millions. She seemed successful, admired by many, but at the same time, she was also a wife and a mother, powerless in the face of her own family troubles. With a soft sigh, Yi Chang thought, every family has its own difficult story. He had never harbored any improper thoughts about Yao Tongtong, but at this moment, seeing her troubled, his empathetic nature made him speak. Having problems with your husband? Yao Tongtong lowered her head and softly replied, Then, realizing that she was speaking so openly in front of an outsider, her own boss, who was much younger than her, she quickly wiped her eyes and forced a smile. It's nothing, really. Just family matters. We argue a lot, but I'm used to it. Yi Chang smiled. Used to it? Then why does she still cry every time? If he had any ulterior motives toward Yao Tongtong, he would have immediately advised her to divorce instead of reconcile. But since he didn't fully understand the situation yet, he asked, would you mind telling me what's going on? Maybe I can help you think things through. Heh, I used to be the class mental health officer back in school. Yao Tongtong glanced at Yi Chang, and her forced smile slowly became more natural. She had always had a good impression of her young boss, and after seeing him sincerely apologize to Elena twice today, she had formed an image of him as a young, talented man with integrity. For the first time, she found herself looking forward to interacting with her boss. After a brief hesitation, she began to speak. Her husband, Su Jiang, had once been a young and successful entrepreneur with assets worth tens of millions. She was a PhD graduate from overseas and had just started working at a major corporation with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan when they met. Both were ambitious and quickly connected, eventually getting married. But few businesses can sustain themselves forever, and Su Jiang's company was among the many that failed. Faced with a powerful competitor, he lost in the market battle. He tried to make a comeback several times, but reality kept knocking him down. Eventually, he lost all motivation and did nothing for years, not even looking for a job, forcing Yao Tongtong to support both him and their son. She had encouraged him repeatedly, even suggesting he find a regular job, but Su Jiang, used to being a boss, couldn't handle going from giving orders to taking them. After a short stint at a job, he quit because he couldn't accept being scolded. He remained unemployed for years. This led to increasing family conflicts. Now, he was even taking their son out of school on personal leave, spending her hard-earned money on leisure. And just today, he called to tell her he had gambled away the 30,000 yuan she had recently given him and was asking for another 30,000 to win it back. I've thought about divorce before, Yao Tongtong said, wiping her tears. But our son, Xiaoqi, is already 9 years old. I don't want him to grow up being told that he doesn't have a father. As she spoke, she became more emotional, recalling all the hardships she had endured. By now, the car had stopped. Realizing she had talked for too long, possibly wasting Yi Cheng's time, she quickly dried her tears and apologized. Sorry, that must have been embarrassing. Yi Cheng waved it off and handed her a few more tissues. No worries. You probably feel a bit better after talking about it, right? Yao Tongtong nodded. Thank you, boss. I do feel better. Yi Cheng smiled. No need to call me boss in private, just call me by my name. You actually look quite young, so I'll call you Sister Yao. Since it's a personal matter, I won't say too much. But if you ever feel upset, you can talk to me anytime. Of course, if you're uncomfortable, you can always confide in a close friend instead. Yao Tongtong smiled. She knew Yi Cheng was only 22, while she was already 36, 14 years older. Yet here they were, calling each other like siblings? But since it made her feel younger, she had no reason to refuse. She laughed. If you call me sister, then I'll call you little brother. I don't have many friends, most are just business acquaintances. Don't complain if I come to you often to vent. Yi Cheng laughed. Of course, I won't mind. Back when I was a mental health officer, this was part of my job. Yao Tongtong nodded, her appreciation for him deepening. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly asked, then, little brother, let me ask you something, what do you think I should do now? Yi Cheng hadn't expected her to ask that. After listening to her story, he had already realized that this was not a problem an outsider could easily resolve. Su Zhang's situation was simple, he had given up on himself. If he could change his mindset, things might improve, but after years of stagnation, that seemed unlikely. Unless he was reborn into a past era where he could dominate the business world again. But since Yao Tongtong had asked, Yi Cheng thought for a moment before answering, Sister Yao, don't get mad at what I'm about to say. She nodded lightly, already guessing what he would suggest. Yi Cheng carefully chose his words. Sometimes, letting go isn't a bad thing. It can actually free both parties. And from a personal standpoint, if you don't want to regret things even more in the future, then maybe you should consider cutting ties. But this is just my suggestion. Ultimately, it's your decision. Yao Tongtong remained silent for a moment, then nodded. She couldn't act on it immediately, but at least now, the option that had once seemed impossible no longer felt completely off the table. Alright, let's head up. Yi Cheng unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. After a brief pause, Yao Tongtong wiped her face once more and followed. As they entered the lobby and walked toward the elevators, Yi Cheng failed to notice someone familiar standing nearby. Mu Ziying had just finished some work on the first floor when she suddenly saw a familiar figure passing by. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly followed only to confirm that it was indeed him. That day, thanks to Yi Cheng's help, she had not only kept her job at the company but also avoided punishment for playing games during work hours. Even the chairman had personally inquired about her well-being, leaving her overwhelmed. She knew all of this was because of Yi Cheng, the man who had suddenly appeared in front of her and protected her. But now that they had met again by chance, she hesitated. Would he even remember her? Besides, they were from completely different worlds, was there really a chance for a Cinderella story? In the end, she could only watch as Yi Cheng stepped into the private elevator and disappeared from sight. She sighed softly and turned away. If we missed each other, then so be it. 81st floor, General Manager's office. Yi Cheng didn't just walk in like a boss, instead, he knocked on the door before entering with Yao Tongtong. The entire 81st floor belonged to their 30-person company, so even the general manager's office was lavishly furnished, complete with a large desk, sofas, and a coffee table. At that moment, Li Chang and Hu Ning were sitting on the sofa, still discussing the establishment of the investment department. Seeing Yi Cheng enter, both immediately stood up to greet him. Boss. Yi Cheng nodded slightly at them, walked over to the sofa, and sat down. Still talking about the investment department? Yes. Li Cheng nodded and briefly explained the current progress. A stack of prepared documents was also placed beside him. Yi Cheng picked them up and flipped through them as he listened. The initial preparations involved setting up the structure, determining how many employees to hire, and deciding what investments to pursue. With their boss allocating 3 billion yuan, Li Cheng spared no expense. Just for recruitment alone, he planned to set aside 10 million annually for salaries and incentives. Yi Cheng had no problem entrusting all of this to them. 3 billion? Just spend it. Oh, right, boss. This is the preliminary company vehicle procurement plan. Take a look. Yi Cheng took the plan from Hu Ning. For company cars, the general manager and executives all got Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans. The only female executive, Yao Tongtong, got a Maserati Quattroporte. Looking further down, he saw that all the other company cars were from high-end brands like Audi, BMW, and Benz. It was luxury to the max. There's even a car for me? Didn't I say I already have one? Yi Cheng was surprised to find that a car had been arranged for him as well. Hu Ning smiled. You're the company's boss, of course, we have to prepare a car for you. Though, we may need a larger budget. Yi Cheng glanced at the figure. 20 million. Damn. These guys sure knew how to spend money. Although it was company money, which was basically his money, he didn't mind. In fact, he liked it. For the past few days, he had been driving Yan Yuning's car as if it were his own. Now that he thought about it, maybe it was time to buy one for himself. His LaFerrari was still being repaired, waiting for parts to be shipped from overseas. So, he nodded. Alright, go ahead and buy it. Hu Ning nodded. He had never expected Yi Cheng to refuse a car purchase anyway. After all, what man didn't love luxury cars? Boss, the extended Pullman model is rare. I'll need to reach out to some contacts to see if we can get one imported. If we can't, we'll have to settle for something else. Yi Cheng nodded. Don't go out of your way. A Rolls-Royce Phantom is a bit lower end, but it's still decent. Understood. Of course, in his mind, Hu Ning secretly swore to do everything he could to get the Pullman. A car worth over 10 million yuan, though technically the boss's, was something he could ride in too. Alright, you guys keep discussing. I'm heading out. After checking the time, Yi Cheng didn't want to stay any longer. Understood, boss. Take care. The executives immediately stood up to see him off. Yi Cheng had only walked a few steps when he noticed Yao Tongtong nearby and suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Let's give everyone a salary raise. The executives were stunned. Yi Cheng thought for a moment. Their company, despite having hundreds of billions in annual profits, didn't pay particularly high salaries simply because making money was too easy. Li Cheng, as the general manager, had an annual salary of 1.2 million. The legal director, Wang Yang, had 1 million. Hu Ning and Yao Tongtong each earned 800,000. So, he said, Li Cheng, I'll raise yours to 1.5 million. The 3 department heads will go up to 1.2 million each. All other employees will get a 20% increase. Li Cheng and Hu Ning were overjoyed. What a generous boss. May the boss live long and prosper. An instant raise of 400,000 for one, 300,000 for the others. This was incredible. Their loyalty to the company immediately soared. But Yao Tongtong realized something. It seemed like Yi Cheng had glanced at her just before announcing the salary raise. It felt completely spontaneous, without any prior discussion. Was it possible that he did it because he knew about her family situation? And to avoid suspicion, he raised everyone's salaries while giving her and Hu Ning a 50% increase? Her nose tingled, and a wave of emotion swept over her. Having such a thoughtful boss, she wouldn't switch jobs even if someone offered her 1.5 million elsewhere. With the triple effect of the charisma aura, Yao Tongtong's loyalty to both Yi Cheng and the company had reached an unshakable level. Thank you, boss. Yao Tongtong looked at Yi Cheng seriously and said, We'll immediately inform the employees about this great news. Seeing that she had understood his intentions, Yi Cheng sighed internally. Women really are perceptive. Indeed, he mainly wanted to help Yao Tongtong gain more financial independence. With a husband who didn't contribute and even gambled, he worried that one day, her husband might suddenly come home with 1 million yuan debt. Of course, he had also planned to give everyone a raise eventually. Now that he had learned about Yao Tongtong's family struggles, he simply took the opportunity to announce it today and gave a bigger increase because of her. He smiled. Alright, that's settled then. Li Cheng, have HR calculate the new salaries. They'll take effect tomorrow. Yes, boss. Li Cheng nodded. With that, Yi Cheng left while being enthusiastically escorted out. Once he got into his car, he looked at the executives waving him off and sighed. This is the power of money. Then, he stepped on the gas and drove away. However, on the way, he received a call from Beijing. The phone number was insane, 1x999999999 nines in a row. Yi Chang was momentarily dazzled by all the nines. Then, he sighed. Unfortunately, it wasn't Elena. But when he answered and heard the voice on the other end, he got so excited that he accidentally bumped his head on the car roof. This is Long Kuan. Is this Xiao Chang? Forget Helena. Forget foreign beauties. Yi Chang immediately shoved all thoughts of women aside. This was a big-time backer. A super influential figure. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly responded. Yes, it's me. Uncle Long. A hearty laugh came from the other end. Ha, I thought you had forgotten about me. How have you been? Yi Chang grinned. I've been doing well. Thank you for checking in, Uncle Long. Ha, as long as you're doing well. You're studying at Modern University, right? About to graduate? Yes, I'll graduate in June. Have you found a job yet? How about joining Longtung Group as my assistant? Yi Chang's heart pounded. Goodness. Assistant to Long Kuan, chairman of Longtung Group? That was extremely tempting. But he still declined. Sorry, Uncle Long. I already have a job and haven't considered leaving just yet. Come on, working with a beautiful CEO, how could I give that up? Long Kuan didn't press the issue and chuckled. I won't force you, then. If you ever need help, just call my secretary. He'll take care of anything for you. And visit Beijing more often. Yi Chang grinned. I definitely will. Good. Another day passed. In the dormitory, Yi Chang was playing Jianwang 3, doing his daily quests. Now that he had reached the max level, he could participate in various activities. However, since he hadn't acquired good gear yet, he was still a weakling in the game. This game's PvP mode didn't allow players to buy equipment with real money. Instead, he had to complete tasks to earn a special, non-tradable currency to purchase PvP gear. So, he had no choice but to take his time. He hadn't been playing for long when Yan Yuning suddenly called him. Yi Chang, my foot is healed. Yi Chang, your foot is healed? That's great. It doesn't hurt when you walk anymore? MHM, no pain at all. Yi Chang smiled. Why are you calling? Don't tell me you're going back to work and want me to go too? But Yan Yuning snorted. Work? I finally got a whole week off. I'm not going back unless someone forces me. So, you missed me? Yi Chang teased with a smirk. Put. Shameless. Who would miss you? Yan Yuning scoffed, then repeated, my foot is healed. I got it. Why are you saying it again? Yi Chang was puzzled. I said, my foot is healed. Yan Yuning emphasized each word loudly, almost shouting. She even sounded a little annoyed. Yi Chang suddenly remembered he had promised to take her shopping once her foot recovered. He slapped his forehead. How could I forget about such an important date with a beauty? It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that the campus beauty, Ning Ching Shu, had chatted with him for 2 hours this morning. He immediately said, I'll be right there. Wait for me at home, and don't forget to wear something nice. Keep dreaming. Yan Yuning scoffed, but then, her tone softened into a sweet, sultry voice. Hurry up, okay? Damn. Yi Chang felt his adrenaline spike. I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, he stripped off his clothes and put on what he considered his most handsome outfit, a crisp white dress shirt, fitted black trousers, and a pair of white sneakers. He also styled his hair. Looking in the mirror, he smirked. Damn, I look amazing. His two dormmates watched in stunned silence before one of them asked, Yi, what are you doing? Going to work. Yi Chang left them with that vague response before dashing out of the dormitory. Going on a date with the CEO? That counts as work, right? He headed straight to the campus parking lot, hopped into his Rolls-Royce Wraith, and drove toward Yulong Garden. He weaved through traffic with expert precision, his master-level driving skills ensuring a smooth ride, though he was probably cursed at by countless drivers along the way. But in the end, he arrived at Villa number 18 in exactly 20 minutes. After parking, he walked straight into the villa. Since he knew the door code, he let himself in without hesitation. Yu Ning. He looked around the living room but saw no one. Xiao Ning, where are you? A sweet voice called down from upstairs. Stop shouting. I was changing clothes just now. Changing clothes? Yi Chang raised his voice. Then I'm coming up. Before he could take a step, he heard the sound of slippers pattering against the floor. A graceful figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Yan Yuning stood there, looking down at Yi Chang. For a moment, she was dazed. Dressed in a white shirt and slim black pants, he exuded a youthful energy. And that handsome face, it was enough to make any woman's heart waver. Even someone like her had to admit if Yi Chang weren't so good-looking, she wouldn't have gotten so close to him so quickly. Realizing she had been staring, her face turned slightly red. She quickly rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "Up to no good." Yi Chang felt a pang of disappointment. Damn, she already changed. But her outfit still caught his eye. She wore a lace chiffon blouse, revealing a graceful swan-like neck. The sheer fabric faintly outlined her delicate collarbones. Below, her ample curves stretched the fabric ever so slightly. She paired it with fitted jeans that hugged her figure perfectly, accentuating her perky hips, round thighs, and slender legs. But what made Yi Chang's heartbeat quicken was the fact that beneath the jeans, her feet were wrapped in black stockings. Were they ankle socks, pantyhose, or thigh-highs? The mystery made him itch to find out. Without hesitation, he strode up the stairs and wrapped his arms around her. "President, you're stunning." Hearing him call her president, Yen Yuning's face turned crimson. She shot him a glare and pushed him away. "No touching. And don't call me president. Otherwise, I'm not going." "Seriously? We've kissed, I've touched you before, and now you're suddenly acting reserved?" Yi Chang grumbled internally but respected her wishes. After all, he knew he'd win in the long run. "Fine, no touching." Then he reached for her hand. Yen Yuning immediately pulled back and glared at him. "I said no touching. Holding hands doesn't count as touching." Yi Chang said matter-of-factly and grabbed her hand again. Her annoyance quickly turned into amusement. She wanted to be mad, but at the same time, she found his persistence endearing. Was this what being in love felt like? But she quickly shook off the thought, blushing. "No. Not until he fully proves himself." "Alright, let's go. Today, I'm spending 5 million. Yen Yuning declared. 5 million? Yi Chang blinked. "What, you don't want to?" She pouted. "You made me wait this long to go shopping, so I'm increasing the price." But then she hesitated. "Maybe 5 million is too much?" After thinking for a moment, she added, "If 5 million is too much, then 3 million, or 2 million is fine too." Yi Chang burst into laughter. Pulling out his phone, he showed her his bank balance. Yen Yuning's eyes widened as she stared at the long string of digits. After counting carefully, she gasped. 10 billion? She finally realized just how rich this bad guy really was. Yi Chang smirked. "If you can spend this all in one day, then it's yours." Yen Yuning's eyelashes fluttered. "Really? Why would I lie?" "Then, just transfer it to me," she suddenly said. Yen Yuning's words stunned Yi Chang for a moment, but he showed no intention of refusing. Instead, he earnestly said, "Then should we go to the bank first? For such a large transfer, we have to go to the bank, right?" Yen Yuning burst into laughter and playfully tapped his nose with her slender finger. "Idiot, I was just teasing you. What would I do with that much money?" Yi Chang chuckled. "You can use it whenever you need it." Yen Yuning was deeply moved. Yi Chang didn't even blink before offering her more than 1 billion yuan. Was there any other man in the world who would do such a thing? Even her own father wouldn't. She blinked and asked, "If you give me all your money, what about you?" Yi Chang waved his hand nonchalantly. "I still have more than 20 billion in my company. I can spend that money however I like, so don't worry." Her smile froze. This guy. Is it really okay to flaunt wealth like this? Seeing her expression, Yi Chang smiled slightly and said, "But, if I ever run out of money, I'll just rely on you. By then, you'll have to support me." Yen Yuning rolled her eyes at him and scolded, "Dream on. I'm not supporting you. Then I'll have no choice but to wander the streets." Yi Chang immediately put on a pitiful expression. "You're so heartless. What nonsense." Yen Yuning huffed, pinching his arm. Then, with a slight blush, she snorted, "I won't let you mooch off me. I'll give you a job so you can earn your own money." Yi Chang beamed with joy. Wasn't that just another way of supporting him? He immediately wrapped his arms around Yen Yuning's slender waist and rested his head on her shoulder. She struggled slightly at first but soon quieted down, embracing his waist in return. The warmth of his body and the firmness beneath his clothes made her heart flutter shyly, yet she also indulged in the feeling. "Yuning, you're so good to me." After holding her for a while, Yi Chang lifted his head, gazing into her eyes. His deep, magnetic voice softly murmured, "I want to be your assistant for life." Yen Yuning's heart pounded wildly. His gentle gaze made her feel like she was sinking into it. Yi Chang's face gradually moved closer to hers. Realizing what was about to happen, Yen Yuning pressed her hands against his chest to stop him, but with little strength. She whispered, "Don't kiss me. I just put on lipstick. I'll have to reapply it later." If Yi Chang really wanted to kiss her, he could have, but her words made him change his mind. "Alright, I won't kiss your lips." Then where are you going to kiss?" Yen Yuning didn't expect this shameless man to actually stop. but his mischievous nature remained. He slightly bent down and pressed his lips against her exposed collarbone. Yi Chang took a deep kiss before lifting his head. Yan Yuning, flustered and angry, raised her little fists and pounded on him. "Who told you to kiss me randomly?" Yi Chang glanced at the mark he left on her collarbone and chuckled. "Just leaving my mark on you." Yan Yuning frowned. "What mark? Go check in the mirror." She immediately rushed into her bedroom, looked in the mirror, and saw the hickey just above her collar. Her face turned bright red in an instant. Meanwhile, Yi Chang had sneakily followed her into the CEO's bedroom. He approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Well, do you like it?" "Hate it. How am I supposed to go out like this? People will see." Yan Yuning pouted in embarrassment, tugging at her collar, but it kept slipping back. "That's the point, I want everyone to see that you're taken." Yi Chang grinned. "All right, we should go. If we're any later, you won't have time to spend my money." "Humph. Shameless. I never agreed to that." Yan Yuning's heart raced with shyness, but shopping with Yi Chang was more important. The mark wouldn't fade anytime soon. Stamping her foot, she turned around and smacked his chest angrily. "You're such a scoundrel." Then she rushed downstairs without looking back. Yi Chang laughed and followed her down to the entrance. He quickly put on his shoes, then turned to watch Yan Yuning take out hers. Feeling a sudden impulse, he stepped forward and said, "Let me help you put them on." "Don't be mad." Having someone put on her shoes for her, Yan Yuning huffed but then sat down, allowing him to do so. Her shoes were the same as Yi Chang's simple white sneakers. It seemed she hadn't considered wearing high heels for their date. But Yi Chang didn't mind. Wearing high heels while shopping was indeed torturous. Of course, he wasn't really concerned about what shoes she wore. His heart pounded as he looked at her black silk-clad feet in her slippers. Grabbing her ankle, he slipped off her slipper, the touch sending waves of excitement through him. At that moment, Yan Yuning regretted agreeing to this. She noticed the way he looked at her foot, he was up to no good. She even regretted her choice of wearing pantyhose underneath, probably because she suddenly recalled the videos Yi Chang had shown her that day. Yi Chang held her ankle, making her body stiffen as she instinctively pulled her foot back. She protested in a soft voice, "No funny business." Yi Chang slowly helped her put on her shoe while saying, "So you're admitting I'm your boyfriend now?" "I am not." Yan Yuning huffed. Yi Chang laughed, finished tying her laces, then suddenly yanked up her pant leg when she wasn't paying attention. Yan Yuning gasped, "What are you doing?" She quickly tried to pull her pant leg back down. Yi Chang's eyes widened. Whoa! There were letters on them. Then, he burst into laughter. "So this is your little secret for meeting your boyfriend?" Yan Yuning's face turned completely red, even her ears seemed like they could bleed. She stammered, It's not. I just what?" Yi Chang smirked. At this point, he no longer cared whether this poked at his weakness. The fact that Yan Yuning willingly wore these for him meant his plan was nearly complete. She had already accepted it in her heart. Next step, shifting from his initiative to hers. Then, deeper interactions. That's how strategy games work. Quickly, he finished helping her put on the other shoe, pulled her pant leg down to cover her stockings, and said, "My wife's feet can't be seen by other men." Still flustered from the earlier moment, Yan Yuning's mind was foggy. Hearing his words, she pouted, "Who's your wife?" "You are," Yi Chang declared. Holding the shy-faced Yan Yuning's hand, Yi Chang left the house with her. When they got to the car, Yi Chang took the initiative to open the door for Yan Yuning, acting like a gentleman as he invited her to get in. At the same time, he placed his hand on the doorframe to prevent her from accidentally bumping her head. After she got in, he followed, started the car, and asked, "Where do you want to shop?" Yan Yuning couldn't immediately think of a place, so she finally said, "You're the man, you decide." Yi Chang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Since she said that, how could he refuse? "Then let's go to my turf," he chuckled. Yan Yuning didn't quite understand. "Your turf?" "Jinsi Road." She rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything more. "Let's go." The car started and left the villa, heading straight for Jinsi Road. However, they didn't notice that as they were leaving Yulong Garden, a Lamborghini was driving toward them. The man in the Lamborghini watched as the Rolls-Royce pulled out. Through the windshield, he saw that the driver was a man, and in the passenger seat sat the woman who was originally supposed to be his fiancée. His gaze grew cold. He turned his car around and followed them while taking out his phone to make a call. "Zhao Chang, find some guys for me. I need to take care of a country bumpkin." More than 10 minutes later, Yi Chang drove into a familiar street once again. The bustling cityscape was something to admire, but for him, the only thing that mattered was whether this street could help him further his relationship. He drove all the way to the largest shopping mall on Jinsi Road, Jinsi Plaza. After parking the car, Yi Chang and Yan Yuning walked inside. Buy whatever you like, no need to save me money, Yi Chang said grandly, waving his hand like a nouveau riche. Yan Yuning rolled her eyes at him and began looking around while walking. Yi Chang held her hand, and she didn't resist. In fact, she quite liked the feeling. Women have a special talent. When passing by a clothing store, they can instantly spot an item they love and rush inside to try it on. Yi Chang didn't understand how they did this. At least for him, he only went into a store if he liked the brand first. As for whether shopping with women was a painful experience, right now, he didn't think so. After all, he could take the opportunity to hold Yan Yuning's waist from time to time and enjoy the closeness. Other men around them occasionally glanced over, all silently fuming and feeling jealous that Yi Chang was publicly defiling their goddess. Yi Chang noticed their looks and felt quite pleased with himself. Sorry, but this street belongs to me, and so does the goddess. Do you want to watch a movie later? Yi Chang suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear. A movie? Yan Yuning recalled seeing online that watching a movie was a standard step in a date. Her face turned slightly red, and she nodded lightly. What do you want to watch? Yi Chang asked. What's showing right now, she responded. No, it's not about what's currently playing. It's about what you want to watch, Yi Chang waved his hand. Yan Yuning didn't quite understand what he meant, but after thinking for a moment, she said, I want to watch Titanic. You've never seen it? Yi Chang was surprised. No, Yan Yuning shook her head. I never really had the time before. Yi Chang's eyes softened with pity. A woman like her, born into privilege, probably had her entire life planned out for her. At this point, he still didn't know that even her marriage had been arranged and that she had fought with her father over it multiple times. Alright, let's go watch it. Yi Chang reached out and stroked her hair gently. Take your time shopping. We'll watch it whenever you feel like it. You can watch for as long as you want today. Then he took out his phone. Li Chang, arrange something for me. Which company owns the cinema in Jinsei Plaza? Clear out their IMAX hall today and get Titanic ready for me. On the top floor of Jinsei Tower, Li Chang, who was still working on setting up the investment department, was stunned for a moment before responding. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. You mean a private screening, right? Of course. Hurry up and get it done. After Yi Chang hung up, Yan Yuning gazed at him, her eyes filled with warmth. She hadn't expected that, just to fulfill her wish of watching a movie, Yi Chang would directly book an entire IMAX hall, not just for a single screening, but for the whole day. She asked, will they even agree? They've probably already sold tickets for today's showings. Yi Chang chuckled. Small matter. Li Chang is the company's general manager. He'll handle it. Besides, if the cinema owner refuses, I'll rename Xingyi Cinema to Yuning Cinema tomorrow. Yan Yuning scoffed, you're such a bully. The owner rents the space from you, and you just kick them out? They'd sue you. Yi Chang looked at her affectionately. As long as it's for you, I'd do anything. Her face flushed, and she softly hummed in response. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Jinsei Tower, after hanging up the phone, Li Chang immediately searched his contacts for the cinema owner and called him. Mr. Li, it's rare for you to call me. What's the matter? The owner asked. I'll get straight to the point. We need to clear out your IMAX hall today for a private screening, Li Chang said. Well, Mr. Li, you know that private screenings have to be booked in advance. We've already scheduled today's showings, and tickets have been sold. If we cancel now, customers will complain. The owner hesitated. Li Chang didn't waste time arguing. There are still about half a day's worth of screenings left, right? Even if we book the hall, that's just 7 or 8 screenings at most. I'll pay 3 times the price to book the remaining slots, and for customers who already bought tickets, you can either refund them in full or give them free tickets for another time. Any losses will be compensated at triple the amount. How about that? Also, let me remind you, this is a direct order from my boss. You understand what that means, right? The cinema owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tone. Oh, Mr. Li, you didn't have to say so much. Since you've asked, of course, I'll make the arrangements. Li Chang nodded. Good. Let's grab a meal together sometime. Absolutely. After shopping for a long time, Yi Chang had bought everything for Yan Yuning: bags, clothes, watches, jewelry, each item costing at least tens of thousands. Tired? He asked, noticing that it was already past 3 p.m. They had been shopping for nearly 3 hours. Yes, Yan Yuning patted her legs. She was indeed exhausted. Yi Chang glanced at the many shopping bags he was carrying and then at her empty hands. So, women do get tired after all? Then let's watch the movie first, then have dinner. Okay. Yan Yuning enjoyed the feeling of having everything arranged for her. Not having to think about anything, not having to plan anything, of course, that felt comfortable. She leaned against Yi Chang, not wanting to move away at all. After placing all the shopping bags back in the car, Yi Chang and Yan Yuning headed straight to the cinema. While waiting in line for popcorn, Yi Chang took out his phone and called the cinema manager. This was a number that Li Chang had given him, instructing him to call the manager upon arrival at the cinema. Soon, Yi Chang had bought popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea, and the manager was already waiting nearby. "Mr. Yi, the IMAX theater has been closed to the public. You can enter at any time. Additionally, we've sourced a 3D copy of Titanic for you. I wish you and your wife an enjoyable movie experience," the manager said respectfully. Yi Chang glanced at the manager with an approving look. Sharp guy, he's going places. Meanwhile, Yan Yuning's face instantly turned red. Why was this man talking nonsense? She and Yi Chang looked so young, yet she was already being called wife? She stole a glance at Yi Chang, who was grinning from ear to ear. Feeling embarrassed and annoyed, she shot him a glare, but unfortunately, he didn't notice. Even though Yi Chang was pleased, he still clarified, not a wife just yet. The manager pretended to realize his mistake and, looking at how intimately they were holding hands, said, "Oh, you two seem so close, just like newlyweds." In truth, holding hands wasn't that intimate. The manager had simply noticed the red mark on Yan Yuning's neck. Yan Yuning became even more flustered and lowered her head. She couldn't just pull her hand away in front of others, she had to save face for this troublemaker beside her. Yi Chang waved his hand with a smile. "All right, just take us inside." "Of course, please follow me," the manager nodded and led them in. As they passed the ticket counter, Yan Yuning overheard a couple talking to the cashier. "Why can't we enter the IMAX theater?" they asked, holding their tickets. The cashier replied, "Apologies, the IMAX projection system is experiencing a malfunction. We are urgently arranging repairs. We can offer you a full refund for your tickets. Thank you for your understanding. We finally found time to watch a movie, and now you're telling us we can't? We sincerely apologize. We're happy to offer you either a full refund or free tickets for another movie." With a full refund and free tickets as compensation, the customers quickly accepted the situation. After all, if the IMAX system was broken, they wouldn't be able to watch the movie anyway. Since the theater was even offering extra tickets, there was nothing to complain about. Yan Yuning, however, felt deeply moved. Look at him, her assistant, he had shut down the entire IMAX theater just to fulfill her wish. No wonder King Yu of Zhou once lit the beacon towers just to make Bao Si laugh. She took the initiative to hold Yi Chang's hand, her heart filled with gratitude. Feeling her touch, Yi Chang smiled slightly and gently squeezed her soft, delicate hand, feeling quite pleased with himself. The rich have a simple and straightforward way of flirting. At the entrance of the IMAX hall, a sign read "Under Maintenance, No Entry," with retractable belts blocking the doorway. The manager unhooked the belt and let them inside. The massive IMAX theater was completely empty, and they had their pick of seats. Yi Chang led Yan Yuning to a seat in the back row and then told the manager, "All right, start the movie." The manager nodded, then leaned close to Yi Chang and pointed at the ceiling cameras, whispering, "They're already turned off." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow, glanced up at the cameras, then smirked knowingly and gave the manager a thumbs up. This guy really knew what was up. If he didn't get promoted in the future, it would be a shame. The manager left, and Yan Yuning curiously asked, "What were you whispering about just now?" "Nothing important," Yi Chang replied. Oh, Yan Yuning didn't think too much about it. Soon, the lights dimmed, the screen lit up, and the Golden Dragon logo appeared, followed by the studio's logo. Then, the movie began. Yi Chang held the popcorn, but his attention wasn't on the film. Instead, he kept sneaking glances at Yan Yuning's side profile. Under the flickering light of the screen, the shadows on her face shifted, making her look even more captivating. Yi Chang felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Yan Yuning didn't notice his gaze. She was fully focused on the movie. She rarely watched films, probably no more than 10 a year, so she was watching with extra concentration. From time to time, she would reach into Yi Chang's lap, take a piece of popcorn, and eat it. It had been years since she'd eaten something like this. It was sweet and delicious. The movie moved from the underwater exploration of the sunken ship to the grand Titanic setting sail. Young Leonardo DiCaprio appeared on screen, looking extraordinarily handsome. But Yan Yuning's expression remained unchanged. She quietly watched, occasionally eating popcorn or sipping her milk tea. Yi Chang grabbed her reaching hand. She looked at him, puzzled. He motioned toward Jack on the screen and asked, "What do you think of him?" "He's good-looking," Yan Yuning replied. "For a foreigner, he's probably considered quite handsome." Yi Chang felt jealous. She had never even called him handsome before. But her next words made him happy again. "But still, not as handsome as you," she said with a playful smile, cupping Yi Chang's face. Yi Chang immediately stopped feeling jealous and grinned. Really? He's an international movie star. Just because he's a star doesn't mean you can't be better looking than him. Yan Yuning rolled her eyes. Are you really that insecure? My confidence comes from you, Yi Chang said, placing his hand over hers, gently stroking the back of her hand before intertwining their fingers. Now that you said that, I feel confident again. Yan Yuning blushed, but in the darkness, it wasn't visible. She muttered softly, stop talking. Watch the movie. Yi Chang chuckled and said no more. I want some popcorn. Yan Yuning moved her hand, signaling him to let go. But Yi Chang misunderstood, or rather, he deliberately misunderstood and used his other hand to pick up a piece of popcorn, bringing it to her lips. Yan Yuning's embarrassment deepened. She stubbornly kept her mouth shut, unwilling to accept his offering. Open up, didn't you say you wanted some? Yi Chang coaxed. Just as she was about to refuse, she instinctively opened her mouth to speak and Yi Chang took the chance to pop the popcorn inside. She glared at him, annoyed. But since the popcorn was already in her mouth, spitting it out would be awkward, so she had no choice but to chew and swallow it. The first time led to many more. Yi Chang kept feeding her, and soon, she started enjoying the feeling of being pampered. Meanwhile, on screen, the romance between the film's protagonists was heating up, leading to a passionate kiss. Yi Chang turned to Yan Yuning and softly called, Yuning. She was deeply moved by the film's romance and didn't appreciate being interrupted. Don't talk. The next moment, she saw Yi Chang pulling her into his arms. And just like Jack and Rose on the screen, he kissed her lips. Half a minute later, Yi Chang finally pulled away, satisfied. The beauty in his arms was blushing deeply, her captivating expression making his heart race. Scoundrel! Once again bullied, Yan Yuning was almost getting used to it. Other than scolding this rogue, there was nothing else she could do. I couldn't help it, Yi Chang said righteously. I just made the mistake that all men make. Yan Yuning rolled her eyes. So you're just a pervert. Yi Chang didn't argue. Because it was true. He quickly shifted the topic. Watch the movie, we missed part of the story. Yan Yuning let out a soft humph, too lazy to argue with him. The movie continued. Films like this always followed a predictable structure, showing beauty and happiness at first, then a disaster unfolding in the middle, leading to despair in the final act, usually ending in tragedy to evoke strong emotions. At this moment, Titanic was reaching its climax. The ship was about to sink, and the protagonist stood on the deck, saying, you jump, I jump. Yan Yuning's eyes showed longing and emotion as she sighed, Jack and Rose's love is so beautiful. Meanwhile, Yi Chang was troubled by the gap between their two seats. Damn this IMAX theater, no couple seats. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Li Chang book this hall. Hearing Yan Yuning's comment, he casually replied, that's why Rose survived, and Jack froze to death. Yan Yuning pushed him angrily. Why do you have to ruin the mood? Of course, she already knew the ending, but no one liked facing tragedy head-on. Yi Chang quickly tried to salvage the moment. That just means the male lead was willing to sacrifice himself for the female lead. Yan Yuning looked at him and softly asked, if I were Rose and you were Jack, what would you do? Yi Chang chuckled helplessly. You're not seriously thinking about traveling back in time, are you? It's a disaster movie. Yan Yuning remained serious. Just answer me. Looking into her eyes, Yi Chang knew this was one of those who do you save first, your mom or me questions. Though, thankfully, this one wasn't as tricky. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Women's questions are always filled with emotions and unrealistic scenarios. However, giving a perfect answer can quickly capture her heart. Option 1, give a bad answer. Reward, she will think you are cold and indifferent. Option 2, give an acceptable answer. Reward, charm aura effect increased tenfold for 1 day. Option 3, give a perfect answer. Reward, women will find you more likable, and their affection for you will be harder to decrease. Yi Chang couldn't help but complain in his mind if he combined option 3 with the charm aura, wouldn't he become every woman's best friend? Then again, that didn't sound so bad. Now the real question was, what counted as a perfect answer? After quickly thinking it through, he turned back to Yan Yuning and let out a sigh. Yan Yuning tensed up, waiting for his response. Then, Yi Chang looked at her seriously. His gaze was so deep and affectionate that she instinctively wanted to look away, but she couldn't bear to. Yi Chang spoke. Of course, I'd jump with you. Yan Yuning's eyes turned slightly red, her heart melting instantly. But that was just an acceptable answer. Yi Chang wasn't done. He continued, but I wouldn't let that happen in the first place. First, if you wanted to go on a cruise, I'd buy a ship before the trip even started. There would also be a helicopter on board, ready to take off any time and fly us away. Since I'd own the ship, I'd naturally have the right to leave, Yi Chang said. Yan Yuning hesitated for a moment and asked, but what if people criticized you for leaving others behind? Yi Chang chuckled. I never said I'd abandon the passengers. The ship would be fully stocked with enough lifeboats for everyone, and if there wasn't enough room, I'd buy a few more passenger ships to follow us. It's just money, I have plenty, Yi Chang said casually. No big deal. Worst case, he still had Uncle Long. He wasn't sure exactly how rich Long Cohen was, but he was definitely wealthier than Yi Chang at the moment. Hearing Yi Chang flaunt his wealth like that, Yan Yuning couldn't help but giggle. She playfully punched his chest and scolded, a cruise ship costs billions, you're such a spendthrift. Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. Only billions? So that meant Jinsei Road's annual profit could buy 2 or 3 of them? Yan Yuning huffed, what do you mean only billions? My family couldn't afford that. Well, I can, though. Yi Chang held back from saying that out loud. Instead, he took her hand and gently played with it while saying, so, you never have to worry about a crisis like that. Just remember, I will always protect you. Yan Yuning let out a soft hump but didn't resist his touch anymore. Even a wealthy heiress couldn't help but be moved when billions were being thrown around like pocket change. And Yi Chang's final words completely broke down any remaining hesitation she had. Congratulations, host. You have given a perfect answer. Reward, women will find you more likable, and their affection for you will be harder to decrease. Additionally, due to your promise in the answer, you receive a bonus reward, Rossi Shipbuilding and Dock Company plus 100 ship design blueprints and related documents. Yi Chang reached into his pocket and found a USB drive. It must have contained the extra blueprints and documents. He was speechless. What was he supposed to do with ship designs? System, the designs contain advanced technology. Ships built using them will have the highest performance ratings on this planet. If the host constructs a cruise ship based on these blueprints, as long as he doesn't intentionally seek disaster, he will never experience a sinking event. Yi Chang was shocked. His system could even provide cutting-edge technology? Unfortunately, the system didn't respond to further questions. But Yi Chang didn't dwell on it. He pulled out his phone and searched for information on Rossi Shipbuilding and Dock Company. It was based in Newland and was a fairly powerful shipyard. They had built a 200,000-ton luxury cruise ship and 2 100,000-ton ships. They weren't involved with the military, and their background was clean. In other words, the system had even prepared a shipyard for him. Well then, what else was there to say? When the time came, he'd just send them the blueprints and have them build him a ship. He just didn't know how long it would take. Shaking his head, he and Yan Yuning continued watching the movie. As time passed, Yan Yuning became more and more emotionally invested in the film. Without realizing it, she began to see herself as Rose and mentally cast Yi Chang as Jack. And in the end, she realized having a rich man was better. Jack had nothing but love to give. But Yi Chang? He had love and billions. More billions than most men could ever dream of. Besides, the Titanic movie had been romanticized. In reality, first-class passengers had about the same survival rate as third-class children. Though to be fair, most of the men on the real Titanic had been quite gentlemanly. After the movie ended, Yi Chang helplessly wiped Yan Yuaning's tears and said, "Alright, stop crying. It was just a movie. Was it really necessary to cry even after it was over?" He had never noticed this side of Yan Yuaning before. "Why can't I cry?" The male lead died. Yan Yuaning, who had just immersed herself in the story and even mentally substituted Yi Chang into the role, couldn't accept the male lead's death. It felt as if she had personally killed Yi Chang. But no matter what, Yi Chang would never have guessed that Yan Yuaning was crying so sorrowfully because of this. Not to mention, during the movie, he had been struggling with the small gap between the seats, nearly punching it out of frustration. But since the mighty CEO was crying, he had no choice but to continue comforting her. "Jack is alive and well. It was just acting. Now he's even gained weight, he can't compare to me at all." Yan Yuaning almost laughed out of frustration, glaring at him. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Do you think I don't know that?" Yi Chang chuckled, "I'm just coaxing you like a little sister." "Put. I'm 3 years older than you. Calling me your little sister, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Yi Chang was surprised. "What? You're not 18? How are you 3 years older than me?" Yan Yuaning was immediately caught off guard. She either had to admit she was almost 30 or insist that she was forever 18. In the end, she squeezed out a sentence, "I'm 18 plus 70-something months. Anyway, I'm older than you, so you have to call me big sister." Yi Chang burst out laughing, stood up from his seat, walked over to Yan Yuaning, pulled her up, wrapped his arms around her waist, and embraced her. Then he whispered softly in her ear, "Alright, my CEO big sister, your assistant little brother likes you the most. He gently kissed her forehead, then pressed his face against hers, savoring the softness of her body. Before, Yan Yuaning might have resisted a little, but now she didn't resist at all. Hesitantly, she reached out, wrapped her arms around Yi Chang's waist, and inhaled the scent of the man. It was surprisingly pleasant. A few minutes later, Yi Chang led Yan Yuaning out of the IMAX theater. The staff member outside, a woman, saw them and couldn't help but look at Yan Yuaning with envy. The news that Yi Chang had rented out the IMAX theater had already spread among the employees. He had paid triple the price to book the theater for a whole day and even covered 3 times the refund costs for the theater that day, amounting to 6 times the usual price. He had spent hundreds of thousands in one go. Who wouldn't want a boyfriend like that? But when the female staff member saw the appearance of the woman beside the generous spender, she immediately felt inferior. As expected, a wealthy man pairs with a beautiful woman. Under the enthusiastic farewell of the cinema manager, Yi Chang and Yan Yuaning left. Standing outside the mall, after watching a 3-hour movie, it was already past 6 in the evening, and they were hungry. It was naturally time to eat. But Yan Yuaning shook Yi Chang's hand and pouted, "I want to eat the food you cook. The food outside isn't as good as yours." Yi Chang was helpless. "There are no groceries at home. Even if you want to eat, we have to buy ingredients first. By the time we get back and finish cooking, it'll be past 8. Eating late at night will make you gain weight." Yan Yuaning thought about it and agreed. She reluctantly compromised, "Then you have to cook for me more often." "Alright, before we officially start work, I'll make sure to cook for you once a day. Is that okay?" Yan Yuaning beamed with satisfaction. "Okay." Then the two of them began planning where to eat. However, neither of them noticed that a Lamborghini was parked by the roadside, and inside the car, a man was staring intently at Yi Chang, who was holding Yan Yuaning's hand. Du Xinghai gritted his teeth, slammed the steering wheel, and spoke into his phone, which was displaying an ongoing call. "Do it. Beat that guy to death. Damn it, how dare the toad try to eat swan meat?" He never imagined that the woman he had his eyes on would be snatched away by some country bumpkin from an obscure little town. "Yan Yuaning, oh Yan Yuaning, I didn't want to pressure you too much, but you actually got together with a guy like this? Did you approve of that pretty boy becoming your assistant too? How long have you two been together?" Du Xinghai couldn't help but wonder, was Yan Yuaning still? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His whole body trembled with rage as he stared coldly at Yi Chang, determined to watch that country bumpkin get beaten down in front of Yan Yuaning, humiliated, weak, and pathetic. Meanwhile, Yi Chang, who was checking his phone for high-end restaurants nearby, suddenly sensed a hostile gaze directed at him. With his perfectly enhanced body, not only had his physical abilities improved, but even his senses had reached superhuman levels. His eyes slightly shifted upward, and he immediately spotted the white Lamborghini by the roadside. Through the windshield, his vision, far exceeding normal human limits, allowed him to clearly see the man staring at him. But since he hadn't raised his head, Du Xinghai didn't realize he had already been noticed. As Yi Chang was wondering who this man was, he suddenly sensed 5 other dangerous gazes locked onto him. He quickly scanned the area and immediately identified 5 men closing in, their expressions filled with malice. These people were up to no good. Yi Chang thought to himself, so the man in the Lamborghini must be the one orchestrating this. But he wasn't afraid. Those 5 didn't look particularly tough, tall, short, fat, thin, nothing special. Even if they were trained soldiers, as long as they weren't armed, he wouldn't be too worried. His only concern was that Yan Yuaning might get hurt. After carefully observing them, he concluded that all 5 were targeting him alone. That put him at ease. He waited until they were about to reach him, then casually took out a piece of paper and said to Yan Yuaning, "I'm going to throw this away." As expected, the moment he walked toward the trash bin, the 5 men immediately changed direction and rushed toward him. Yi Chang acted as if he hadn't noticed and kept walking, but just as the fastest of the 5 got within 5 steps of him, he suddenly stopped. The 5 men didn't understand why he had stopped, but they clenched their fists, ready to catch him off guard. The fastest among them was a burly man, even taller than Yi Chang. He approached from behind, raising a fist to strike the back of Yi Chang's head. Not far away, Yan Yuaning saw this and was instantly terrified. She ran toward Yi Chang, trying to save him, and shouted, "Yi Chang, watch out!" Du Xinghai, hearing Yan Yuaning warn that country bumpkin and even run to help him, became even more furious. He turned his gaze toward Yi Chang, eager to witness the scene unfold. However, something completely unexpected happened. Just as the burly man's fist was about to land, Yi Chang, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, reached out, swiftly and precisely catching the man's fist in his grasp. Grabbing the attacker's fist, Yi Chang lifted his foot and kicked backward, landing a heavy strike on the man's thigh. The man immediately cried out in pain, but it wasn't over yet. Yi Chang pulled his fist forward, forcing the man to stumble a step closer. At that moment, Yi Chang slammed backward with an iron shoulder strike. The sheer force of the impact made the man's face turn pale, his eyes widen in shock. The tremendous impact sent him stumbling backward, and he lost his balance, about to fall flat on his back. However, his bulky body happened to be in front of the skinniest of the 5 attackers. The skinny man saw his teammate staggering toward him and instinctively tried to catch him. However, he miscalculated his weight and was immediately crushed to the ground, nearly losing his breath. The bulky man, whose thigh had just been kicked hard, was also unable to get up for the moment. The surrounding onlookers were stunned by this scene. Was this turning into a full-blown street fight? Was the man being attacked some kind of legendary martial arts master? The other 3 attackers were also startled by what had just happened. They hadn't expected their target to be so tough, but realizing that there were still 3 of them, they hesitated only briefly before charging forward again. Yi Chang swept his gaze coldly over the 3 men and shouted toward Yan Yuaning, who was rushing toward him to help, "Don't come over. Don't worry about me." Yan Yuaning looked at Yi Chang with concern. Although his earlier display of skill had surprised her, now there were 3 more attackers. Could Yi Chang really handle them alone? And who were these 5 people? Why had they suddenly attacked Yi Chang? Regardless of how anxious she was for Yi Chang, he remained calm despite facing 3 attackers coming at him simultaneously. Just as the 3 men were about to crash into him from different angles, Yi Chang suddenly leaped backward. His terrifying jumping ability made it seem like he was flying. He soared over 2 meters into the air. While airborne, he even performed a backflip, instantly escaping their encirclement. As he flipped mid-air, his legs kicked outward, left and right, striking the shoulders of 2 of the attackers. One of them was immediately sent crashing face-first to the ground, feeling as if his shoulder was about to break. The other heard a loud crack in his arm joint. His shoulder had been dislocated from the force of the kick, and he screamed in agony. At the same time, Yi Chang landed steadily on the ground. To him, these attackers were nothing but weaklings. He sneered contemptuously before swiftly delivering finishing blows to the remaining ones who could still stand. All 5 men, completely incapacitated. "Awesome!" someone in the crowd shouted. A large group of people had their phones out, recording the scene with shock on their faces. Some even started clapping. Yi Chang didn't pay attention to the bystanders. Instead, he glanced toward the Lamborghini, only to find that it had already driven away. It seemed the owner had seen his martial arts skills and decided to flee in advance. However, Yi Chang wasn't worried. Jinsi Road was his territory, and he had every right to take action. He took out his phone and called Li Cheng again. Li Cheng quickly picked up, unaware of what had happened, and asked with a smile, "Boss, how was the movie?" Yi Chang ignored his question and directly ordered, "I'm at the entrance of Jinsi Plaza. Just now, 5 people tried to attack me, but I've taken care of them. Also, a white Lamborghini was parked across from me when it happened. I suspect the car's owner was behind it. Send people to intercept that vehicle." Li Cheng's face instantly changed. His boss was on a date with a woman in their own territory, and yet something like this had happened? He immediately responded, "Understood. I'll give the order right away. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just a few small-time thugs following orders." "All right, hurry up and block that car." Yi Chang ended the call without saying more. Li Cheng swiftly made another call. To intercept a car on the road, they needed to use official channels. He quickly got in touch with the district traffic police and instructed them to locate the white Lamborghini and use traffic light controls to stop it. The district traffic police acted immediately. Not only was Jinsi Road Company the official owner of Jinsi Road, giving them the authority to carry out such actions, but this was also a case involving an attempted assault. The traffic police were more than justified in assisting. Within a minute of Li Cheng contacting them, the traffic police had already pinpointed Du Xinghai's location. They then extended the red light duration at the intersection, forcing him to remain stuck in traffic. Jinsi Road, being one of the busiest commercial streets in the country, had an enormous number of vehicles passing through. Du Xinghai had never expected Yi Chang not only to notice him but also to have the power to arrange for an interception. At that moment, he was merely confused about why a red light that normally lasted 40 seconds had suddenly extended to 99 seconds. As he waited for the light to change, he recalled Yi Chang's fighting abilities and started feeling uneasy. Damn it, people like that still exist? A country bumpkin who knows martial arts. He had witnessed Yi Chang's backflip, where he took down 2 people in mid-air. Now, instead of seeing Yi Cheng humiliated in front of Yan Yuaning, he had accidentally helped him show off his skills. This only made him even angrier. He pulled out his phone and, without waiting for a response, started cursing. "What kind of useless trash did you send? They got knocked down in seconds." They couldn't even land a single hit on him. Find me some real fighters next time. After ranting, he hung up, feeling increasingly frustrated. As he approached the next intersection, he encountered yet another 99-second red light. His mood worsened, he felt like even the traffic lights were conspiring against him. FCK. What kind of SHT traffic control is this? Who the hell sets red lights this long? Forget it. I'll just head straight to the office. His company's headquarters was in a building on Jinsei Road, and after turning at the next intersection, he'd be there. However, just as there were only a few seconds left on the red light, 2 police motorcycles weaved through the traffic and stopped on either side of his car. Each motorcycle had 2 traffic officers. One of them dismounted, knocked on his window, and said, "We've received reports of reckless driving. When the light turns green, pull over." Du Xinghai was stunned. Sure, Lamborghinis were loud, but he hadn't been speeding or doing anything reckless. Yet the traffic police were already here, and there were 4 of them. He found it odd but didn't think to connect it to Yi Chang. When the light turned green, he pulled over as instructed and prepared for questioning. At the entrance of Jinsei Plaza, Yan Yuaning held onto Yi Chang's hand, looking at him with concern. She asked, "Are you hurt?" Yi Chang patted the back of her hand and smiled. "Do I look like I could be hurt? Those guys couldn't even touch me." Thinking back to Yi Chang's agile movements and powerful combat skills, Yan Yuaning couldn't help but feel amazed. Is there anything Yi Chang can't do? At that moment, 2 police cars pulled up by the roadside. A few officers stepped out, glanced at Yi Chang, and asked, "Are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Chang nodded. "Yes. All right, we understand the situation. We'll handle these men. Also, the traffic police have already stopped the suspect's car. We'll take you to the scene for an identification. Would that be all right?" Yi Chang nodded. "Sure, let's do that." Then, he and Yan Yuaning got into one of the police cars. Under the officer's escort, they headed to the location where Du Xinghai's car had been stopped. Meanwhile, the 5 thugs were all handcuffed, with undeniable evidence against them. The officers had already reviewed surveillance footage before arriving, and some bystanders had also called the police earlier. Inside the police car, the officer in the passenger seat asked curiously, "Mr. Yi, have you trained in martial arts?" The driver and Yan Yuaning both perked up their ears, just as curious. Yi Chang chuckled. "A little. I train when I have free time." "Impressive. I saw you do that backflip while kicking 2 guys midair. That was insane. Even my instructor at the police academy couldn't do that." Yi Chang laughed heartily. He didn't expect to be admired by police officers. He humbly replied, "Well, your instructor trained you guys, right? My skills aren't something I can teach others." The officers laughed. Yan Yuaning also felt a sense of pride for Yi Chang. "This is my assistant." At an intersection on Jinsei Road, a Lamborghini was stopped by traffic police, naturally attracting a crowd of onlookers, all wondering what was happening. Although the traffic police didn't have the authority to make an arrest, they knew how to stall for time until the main police force arrived. They checked the driver's license, then said the machine wasn't working and needed a reboot. After that, they checked for drunk driving, making the driver blow into the tester 3 or 4 times, taking 10 seconds each time to read the results. And so, Du Xinghai waited for several minutes. Then, he realized something was wrong, because a police car had arrived, blocking the rear of his Lamborghini. Immediately after, 2 uniformed officers stepped out from the driver and passenger seats. And from the back seat, 2 unexpected people emerged. Yan Yuaning, and that damn country bumpkin. In an instant, Du Xinghai realized he had been tricked by the traffic police. No wonder they had been asking him random questions, even chatting with him about the price of his car, which he had proudly answered. He let his guard down. Meanwhile, Yan Yuaning had already spotted him. Her face darkened with fury as she shouted, "Du Xinghai, it was you?" Du Xinghai's face turned red. He hurriedly tried to explain, "No. Yuaning, listen to me." But then, he suddenly realized he was reacting too strongly. First, he needed to clear himself of suspicion, so he quickly changed his approach and said in a calm tone, "I was just heading to my company. Why are you here?" Yan Yuaning glared at him angrily. "Don't call me by my name. You don't have the right." Du Xinghai's face turned pale. The woman he had pursued for a whole year was now telling him he wasn't even worthy of saying her name? At that moment, Yi Chang finally understood this guy wasn't just some random enemy. He was a romantic rival, someone who had been pursuing Yan Yuaning but got in his way. No wonder he had sensed so much hostility from Du Xinghai earlier. Still, even a loser of a romantic rival needed to be put in his place. Yi Chang stepped forward and gently wrapped an arm around Yan Yuaning's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Since this is a matter between men, just watch." Yan Yuaning had been glaring at Du Xinghai, fuming with anger. But the moment Yi Chang pulled her close, her face instantly flushed red. She glared at him shyly, but didn't resist. Instead, she calmly leaned against him and turned her cold gaze back to Du Xinghai. Seeing this, Du Xinghai felt like he had been slapped in the face. He was so furious that he felt like his head had been dyed green, the ultimate symbol of being cuckolded. "You damn peasant, get your hands off her." He instinctively wanted to charge forward, but when he remembered Yi Chang's overwhelming combat ability, he stopped in his tracks. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Why is this guy calling me a peasant? Is he just another arrogant rich kid from Shanghai?" But regardless, Yi Chang wasn't about to let his romantic rival off easily. With a mocking smile, he said, "Friend, have you ever heard the phrase, if you love someone, let them go? Yan Yuaning and I are already together. Why resort to petty schemes out of jealousy?" Du Xinghai snapped, "Who the hell do you think you are? Just some random college student. Do you even have money?" He turned to Yan Yuaning, "He's only after your wealth. Don't be fooled, or your father will never approve." Yan Yuaning's voice turned ice cold. "I already told you, don't say my name. You're not worthy." Du Xinghai's expression froze, his eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. Yi Chang, however, was curious. "How do you know I'm a college student? Have you been investigating me?" Du Xinghai let out a cold laugh. "Ha! Her father already knows about you. He's had you investigated for a long time. Do you really think a nobody like you can climb into the Yin family? Keep dreaming." Yi Chang didn't even bother responding. He couldn't care less about Du Xinghai's insults. Instead, he turned to Yan Yuaning, raising an eyebrow in question. Her father already knew about him? Yan Yuaning suddenly remembered the phone call she had received that day. So her father had been keeping tabs on Yi Chang all along? She sighed and admitted, "When you went for the interview, one of the interviewers was my father's man. He probably noticed you then." Yi Chang sighed in defeat. So much for a secret relationship. Her family had known all along. He reached out and pinched Yan Yuaning's cheek. "You should have told me sooner." Yan Yuaning giggled and playfully swatted his hand away. "Not in front of all these people." Meanwhile, Du Xinghai was boiling with anger. His fury reached its peak when he suddenly noticed a small red mark on Yan Yuaning's pale neck, a hickey. Having had many women himself, he immediately recognized what it was. His eyes widened in rage. "Yan Yuaning, you slept with him? Aren't you afraid of what your father will say?" Yan Yuaning snapped. "Shut your filthy mouth." Yi Chang glanced at Du Xinghai coldly, losing all interest in arguing. He turned to the police and said, "Officer, I'll leave him to you. Mr. Du, you are suspected of hiring others to commit intentional assault. Please cooperate with our investigation." A police officer stepped forward and said to Du Xinghai. Du Xinghai hadn't expected them to actually guess that he was the one who ordered the attack. However, he believed the 5 men he had hired would keep their mouths shut, so he wasn't worried about being exposed. He figured these 2 officers were just trying to scare him. Even when confronted by the police, Du Xinghai remained calm, despite how much Yan Yuaning's attitude enraged him. He defended himself. "How is that possible? This is a false accusation. I came here for business, and I just happened to glance at them a few times in the crowd. How does that turn into me hiring people to attack him?" He then looked at Yi Chang and sneered. "What? Are you trying to frame me? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. This was all just your little act, wasn't it?" Yi Chang chuckled and didn't take him seriously. Even if they couldn't find solid evidence today to bring this guy down, he still needed to teach him a lesson. Seeing Du Xinghai's arrogant attitude, one of the officers sternly warned, "Cooperate properly. We will have those 5 men identify you. I advise you to confess early, leniency for confession, severity for resistance." "What do I have to confess? Are you planning to use excessive force?" Du Xinghai stood his ground. Those 5 men didn't know him personally, so he wasn't afraid. At the same time, he pulled out his phone, clearly intending to call for backup. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, his face changed, and he quickly moved to hang up. However, Yi Chang noticed the shift in his expression and immediately stepped forward, snatching the phone from his hand. "What are you doing? Give it back." Du Xinghai hadn't expected Yi Chang to move so fast. He quickly reached out, trying to grab his phone back. But how could Yi Chang possibly let him succeed? He swiftly stepped back several times, pressed the speakerphone button, and answered the call. "Young Master Du, I found a few retired soldiers. They'll have no problem beating that country bumpkin to a pulp." A slightly excited voice came through the speaker. Du Xinghai's face instantly turned pale, and he burst into a furious curse. "Idiot! Moron! The two police officers chuckled. Wasn't this case already solved? The person on the other end of the call seemed completely confused by the sudden scolding. Du Xiao, what's wrong? Du Xinghai didn't respond. Or rather, he had nothing left to say. Of course, he wasn't completely desperate, he had plenty of money for legal battles. The next step would just be about leveraging connections and seeing who had more resources. In his eyes, Yi Chang was just an ordinary person who could never be a real threat. And as for Yan Yuaning, her father would never help, which meant she had no power to influence this situation. So, he simply stared at Yi Chang coldly, as if committing him to memory. But Yi Chang ignored his glare. Instead, he cleared his throat, then spoke into the phone. Come to Jinsi Road, the underground parking lot beneath Seagate Tower. I'm waiting in the car, hurry up. The person on the other end responded normally. Oh, okay, I got it. I'll be right there. Then, Yi Chang hung up the call. Everyone around was left completely stunned, staring at Yi Chang, because his voice had sounded exactly like Du Xinghai's. His master-level vocal skills not only gave him exceptional singing ability but also allowed him to mimic voices perfectly. With his enhanced physique, even his vocal cords had been strengthened and refined. Compared to him, professional voice actors would have to admit defeat. Mr. Yi. The officers didn't even know how to express their amazement. Yi Chang waved a hand dismissively. Now that we have solid evidence, drive the car inside and wait for his accomplice to arrive. You can catch them all at once. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Just then, another car pulled up. Li Chang stepped out. Since Yi Chang had his back turned, he didn't see him. But Du Xinghai did. And not only did he see him, but he even excitedly called out, Uncle Li, why are you here? Then, he ran toward Li Chang. Yi Chang and the others turned to look, only to see Du Xinghai running up to Li Chang, speaking eagerly, Uncle Li, you came at the right time. I've been framed. As he spoke, he pointed at Yi Chang, his eyes filled with triumph. Yan Yuaning grew worried, thinking that Du Xinghai had brought a powerful backup. She couldn't help but ask, who is that? Yi Chang simply smirked, barely holding back his laughter. Du Xinghai's move had caught him a little off guard. Was this, mistaking a thief for his father? No, Li Chang wasn't a thief. At this moment, Du Xinghai was feeling overjoyed. He hadn't expected to run into Li Chang, the top manager of Jinsi Road. His father had a good relationship with Li Chang, and while Li Chang wasn't a big boss himself, his influence and network were vast. With a single phone call, he could easily get rid of these charges and even turn the tables on that country bumpkin. However, his excitement didn't last long, because the next second, Li Chang raised his hand and smacked the back of his head. Shut up! Du Xinghai was instantly dumbfounded. He stared at Li Chang in confusion. Back when they had dinner together, hadn't Li Chang complimented him? But in the next moment, he was even more shocked. Li Chang jogged over to Yi Chang and respectfully greeted him. Boss, I apologize for being late. How do you want to handle this? Then, he glanced at Yan Yuaning and gave her a polite nod with a smile. She was the boss's woman, he had to make a good impression. Yan Yuaning was stunned. Wasn't this guy supposed to be Du Xinghai's backup? Why was he standing so humbly in front of Yi Chang? Yi Chang remained calm and simply said, do whatever needs to be done. In other words, deal with him properly. Li Chang immediately understood. But judging from Yi Chang's demeanor, it seemed like he hadn't been harmed, meaning pressing charges for assault wouldn't be very effective. He would have to find another way to deal with Du Xinghai. As for his so-called relationship with Du Xinghai's father? Nonsense. Business ties were one thing, but compared to his relationship with the boss? Not even close. He was only the general manager of Jinsi Road Company because of Yi Chang. Without that position, he was nothing. So, he knew where his loyalties lay. Alright, boss. You and Miss Yan go enjoy yourselves. I'll take care of the rest. Yi Chang nodded. Thanks for handling it. No trouble at all, Li Chang replied with a grin. Previously, he had almost nothing to do in the company and felt incredibly bored. Now, although he had to oversee investment matters daily, his priority would always be handling Yi Chang's problems. The better Yi Chang's impression of him, the more secure his position would be. With that, Yi Chang took Yan Yuaning and left. Conveniently, there was a restaurant nearby where they could have dinner. Meanwhile, as if forgotten by everyone, Du Xinghai swallowed nervously. Had he miscalculated the other side's power? Li Chang turned to look at him and then said to the officers, Officers, please proceed according to protocol. The police nodded. Yi Chang had already handed them Du Xinghai's phone, its call records served as evidence. Once they arrested the accomplice, the case would be wrapped up. Who was that guy? Someone from your company? Inside the restaurant, Yan Yuaning couldn't help but ask Yi Chang. Yi Chang nodded. Yeah, the general manager of Jinsei Road Company. Just a general manager? Then why did Du Xinghai get so excited when he saw him? Yan Yuaning was puzzled. Du Xinghai's family is in real estate, it's quite a big business. Is your general manager really that powerful? Yi Cheng smirked, reached out, and wrapped his arm around Yan Yuaning's slim waist, pulling her into his embrace. With his other hand, he gently pinched her soft fingers. He spoke casually, "This entire street belongs to me. He's basically my steward. In this area, offending him means offending me, got it? If this were ancient times, I'd be the landlord, and everyone renting my property would be my tenants. Take Du Xinghai, for example. His company operates on my Jinsei Road. If I'm unhappy, I can make sure his company won't survive here. Understand? Look at you, acting all high and mighty." Yan Yuaning rolled her eyes. Du Xinghai wouldn't dare offend your steward, but he dares to offend you. Seems like this landlord doesn't have much authority, huh? Yi Cheng's words caught in his throat. This little troublemaker just couldn't say anything nice, could she? He glared at Yan Yuaning and growled, "Say that again? I'm just keeping a low profile, understand? Yes, you're very low-key." Yan Yuaning's beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as she reached out and pinched Yi Cheng's nose. No matter how capable he was, to her, he was still just a little assistant. Humph. Yi Cheng snorted, suddenly remembering something. He pretended to be angry and said, "And another thing, you didn't tell me your dad already knew about me. Were you planning to catch me off guard one day and introduce me to your parents? Then straight to marriage?" Yan Yuaning immediately started punching his chest, pouting. "What nonsense are you thinking? Dream on. I just didn't know how to tell you." Yi Cheng grabbed her wrist and let out a little snort. "That won't do. I'm upset, you have to make it up to me." Feeling guilty, Yan Yuaning blushed and asked, "How do I make it up to you?" Yi Cheng rubbed his hands together excitedly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Did you bring your ID? I didn't wait. What are you thinking? You wish. You pervert." Yan Yuaning suddenly realized what he meant and immediately started punching him again. Yi Cheng's plan failed, so he had no choice but to drop it. But would he give up that easily? Of course not. After dinner, they went shopping. After all, Yan Yuaning had made up her mind to spend Yi Cheng's money. Since this wealthy landlord was so loaded, even if she couldn't spend $1 billion in a day, she could at least burn through a few million, right? By the end of the day, Yan Yuaning had spent over 10 million of Yi Cheng's money. Of course, she didn't just buy things for herself, she also picked out a few outfits for him. Finally, around 9 p.m., Yi Cheng drove her home. "Are you heading back to your school later?" Yan Yuaning asked. "No. Really? Then will you come to my place in the morning and make me breakfast?" "Sure." Yan Yuaning instantly beamed with joy. If Yi Cheng wasn't driving, she probably would have kissed him on the spot. When they arrived at Yulong Garden, Yi Cheng suddenly asked, "Want to come to my place for a drink?" "A drink?" Yan Yuaning looked at him suspiciously. Yi Cheng smiled. "It's not that late. When I bought the apartment, they gifted me a few bottles of red wine. I figured I should find an occasion to drink them." Yan Yuaning eyed him skeptically. "Just drinking?" Yi Cheng chuckled helplessly. "What else would I do?" Yan Yuaning still didn't believe him. "You tell me, what else can you do, you pervert?" Yi Cheng huffed, "So are you coming or not?" Yan Yuaning pouted, hesitated for a while, then suddenly lifted her head and looked at him. "Fine, but I have to be home by 11 at the latest." "Alright, I'll take you home by then. 11 p.m. Yi Cheng looked at Yan Yuaning, who was now flushed and drunk, and shook his head. She got tipsy so easily, yet she had dared to drink so competitively with him just now. Yuaning? Yuaning?" He gently patted her arm. "Pervert. I'm drunk, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Yan Yuaning's face was completely red, her dazed eyes locked onto Yi Cheng. She slowly propped herself up from the table and, in the next moment, leaned into his arms. Her delicate face pressed against Yi Cheng's chest, and her small hands slid over his shirt, feeling his abs. She sighed, "I've wanted to touch these for so long. My little brother has such a great body, let big sis have some fun." Feeling that touching through the fabric wasn't satisfying enough, she even slipped her hand into the gap between the buttons, pressing directly onto his skin. Yi Cheng never expected this woman to get so bold when drunk. His blood instantly started boiling. He grabbed her wandering hand and said in a low voice, "Stop messing around. I don't wanna." Yan Yuaning twisted her body and freed her hand from his grip, then continued to shamelessly knead his chest. "Little brother's pecs feel so nice. Wanna touch big sis's too?" She lifted her head from his embrace, gazing at him with misty, seductive eyes, her breath warm and fragrant. Yi Cheng. Originally, he just wanted to use a candlelit evening to keep her here until midnight. But who would have thought she would drink so fast and that her alcohol tolerance was this bad? If she was just drunk, it'd be fine. He never planned to take advantage of her. After all, if she woke up tomorrow and couldn't accept it, that wasn't something he wanted to deal with. But now, in this situation, it was getting really hard for him to be a gentleman. Suddenly, Yen Yuaning frowned. Ugh, what's this hard thing in your pants? She reached out to touch it. Yi Cheng panicked and immediately grabbed her hand, looking at her seriously. You're drunk, be careful, or I might not be able to hold back. Then go ahead. Yen Yuaning's eyes were sultry as she whispered seductively, I'm not in a safe period right now. Want me to have your baby? Go on, I don't mind. Damn, Yi Cheng instantly sobered up. He suddenly realized he hadn't even bought any protection. They weren't even married, he wasn't about to risk having a kid. But looking at Yen Yuaning's alluring body and seductive gaze, he took a deep breath, then stood up and picked her up in his arms. They had been out shopping all day, she hadn't even taken a shower yet. First, they'd clean up. The next morning, Yen Yuaning woke up in a soft, comfortable bed. Her head ached a little, her lips felt sore, and her legs were weak. Her feet felt slightly unsteady, and most importantly, her butt was sore. She jolted awake and looked around the unfamiliar room. This wasn't her bedroom, it looked like Yi Cheng's bedroom? But she was the only one in bed. Her memories from last night were a bit hazy, but she could still recall some very embarrassing moments. Thinking about what had happened, Yen Yuaning quickly checked her body. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. At least that pervert still had some conscience, he didn't go all the way. But at the same time, she felt a little disappointed. To be honest, she had practically offered herself to him, yet that guy didn't take full advantage of it. What a beast, or rather, not even a beast. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but giggle. She had completely forgotten that it was she herself who had said she was in a dangerous period, making Yi Cheng give up his intentions. At that moment, the door opened, and Yi Cheng walked in with a tray in his hands. Yen Yuaning was startled and quickly pulled the blanket over herself. She wasn't wearing anything right now. Seeing the beautiful woman awake, Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned, then spoke gently, You're up? Breakfast is ready, go freshen up. Pervert! Why am I here? Yen Yuaning huffed angrily. Yi Cheng scratched his head. You got drunk last night. Then why am I not wearing any clothes? What did you do to me? I didn't do anything, okay? You said you were in a dangerous period, how could I dare do anything? Yi Cheng felt wronged. In his mind, since the final step hadn't been completed, then nothing had happened at all. If it weren't for the soreness in her body and the faint pain on her backside, as if she had been spanked, Yen Yuaning might have believed him. But what was done was done. She had no choice now. Blushing furiously, she muttered, Get out, I need to change. Also, where are my clothes? I washed them. Just wear mine for now. Yen Yuaning's face turned even redder. I'm not wearing yours. I want the ones I bought yesterday. Yi Cheng sighed. Alright, I'll go get them. You eat breakfast first. Then he left the room. Yen Yuaning burrowed back under the blanket, her face completely flushed. What a mess! And she was completely naked, there was no way she could just walk over to eat like this. What if that pervert came back and started having bad thoughts again? Thinking about the things he had forced her to do last night, her face grew even redder. That had been her first time in 25 years. Just then, the aroma of breakfast wafted from the small table nearby, making her exhausted body suddenly feel very hungry. She should have asked that jerk to get her some clothes first. As the irresistible scent invaded her senses, her stomach grumbled. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. Wrapping herself tightly in the blanket to ensure she wouldn't expose anything, she climbed out of bed and scurried over. A small cup of rich mashed potatoes, a delicate poached egg, and a bowl of fragrant sea cucumber tofu soup. She had no idea how Yi Cheng managed to make such a simple breakfast smell so amazing. Even a Michelin chef wouldn't do better, right? Her appetite was instantly awakened. She picked up a spoon and took a bite of the mashed potatoes. It melted in her mouth, smooth and creamy. Then she took a sip of the soup, absolutely perfect. Indeed, having that guy cook for her was the right decision. Waking up to such a delicious breakfast would surely guarantee a great day. Just as she was enjoying her meal, the door suddenly and quietly creaked open. Yi Cheng had forgotten to fully close the door when he left. Now, hearing the sound of her drinking soup as he returned, he softened his footsteps and walked in. Seeing her wrapped in a blanket while sipping soup, he shook his head. He had hoped to catch a beautiful scene, but then his gaze shifted downward, and he noticed that her blanket had slightly slipped at her chest. Yi Cheng swallowed hard. Even though he had already enjoyed quite a bit last night, the sight still sent a rush of heat through his body. Finally, he spoke, Here, change into these clothes. Startled, Yan Yuaning turned to see him sneaking in and immediately clutched the blanket tightly. She scolded, "Are you a thief? Why do you walk so quietly?" Yi Cheng chuckled and tossed the clothes onto the bed. "There's no underwear. Do you want to wear mine? It's brand new, never worn before." Yan Yuaning glared at him, hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Yi Cheng pulled a new pair of boxer briefs from the wardrobe and tossed them onto the bed as well. "Get out!" Yan Yuaning pointed at the door. Yi Cheng pouted. "This is my room." Yan Yuaning glared at him. "Are you leaving or not?" Yi Cheng wanted to push his luck. "I already saw everything last night." But seeing the murderous look in her eyes, he quickly left the room. Unwillingly, he glanced at the door and muttered, "System, give me X-ray vision." System. Why couldn't I get a cultivation system instead? Yi Cheng sighed in regret. I should have ignored that dangerous period nonsense last night and made sure she couldn't even get out of bed today. Once Yan Yuaning finished changing, he re-entered the room and admired her new look, a black dress with black stockings. Of course, he had picked this outfit purely to satisfy his inner desires. Unable to resist, Yi Cheng rushed forward and hugged her before letting go. As for whether Yan Yuaning was willing or not, after last night, he had discovered a hidden trait of this domineering CEO. She was actually a masochist. That morning finally passed, and Yi Cheng drove Yan Yuaning back to villa number 18. Just as he dropped her off, he received a call from Li Cheng. Li Cheng told him that Du Xinghai's father, Du Ping, wanted to host a banquet to apologize and seek his forgiveness. "Apologize to me?" Yi Cheng smirked. An apology from a love rival? Sounded interesting, but he had no interest in meeting them. He simply replied, "Tell them that Du Xinghai must stop bothering my girlfriend, and they must cancel their arranged marriage plans with the Xing Group's Yanhua Xiong." "Understood. I'll relay the message immediately," Li Cheng responded. "Alright, that's all." After hanging up, Yi Cheng no longer paid attention to the matter. He figured that the Du father and son would probably report his true identity to Yan Yuaning's father. By then, her father would likely have nothing more to say about their relationship. After all, as the owner of Jinsei Road, there was no way her father would refuse to acknowledge him. Back at his school dormitory, his roommates were confused about his absence the previous night. "You had work? A night shift? You're a CEO's assistant, why would you have to work night shifts? You've only been at this job for a few days, and they're already exploiting you like this? Your boss is too ruthless. Damn capitalists." A chorus of voices rose in protest on his behalf. Yi Cheng was speechless. Exploitation? He had nearly done some exploiting himself. And honestly, keeping a female CEO company for a night shift, wasn't that perfectly normal? Relax, it's fine. No big deal. Gotta make money, right? Sigh, old Yi, you've already surrendered to life so quickly. I guess we'll be next. The group looked disheartened, making Yi Cheng even more speechless. Not bothering to explain further, he sat in front of his computer, turned it on, and started gaming. While doing his daily quests, he opened his friends list. None of his close friends were online. Playing alone in this game could get boring, but Yi Cheng wasn't in a hurry. After finishing his quests, he wandered around aimlessly in the game and suddenly noticed some interesting discussions in the faction chat. Player 1, "Hey guys, what's the best way to play a swordsman this season?" Player 2, "Just play like Player 1. Player 1, huh? Player 3, "Yeah, just play like Player 1. Player 4, "Exactly, just do that." There's never a shortage of people copying each other in this game. But at least some people try to give serious answers. Player 5, "Go for PvE, playing against the game's challenges. PvP, fighting against other players, isn't worth it, it's not even ranked." Player 6, "Yeah, PvE is better. At least you can make money from it. PvP just drains your resources and is frustrating." Soon, more players started supporting PvE. PvE means running missions and dungeons, which can be profitable. Yi Cheng, one of the players, started thinking back to his own experience. Even though he mostly played PvP, his friends often invited him to join dungeon runs, so he was familiar with PvE as well. In this game, PvP and PvE required different equipment. His PvP gear still needed a lot of upgrading, so why not switch to PvE for a while? In PvE, as long as you have enough in-game currency, you can buy better equipment. However, getting the right items also depends on luck. Sometimes you just never get what you need. Wait, didn't I get a luck bonus in this game? Yi Cheng suddenly remembered he had received a special buff that doubled his chances of getting rare items. Maybe, just maybe, he could get everything he needed in just one run? He decided to give it a shot. But first, he needed gold, the in-game currency. Without gold, he wouldn't be able to buy anything. Gold could be purchased cheaper through gaming forums, but that would take too long, so he decided to buy it directly from an online store. A character could hold a maximum of 2 million gold, so he bought 1.95 million. Adding that to the 30,000 gold he already had, he now had nearly 2 million gold. It cost him around $400, but that wasn't a big deal for him. Besides, since this was a digital purchase, he used his VIP gaming card, which gave him a huge monthly balance for in-game purchases. After completing the payment, he received the gold instantly in the game. Looking at his now overflowing inventory, he smiled with satisfaction, joining a high-level dungeon. Without wasting time, he opened the game's group finder and searched for the latest high-level dungeon. Since he didn't have any PvE gear, the only way for him to participate was to pay other players to carry him through the dungeon. The newest dungeon is called Baidi Jiangwan? Alright, let's do the hardest version. He found a group with 21 out of 25 players already joined. After messaging the leader, he was immediately welcomed into the team. After all, he was the paying customer, he wouldn't have to fight, just watch while the others did all the work. Because this was the hardest difficulty, the price was high, 80,000 gold. The group leader, Tianlongren, sent him a message. Boss, please join our voice chat. We just need 3 more players, then we're good to go. Yi Bai, Yi Cheng's character name alright? Sure enough, within 5 minutes, the team was full. On voice chat, the leader called out. Alright, everyone, teleport to the dungeon. We're starting soon. We've got 3 VIPs today, so let's move. Then, he added, VIPs, go in first. In this game, there was a superstition that the first person to enter the dungeon affected the luck of the entire team. If they had bad luck, the whole group might not get good items. Without hesitation, Yi Cheng entered first. As soon as he did, the chat exploded with complaints. Oh no, a swordsman went in first? We're doomed. Why didn't we send the healer in first? Swordsman VIP, maybe step out so we can reset? There was a common belief that swordsmen had the worst luck when it came to loot, so many players didn't want them entering first. The leader sighed in voice chat. Alright, it's done. 10 people are already inside, no point complaining. Everyone else, just enter. Since the leader had spoken, the rest had no choice but to follow, though they were still grumbling. Ugh, looks like another unlucky week. Swordsman VIP, you better prove us wrong. Yi Cheng ignored them all, keeping his cool and mysterious attitude. Superstition? That meant nothing against his luck boost. The first boss. Soon, all 25 players reached the first boss. Since Yi Cheng was a paying customer, he stood to the side and let himself be knocked out. He didn't need to fight. The rest of the team fought under the leader's instructions. The first boss wasn't too difficult. Within minutes, it was defeated. A shiny golden loot chest appeared. If you need anything, place your bids. Everyone else, move to the next boss, the leader announced. Checking the loot, he added. Not bad, 2 helmets and a ring, decent drops. Since none of it was what Yi Cheng needed, he didn't bid. This had nothing to do with luck, the first boss simply never dropped the items he was looking for. But then, something unexpected happened. A bidding war broke out between 2 players over one of the rings. The price skyrocketed to 100,000 gold, and in the end, a healer character won it. The chat immediately filled with reactions. VIPs are loaded. Healers always have the most money. 100,000 gold for a ring? Wild. Since the auction profits were split among the whole team, this was actually good news for everyone. The second boss, the jackpot. The team moved on to the second boss. After another intense battle, another golden loot chest appeared, and this time, the chat exploded even more. No way. For swordsman tokens. The leader was just as shocked. Holy crap, for upgrade tokens for the swordsman. VIP, you just hit the jackpot. He confirmed. Just so everyone knows, since the swordsman VIP paid for the carry, all 4 tokens belong to him. These tokens could be traded for top-tier swordsman gear, and getting 4 at once was extremely rare. No wonder the team was so surprised. But that wasn't even the biggest shock. Checking the rest of the loot, someone shouted in chat. It dropped the best wrist guard in the game. Oh my god, but it's not for magic users, ugh. A high-level player spoke up. I've been waiting for this wrist guard forever. This was a super expensive item, and the leader quickly started the bidding. Starting price, 10,000 gold. If you're out, type P. The high-level player immediately offered 50,000 gold. But that didn't scare off the competition. The price kept climbing. Soon, it reached 500,000 gold. Then, Yi Cheng calmly typed in chat. Yi Bai, 650,000. Yi Cheng wasn't trying to show off, he never expected people to go this crazy over bidding for gear. This was his first time joining such a high-stakes group. A completely ordinary piece of equipment selling for over 1,000 yuan? That was insane. But since it was something he actually needed, he had no choice but to go even more over the top. When he placed his bid at 650,000 gold, the whole group erupted. Swordsman VIP is so generous. Crying. I'll never doubt external damage classes again. Awesome. Boss, you're a legend. These same people had just been trash-talking him moments ago, but now they were obsessed with his wealth. The group leader, seeing how their messages were flooding the chat and wiping out the bid history, quickly stepped in. Hey! Let's finish the bidding first. Let the VIPs place their offers properly. The one who bid 600,000, are you raising? His words worked. The chat fell silent again. Then, a high-level player with the legendary weapon made his move. 700,000. Yi Bai, Yi Cheng 750,000. Legendary player, 850,000. The group held their breath. Was this piece of gear actually going to sell for over $1 million? Yi Bai, 900,000. Legendary player, 950,000. Yi Bai, 1 million. The chat exploded again. What the hell? It actually hit $1 million? This is insane, it's just a piece of equipment. They finally understood what shock and awe meant. But then, the legendary player stopped bidding. The leader waited for a moment but saw no new offers. Boss, are you raising? If not, I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, before he could say 1, the legendary player finally responded. I'm out. But before that, let's make sure the swordsman VIP pays up first. The whole group froze. Oh, right. This swordsman VIP looked like a complete newbie. His outfit was the cheapest available, and his gear was just basic quest rewards. Nothing about him looked wealthy. And yet, he was casually throwing around millions of gold? Normally, players would pay for their gear at the end of the dungeon, after the final boss. But this carried the risk of people taking the loot and running without paying. If this guy bailed, they'd all get nothing. The leader immediately realized this and turned on his mic. Swordsman VIP, we'll need you to pay first. This piece of gear is really expensive. Yi Cheng shook his head. They don't believe me? Do I really need to wear some flashy outfit just to prove I have money? But he didn't argue. Paying up immediately was fair. So he simply typed, all right. The leader assigned the item to him. A payment window popped up in Yi Cheng's game interface. Without hesitation, he deposited 1 million gold and hit confirm. A system message appeared. Player, Yi Bai, has paid 1 million gold. At the same time, the equipment was added to his inventory. The chat went wild. OMG, an actual millionaire. No doubt about it, this guy is a true rich kid. Swordsman clan is insane. In the game's lore, the Swordsman clan was known for being filthy rich. Their entire base was built on a lake, which was basically the fantasy equivalent of living in a mansion on a private island. Yi Cheng said nothing. Instead, he started thinking, do I have enough gold left to buy more gear? Seeing that this mysterious VIP only spoke when bidding and never engaged in small talk, the leader lost interest in chatting and moved on to auctioning the next items. Meanwhile, players across different guild chats were already spreading the story about this insane bidding war. Sure, there had been cases before where gear sold for over $1 million gold, but it was rare. Whenever it happened, everyone talked about it. Within minutes, multiple guilds had heard about the event. People were jealous as hell. And to think, this was only the second boss. At this rate, the total auction earnings were easily going to surpass 1.5 million gold. Once all the earnings were split at the end, the 3 VIPs would take their gear, and the remaining 22 players would divide the rest, meaning each of them would walk away with around 50,000 gold. And there were still 4 bosses left. Third boss, insane luck continues. After the second boss's auction ended, the team moved on. The third boss battle was intense, but in the end, the boss collapsed in a pool of blood, and the team eagerly opened the loot chest. They froze in shock. The leader swore out loud. What the fuck? 4 more swordsman tokens? And a swordsman weapon? Because Yi Cheng was a VIP customer, all of these automatically belonged to him. The team groaned in frustration. Swordsman VIP, please have mercy. We need some tokens too. But Yi Cheng couldn't do anything about it. His double luck effect was simply broken. The auction continued. Another rare armor piece dropped, but Yi Cheng didn't bid since it didn't match his plan setup. That didn't stop the other players from fighting over it. After a heated bidding war, the final price was 300,000 gold. And so, the team progressed all the way to the 5th boss. 5th boss, the rare drop gamble. Before the fight, the chat exploded with anticipation. Swordsman VIP, I believe in you. Make this boss drop something good. Boss, please use your powers. Bless us with a rare drop. In this game, the rarest item that could drop was called Xianjing. It was used to craft the ultimate legendary weapon, and almost never dropped. Yi Chang saw their messages and shook his head, amused. So far, every boss had dropped his faction's tokens, making some players furious. But at the same time, the total earnings had skyrocketed to over 2 million gold. For players grinding for gold, this was a dream run. They were getting paid better than ever. Even the group leader started joking. Swordsman VIP, call Guo Weiwei and ask him to bless our loot. The chat filled with messages. Yi Bai, hurry up and call Guo Weiwei. Guo Weiwei was the lead developer of this game. He was so famous that players constantly nominated him for social media awards. The joke was that Yi Chang's absurd luck had to be rigged by the developers. Finally, Yi Chang typed, "Don't worry. We'll get 2 rare drops." The chat panicked. And oh, boss, don't say that out loud. You just jinxed it. It's over. We're doomed. Wait, what if the VIP is immune to bad luck? I trust you, boss. Yi Bai, relax. I already called Guo Weiwei. We're getting 2 rare drops today. The chat lost it. No, we're doomed. The leader laughed and called out. Alright, everyone, stop talking and get into position. Time for the real challenge. The team got ready for battle. The 5th boss, unbelievable luck. The 5th boss was incredibly difficult, requiring quick thinking and precise coordination. But somehow, under a mysterious force, the team felt unusually lucky. They dodged attacks effortlessly, executed mechanics flawlessly, and everything just worked. For the first time ever, they cleared the boss on the first attempt, something that had never happened before. As the boss was about to die, the leader joked, "Wow, today's different. We actually got it in one go. Where was this intelligence when we were struggling before?" Right as he finished speaking, the boss collapsed. The group rushed to open the loot chest, and within seconds, the chat exploded. Xianjing, Xianjing, Xianjing. The leader was stunned. Holy shit. It actually dropped? He quickly opened the loot chest himself, and sure enough, a golden item with glowing effects appeared before his eyes. The rarest item in the game, Xianjing. Yi Chang muttered to himself, "This luck boost is completely broken." For a moment, he seriously wondered, would it drop again from the next boss? Both the 5th and 6th bosses had a tiny chance of dropping Xianjing, but for both to drop it in the same run? That was nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the chat was once again spammed with praise for Yi Chang. Swordsman VIP, you're a legend. The leader even tried to recruit him permanently. Swordsman VIP, why don't you join our raid team? If you stick with us, we'll let you enter first every time, and you'll get a 50% discount on all gear you bid for. Yi Chang, as usual, barely responded. No need. Alright then. The leader gave up and continued, "Okay, enough talking. Usual rules, bid on other gear first, then we'll auction the Xianjing. VIPs, please wait a moment." The team snapped out of their shock and checked the rest of the loot. Everything was top-tier gear, and another intense bidding war broke out. Yi Chang spent another 200,000 gold on an item. When he checked his inventory, he realized he only had around 100,000 gold left. But at this point, his equipment was nearly complete. The Xianjing auction, a war of the rich. After all the gear was auctioned, it was finally time for the main event. Starting bid for Xianjing, 3 million gold. That's fair, right? The leader continued. Level 110 just came out recently. A legendary weapon made with this will last for a long time. Nobody objected. The price was standard, and everyone was excited to see who would battle it out for the rarest item in the game. Everyone expected Yi Chang to bid, but the big question was, who else would compete? For those who were just farming gold, they hoped for as many bidders as possible to drive the price up. Yi Chang definitely wanted it, but after checking his gold, he realized he didn't have enough. So he asked in chat, "Not enough gold. Can I pay with cash?" The leader asked the group, and nobody objected. Alright then, VIPs can bid using cash. Payments will be made via WeChat after the auction. Starting bid, 3,000 yen. Let's begin. Immediately, 3 players started bidding. But Yi Chang didn't join in yet, he planned to wait until the final stretch. The price quickly climbed from 3,000 yen to 7,500 yen. Only 2 bidders remained, and everyone knew Yi Chang was just waiting for the right moment. Then, a female player with the ID Su Lianlian raised the bid to 8,000 yen. At this point, the other bidder gave up. The leader immediately turned to Yi Chang. "It's at 8,000 yen. Swordsman VIP, are you going to bid?" Without hesitation, Yi Chang pressed enter and placed his bid. 9,000 yen. Su Lianlian, second young master, please have mercy. You're already super lucky, can't you let this poor girl have it? Su Lian, 9,500 yen. Yi Bai, Yi Cheng, I am just a cold, emotionless bidding machine. Yi Bai, 10,000 yen. Su Lian, fine. 10,500 yen. The entire group watched with wide eyes as the two richest players went head to head. Damn, Su Lian really is loaded. Go, rich lady. Win the Xinjing, then take second young master home with you. A rich lady from the Healers Guild and a rich young master from the Swordsman clan, perfect couple. Yi Chang nearly facepalmed. Do these guys seriously think she's a girl? For all he knew, Su Lian could be some old dude in real life. But the bidding continued. Yi Bai, 11,000 yen. Su Lian, 11,500 yen. Yi Bai, 13,000 yen. Somewhere else. Inside a luxurious apartment, a young woman, dressed in only a light tank top and shorts, sat cross-legged on her bed, her long legs stretched out in front of her. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at the screen. The player bidding against her had just raised the price by 1,500 yen in one go. Oh hell no. Suchiyu, a well-known celebrity streamer, slammed her desk. Does this guy seriously have more money than me? She had tried to save some cash, but this bastard wasn't backing down. This was a rare dungeon drop, and she had no idea when another one would appear. And to make matters worse, her dumb teammates were trying to ship her with this guy. I'm a goddamn celebrity. This is never happening. Fine. Time to throw money at the problem. Su Lian, 20,000 yen. The group chat fell silent. Then, a collective gasp. Holy shit. She just raised it by 7,000 yen in one go? Queen Su is unstoppable. Su, do you have room on your friends list? Su Lian, let me win first, then we'll talk. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to run into a serious competitor. Alright then, let's see how far she'll go. Smirking, he typed, 25,000 yen. Su Lian, 30,000 yen. Yi Bai, 35,000 yen. Su Lian, 45,000 yen. Yi Bai, 50,000 yen. At first, the group was excited. Then, they just sat there in shock. These two were raising the bid by 5,000 yen each time. The leader started to panic. Even though he wanted a high price, this was getting out of hand. Guys, maybe calm down? Another one could drop later. Su Lian, I don't play often, so I have to win this. Yi Bai, I just came back from a break. Might as well enjoy the game properly. Meanwhile, guild chats across the server were blowing up. Every major group was now watching this auction in real time. On gaming forums, someone had even started a live thread, updating everyone on the insane bidding war. When the price hit 80,000 yen, Su Lian started slowing down, now raising by only 1,000 yen at a time. Yi Chang matched her pace. Su Lian, 83,000 yen. Yi Bai, 84,000 yen. Su Chiyu gritted her teeth. This guy is actually richer than me? Does this guy not care about money at all? 90,000 yuan, and he actually dares to bid that much? Su Chiyu gritted her teeth. She couldn't keep raising the bid anymore. If she kept going, she'd be living on instant noodles for the rest of the month. But then, an idea hit her. She was technically a team member, which meant she would get a share of the earnings once the auction ended. The total profit from the bids would be split among 22 non-VIP players in the group. She quickly pulled out her calculator and did the math. If she won, she'd get back around 95% of what she spent. Her eyes lit up. Wait a minute. I can afford to keep bidding. There's no way he'll go over 100,000. If he does, I'll admit defeat. Determined, Su Chiyu raised her bid, 91,000. Yi Bai, 92,000. Su Lian, 93,000. Yi Bai, 94,000. At this point, Su Chiyu started to panic. Is this guy actually that rich? She hesitated for a second, then switched on her voice chat and started acting pitiful. In the softest, sweetest voice she could muster, she spoke in YY, the team's voice channel. Second young master, have mercy on me, it's my first time seeing a Xianjing. Can't you let me have it? In real life, Su Chiyu was a famous singer, so her voice was naturally soft and mesmerizing. Now that she was deliberately acting cute, it sounded even more delicate enough to make hearts melt. The team froze for a second. Then, the chat exploded, especially from the male players. Wow, her voice is amazing. I think I'm in love. Su, can I add you as a friend? Do you have a game partner, Su? Su Chiyu ignored them all and continued acting pitiful. Second young master, please? Pretty please? Yi Cheng couldn't help but laugh. She actually turned on voice chat just to beg? That means she's out of tricks. Right as he was about to respond, a system message popped up in his game interface. The lady is asking for mercy. Will you agree? Option 1, who the hell are you? Why should I? Reward, VIP gaming card with instant cash withdrawal. Option 2, we can't be heartless, right? Let's be a gentleman. Reward, universal good guy card. Universal good guy card? Yi Chang blinked. What the hell is that? Even though option 1 would give him an extra 50 million game credits per month, he wasn't short on money. Curious about the mystery reward, he picked option 2. As for losing the Xinjing, he wasn't worried at all. His luck was broken beyond belief. He'd just get another one later. But he wasn't going to make it too easy for her. Just because she had a nice voice didn't mean he'd back down immediately. He turned on his own voice chat and spoke. I might consider letting you have it, but only under one condition. His deep, smooth voice echoed in everyone's headphones. The team went crazy. Holy shit, both of them sound amazing? Not only are they rich, but their voices are god tier too? I'm pregnant. Second young master, take responsibility. Second young master, do you need a game partner? Su Choyu froze. Wait, his voice is actually nice? But this was the internet. For all she knew, he was using a voice changer. Unlike the other girls in the team, she wasn't going to start simping just yet. But hearing his response, she immediately perked up. He's actually willing to negotiate? She quickly switched back to her soft, pleading voice. Second young master, anything. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it. Yi Chang thought for a moment, then said, you have a nice voice. Sing a song for me. The team cheered. Yes. Sing. This auction is worth over 90,000 yuan, and we get a free concert too? Best day ever. Su Chiyu's eyes lit up. Sing? She was a professional singer. This was too easy. Alright. She giggled. I'll sing. Song of the City by Su Chiyu. She smirked. If she was going to sing, she might as well promote her own music. Hell, half the team might already be her fans. And she was right. What? Song of the City? I love that song. Wait, is Su actually a Su Chiyu fan too? Su Chiyu grinned. Yep. If you're a fan of Su Chiyu, we're already friends. Add me as a friend, then. Sure, she answered sweetly. But then, she quickly turned back to Yi Chang and asked, Second young master, is this song okay? Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Su Chiyu? Is she a new singer? The voice chat went dead silent. Su Chiyu's smile froze. He doesn't know who I am? Unbelievable. But she quickly swallowed her pride. She wasn't losing this bid over a bruised ego. It's fine. She forced a smile. You'll know me after today. Yi Chang noticed her voice sounded a little resentful, but he just chuckled and said, all right, I'll be looking forward to it. MHM. Let me get my backing track ready. As Su Lianlian, Su Chiyu's game character, searched for her instrumental track, something shocking happened. The team's voice chat suddenly started filling up. First, they had 20 people. Then 30. Then 40, 50, 100. Within seconds, the chat exploded. Wait, why are so many people joining? People started flooding the public chat. OMG. Rich Lady Su is gonna sing? Su, notice me. And then, there were Yi Chang's fans. I heard Second Young Master's voice is amazing. Say something, boss. Second Young Master. Marry me, I'll have your babies. That last one was definitely a guy. Some players started spreading rumors. Did Xinjing really get bid up to 90,000 yuan? Nah, I heard it's already at 100,000. Wait, wasn't it 200,000? The team leader nearly choked. Holy shit, there are over 300 people in here now? Then, he saw the public chat. Wait, you guys all came from the game forums? The public chat exploded again. Boss, times have changed. Information spreads fast now. Then, someone tagged a very specific player. Wait, onlookers? Isn't that one of the game developers? A system notification appeared. onlookers, I heard there were 2 whales going at it. Just here to watch the show. The chat lost its mind. Even the game developers were watching? This auction had officially gone viral. An unexpected concert. Finally, Su Chiyu was ready. But just as she was about to start, she glanced at the YY voice chat and nearly jumped in surprise. There were already over 500 people in the channel, and the number was still rising fast. Whoa, why are there so many people here? The raid leader chuckled. Miss Su, everyone's here to hear you sing. Yi Chang joked. Damn, if I knew this would happen, I would have asked her to sing just for me. The leader panicked and quickly backtracked. No way, swordsman VIP. Good things are meant to be shared. I mean, not that I'm calling Su a thing, I meant her singing. The public chat exploded with laughter. But at the same time, Yi Cheng's voice had just been heard by everyone, and the newcomers in YY quickly realized he was the other mysterious whale in this legendary bidding war. Instantly, the chat was flooded. OMG, Second Young Master's voice is so good. Second Young Master is so handsome. I love Second Young Master. Marry me. Some girls even turned on their microphones to talk to him, a few even confessed on the spot. The channel became completely chaotic. The raid leader had no choice but to mute everyone except for himself and the two VIPs. Finally, peace returned. Alright, Su, you can start now, the leader said. Su Chiyu glanced at the YY participant count, almost 800 people now. At this rate, hitting 1,000 wouldn't even be a problem. She had never expected to attract this much attention just from playing a game, but she wasn't nervous at all. After all, she was a professional singer. Singing for large audiences was her daily life, and this wasn't even a live concert, it was just her sitting at her computer. She adjusted her equipment, making sure her audio setup was perfect. Not that she needed any effects or autotune, her real voice alone was enough. Once everything was ready, she smiled and said, "Alright, I'm starting now." The instrumental began to play. A beautiful, traditional Chinese melody filled the voice chat. The song was Song of the City, Su Chiyu's debut hit. The moment it was released, it had shot to the top of the music charts, launching her career into stardom. With her unique, gentle voice, masterful production, and poetic lyrics, the song had become a classic. Yi Cheng had never heard it before, but the intro immediately caught his attention. After all, he had master-level proficiency in both instrumental and vocal music. Just from the first few notes, he could tell this song was on a completely different level. And then, her voice came in. By the riverside, the willow catkins dance. The spring breeze knows not the hearts it stirs. Once more the waves begin to rise. At that moment, Su Chiyu's voice truly shined. Yi Cheng, as a musical expert, instinctively started analyzing her performance. He was this close to critiquing it like a judge. Meanwhile, the public chat was going crazy. So good. Holy shit, this sounds exactly like the original recording. I swear this is the real singer. Queen Su is a goddess. As Su Chiyu sang, she also glanced at the chat, feeling thrilled at all the praise. She had never expected this bidding war to turn into an impromptu concert. She was completely in her element. For nearly 4 minutes, everyone in the channel was mesmerized. And then, she reached the final lyrics. Beyond the bridge, the snow falls gently, like a farewell song. The city's beauty fades into the cold moonlight. As the last note faded, the song came to an end. Su Chiyu took a deep breath and smiled. Thank you. Still catching her breath, she added, "Wow, I didn't expect this many people to show up. But as always, if you love Su Chiyu, we're already friends." The chat exploded again. I love Su Chiyu. Where do I add you? What server are you on? I'm transferring right now. Su, give me your number. Encore. Encore. Yi Cheng massaged his temples, shaking his head at the chaos. All this, just because of a single auction? All this over 94,000 yuan? Was it really that big of a deal? Meanwhile, Su Chiyu ignored all the friend requests. She couldn't possibly add everyone. But then, she suddenly remembered. Strictly speaking, she had sung this song for the swordsman VIP. So she turned to Yi Cheng and said with a playful smile, "Alright, I was only here for the auction. Don't be too enthusiastic, everyone. Second Young Master, what do you think?" Yi Cheng responded casually. "Very good. Beautiful voice. The Xianjing is yours." "Yay, thanks, Second Young Master." Su Chiyu cheered, then added with a teasing tone, "You're such a good person." Yeah, right. She hadn't forgotten. If it weren't for this guy, she would have won the Xianjing for just 8,000 yuan. Even though he let her win, she still had to pay 94,000. And about the rumor that the Xianjing only dropped because of his bad luck? She didn't believe that crap. If she had entered first, the Xianjing would have dropped anyway. Closing the deal. Of course, the raid members hadn't forgotten about the actual transaction. At the end of the day, money was more important than music. Even the spectators remembered. Wait, how much did the Xianjing sell for? Over 90,000. Wait, isn't that more expensive than an unbound one? Yeah, but unbound ones don't exist for sale right now. Meanwhile, some raid members had started live streaming the event, and people were flocking to watch. Back in the game, the final bidding confirmation was happening. Yi Cheng had placed the last bid at 94,000 yuan. The leader turned to Su Chiyu. Alright, Su, final bid. Go ahead. Su Chiyu pouted and asked, "Can I pay part of it in gold? I still have 200,000 gold left. I'm really broke now." The leader chuckled. "That works. Thank you." Su Cheyu cheerfully transferred the money. The leader set up a WeChat group so the non-VIP members could receive their share, and Su Cheyu sent payments one by one. Luckily, WeChat's daily transfer limit was 200,000 yuan, so she didn't hit the cap. Once the payments were confirmed, she also deposited 200,000 gold in-game. Finally, the raid leader distributed the Xianjing to her account. Under the watchful eyes of over 1,000 players, the 94,000 yuan Xianjing officially had an owner. As Su Cheyu stared at the golden, glowing gem in her inventory, she grinned. Ha! Just 94,000 yuan, totally worth it. At the same time, the system announcement popped up across the server. Congratulations to player Su Lianlian for obtaining the rare item Xianjing in Baidi Jiangguan. Seeing her name in glowing yellow text, Su Cheyu felt a huge sense of satisfaction. Her vanity was completely fulfilled. Meanwhile, members of the raid immediately flooded the world chat with messages. Congrats to Su for getting Xianjing for 94,000. Congrats to Su for getting Xianjing for 94,000. Before long, the entire world chat was taken over by copypasters. After all, someone spending 94,000 yuan on a single item was huge news. In the past, this would have been unheard of, but now, the entire server and game community knew about it. The raid leader saw an opportunity and immediately started promoting his services. Su, if you need to farm meteorite iron, our team can help. We guarantee the best price and the fastest results. To craft a legendary weapon, a player needed 200 meteorite iron, 1 Xianjing, and a full dungeon run. Su Lianlian, sounds good. The leader grinned. This was business. Alright, let's move to the final boss. The song was over, the auction was over, and now it was time to finish the dungeon. Final boss, the lucky charm returns? As they walked toward the final boss, someone in chat called out, Swordsman VIP, bless us again. Give us another Xianjing drop. We bow to our lucky swordsman. Use your magic. But Yi Chang had already switched back into his cool and silent mode. He said nothing. Once they reached the boss room, he immediately killed himself off, letting the rest of the team handle the fight. Meanwhile, his system reward had arrived. Congratulations, host. You have received Universal Good Guy card. Item effect. Use this on someone who has called you a good person. Once used, this person will subconsciously always see you as a good guy and will rarely refuse any of your requests. Yi Chang blinked. Wait, the person has to have already called me a good guy? Thinking back, only one person had said that recently, Su Lianlian. No wonder it was called a Universal Good Guy card. It literally required someone to first hand you a good guy label. But would it even work on her? The system immediately answered his doubts. The card can be used on anyone, even people you've never met. As long as they have said the words "you're a good person," it will work. Yi Chang nodded. Should he use it? Why not? It's not like he could just go around convincing random people to call him a good guy. And besides, Su Lianlian had a really good singing voice. If he used the card on her, maybe he'd get a free personal jukebox whenever he wanted? Smirking to himself, he immediately activated the card. System, Universal Good Guy card successfully applied. Target, Su Cheyu. Yi Chang's eyes widened. Su Cheyu? Wait, isn't that? Then it hit him. Su Cheyu? That was the name of the singer from earlier, and that's the song she sang just now. Wait, so Su Lianlian is actually Su Cheyu? Yi Chang was stunned. A top celebrity, is my raid teammate? This was unbelievable. No wonder she kept saying things like, if you like Su Cheyu, we can be friends. She wasn't promoting someone else, she was promoting herself. Yi Chang chuckled, shaking his head. This just got interesting. Who would have thought that one of the biggest pop stars in the country was out here grinding dungeons in an online game? Curious, he quickly looked her up. Her profile popped up. Cute, sweet-faced girl. Oval-shaped face, long black hair. In one picture, she was pouting her lips. Adorable. Her listed height was 170 cm, but Yi Chang guessed it was more like 165 centimeters. Inflating height is standard for celebrities, right? Scrolling through fan comments, he noticed a common theme. She's beautiful, but her voice is even sweeter. Yi Chang grinned. So basically, if he ever wanted her to sing for him, he now had a direct line. Oh, and of course, free in this case didn't mean scamming her, it just meant automatic access. Satisfied, Yi Chang closed the page and sent a friend request to Su Lianlian in the game. Meanwhile, at that moment, Su Cheyu was busy healing the raid's tank when suddenly, a friend request popped up. It distracted her just enough to mess up her healing rhythm. She quickly glanced at the screen. Oh, so this swordsman finally wants to add me? She let out a soft hum of satisfaction. Earlier, everyone had tried adding her as a friend except him. She had thought he was just too cool to bother adding a poor player who could only afford a 94,000 yuan Xinjing. TCH. So even Mr. Moneybags couldn't resist in the end, huh? She smirked but then paused. Wait, he actually let me have the Xinjing. Her mind started wandering. If he's that rich, why did he let me win? He didn't have to do that. He must be a good person. Then, she snapped out of it. No, wait. I had to spend 94,000 because of him. This bastard only drove up the price because he doesn't care about money. But, technically, I was the one who kept bidding. Su Cheyu found herself completely torn. This was the power of the universal good guy card. Even if she tried to be mad, her brain kept making excuses for Yi Chang. Before she could think any further, the raid leader suddenly shouted. What the hell is happening? The tank's HP is dropping. Healers, what are you doing? Then, at that exact moment, boom. The boss launched a massive attack, instantly wiping out the main tank and several DPS players. Shit! Everyone back out. Reset! The team quickly ran out of the battle zone to avoid a total wipe. The leader checked the healing logs and immediately found the problem. Oh, Su Lianlian didn't heal enough. The chat held its breath. But then, the leader's tone completely changed. Oh, it was Su? No worries, no worries. Just be careful next time. Do you want to switch to DPS instead? We can have another healer take over. The chat exploded. LMAO. This is what 94,000 yuan gets you. The VIP treatment is unreal. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Su Cheyu pouted. Ugh, it's all that swordsman's fault for distracting me. Even as she complained, her fingers instinctively clicked accept friend request. In the corner of Yi Cheng's screen, a small notification popped up. Su Lianlian has added you as a friend. Yi Cheng smirked. So, I just added a celebrity to my friend list, huh? Come on, everyone, use your burst skills. Quickly take down the boss. Finally, after overcoming many hardships, the last boss had less than 10% HP left. The raid leader spoke up. Everyone immediately activated their burst skills and went all out. The boss collapsed before them. Let's see what loot this sneaky bastard drops. Everyone rushed forward to loot the chest, but then they were all stunned. Mystic Crystal. Holy shit. Mystic Crystal. No fucking way. They actually got another Mystic Crystal. Raid leader, damn, hidden sword boss, you still want to say you're not related to GWW? People still on YY voice chat, and those watching the stream were completely shocked. What kind of insane luck was this? My god, 2 Mystic Crystals in a single dungeon run? Are you kidding me? Where's that game dev from earlier? Come out and explain what's going on here. The chat exploded. Some players don't even see 1 Mystic Crystal in a whole year, and these guys just got 2 in one run? They were jealous. The game dev who had spoken earlier was actually still there. He sent a message in the global chat. We've asked the tech team to check, but I'd say it's just extremely good luck for this raid group. The raid leader burst into laughter. Told you, our hidden sword boss is related to GWW. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy shit, you can actually get 2 Mystic Crystals? Just how ridiculously boosted was his luck? Did he completely break the laws of probability? On the other side, Su Cheyu was absolutely dumbfounded. What? I just spent over 90,000 bidding on one, and now you're telling me another one dropped? What the hell? She was devastated. If she had known this would happen, why the hell did she fight Hidden Sword for the first one? Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the second one? She could have gotten it for just 8,000. Instead, she paid more than 10 times that amount. News spread fast, and people flooded into the stream and YY chat. The raid leader didn't even know how to react anymore. After thinking for a moment, he decided to deal with the other loot first. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Let's auction off the rest of the gear first. Damn, TMD, these are all great items too. The other loot sold for over 1 million gold, and then they finally got to the Mystic Crystal. Let's go with the usual rule, starting bid at 3,000? The raid leader knew full well that the second Mystic Crystal wouldn't fetch the same price as the first one, which made things awkward. Xiujia had spent over 90,000 for one, and now someone else was about to get one for less than 10,000? That was bound to make her feel bitter, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just force Yi Cheng to bid 94,000 again, that'd be straight up scamming him. The bidding started. 4,000, 5,000. 8,000. Yi by 8,500. No one else raised their bid. Alright then, congrats to Hidden Sword Boss for winning the Mystic Crystal. Do you want to set up a WeChat group again? Yi Bai, yeah, just add me to the one you made earlier. Yi Chang was quickly invited into the new group. He started adding everyone as friends and sending them their share of the gold. 8,500 split among the group members meant everyone got a bit over 300 each. Compared to the previous 90,000 plus, this was way cheaper, but everyone was still happy with the payout. The last person Yi Cheng transferred money to was Su Chiyu. After sending it, he messaged her. Xiujia, I've got a business deal for you. Interested? I guarantee you'll make back your mystic crystal money in less than a month, and it'll only take 30 minutes a day. Su Chiyu saw this annoying guy was actually offering her a business deal. Make back her mystic crystal money in a month? Only 30 minutes a day? Was there really such a gig? As a popular singer, she wasn't exactly broke, but every cent she made went straight into buying houses. She even had outstanding loans. Plus, she just dropped over 90,000, so yeah, she was kinda broke right now. Her company's salary wasn't enough to cover everything. Otherwise, why would so many celebrities take on brand deals and promotional gigs? She hesitated for a moment, but, considering that this guy was a good person, she decided to ask. What kind of business? Yi Chang grinned and replied. Singing. Su Choyu froze. Singing? She suspiciously asked. You're not running some streaming agency trying to groom online influencers, are you? What a joke. She was a star. If she wanted to stream, the platforms would come to her directly, begging to collaborate. Yi Chang, nope. Just singing for me. 5 songs a day, I'll pay you 10,000. Su Chiyu's eyes widened. 5 songs a day, 10,000 yuan? She suddenly felt pretty smug. Look at that. This guy had good taste. Even though he didn't know her real identity, he was still willing to pay this much. That meant her voice had completely won him over. And 5 songs? That wouldn't even take 30 minutes. That was 10,000 yuan a day, 300,000 a month. For her, this would be pure side income. No reason to refuse. A monthly extra 300,000 meant an annual 3.6 million. And since it'd be a direct transfer, no taxes. That would be a ton of extra spending money. For a singer who had only debuted 2 years ago, making over 3 million a year was already pretty good. She wasn't some viral pop star who made quick cash, she was a true artist, and real artists had to grind their way up. But, singing for a man every day? If people, especially her fans, found out about this, she'd be finished. And if they heard she was singing 5 songs a day for just 10,000 yuan? Wouldn't that make her seem super cheap? She hesitated for a long time before deciding to maintain her dignity and negotiate. 1 song per day. That's my limit. Yi Chang saw that she was willing to negotiate and chuckled. As long as she was willing to talk, that meant they had a deal. 1 song per day for 10,000? You're not even a big star. 5 songs for 10,000 is already generous. What the hell? I am a big star. Su Chiyu huffed. If she revealed her real identity, this guy would probably be scared shitless. But she couldn't do that. If he knew who she really was, things would get messy. Wait, was this guy even up to anything good? He was willing to throw so much money at a random girl he met online just to sing for him? He had to have some ulterior motive. Still, he seemed like a decent person. She decided to push her luck. I don't normally sing for people. And you saw earlier, I spent over 90,000 on gear, so I'm not hurting for money. I need a price increase. Yi Chang, alright then, 5 songs a day, 30,000. 5 songs for 30,000 yuan? Su Chiyu hesitated. That was 900,000 yuan a month, over 10 million a year. She was startled by the number. Even though she was popular now, her contract hadn't been renegotiated yet, and she was still at a disadvantage when it came to revenue sharing with her company. There was no way she could make that kind of money in a year. Was this guy really that rich? Could he be scamming her? She asked, are you serious? 30,000 a day? That's over 10 million a year. Do you really have that much money? Yi Chang, what? Just a little over 10 million a year? Then I'll just pay you for 10 years up front. Sign a contract with me, and I'll transfer the full amount right now. Su Chiyu's heart started racing. 10 years. That was over 100 million yuan. A fortune was right in front of her, just waiting for her to take it. How could she not be tempted? She never expected that just playing a game would lead her to someone this wealthy. But then, she suddenly became suspicious and said, a contract? Are you trying to tie me down for 10 years? Doesn't signing a contract mean we'd have to meet? Do you have some ulterior motive? Yi Chang laughed. This little celebrity was pretty cautious. Of course, he wasn't being serious. Signing a contract was just a joke for now. Relax, I'm just messing with you. I don't even know what you look like. What kind of ulterior motive could I have? Do we have a deal? If you agree, I'll send the money right now, and you start singing. Suchiyu bit her lip, took a deep breath, and finally typed, okay. There was no way she could refuse, he was offering too much. More importantly, this money didn't have to be split with her company. It was all hers. A moment later, she saw the transfer notification pop up, 30,000 yuan. Just like that, a third of her health bar was restored. Her heart pounded as she confirmed the payment. Since she had accepted the money, she had to do the job. She asked, how do I sing for you? Yi Cheng chuckled and typed, wait until the others finish splitting the money. Then I'll open a voice chat room, and you can join to sing. Got it. With that, their attention shifted back to the game. Yi Cheng had already paid, so the Mystic Crystal was officially his. The raid leader started promoting their dungeon farming services again, and Yi Cheng agreed. After all, he couldn't always be online himself. With that, the dungeon run was officially over. Yi Cheng left the party, but both he and Suchiyu were invited to the group's chat. After all, they were big spenders, and PvE groups always loved players with deep pockets. The two of them had already made a name for themselves. As soon as they joined, they were welcomed enthusiastically. As for Yi Cheng, since he was now considered a relative of the game developer, a bunch of people begged him to invite them next time he did a dungeon run, hoping for more incredible loot. But Yi Cheng ignored them. Instead, he created a private voice chat room and invited Suchiyu. Turning on his microphone, he said, alright, sing. Suchiyu felt a little awkward. She was really about to sing for a man alone, even if it was just online. But then again, he seemed like a decent guy, and the money was good. So, fine, she'd sing. Besides, his voice was actually pretty nice. She kind of liked it. What do you want to hear? I'll find a backing track. Anything. Yi Cheng replied. Alright, I'll just sing whatever then. Okay. She chose one of her own songs and started singing. Yi Cheng listened, enjoying himself. Though he had initially intended to tease her, he had to admit she really could sing. 5 songs in a row, all her own. Yi Cheng chuckled, you must really love Suchiyu. After singing non-stop, Suchiyu gulped down some water. But when she heard Yi Cheng's comment, she immediately perked up. Of course. No one understands Suchiyu better than I do. Then, an idea struck her. This guy was a billionaire. If he became her fan, maybe he'd support her career. Maybe even sponsor her. She decided to seize the opportunity. Listen, as long as you become a fan of Suchiyu, we'll be best friends. Yi Cheng saw right through her little scheme and held back a laugh. Instead, he teased her. What's so great about being her fan? She's just another mainstream pop singer. Suchiyu nearly choked in anger. She wanted to curse him out, but considering how rich he was, she held back. Instead, she huffed. What do you mean, just another pop singer? Suchiyu is a real artist, okay? She even won first place in China's top singers competition, and her album City's Melody topped the new release charts. Yi Cheng, oh? That impressive? Of course. And you're not allowed to badmouth her in front of me. If you do, I won't sing for you anymore. Oh no, what a tragedy, Yi Cheng joked. But you know what? I could just hire Suchiyu herself, offer her over 20 million a year to sing for me every day. You think she'd say no? Suchiyu. 20 million a year, that's 100 million in 5 years. Would she say no? She honestly wasn't sure. But she stayed stubborn. She wouldn't agree. She doesn't care about your money. She's a superstar, she earns way more than that. Oh? She's only been famous for 2 years. You think she makes 200 million a year? Suchiyu hesitated. Well, probably not. Then she pretended to be furious and said, whatever. She wouldn't agree anyway. And stop talking bad about her. You can't insult someone's idol in front of their fans. Yi Cheng smirked. He wasn't insulting her idol in front of her fans. He was insulting her in front of herself. Alright, I won't say anything more. But I think I'll test your theory. See if she really would turn me down. Then he casually pulled out his phone and called his assistant, Li Chang. Hey, look into that singer named Suchiyu. Contact her manager. Offer her 25 million a year to sing 5 songs a day. We can sign a 10-year contract and pay up front. Yes, Suchiyu. She's been popular these past 2 years. Her big hit is City's Melody. No need to pressure them, just ask if she's interested. We're running a legitimate business, not a crime syndicate. Alright, let me know what they say. Yi Cheng had put the call on speaker. Suchiyu heard every word. It wasn't fake. He actually called someone. Her eyes widened in shock. You, how could you do that? I just want to see if your idol really values art over money. If she does, maybe I'll even consider becoming her fan. Hearing Yi Cheng's words, Su Qiyu huffed, just because you have money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You can't disrespect my idol. You're really getting into character as a fan, huh? Yi Cheng shook his head with a smile and said, well then, let's wait and see. He had complete confidence in Li Cheng's abilities. It wouldn't take long to make contact, that was the power of money. Meanwhile, across the screen, Su Qiyu swallowed nervously, wondering when her manager would call. Should she accept the offer? 10 years, that was 250 million yuan. She'd never have to worry about money again for the rest of her life. But she had entered the entertainment industry to pursue her dream of being a star. How could she sell out for money? No, absolutely not. After some thought, she cautiously asked, if you became Su Qiyu's fan, what would you do? I've never been a fan before, how would I know? Yi Cheng answered confidently. But if it's a money problem, then it's not a problem. Oh, and connections. I may not know many people in the entertainment industry, but the people I do know definitely have plenty of connections. Helping Su Qiyu climb higher wouldn't be hard at all. Really? Su Qiyu's eyes lit up. You're not lying to me, are you? You're not even Su Qiyu. Why would I lie to you? Yi Cheng replied matter-of-factly. Then, who exactly are you? Su Qiyu couldn't help but ask. Someone who spoke this boldly couldn't be an ordinary person. Take a guess. Yi Cheng laughed. How could I possibly guess? Su Qiyu pouted. Alright, I'll let you in on a secret, something I haven't told anyone else. Hearing Yi Cheng sound so mysterious, Su Qiyu couldn't help but be curious. What secret? Long Koan is my uncle. Su Qiyu froze for a moment before realizing who Long Koan was. Her eyes widened in shock. Wait, seriously? You mean that Long Koan? The one from Longteng Group? Who else? Other than him, is there another famous Long Koan in the country? Yi Cheng replied. Su Qiyu's heart started pounding. If this hidden sword guy was really Long Koan's nephew, then if he became her fan, she'd never have to worry about the dark side of the entertainment industry again. In just 2 years, she had already encountered multiple cases of sexual harassment. If it weren't for her aunt being a shareholder in her company, she might have been forced out of the industry already. Even with her aunt's protection, she still had to deal with a lot of sketchy people. But if she had Long Koan's nephew backing her, who in the entertainment industry would dare mess with her? Longteng Group didn't run talent agencies or train artists, but their influence stretched far and wide. They owned shares in many of the biggest entertainment companies and controlled a massive portion of the music and film industries. With that kind of backing, they could do whatever they wanted. Su Qiyu's mind started to drift, and she began to daydream. With Longteng Group behind her, even the most senior figures in the industry would greet her with a smile. If she waved her hand, top composers and lyricists would line up to write songs for her. Any song she released would get the best promotional resources. If she held a concert, the entire stadium would be packed with fans chanting, Su Qiyu, we love you. Meanwhile, Yi Cheng noticed the long silence on the other end. Wait, could this little celebrity actually be buying into his story so easily? Did she not know that anyone could make things up online? Well, actually, he wasn't lying. Long Koan was his uncle. With that connection alone, he could easily turn any newcomer into a superstar, let alone an already famous singer like Su Qiyu. Just then, Su Qiyu's phone rang. Since her mic was open, Yi Cheng could hear the ringtone as well. Su Qiyu looked at the caller ID and froze. It was really her manager, so this guy wasn't bluffing. She quickly muted her mic to avoid revealing her identity and picked up the call. Hongjie? What's up? Hongjie Zhou Hong was Su Qiyu's manager, assigned by her company. She was also a close friend of Su Qiyu's aunt, so she had always looked out for her. Zhou Hong sounded excited. Qiyu, I have amazing news for you. Su Qiyu played dumb. Oh? What kind of news? Why are you so excited? Of course I'm excited. A big-name VIP has taken an interest in you. They want you to sing for them, but you don't have to meet them in person, just sing online. And the contract won't be with your company, it'll be directly with you. All the money goes straight into your pocket. Su Qiyu finally believed it. This hidden sword guy really was some insanely rich big shot. Maybe he really was Long Koan's nephew. But no matter how high the offer was, she had to reject it. If she rejected it, Hidden Sword would become her biggest fan. With his support, she could dominate the entertainment industry, become a national superstar, and leave her mark in history. She smirked. Bet this guy never expected that I'm actually Su Qiyu. Taking a deep breath, she said, Hongjie, right now, I just want to focus on my career and improve myself. No matter how much they're offering, I can't accept. Zhou Hong was stunned. Wait, at least hear the offer first. 5 songs a day, 25 million yuan per year, with a maximum 10-year contract. That's 250 million total. And they're willing to pay up front. Think about it, if you had 250 million, you could hire the best composers and lyricists to write songs just for you. Su Chiyu's heart ached. 250 million, slipping away just like that. But she still had to stand firm. No, even if it were $1 billion, I wouldn't do it. Hongjiet, think about it, if my fans found out that I was singing privately for some rich guy every day, wouldn't they freak out? I don't sing just for money. I sing because I want to be an artist, a singer that everyone loves. Of course, she did want to make money, but deep down, she meant what she said. Her words were so sincere that even Jo Hong hesitated. But then, wait a minute. Jo Hong frowned. Hold on, how do you know it's a man? I never mentioned that. I guessed. I mean, who else but a man would do something this ridiculous? Fine, I'll turn them down, but actually, we could use this to your advantage. We could make it a big deal, put you in the headlines, and frame you as an artist who values passion over money. Su Chiyu's eyes lit up. Yes. That's perfect, Hongjie. Let's do it. After hanging up, she let out a satisfied laugh. She couldn't wait to see Hidden Sword's reaction when he found out she had rejected him. Not long after, Yi Chang received a call from Li Chang. Just as expected, after that little celebrity muted her mic, she had indeed turned down the offer. After all, with the conditions he had put on the table, if Su Chiyu wasn't tempted, then she wouldn't be a real celebrity. Li Chang even told him that when Su Chiyu refused, she went on about how she didn't care about money and just wanted to chase her dreams as a singer. It nearly made Li Chang burst out laughing. How inspiring. Yi Chang had answered the call without muting his mic, so Su Chiyu heard everything loud and clear. She immediately put on a smug tone and said, "So? Isn't my my idol amazing? She has ambition and dreams. She's not the type to sell out for a bit of money." Yi Chang held back a laugh. Yes, very impressive. Sigh, well, if she doesn't want to, I won't force it. As long as you keep singing for me every day, that's enough. Su Chiyu's face turned red. Why did this guy make it sound so suggestive? But that wasn't the main point. She carefully asked, "So, does that mean you're going to be her fan now?" Yi Chang, "Nah, I changed my mind. Think about it, if she had agreed to sing for me every day, after a month or two, we'd be familiar with each other. Then, when I had some free time, helping her out would just be natural, right? But this Su Chiyu doesn't know how to adapt. She's a bit dumb." Su Chiyu froze. Wait a second. This guy kind of had a point? Her mind went blank. This. Suddenly, her heart ached. Did she just lose 250 million yuan for no reason? Feeling wronged, she whined, "No, you promised to be her fan. You even said you'd help her career. You're a man, how can you break a promise to a girl?" Yi Chang chuckled. Why do you care so much? You're not Su Chiyu. Why are you thinking about her future instead of your own? You could just sing for me and make 10 million a year. Isn't that better? I am Su Chiyu. She really wanted to reveal her identity, but she was afraid he'd mock her for secretly doing something like this as a big celebrity. Instead, she stubbornly said, "Because I like Su Chiyu. I'm her fan. Of course, I want the best for her. You promised to support her, so you have to keep your word." Yi Chung found this little celebrity surprisingly fun to mess with. Alright, I promise. So tell me, how do I become her fan?" Hearing that, Su Chiyu's eyes lit up. Finally, he agreed. Even though his personality was a bit annoying, as long as he was willing to be her fan, she'd let it slide. She quickly explained, "First, you need to follow her on Weibo. Then, you have to share her posts. I'll also add you to her fan club group. There are a lot of activities there that you can participate in. Oh, and let me think, Yi Chang sighed. That's it? That's too basic. If people found out I was doing this, it'd be embarrassing, you know?" Su Chiyu was confused. What's embarrassing about it? That's what fans do. Yi Chang didn't bother explaining. You wouldn't understand, considering your level, whatever, you'll see later. Just add me to the fan group first. I'm curious about what's in there. It's just full of fans. Su Chiyu's fan group is super friendly. You'll feel right at home. Everyone's really nice, and the conversations are fun. I love hanging out there. Yi Chang let out a dry chuckle. Was this just self-promotion at this point? A moment later, he received a friend request from an admin of the official fan club. They were adding him to the group. Yi Chang playfully asked, "Wait, you have connections with the official fan club admins? That impressive?" Su Chiyu casually replied, "Oh, I just told them about you. They welcome every new fan, of course. Are you in the group too?" "Of course. What about Su Chayu herself? Su Chayu answered naturally, of course not. Only washed-up celebrities hang out in fan groups to stay relevant. Then what are you doing there? Yi Cheng nearly laughed. Is this what they call spying from a small account? After joining the fan club, he was immediately welcomed with enthusiasm. Welcome, new member. Welcome to the Raindrop family. Is our new Raindrop a guy? New member, post a selfie. Yi Cheng had never experienced anything like this before. He turned to Su Chayu. What the hell is a raindrop? And why are they so friendly? How do I even respond? Su Chayu giggled. Raindrop is what we call Su Chayu's fans. From now on, you're a raindrop too. And about the selfie thing, just post one. It's normal for new members to do that. Then, she suddenly realized something. Wait, how old are you? You sound like you don't know anything about this. Don't tell me you're some divorced, middle-aged guy with 2 kids? Su Chayu paused. That would make sense. Rich guys were usually older, right? Yi Cheng rolled his eyes. Do I sound like an old man to you? How do I know you're not using a voice changer? Yi Cheng, alright, I'm leaving the group. No, wait. I was joking. Su Chayu panicked. Okay, I won't say anything else. Just go introduce yourself in the group. And don't forget, you promised to help Su Chayu. Yi Cheng sighed. She was really treating him like a tool, huh? Fine, I got it. He opened the fan chat and said a simple, hi, everyone. As for posting a selfie? No way. But, he could post something else. Let's show this little celebrity what a real man looks like. He walked to the mirror, lifted his shirt, and snapped a photo of his perfectly sculpted abs. He sent it to the group as a disappearing flash photo. The fan group, mostly full of female members, instantly erupted in excitement. Whoa, that body. Drop a full selfie, handsome, new member, I like you already. Meanwhile, Su Chayu, who had been lurking in the chat, clicked on the disappearing photo. And instantly froze. This guy had that kind of physique? Even though his face was hidden, based on his build alone, he was definitely handsome. Add in the fact that he was rich and well-connected, he just got a massive boost in her eyes. And worst of all, she blushed. She quickly turned on her mic. Hey, send me a real selfie. I showed my face first. Yi Cheng smirked. Why should I? You perv. Su Chayu nearly choked. Did this guy just call her a perv? You, say that again. What did you call me? A perv. I'm not singing for you anymore. Then I'm leaving the group. Su Chayu, are you even a man? Why do you keep threatening to leave the group every time? Do I need you to tell me whether I'm a man or not? Take a look at the girls in this group. They're going crazy. Su Chayu's fans aren't very classy, huh? Have you considered filtering out some of them? Who told you to randomly post pictures? You're the one being inappropriate, posting body pics. Alright, I'm done talking. If you want my picture, send me yours first. Keep dreaming. Like hell she'd send her own picture. Wouldn't that expose her identity? Fine, whatever. Yi Cheng thought to himself he could find her pictures all over the internet anyway. Did she think her photo was some rare treasure? Su Chayu swore that if this hidden sword guy were standing in front of her right now, she'd tie him up and show him what it really meant to be the queen. Fine, I won't send one. I'm done talking to you. Just don't forget your promise, you said you'd help Su Chayu. Yeah, why would I lie to a little girl? Hanging up now. Hey! She had wanted to ask how he planned to help, but this guy just hung up on her without hesitation. Stomping her foot in frustration, she wondered why had she ever thought he was a good person. Yi Cheng logged out of YY, still amused. This little celebrity was more interesting than he'd expected. Playing this secret identity game with him, and she actually seemed to be enjoying it. Those people who had been in the voice chat earlier should be thanking him after all. They'd just gotten a free live performance from a top-tier singer. But since he had promised to help her, he'd keep his word. He'd need to contact Long Kuan and make use of Longting Group's resources. Would Long Kuan think less of him for asking for help over some celebrity? Would it make him seem useless? Then again, the system had made it clear as long as he didn't violate certain absolute principles, his relationship with Long Kuan wouldn't change. Those absolute principles referred to actions that would harm Long Kuan or his family without a justifiable reason. Also, Long Kuan was extremely patriotic. To him, loyalty to the country was practically a belief. If Yi Cheng ever did something that betrayed the nation, Long Kuan's attitude toward him would definitely change. Of course, Yi Cheng had no intention of doing anything like that. At that moment, he reached into his pocket and remembered the USB drive that the system had given him. It supposedly contained a bunch of advanced technology, right? Not that he had any use for it at most. he could have his shipbuilding company build a few luxury yachts. Since that was the case, he might as well hand the data over to Long Cohen. Longton Group could probably make better use of it. But still, he was curious. What kind of futuristic technology was in there? He plugged the USB into his computer. It took forever to load. Yi Cheng frowned. Why was it taking so long? When it finally loaded, he checked the storage size. 1 PB, which was 1024 terabytes. What the hell? A USB this big actually exists? This thing had to be high-tech. A 1 PB USB? His cheap 5,000 yuan computer shouldn't even be able to read something this massive. Unless, was this USB also some kind of advanced technology? Yi Cheng rubbed his eyes, checked again. Yep, still 1 PB. Okay. The system had officially given him something beyond his comprehension. But then a new question arose: how could just 100 blueprints take up 1 PB of space? He opened the USB. It took 10 minutes to load. When it finally opened, he started scrolling through the file names. Cruise Ship Model I, Cruise Ship Model 2, Cruise Ship Model 3, Cruise Ship Model 4. A ton of cruise ship designs. Each one took up multiple terabytes. Yi Cheng was in awe. This is insane. He clicked on a random one. It took another 30 seconds to load. Inside, he found an overwhelming amount of data, technical specs, blueprints, engineering calculations, even the exact process for metal forging. Damn, this is so detailed. Even a total amateur could probably build a ship with this. Yi Cheng clicked his tongue in amazement and went back to the main folder to keep browsing. There were 20 different cruise ship models, ranging from 100,000 tons to 300,000 tons. Underneath those were other ship types: cargo ships, yachts, speedboats, fishing boats. 40 more designs in total. After reviewing 60 different ship designs, he flipped to the next page. And what he saw made his jaw drop. Wait, are these destroyers? System. What the hell? Why are there military ship designs in here? System, military ships are still ships. Yi Cheng. Well, technically, that logic was flawless. And thinking back, the reward never specified that the designs would all be civilian ships. He scrolled through the list. There were 5 different destroyer models. Clicking into one, he was shocked. Nuclear-powered. The blueprints even included detailed schematics for small-scale nuclear reactors designed specifically for warships. This was way beyond his understanding. System, why are there nuclear-powered warships in here? The system. No response. Yi Cheng, the hell? Are you trying to get me to start my own navy? No country in the world had nuclear-powered destroyers. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and submarines were common, but warships? Too expensive, and conventional engines worked just fine. But these designs solved the problem by miniaturizing nuclear reactors, making them small and efficient enough to power a warship. Yi Cheng suddenly realized something. Wait, does this mean I have access to groundbreaking, next-level technology? His heartbeat quickened. How the hell was he supposed to explain having these blueprints? What was he going to say? That he hacked into the Pentagon and stole top-secret military schematics? Yeah, right. No one would buy that. His chest tightened as he scrolled down. Destroyers. Amphibious assault ships. Supply ships. Attack ships. Frigates. Then, 3 nuclear submarine designs. And at the very bottom, 2 aircraft carriers. 1 conventional powered carrier. And 1 nuclear-powered carrier. Yi Cheng's hands trembled. China still hadn't built a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. But here it was. A fully detailed, buildable blueprint. His entire body tensed. Among all the system's rewards, this was probably the most valuable. And now, the biggest question. How the hell was he supposed to hand this over without exposing himself? The answer came quickly. He needed to talk to his Uncle Long. Beep. The phone rang, and Yi Cheng's call to Long Cohen was answered. Uncle Long. Ha, Xiao Chang, what's the occasion? How come you have time to call me today? Long Cohen's tone was warm and friendly, making Yi Cheng appreciate just how powerful the system's reward really was. From what he had read online, Long Cohen was known for being stern and rarely smiling. But now, he was talking to Yi Cheng as if they were truly close. Uncle Long, I have some highly classified information that I need to hand over to you. Classified? How classified are we talking? More classified than national secrets. Long Cohen chuckled. Since when did you get your hands on something like that? Tell me about it. Yi Cheng replied, it's better if we talk in person. I'll be in Shanjing the day after tomorrow and we'll show you then. Tomorrow was his department's annual gala, and he didn't want to miss it. While this information was important, handing it over a day later wouldn't make a difference. Long Cohen wasn't too concerned about whether Yi Chang came tomorrow or the day after. After all, he had no idea what this so-called classified information was. Maybe this kid was just playing around. So, he laughed and said, "Alright then, I'll be waiting. I'll make sure to give you a warm welcome." "Sounds good," Yi Chang responded, but then hesitated before adding, Uncle Long, I actually have another favor to ask." Long Cohen was momentarily surprised, then burst into laughter. "If you need something, just say it. No need to bring up some classified information as an excuse. Next time, don't be so formal with me. Just tell me what you need." Yi Chang was speechless for a moment, so the guy didn't even believe he had real classified information. But that was fair. After all, Yi Chang was just a college student. Why would he have access to something top secret? Still, hearing those words warmed his heart. This was a true powerhouse of a man, yet he took the time to answer his call, showing no impatience at all. Even if it was thanks to the system's influence, the kindness was genuine. Uncle Long, does Longtung Group have strong influence in the media and entertainment industry?" Long Cohen thought for a moment. "Entertainment? I don't really pay attention to that side of things, but I'm sure the company has some involvement. Tell you what, I'll give you my secretary's number. He handles these smaller matters. Whatever you need, just talk to him. As for me, if you ever just want to chat, feel free to call anytime." Yi Chang immediately thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Long." "Oh, come on, don't thank me. Helping you is only natural. In the future, don't even mention thanks, alright?" Long Cohen pretended to sound displeased. Yi Chang quickly corrected himself. Alright, I won't say it again." "Good." With that, the call ended. Shortly after, Yi Chang received a text message with a phone number. Long Cohen's personal secretary, Lu Zicheng. Yi Chang saved the number and immediately called. The call connected quickly. "Hello, is this Secretary Lu?" "Yes, this is Lu speaking. Am I speaking with Mr. Yi Chang, Chairman Long's nephew?" It seemed Long Cohen had already given instructions, as Lu immediately recognized his name. "Yes, that's me." Lu Zicheng's tone became even more respectful. "Young Master Yi, how can I assist you?" He had no choice but to be polite. Chairman Long had personally ordered that whatever Yi Chang requested must be fulfilled, no questions asked. In Longting Group, Lu Zicheng's status was high as the chairman's secretary. Inside the company and among business partners, he was treated with great respect. But he knew very well, his power came from Long Cohen. If Long Cohen was ever dissatisfied with him, all of that would disappear instantly. At the same time, he was curious, who exactly was Yi Chang? He had never heard of Chairman Long having such a nephew before. Hearing how respectful Lu was, Yi Chang found it a bit amusing. This was Longtung Group's chief secretary, someone others would kill to have a connection with, yet here he was, calling Yi Chang young Master Yi. Uncle Long really was amazing. With a smile, Yi Chang said, "Secretary Lu, no need to be so formal. Just talk to me normally." Lu Zicheng let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed this young master was easygoing. "You're Chairman Long's nephew, I have to show respect." Yi Chang chuckled but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he got straight to the point. "Alright, Secretary Lu, I just wanted to ask, does Longtung Group have a lot of influence in the entertainment industry?" Lu immediately answered, "Of course. You only need to know one thing, no one in the entertainment industry dares to go against Longtung Group. If we want someone blacklisted, they're done." "That powerful? Could you even take down a superstar?" Yi Chang asked, intrigued. Lu scoffed. "That's easy. It only takes 3 steps. First, we use media reports to destroy their public image. Second, we silence them on social platforms, Weibo, public accounts, fan groups, whatever excuse we need, we shut them down. Third, we block them from releasing any new work. Big stars all have skeletons in their closets. It's just that the public doesn't know about them. We only need to dig a little, and we'll find something. Follow these 3 steps, and no celebrity, no matter how famous, can survive in the industry." Yi Chang was silent for a moment before saying, "Damn, that's impressive. And what about making a nobody famous?" Lu chuckled. "That's even easier. We have deals with all the major TV networks and variety shows. We just put someone on a few of them to build hype. Then, we use media coverage to push their name. Give it a year, no, actually, just 6 months. As long as they have a decent look, we can boost their fan base by tens of millions. And if they actually have talent, like good singing or acting skills, they can rise to the top easily." Yi Chang clicked his tongue in amazement. "That's insane." Lu laughed. "In entertainment, it's all about resources. No company in the country has more reach than Longting Group. Even giants like Tencent and Alibaba don't match up. After all, we own shares in both of them." "Alright, then I have just one request," Yi Chang said. Do you know a singer named Su Chiyu? Lu hesitated. No. I'm the chairman's secretary, not directly involved in the entertainment business. But I can check with President Jiang, who oversees that sector. Good, ask him for me. Lu Zicheng quickly contacted the president in charge of the media and entertainment sector, Zhang Qi. Longting Group had multiple presidents, each overseeing different business divisions, and Zhang Qi was responsible for the entertainment sector. Soon, Yi Chang was speaking with Zhang Qi directly. Young Master Yi, Secretary Lu already filled me in. I know of Su Chiyu, she's been a pretty popular singer these past 2 years. What would you like to do? Yi Chang thought for a moment and said, give her some resources. Get her a major brand endorsement or have some popular variety shows invite her. But don't go overboard, just a small boost will do. Zhang Qi was momentarily stunned. For him, making a celebrity famous was easy, it was just a matter of making a few calls. But this small boost request, that was tricky. How exactly did one slightly promote a celebrity? He had never been asked to do something like that before. After racking his brain, he suggested, I remember Su Chiyu is a strong singer. How about getting her on Who's the Hidden Singer for an audition? Yi Chang wasn't familiar with entertainment shows, so he simply said, do whatever you think is best. I don't watch these things anyway. Zhang Qi sighed and said, alright, I got it. I'll have my people handle it. She can be on the next episode. Yi Chang, great, I appreciate it, President Jiang. Zhang Qi, oh, young Master Yi, there's no need to be so polite. It's my pleasure. Secretary Lu had already informed Zhang Qi about Yi Chang's background, so he treated him with the utmost respect. After hanging up, Yi Chang smirked. With his current level of influence, did this mean he could collect any celebrity he wanted? The thought crossed his mind, but he wasn't actually going to do it. His mindset had evolved beyond such things. Of course, if an opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't necessarily refuse. For now, though, he should at least give Su Chiyu a little heads up, otherwise, she might think she got this opportunity purely on her own merit. He sent her a message. Keep an eye on the news soon. Su Chiyu? What do you mean? I just did your idol a favor. Maybe you should consider sending me some kind of thank you gift. A selfie, for example. Su Chiyu. What kind of favor? Yi Chang, just wait for the trending news. Oh, and your fan group might hear about it first. Su Chiyu, tell me already. She was getting excited. What kind of help had Yi Chang given her? But Yi Chang ignored her. Instead, he went into her fan group chat and dropped a message. Insider scoop, Big Rain is set to appear on a hit variety show soon. In the fan group, members referred to Su Chiyu as Big Rain, while they called themselves Little Raindrops. His message sparked an immediate frenzy. Fans flooded the chat, asking which show it was. Some even recognized him as the new member who had posted that abs picture earlier. Once again, they started begging for more photos. Yi Chang ignored them. He was cultivating a mysterious insider persona in the fan club. If he kept leaking exclusive news about Su Chiyu, he might even rise to a moderator role. Then, he could openly interact with Su Chiyu without raising suspicion. Meanwhile, when Su Chiyu saw the message, she became even more excited. A trending variety show? That would definitely boost her popularity. But which one was it? Would it suit her? Ugh, this guy. Always keeping me in suspense, she fumed. But she couldn't deny it, Yi Chang had helped her. So, even though he was infuriating, he was a good person. Yi Chang, however, wasn't paying any more attention to the matter. For now, he just wanted to keep playing this little game of hide-and-seek with the mystery celebrity. And listening to her sing 5 songs a day? Not a bad deal at all. The next day. It was Saturday. That evening, Yi Cheng's department was hosting a formal dance party, a farewell event for their final semester in college. Unlike his 3 roommates, who were all dressed in flashy suits, Yi Chang was still outside on a phone call. Mom, I told you already, I got a job at a big company as an assistant to the CEO. Of course, the salary is high. Relax, I'm not doing anything illegal. I know. Finally, he ended the call and let out a long sigh. Yesterday, he had sent his family 50,000 yuan. As expected, his mom called him the next day, grilling him for 30 minutes straight. Headache. He had thought about this situation many times. His family lived in a small county and had a middle-class income of about 100,000 yuan per year. So when he suddenly sent them half a year's worth of income, it naturally shocked them. But he had managed to talk his way out of it this time. Going forward, he'd slowly increase the amount. If they asked, he'd just say he made money from stock trading and investments. Hanging up, he returned to his dorm. It was already 5 p.m. The party started at 6 p.m. at a hotel across the street from the university. His 3 roommates were fully dressed and ready to go. "Yo, Yi, hurry up and change. We're all waiting on you," Luo Ming urged. Yi Chang sighed. "What's the rush? We still have an hour. Who knows if your goddess is even going to show up? Come on, man, we need to get there early and pick good seats. There are over 100 people from our department, there's gonna be a bunch of tables." "Yeah, and even if she's there, what are the chances she'll dance with me?" Yi Chang shrugged. "Well, I'm gonna ask your goddess for a dance. Let's see if she says yes." "Ha! Ning Snow has been in college for 4 years, and no one has ever seen her date anyone. Just because you're good looking doesn't mean you'll stand a chance." Yi Chang glanced at his phone. A message from Ning Snow had popped up. "When are you heading over?" He smirked and typed back. "Haven't changed yet. I'll head over soon." Ning Snow, "Oh, I'm almost there too." Yi Chang, "Alright, see you soon." Ning Snow, "See you." Putting his phone down, Yi Chang started looking for his outfit. Luckily, earlier that morning, he had visited Yulong Garden to cook for Yan Yuan, and while he was there, he picked up a formal suit. He changed into a white suit, white pants, and white leather shoes, finishing the look with a deep red bow tie. His tall, athletic build filled out the suit perfectly, highlighting his sharp facial features. No matter where he went, he was guaranteed to be the center of attention. His roommates were stunned. "Lu Choning, Yi, maybe you should sit this one out?" Yi Chang, "Huh? I'm afraid Ning Snow will say yes to you." Yi Chang smirked. "No need to worry. She already agreed." Yi Chang's roommates just assumed he was bragging. After all, every guy had told this kind of lie at least once. "Alright, let's go." Once Yi Chang finished getting dressed and made sure he had everything, the 4 of them headed out. A few guys from the neighboring dorms, who were also in the same department, came out as well. Some were dressed formally like Yi Chang, while others went all out with flashy outfits. One guy even showed up in a Naruto cosplay, instantly drawing a crowd. The venue was at a hotel just outside the university's main gate. A short walk later, they arrived at the hotel, took the elevator up, and entered the banquet hall. The hall was spacious, with 10 large tables, each seating around a dozen people. Though there was still some time before the event officially started at 6 p.m., a lot of people had already arrived. A small stage had been set up at the front, equipped with various instruments, piano, drum set, guitars, which piqued everyone's curiosity. It was rumored that there would be live performances later, but no one knew what kind of acts were planned. Yi Chang and his roommates didn't care about that, though. They immediately claimed one of the tables near the stage. Since no one had taken the good seats yet, of course, they weren't going to let them go to waste. As they chatted, their eyes occasionally wandered toward the well-dressed girls entering the hall. Their department had quite a few attractive ones this year. But Yi Chang soon spotted someone he really didn't like. Lin Shanxian. Tonight, she was wearing a JK-style dress. The skirt barely covered her thighs, instantly drawing the attention of many guys in the hall. Lin Shanxian was their class beauty, and to be fair, she was very pretty. But Yi Chang, his roommates, and most of the guys in their class all knew what she was really like. To them, she was no different from a call girl, you just needed the right amount of money. Lin Shanxian noticed Yi Chang too. But to his surprise, she smirked at him condescendingly before turning away and sitting at another table with her friends. Yi Chang found this amusing. Had she found another rich guy to cling to? Oh well, it didn't matter to him. As long as she didn't bother him, he had no interest in her. But if she did decide to mess with him, he'd make sure she regretted it. Time passed. Staff members started adjusting the microphones and sound system on stage. Some students who could play instruments, guitar, piano, went up to test them out, drawing a small crowd. By 5:40 p.m., a new wave of people entered the hall. Some were wearing dance attire. Some were dressed in traditional Chinese performance outfits, likely for a comedic skit. But the one who stood out the most was a stunning figure in a red evening gown, Ning Snow. Her makeup was subtle, and she wore a faint smile that was enough to charm both men and women alike. Her long, slender legs peeked out from beneath her gown. She wasn't wearing stockings, leaving her smooth, fair skin exposed. She walked in black high heels, accentuating the perfect curve of her body, elegant, graceful, and breathtaking. The moment she entered, she started looking around, as if searching for someone. A few guys and girls beside her tried making conversation, but she only responded casually, not paying them much attention. At Yi Chang's table, the guys immediately erupted in excitement. Holy sh*t, guys, the campus beauty is here. Luo Ming's face lit up like a fanboy. He quickly took out his phone and started taking pictures. I see her. Zheng Yang was just as thrilled, practically standing up. Damn, she looks amazing tonight. Guys, I think I'm in love. But then, Lu Chongning suddenly shouted, "Shut up! She's looking over here." Sure enough, Ning Qingsno had turned in their direction. Not only that, she left her group and started walking straight toward their table. Every guy at the table froze. Why was she coming over here? Before they could process what was happening, Yi Chang stood up and walked toward her. "Yo, Yi Chang, what are you doing? Going to talk to her?" He left them in shock, walking straight up to Ning Qingsno. And the most unbelievable part? She smiled even brighter when she saw him. And just like that, the two started chatting casually, like old friends. Yi Chang's roommates were completely stunned. What the hell just happened? You look beautiful tonight. Yi Chang gave her a once-over and complimented her dress. Ning Qingsno's cheeks turned slightly pink. She also took a good look at Yi Chang's outfit. He looked even more handsome than when she had seen him at the restaurant. Of course, she didn't know that Yi Chang's physique had been perfectly enhanced. She simply assumed he had dressed up well today. "You look really handsome too." "Thanks," Yi Chang chuckled. "I'm really looking forward to our dance later." Thinking about dancing with him later, Ning Qingsno quickly averted her gaze and looked at his chest instead of his face. She replied softly, "It's still early. There are performances and games first. It'll be at least an hour before the dance starts." "That's fine," Yi Chang smiled. "But eventually, we will dance. Just don't reject me later, alright?" Later tonight, he'd finally get to wrap his arms around the campus beauty's waist and see just how slim and soft it was. Ning Qingsno blushed and avoided looking at him. "We already agreed. Of course, I won't reject you." Yi Chang smirked. "Qingsno, what are you doing?" A girl suddenly ran over. "The department head is arriving soon. You're the host, get ready." Then, she noticed Yi Chang. She paused for a moment, seemingly stunned by his face, and then glanced back and forth between them. A sly smile appeared on her lips. "Oh, I see what's going on here. You two continue chatting. Qingsno, I'll give you 5 minutes." "Hey! What do you mean you see what's going on? Don't say weird things." Ning Qingsno protested. Yi Chang chuckled. "Go ahead. I won't hold you up." Sorry, we'll talk later." With that, she quickly ran off after her friend. Yi Chang shook his head with a smile and walked back to his table. Along the way, he could feel the death glares from the other guys in the room. When he sat back down, his roommates just stared at him, dumbfounded. He raised a brow. "What? Why are you guys looking at me like that?" "Yi Chang, is there something you haven't told us?" "Yeah, spill it. What's going on between you and the campus beauty?" Yi Chang laughed. "What else? We're just friends." Seeing his roommate's skeptical looks, Yi Chang shrugged. "We're really just friends. Why would I lie?" Then he added, "But that's only temporary." His 3 roommates looked like they were about to cry. "Damn it, you beast. You actually stole my goddess." "I let my guard down." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "Is it that serious?" He couldn't be bothered to argue with these guys who talked big but never took action. All bark, no bite. At 6 p.m., the banquet hall was nearly full. The school leadership occupied one table, while students sat with their friends. On stage, everything was set up and ready. Ning Qingsno, holding cue cards and a microphone, gracefully walked onto the stage, her high heels clicking against the floor and drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to her. As soon as the dazzling campus beauty stepped onto the stage, the once noisy hall instantly fell silent. Graduation is a heavy word, but it also marks a new beginning. After a brief introduction, she moved on to the main topic. "Dear teachers, fellow students, good evening. Welcome to the Business Administration Department's graduation gala. Now, let's welcome our department head to give a speech. A round of applause, please." Applause filled the room as the department head walked onto the stage. Luckily, he kept his speech short and stepped down quickly. A few professors followed with brief remarks, and within 15 minutes, the formalities were over. The students breathed a sigh of relief. Now their applause actually sounded genuine. And then, the performances began. The instruments on stage were finally put to use. Some performers even brought violins and cellos. Clearly, they were well prepared. There was singing, dancing, comedy skits. All the classic school event performances. Even though they were common, everyone still watched with interest. After all, out of 100 students, only a few were bold enough to perform. There were also some mini-games in between, like hot potato, passing a flower around while music played. Whoever held it when the music stopped had to perform on stage. Unfortunately, Yi Chang wasn't picked. The unlucky ones who were chosen had to go up and sing. Zhang Yang, however, got caught holding the flower when the music stopped. Normally, he would have been excited for the chance to interact with Ning Qingsno on stage. But then he remembered. She was already claimed by that bastard Yi Chang. And just like that, all his enthusiasm vanished. Time passed, and by 7:40 p.m., the moment everyone was waiting for finally arrived. Alright, we've had fun with games and performances. I'm sure everyone wants to move around a little. Ning Kingsnow's bright smile lit up the stage. At the same time, a graceful waltz melody began playing in the background. Now, it's time for our final event of the night. Please bring your dance partners to the stage, or find someone here to dance with. Let's enjoy this moment together. The dance had officially begun. But no one moved at first. They were too shy to be the first ones on stage. Then, two of the school's leadership staff stepped forward, smiling at the students. Come on, everyone. Graduation is just around the corner, don't be shy. And with that, the two leaders began dancing. Seeing them take the lead, the hesitant students started pairing up and heading onto the dance floor. Couples placed their hands on each other's shoulders and waists, linking hands as they swayed to the music. Not everyone knew how to waltz, but that didn't matter. No one cared about proper technique, even just moving with the rhythm was fine. At Yi Chang's table, Luo Ming looked around. Where's everyone's dance partners? Lu Chongning, don't have one. Zhang Yang, we're not Yi Chang. Yi Chang, don't drag me into this. The next second, they watched as Luo Ming stood up and walked toward a girl at a neighboring table. Extending his hand, he asked her to dance. The girl hesitated for a moment, then shyly placed her hand in his. The two walked to the dance floor. Lu Chongning and Zhang Yang? Lu Chongning, what the hell? That actually worked? Zhang Yang, devastated, grabbed Lu Chongning's shoulders. Bro, we're doomed. No dates. No girls. And soon, Yi Chang is going to wrap his arms around the campus beauty's waist. Life is unfair, sob sob sob. Lu Chongning smacked his hands away. Don't touch me. I'm not part of this mess. And then, they watched in shock as he stood up too. Just like Luo Ming, he walked to a nearby table, reached out to a girl, and she accepted. Lu Chongning had secured a dance partner. Zhang Yang was stunned. The real clown was him. He turned to Yi Chang, eyes filled with betrayal. Don't tell me, you're going to leave me too? Yi Chang smirked, patted his shoulder, and said, there are plenty of single girls here, Zhang Yang. Go forth. I believe in you. Zhang Yang, painful emoji face. Meanwhile, Yi Chang left his seat. It was time to measure the campus beauty's waist. Ning Qingsnow was sitting at another table. In her red gown, she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the room, and the center of everyone's attention. She was like the main character, captivating everyone's gaze. A tall, confident guy suddenly approached her. He smiled, thinking he looked charming, and extended his hand. Miss Ning, may I have this dance? Ning Qingsnow shook her head politely. Sorry, I already have a dance partner. The guy frowned. But I haven't seen anyone approach you all night. That doesn't change the fact that I have a partner. He reluctantly walked away, feeling embarrassed. In his mind, she was just rejecting him because she wasn't interested. Then, he saw another guy walking toward her. Scoffing, he turned to watch. Ready to see this loser get rejected. Yi Chang walked toward Ning Qingsnow. He had seen her turn down that other guy. He smirked. The campus beauty was waiting for him. He couldn't keep her waiting any longer. Quickening his pace, he arrived in front of her. Ning Qingsnow looked up. Finally, he was here. Now, she wouldn't have to keep rejecting other guys. Yi Chang flashed a charming smile. He extended his hand. Beautiful lady, may I have this dance? The entire room watched in anticipation. Just moments ago, she had turned down multiple guys. Would she reject this one too? Most people assumed she would. Except for the girl sitting next to Ning Qingsnow, her best friend. She was the only one who believed this guy might succeed. And then, the entire hall went silent. Ning Qingsnow reached out her delicate hand and placed it into Yi Chang's palm. With a voice as gentle as a melody, she replied, yes. When Yi Chang's palm touched her soft, delicate hand, he smiled slightly, holding it gently as he helped Ning Qingsnow up from her seat. Seeing the slight shyness on her face, Yi Chang had the urge to take out his phone and capture this moment. Hand in hand, the two walked toward the dance floor. Around them, especially among the male students, countless envious and bitter gazes followed their every step. Who the hell is this guy? Why does he get to hold the campus beauty's hand? Why didn't she reject him? The tall guy who had just been rejected stood there in a daze. His goddess was now in another man's arms. Lowering his head, he turned and walked away, heartbroken. Another wounded soul in this cruel world. Meanwhile, at a nearby table, Lin Shanshan was glaring at Yi Chang and Ning Qingsnow, feeling utterly annoyed. Exes never liked seeing each other doing better. and they especially hated seeing their former partner with someone more attractive and accomplished. How could Yi Chang and Ning Qingsno be together? Wasn't Ning Qingsno supposed to be single? Lin Shanxian couldn't shake off the sense of imbalance in her heart. As for Yi Chang driving a Ferrari last time, she had been shocked at first, unwilling to believe it. Later, however, she started dating a wealthy heir, who used his school connections to investigate Yi Chang. He found out that Yi Chang was just working as an assistant to a CEO at some big company, so that Ferrari was probably just his boss's car. She had no idea that the car in question was a LaFerrari, a globally limited model worth tens of millions. She never considered that such a car's actual owner wouldn't casually hand over the keys to an assistant. So, she fully believed her new boyfriend's explanation. And, honestly, the theory made sense. She knew Yi Chang's background. He came from a small, third-tier town. How rich could he possibly be? Buying a Ferrari? Not a chance. That car definitely wasn't his. He was probably just showing off for a fleeting moment of vanity. Lin Shanxian saw no hypocrisy in herself for being materialistic. Instead, she looked down on Yi Chang even more for his pretentiousness. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her face instantly brightened. She picked up her phone and got up to take the call outside. Before leaving, she said to her friends, "It's my boyfriend. There's nothing good to eat here anyway. He booked a private dining room next door and invited all of us for dinner. Let's go there later." Her friends all looked at her with admiration. Having a rich boyfriend was every girl's dream. Yi Chang, of course, paid no attention to Lin Shanxian's table. Why would he care about a gold digger? Holding Ning Qingsno's soft, delicate hand, he led her onto the dance floor. Facing each other, they stood still for a moment, locking eyes. "So, shall we start?" Ning Qingsno's cheeks were slightly flushed. She nodded lightly and said, "Let's begin." "I might not be very good at this." Yi Chang smiled. "Just follow my lead." With his master-level dance proficiency, ballroom dancing was as easy as breathing. He placed his right hand gently on her upper back, just below her shoulder blade, instead of her waist, because that would be too forward. Right now, he was still a gentleman. However, her dress was thin. The moment his hand touched her back, he could feel the slight elasticity of her skin. A faint blush spread across Ning Qingsno's face. Even though his hand wasn't on her waist, she could still feel his warmth through the fabric, making her body tense up slightly. This was the closest she had ever been to a guy. Her movements were a little stiff, but Yi Chang was patient. He guided her gently, leading her through the correct dance steps. As their movements occasionally brushed against each other, an indescribable chemistry formed between them. "Follow my steps, take a step forward, another step. Good, just like that." He spoke softly, guiding her movements. Slowly, she started getting the hang of it. Soon, they became the center of attention. Their dance was smooth, graceful, completely different from the students around them who were just clumsily swaying. Some students tried to mimic their moves but gave up quickly. Instead, they found themselves captivated by the couple's elegant performance. The handsome man, the beautiful woman, and their perfectly fitted formal attire. Yi Chang and Ning Qingsno had become the stars of the dance floor. Then, suddenly, Yi Chang let go of her back, smoothly spinning her outward until their arms were fully extended. Then, with a firm yet gentle pull, he brought her back toward him. His hand naturally landed on her waist. The gentleman mode was now off. The rogue mode was on. "Ah!" Caught off guard, Ning Qingsno gasped, instinctively placing her other hand on his shoulder for balance. Feeling his strong arm wrapped around her waist, she momentarily lost focus. She let her body move on instinct, following his lead. Yi Chang smirked slightly. Finally, he had measured the campus beauty's waist, and it was as soft and slender as he had imagined. The faint fragrance of gardenias drifted into his nose. It was a subtle, clean scent. She must have taken a shower before coming. "Gardenia," he suddenly murmured. Ning Qingsno blinked in confusion. "Ha? What did you say?" Yi Chang leaned in closer and took a deep breath near her neck. "Your scent." Her face flushed red instantly. Don't do that. There are people watching." "Oh? So if we were alone, it'd be fine?" No. I didn't say that." Ning Qingsno panicked, quickly explaining herself. Yi Chang chuckled, lifting his head slightly, regaining his gentleman image. If you ignored the fact that his hand was still firmly on her waist. As they continued dancing, he casually said, "You have a natural talent for dancing. You picked it up fast." She shyly replied, "It's because you led well." I was clueless at first. Yi Chang smirked. "Ever seen Scent of a Woman? You know the tango scene?" "Yes, I've seen it." "Then let me teach you that next." "Ha?" Yi Chang pulled her even closer. their faces almost touching. Then, he led her into a passionate tango. In Western culture, this wouldn't be a big deal. But in China, such an intimate dance was practically a public declaration of love. Still, neither of them were married. So instead of disapproval, the onlookers were filled with shock and envy. Especially the guys. Their jealousy toward Yi Chang skyrocketed. By the end of the dance, Ning Kingsnow's face was completely flushed. The intimate movements had left her feeling weak, and the moments when Yi Chang's face had brushed against hers only made her even more shy, especially with so many people watching. She could feel the gazes around her. She wasn't sure if they were shocked that their campus beauty was dancing so closely with a guy, or if they were simply jealous of him. But finally, the waltz came to an end, and they stepped apart. Yi Chang smiled as he looked at her. Through the occasional brush of their chests and the feel of her waist under his hand, he had roughly figured out her measurements. Now all that was left was her hip size, but that wasn't exactly easy to measure. "Wanna dance again?" he asked. Ning Qingsnow actually wanted to, but with all the eyes on her, she hesitated and said, "Maybe later." Yi Chang nodded. "All right." They stepped off the dance floor and found an empty table to sit at. A waiter brought them 2 drinks. Yi Chang clinked his glass against hers, and they began chatting. "Did you get through your interview?" he asked. Ning Qingsnow had still been replaying the dance in her mind, but at this question, her expression dimmed. She shook her head. "No, I didn't pass." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Really? But you performed really well in school. Why would the company reject you?" She sighed, a little frustrated. "They were only hiring one person, and another applicant had connections, so I got pushed out." Yi Chang shook his head. There wasn't much you could do in situations like that. Sometimes, life just wasn't fair. "Have you thought about interviewing elsewhere?" he asked. "Not yet. Still working as a waitress at that restaurant?" Yi Chang was silent for a moment before saying, "Need my help?" "Huh? No, it's okay. I want to find a job on my own." She was momentarily stunned when he offered. Remembering the sports car he had driven that day, she knew he was a rich guy. If he wanted to, he could easily help her get a job. But she quickly refused. She didn't want to accept favors for free. Yi Chang smiled. "I can find you an interview opportunity with a good company, but you'll still have to pass on your own merit. What do you think?" Ning Qingsnow was instantly tempted. If it was just an interview opportunity, she didn't mind. Passing or failing would still depend on her own abilities. But then, a thought crossed her mind, and she narrowed her eyes at him. "Wait a minute, this company wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? Like, could you just decide who gets hired?" She shook her head. "That wouldn't be any different from those people who rely on connections." Yi Chang hadn't expected her to be so principled. There went his idea of getting her into Jinsei Road Corporation as the chairman's personal assistant. But he quickly thought of a better idea. "Don't worry," he said, "that won't happen." "Really?" Yi Chang smiled. "How about an interview at Longtung Group's Shanghai office? I know people there, so I can get you into the interview, but I have no control over whether you pass or not. You know how Longtung Group works. HR reports all final decisions to headquarters. And I don't have any connections at the top. Except with the chairman himself." The moment he mentioned Longtung Group, Ning Qingsnow was shocked. Yi Chang had the ability to arrange an interview at Longtung Group? They never recruited fresh graduates with business-related degrees. For majors like business administration, economics, finance, or law, Longtung only hired professionals with years of experience. This made Yi Chang's offer incredibly rare. Her heart began to race. This was a golden opportunity. A job at Longtung Group meant great salary, amazing benefits, and just having it on her resume would be a huge career boost. More importantly, she believed him when he said he couldn't control the outcome. Everyone knew Longtung Group's hiring process was strict. Unless someone had personal ties to the chairman, it was almost impossible to get in through connections. But, could Yi Chang really have a connection with Longtung's chairman, Long Kuan? No way. She immediately dismissed the thought. Still, she hesitated. Should she accept? Then, Yi Chang's voice softly interrupted her thoughts. "Qingsnow, say yes." She froze, looking up at him. His gaze was serious. Something about it made her feel flustered, so she quickly looked down again. In a quiet voice, she asked, "Why?" Yi Chang gently took her hand in both of his. "Because I don't want to see you working at that restaurant anymore," he said softly. "I don't want to see you being treated unfairly, forced to smile for rude customers, or crying because of them. And every time I think about how I can't always be there to comfort you, it makes me sad. I don't want to see you unhappy. So, say yes." For a moment, Ning Qingsnow's mind went blank. She never expected him to say something so much like a confession. Flustered, she quickly pulled her hand back. Thank you. I'll do it. But the moment she said it, she realized. It sounded like she had just accepted his confession too. Her face burned. Panicking, she covered her face with both hands and blurted, I need to go to the restroom. Then, she got up and rushed away. The sound of her heels clicking against the floor echoed in the hall as her beautiful silhouette disappeared into the restroom. Yi Chang chuckled and shook his head. She's really shy. He casually sipped his drink, wondering how long she'd need to calm down before coming back. But just then, a skinny guy appeared in front of him, blocking his view of the restroom. Yi Chang looked up. Wasn't this the same guy who had played the piano during the performances earlier? Can I help you? Yi Chang asked. The guy looked at him and said, My name is Wen Zijin. What's yours? Yi Chang raised an eyebrow and smirked. Just a nobody. What, are you here to challenge me or something? To his surprise, Wen Zijin nodded seriously. Yes. Yi Chang was taken aback. Wait. You mean, like, a fight? He stood up, took off his suit jacket, and rolled up his sleeves. At over 6 feet tall, with a visibly muscular build, he completely towered over Wen Zijin, who was only around 5 feet 9 inches and noticeably thinner. Wen Zijin immediately waved his hands in panic. No, you misunderstood. I meant, a talent duel. Yi Chang was stunned. A talent duel? Wen Zijin took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from the pressure of Yi Chang's imposing build. But now that they were in a familiar setting, one he was confident in, he regained his composure. Yes, a talent competition. You know how this works, right? You can pick anything, an instrument, singing, whatever. You can even have them play a backing track while you sing. I play the piano, so I'll perform on that. We'll let the audience decide whose performance they enjoy more. The loser. He paused, then said, must give up pursuing Ning Snow. Do you dare to compete? Yi Chang chuckled. Why would I compete with you? Who even are you? Wen Zijin scoffed. You don't need to know who I am, and frankly, I don't care who you are either. I don't know what tricks you used to make Ning Snow like you, but I saw how you danced with her. You were just using it as an excuse to take advantage of her. You're just after her body. You don't truly love her. So you don't deserve to pursue her. If you're a real man, accept my challenge. The loser backs off from Ning Snow. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. First of all, let's put aside your nonsense accusations for a second. I just want to ask, do you really think this bet is fair? Why wouldn't it be fair? Because I'm about to win Ning Snow's heart, and she doesn't even look twice at you. You're betting something you don't even have, while I'm betting something I already do. You really think that's fair? When Zijin's face turned bright red, Yi Chang was right. Ning Snow had never even noticed him before today. And today, he had been the first to ask her to dance. But she had rejected him. At first, he felt disappointed. But when he saw other guys also getting rejected, he convinced himself that it wasn't personal, she had simply turned down everyone. Until Yi Chang showed up. And she said yes. And not only that, their dance had been so intimate, face to face, body to body. It was infuriating. To Wen Zijin, it felt like his goddess had been defiled. That was why he challenged Yi Chang to this duel. He clenched his teeth in frustration. You don't get it. My feelings for Ning Snow are way deeper than yours. You're just a player, tricking her with sweet words. Well, Yi Chang had to admit this guy wasn't entirely wrong. But he wasn't going to let some random guy slander him. Wake up, man. Yi Chang sighed. You're in your senior year. You're 20-something years old. Stop obsessing over some one-sided crush like this as a teenage drama. You say your love is deep? Higher than the sky? Stronger than the earth? You have no idea how big the world actually is. Let's break it down. Looks? Yi Chang smirked. I win. Strength? He glanced at Wen Zijin's skinny frame. You think you can protect her? I win. Money? Yi Chang casually pulled a Rolls-Royce key out of his pocket, flipping it between his fingers. Wen Zijin's eyes widened. Then, just as quickly, Yi Chang put it away before too many people noticed. Oh, right, this was actually Yan Yueching's car. He almost forgot. But whatever. It still proved his point. So tell me, what do you have? Yi Chang continued. You think your talent can support her financially? That's stupid. When Zijin's confidence shattered, he recognized that key. A Rolls-Royce. That meant Yi Chang was filthy rich. People around them started noticing the tension, turning to watch, feeling all the eyes on him, when Zijin burned with embarrassment. But then, an idea struck him. If Yi Chang had that kind of money, then maybe. Maybe Ning Ching Snow only liked him because he was rich? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. But he didn't blame her. He blamed Yi Chang for using money to corrupt his goddess. At that moment, he stopped caring about logic. Clenching his fists, he said, "I don't care about any of that. Just tell me, do you accept my challenge or not?" Yi Chang sighed. "Alright, fine. Since you're so desperate, I won't hold back." Did this guy really think he was just some random amateur? His master-level talents weren't just for show. Even if Wen Zijin was a piano expert, Yi Chang could still crush him in pure versatility. Brushing past him, Yi Chang strode toward the stage. Wen Zijin was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Chang to agree so easily. But then, he smirked. He was confident. His piano skills had been personally coached by a professor from a top music academy. He had competed internationally in amateur piano competitions. Among hobbyists, he was top tier. No way some random business student could beat him. They both reached the stage, standing beside the grand piano. The dancers were still moving nearby, swaying to the background music. Yi Chang turned to him. "So, what are the rules?" Wen Zijin smirked. "Like I said, we each perform. You do your thing, I play piano. You can go first, or I can go first, it doesn't matter." Yi Chang chuckled. "How about this? You know how to play a waltz, right?" Wen Zijin frowned. "Of course I do. Then after this song ends, we'll each play a waltz for the dancers. We'll see whose music keeps them moving better. Sound fair?" Wen Zijin hesitated. "Wait, does this guy actually play the piano?" But even if he did, Wen Zijin wasn't worried. He had never seen Yi Chang perform at any university event. That meant he was probably a nobody in the music scene. So what if he could play? He had zero experience performing on stage. There was nothing to be afraid of. "Fine," Wen Zijin agreed. "We'll do it your way." Yi Chang smiled. "Great. Now go tell the sound guy to stop the background music when this song ends. I need to borrow a few instruments." Wen Zijin frowned. "Borrow instruments?" But before he could ask, Yi Chang had already walked off. What? So, he wasn't playing the piano? Confused but dismissing it, Wen Zijin went to the music staff and arranged for the background music to stop after the current song. Meanwhile, Yi Chang borrowed a cello and a violin from some of the earlier performers. Carrying them back to the stage, he caught some attention. Zhang Yang, who had been moping around alone, saw him and walked up curiously. "Dude, what the hell are you doing?" Yi Chang smirked. "A duel." Zhang Yang was instantly confused. "A duel? What duel?" Yi Chang smiled. "Just clap for me later, that's all." Then, Yi Chang returned to the stage. When Zijin stared at the cello and violin in Yi Chang's hands, momentarily stunned. "You can play both of those?" Yi Chang nodded. "So, can I ask you to accompany me later?" When Zijin's first instinct was to refuse. Accompany him? Wouldn't that be helping the enemy? But he wanted to defeat Yi Chang fair and square, not by taking advantage of the situation. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Fine. What are you going to perform?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Wen Zijin to actually agree. He had already planned to download a backing track from the internet backstage. Both the cello and violin required accompaniment for the waltz he intended to play. It seemed that, despite Wen Zijin's stubbornness, he had some admirable qualities. Yi Chang smiled slightly. "Thank you. I'm going to perform Shostakovich's second waltz. Can you accompany me?" Wen Zijin was surprised. "I can, but, you know how to play this piece?" "Yes." Yi Chang nodded. "I'll perform first, so I'll trouble you later." Wen Zijin scoffed. "Don't think I'm helping you. I just don't want you claiming later that I was afraid you'd win and refused to accompany you on purpose." Yi Chang held back a laugh. This guy was actually kind of cute. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Of course. I understand. But regardless, thank you." Then, he took out his cello from its case and found a tall stool to sit on while playing. At that moment, he spotted Zhang Yang in the crowd and gestured for him to come up and hold the violin so he could switch instruments later. Still confused, Zhang Yang came on stage. Holding the violin for Yi Chang, he asked in astonishment, "Old Yi, you can actually play the cello? And the violin too?" Yi Chang didn't waste words. "Just watch." At that moment, the background music playing in the hall came to an end, and no new track followed. The dancers on stage stopped, puzzled as to why the music hadn't continued. Yi Chang was already seated on the stool, adjusting his cello and bow. Speaking into the microphone, he announced, "Next, my classmate Wen Zijin and I will provide the accompaniment. Please continue dancing." Then, he looked at Wen Zijin and gave him a slight nod. when Zijin was already seated at the piano. Seeing Yi Chang's signal, he began playing. Do dun dun, do dun dun, do dun dun, do dun dun. The piano's intro ended, and the deep, rich tones of the cello rang out on stage. Through the microphone, the music spread across the hall, reaching every listener. Yi Chang's words had already drawn attention. Now, as the cello's music resonated, everyone turned to look. They might not know the name Second Waltz, but they had definitely heard it before, maybe in a movie, maybe in a video. Its elegance and depth carried a philosophical undertone. The dancers who had just stopped now resumed, swaying to the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar melody. The combination of piano accompaniment and the cello's slightly melancholic tone brought a touch of sadness, making the dancers not just immerse themselves in the dance but also take a moment to appreciate the beauty of the music. Those who weren't dancing turned their gazes toward the cellist. His handsome appearance naturally earned goodwill, and the moving music made him seem even more refined and sophisticated. The young students closed their eyes, losing themselves in the music. The school leaders stopped their work-related conversations, looking up at the stage, reminiscing about the grand waltzes of the 90s and early 2000s. Some even closed their eyes, listening attentively. A few couldn't resist the urge to dance along, pulling their partners onto the stage and joining the waltz. When Zijin's accompaniment was simple, allowing him to focus on watching Yi Chang's performance, he was shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Chang to have such exceptional musical skills, capable of producing such mesmerizing music. At first, he had thought Yi Chang was just some lowly pursuer of ning Ching Shu, driven by lust. But now, he wavered. Someone with this level of musical talent, could he really be the person Wen Zijin had assumed? Wen Zijin was a student at Modern University, but he was also a devoted fan of classical music. To him, anyone who loved and could perform classical music well was automatically a friend. He firmly believed that those who truly appreciated classical music, and could master it, must have good character and a romantic soul. Thinking about it this way, had he misjudged Yi Chang? Could it be that Yi Chang was sincere about ning Ching Shu, just like he was? Just then, when Zijin's expression changed, he noticed Yi Chang giving a subtle signal to his classmate, who immediately handed him the violin. In less than 2 seconds, Yi Chang swiftly set down the cello, took the violin, and positioned it under his chin. The bow moved again, and this time, a brighter sound burst forth. It was as if the music had transitioned from a melancholic valley to a joyous peak, instantly lifting the audience's spirits. The dancers' steps became lighter and more cheerful. When Zijin's eyes widened in disbelief, he even hit the wrong note. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Yi Chang had switched instruments so quickly and seamlessly, without a single missed or off note. His timing was flawless, completely composed. What the? Was this guy the reincarnation of Tom and Jerry's maestro? Then, when Zijin saw Yi Chang's confident smile as he played the violin, he began moving across the stage, stepping into the crowd of dancers. At that moment, he was no longer just a musician, he was the undisputed star, and everyone else was merely his background. When Zijin's heart was filled with admiration, he had no other emotions left. This performance was so masterful that, for a moment, he felt like he was accompanying a true music maestro, and to be a part of it, he felt honored. To him, the pursuit of music was just as important as love, and Yi Chang's music had won him over. Maybe, just maybe, Yi Chang really was the right match for ning Ching Shu. Yi Chang, of course, had no idea what was running through Wen Zijin's mind. He continued playing, weaving through the dancers. They instinctively made space for him, their gazes filled with admiration and respect. His classmates, who had known him for years, were now staring in disbelief. No one had ever imagined he had such a talent. Offstage, Lin Shanshan was introducing her new boyfriend to her girlfriends when she spotted Yi Chang moving gracefully across the dance floor with his violin. Her eyes widened in surprise. She never knew Yi Chang could play both the violin and the cello. Back when they were dating, he had never once mentioned it. That realization filled her with resentment. She turned to her new boyfriend and said coldly, "Let's go to the room you booked. It's too noisy here." Then, taking a few of her friends with her, she left the hall. Women's restroom. Ning Ching Shu stood in front of the sink, repeatedly splashing cold water on her face. But her cheeks were still burning red, as if she had a fever. Even after washing for a while, the heat wouldn't go away. Thankfully, she was only wearing light makeup today, so she didn't mess up her face. Yi Chang's words still echoed in her mind, making it impossible for her to calm down. That guy, he actually did that to her just now. Not only did he call her Ching Shu, but he also held her hand so gently, looked at her like that, and said those words. For someone who had never experienced love before, this was the first time Ning Ching Shu felt what it was like to be treated so tenderly by a guy. But because it was her first time, she was completely flustered. Yet she wasn't angry, just embarrassed. In truth, she had already had a crush on Yi Chang for a long time. He had probably forgotten. Back when they were co-hosts for an event, after several rehearsals together, Yi Chang had helped her out a few times. On the actual stage, she had nearly messed up because she forgot her lines, but since Yi Chang had read through her script beforehand, he saved her at the last second, preventing her from embarrassing herself. She had never forgotten that. But after that event, they had lost contact. At the time, Yi Chang had just gone through a breakup and wasn't interested in women at all, not even the school beauty. And as a girl, Ning Ching Shu was naturally reserved. A semester passed, and occasionally, when she thought of him, she felt a small regret that nothing had ever developed between them. She never expected that, in the last semester of senior year, when she was feeling wronged at her part-time job, she would run into Yi Chang by chance, and he had comforted her. After that day, memories of him from years ago came flooding back, and she was surprised to realize how vividly she remembered them. So when she heard about the department's upcoming dance ball, she finally let go of her reservations and took the initiative to chat with Yi Chang again. She even agreed to be his dance partner. Thinking back to their dance earlier, Yi Chang had guided her through elegant steps, making her feel like a princess dancing with a prince. But at the same time, his intimate gestures made her shy, making it hard for her to go out and see him again. Ugh, what should I do? She thought anxiously. She had been in the restroom for so long. If she didn't go out soon, would Yi Chang think she was mad at him? Besides, he even promised to arrange an interview for her at Longton Group. She was really grateful to him. But his words, which sounded almost like a confession, only made her blush harder. What he said truly resonated with her. She also didn't want to work as a waitress. And with her looks, she wasn't suited for that job anyway. She had assumed that working at a high-end restaurant meant all the guests would be sophisticated, but in reality, she still encountered men who ogled her and even tried to touch her. If she hadn't been good at protecting herself, she wouldn't have lasted there. Covering her face, she struggled with her thoughts for a long time. Just then, two girls walked into the restroom, chatting as their conversation drifted into her ears. That guy playing the violin is so handsome. I'm in love. Right? The way he moved through the dancers, wow, it was perfect. Ugh, if I had a boyfriend like that, I'd have no regrets for life. Do you know what class he's in? I think it's class 1 or 2. I heard someone say his name is Yi Chang. Yi Chang? Ning Ching Shu froze. Yi Chang could play the violin? Hurry up and finish up. I want to go back and watch him before his performance ends. Yeah. Hearing this, Ning Ching Shu quickly wiped her face and rushed out of the restroom. She had to see for herself, was Yi Chang really playing the violin? If it was him, she definitely didn't want to miss it. No, she couldn't miss it. Leaving the restroom, she was immediately greeted by the sound of beautiful music. She turned her eyes toward the stage. There, under the bright lights, stood a tall figure in white, holding a violin, while gliding gracefully across the strings. The enchanting melody filled the air. Ning Ching Shu covered her mouth in shock. That figure, it was Yi Chang. She slowly approached the stage, joining the group of students gathered around. Taking out her phone, she started recording. Even some teachers and school leaders were now watching this incredibly talented student. At that moment, Yi Chang noticed Ning Ching Shu. He smiled at her. With the violin in his hands, that smile was incredibly charming. Ning Ching Shu couldn't help but smile back. Holding up her phone, she gave him a thumbs up. Yi Chang, still playing, slowly walked toward her. The dancers instinctively parted for him, clearing a direct path to Ning Ching Shu. She looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected him to come toward her. Her cheeks turned red again, and when she noticed the envious looks from the surrounding girls, the corners of her lips curled up in delight. Yi Chang circled around her once, then leaned in and whispered so only she could hear. I'd play for you every day if you wanted. With one last charming smile, he turned and walked back onto the stage. Reaching his tall stool, he smoothly handed the violin to Zhang Yang, picked up his cello, and started playing again. The bright, elegant sound of the violin faded into the deep, rich tones of the cello. The dancers adjusted their pace to match the shift in music. The audience watched in awe. Yi Chang's seamless instrument switch was nothing short of impressive. This guy is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, Ning Ching Shu, whose flushed face had just started to cool down in the restroom, found herself burning up again. She had heard Yi Chang's words loud and clear. Pouting slightly, she muttered under her breath, "What nonsense is he saying? What if someone heard?" But when she looked at Yi Chang again, her gaze had softened even more. The music continued but was now reaching its final notes. Finally, as Yi Chang drew the last stroke of his bow, the elegant waltz came to an end. The room erupted in applause. Whether they had been watching from the audience or dancing on the floor, everyone clapped enthusiastically. When Zijin let go of the piano keys. As a music student, he was utterly shocked by Yi Cheng's ability to switch instruments so effortlessly. And no matter if it was the cello or the violin, Yi Cheng's performance was masterful. I can't believe our department had a musical genius like this, and I never even knew. Yi Cheng walked over to him and said, "Thanks for accompanying me. Now it's your turn." When Zijin sighed, shaking his head, his expression was a mix of disappointment and relief. There's nothing left to compete over. I admit defeat. Yi Cheng was stunned for a second before laughing. This guy was actually pretty interesting. Encore! Encore! Suddenly, someone in the audience started chanting. Within seconds, the whole crowd joined in. Yi Cheng and Wen Zijin exchanged glances and smiled. Then, Yi Cheng picked up his violin again. Wen Zijin adjusted his posture at the piano, and just like that, the music started once more. And the dancing continued. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 8:30. Yi Cheng and Wen Zijin stopped playing, no longer providing accompaniment for the dancers. I can tell you truly love music, and you're better at it than I am, so, I believe you really like Ning Shua. Wen Zijin looked at Yi Cheng seriously and said, "Goodbye, I wish you both happiness." Then, he left the stage, walking alone toward the exit. His thin figure carried a sense of loneliness. Yi Cheng was speechless. This guy was a bit too dramatic. Who still did this gentleman's duel thing in this day and age? But for Yi Cheng, it was actually a good thing. It meant he wouldn't have to deal with Wen Zijin bothering him anymore. Shaking his head, he turned to look at Ning Shua, who was standing not far away. She stood quietly in her red dress, forming a striking contrast with the lively surroundings. Her delicate hands were gently placed in front of her, and her beautiful face was slightly flushed as she gazed at Yi Cheng, as if waiting for him. Yi Cheng dusted off his suit and walked toward her with a smile. "Were you waiting for me?" Ning Shua nodded slightly and suddenly reached out her hand to him. Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned, then smiled, reaching out to take her hand. Leading her back onto the stage, he wrapped his arm around her waist, and the two of them started dancing again. Their eyes met, and as Yi Cheng deliberately closed the distance between them, their bodies pressed tightly together. Feeling the warmth and softness of the girl in his arms, Yi Cheng whispered, "Next week, get ready for your interview. They'll notify you of the time. Don't worry, the interviewers will treat you fairly." Ning Shua's mind went blank for a moment. The thin fabric of her dress allowed her to feel the warmth of Yi Cheng's broad chest. Her body instinctively followed his lead, moving with his rhythm, all while sensing his gentleness. Hearing his words, she snapped back to reality, her eyes refocusing. Looking up, her shy face showed a hint of gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Cheng chuckled. "No need to thank me, I wanted to do this." Then he added softly, "By the way, quit your waitress job tomorrow." "Huh?" Ning Shua was taken aback. "What if I don't pass the interview?" "Even if you don't pass, you should still quit. I already told you, I don't want to see you working as a waitress," Yi Cheng said firmly. "If you don't get the job, I'll find something else for you." Ning Shua hesitated. "But I won't have money for living expenses then." Yi Cheng frowned. "Haven't you saved anything from before?" Ning Shua lowered her head, her eyes suddenly turning red. In a quiet voice, she said, "I spend my earnings on my mom's medical treatment." Yi Cheng was stunned. "Medical treatment? What illness?" Ning Shua hesitated for a moment, her eyes welling up. "My mom has kidney failure." "What?" Yi Cheng was completely caught off guard. Ning Shua's mother had such a serious illness? No wonder she was working as a waitress. She was trying to earn money for her mother's treatment. Kidney failure. Yi Cheng didn't know much about medical conditions, but just hearing the name, he knew it was serious and hard to treat. Looking at the beautiful girl in his arms, her delicate face full of sadness, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pity. She was so strong inside yet appeared so fragile. She had touched something deep in his heart. Still holding her hand, he gently led her to a quiet corner outside the hall. Seeing the tears gathering in her eyes, he whispered, "I'm sorry." Reaching out, he gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "From now on, let me take care of you. I'll pay for your mom's treatment at the best hospital." Feeling his touch, Ning Shua shyly closed her eyes, but she still shook her head. "No, I want to support myself." Yi Cheng frowned. His hand, which had been wiping her tears, paused. Then, he pinched her cheek, just hard enough to make a point. Ning Shua's teary eyes widened in protest. "That hurt." Yi Cheng's tone was serious. "This isn't just about what you want. Even if you earn your own living, can you cure your mom's illness?" Ning Shua's voice weakened. I. Before she could say anything else, Yi Chang suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace again. Their bodies pressed together. She let out a surprised ah, and looked up at him, her face turning bright red. She had no idea what he was going to do. Yi Chang's voice softened. Listen to me, Ching Shu. Even if you don't want to spend my money and want to earn your own, you can't cure your mom, so why not let me help? You should know. I like you. The sudden confession made Ning Qingshue's mind go completely blank. The blush on her face spread all the way to her ears, turning them bright red, as if they might start dripping blood. MMPH. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chang suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. Ning Qingshue's eyes widened in shock. His face had suddenly gotten so close. She didn't even have time to react before she realized her first kiss was gone. She instinctively tried to push him away, but Yi Chang held her tightly. Her entire body felt weak, and she had no strength to resist. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and let him take the lead. After a while, Yi Chang slowly lifted his head, breaking the kiss. Looking at her now breathtakingly beautiful face, he smiled slightly and reached out to smooth her slightly messy hair. Ning Qingshuo slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze, shimmering with emotion, carried both shyness and happiness. She stared at Yi Chang's handsome face, recalling what had just happened. Her heart pounded, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, too flustered to say a word. That was pretty much an acceptance. After all, Yi Chang had both charisma and every advantage stacked in his favor. Winning over a girl who already had feelings for him was too easy. Seeing the school beauty in her red dress blushing like a shy little girl, Yi Chang couldn't resist pulling her close again. Resting his forehead against hers, he whispered, "So, do you agree now?" Ning Qingshuo let out a soft hum, leaning into his arms with shyness. Yi Chang immediately smiled. He had been worried she'd stubbornly refuse his help. Wouldn't that just make him look useless? Running his fingers through her silky hair, he gently kissed her forehead and asked, "Want to dance again?" Ning Qingshuo softly nodded. "Okay." The newly confirmed couple was leaning close together, completely inseparable. Just as they were about to return to the party hall, they both heard a girl scream coming from a room diagonally across from them. Ning Qingshuo froze and asked in confusion, "Was that someone screaming?" Yi Chang shrugged, indicating he wasn't sure either. But then he heard a man's harsh scolding, followed by the sounds of struggling and a girl's muffled sobbing. Because of the room's soundproofing, Ning Qingshuo hadn't noticed these noises, but Yi Chang, with his enhanced senses, could still make them out. He frowned. Some of the voices sounded like they belonged to girls from his class. If they were his classmates, he couldn't just ignore this. Yi Chang turned to Ning Qingshuo and said, "I think those are girls from my class. I'm going to check if something's wrong." Ning Qingshuo nodded slightly. She didn't think anything too serious was happening, so she followed Yi Chang as he walked toward the room. The room wasn't far from the hall where the party was being held. Yi Chang pressed his ear against the door and listened closely. Inside, he could hear both male and female voices. The man inside was laughing and saying things that were clearly inappropriate, obviously harassing the women. The women sounded scared, their voices weak as they tried to resist. Yi Chang's frown deepened. The voices did sound like his classmates, and even if they weren't, something bad was definitely happening in that room. At that moment, 7 or 8 students suddenly rushed over. Yi Chang glanced at them. Some were from his class, while others were from different classes. There were both men and women. A male student who knew Yi Chang immediately asked, "Yi Chang, what's going on in there?" Zhangya sent a message in the class group chat with this room number. Yi Chang was startled. "I'm not sure yet, but I listened from outside, and it sounds like something bad is happening." The students' faces changed instantly, and one of them said anxiously, "Then let's open the door now." Yi Chang nodded and grabbed the doorknob, trying to push it open, but it was locked from the inside. A male student stepped up and knocked on the door. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Chang patted him on the shoulder and shook his head. The student looked at him, puzzled. Yi Chang said, "Be careful not to alert them." Everyone immediately fell silent. If Yi Chang was saying that, then something serious must really be going on inside. Just then, a voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" The tone was cautious. Yi Chang cleared his throat and quickly recalled the voice of a female server he had heard earlier. Then, mimicking a woman's voice, he replied, "Room service, delivering food. Haven't all the dishes been served already? Why are you bringing more?" The man inside seemed to relax slightly upon hearing a woman's voice, but he still sounded impatient. "I already told them not to let anyone in." "Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. This is a special dish from the kitchen, a complimentary gift for our guests," Yi Chang responded again in his softest, most delicate voice. It was so convincing that the man inside was immediately intrigued. Curious about what the waitress looked like, he said, "Fine, just stand at the door. Hand me the food." Yi Chang chuckled. "Alright, thank you, sir." The lock inside started to turn, and all the students standing nearby were staring at Yi Chang in shock. Ning Ching Shu was completely stunned. Yi Chang could do this too? Fake voices? If they weren't worried about making noise, everyone would have bombarded him with questions already. Yi Chang noticed their looks and just smiled. Then he turned to Ning Ching Shu and the other girls, saying, "Girls, step back. The guys will rush in as soon as the door opens." The girls quickly nodded and moved away from the door. Ning Ching Shu leaned in and whispered, "Be careful." Several of the male students looked at Yi Chang with envy. How had the school beauty already become his? But before they could dwell on their jealousy, they heard the lock click. Yi Chang shot a look at the guys, then immediately charged forward. The man inside had no time to react and was knocked to the ground as the door slammed open. Yi Chang and the other guys rushed in. The sight before them made their blood boil with rage. 6 girls from their class were inside, their clothes in disarray. Some of their skirts had been pulled up to their waists. Their faces were flushed red, and they looked weak and barely conscious, as if they had been drugged. They were either slumped over in chairs or leaning against the men inside. Besides the man who had been knocked down by the door, there were 7 others in the room. Some were young, some were middle-aged. None of them had their hands to themselves, some were groping the girls, while others had their hands inside their clothes. The men inside were stunned for a moment before jumping to their feet. One of them shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you?" One of the male students, eyes bloodshot with rage, spotted a girl he had been secretly in love with for a long time. "Li Jing," he shouted in fury. "You bastards, get your hands off her." Then, without hesitation, he lunged forward to rescue her. 2 of the men immediately stepped up. These 2 were built like tanks, easily 6 feet 2 inches or taller, with powerful physiques. They looked like they were used to handling trouble. They grabbed the student mid-charge and easily threw him to the ground. Then, without hesitation, they turned toward Yi Chang and the others, clearly trying to block their escape. Yi Chang and his group had only 4 guys total. Now that one was down, only 3 were left. How could they possibly take on these 2 giants? Outside, the girls panicked and shouted, "Run!" The other 2 guys started backing away in fear, but Yi Chang remained calm. His cold gaze swept over the 2 men before shifting past them to the dining table. There, he saw someone unexpected, Du Xinghai. Du Xinghai spotted Yi Chang too, and his face instantly changed. Yi Chang sneered. Then, looking around again, he spotted another familiar face, Lin Qianqian. She had also been drugged. For a moment, he considered just walking away. That woman? Whatever happened to her, she had brought it on herself. But thinking about the other girls, he shook his head and stayed. As the 2 huge men charged at him, Yi Chang cracked his neck, rolled his wrists, and called out to the others, "Go get more classmates and teachers. And don't forget to call 911. I'll handle this." Ning Ching Shu's voice trembled with worry. "Yi Chang, come back. Don't try to be a hero." Yi Chang waved her off, took 2 steps forward, and then, like a cannonball, shot toward the 2 men. The 2 thugs hadn't even processed what was happening before Yi Chang was already in their space. He crouched low and swept his leg out. Both men crashed to the ground instantly. Before they could get up, Yi Chang swiftly kicked each of them in the jaw, knocking them unconscious on the spot. 2 giant men completely incapacitated. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Chang had taken down the 2 strong men. As if nothing had happened, he straightened up, clapped his hands, adjusted his white suit, and tightened his slightly loose bow tie. Gotta keep up appearances. Looking back, he saw that Ning Ching Shu and the others were still frozen in shock. Instead of calling for help, he urged them, "What are you all staring at? Go get people." That finally snapped them out of their daze. Some quickly gave him a thumbs up before rushing off to call for help, while others pulled out their phones to dial 110. "I advise you all not to do that." At that moment, a middle-aged man stood up from the dining table and walked toward Yi Chang. "I admire your courage in helping your classmates, but you may not realize the consequences of offending us. How about this, you take your classmates and leave, and we'll pretend this never happened. In addition, we'll compensate each of the female students with 10,000 yuan. How does that sound?" As he finished speaking, he had already reached Yi Chang. But the moment his words left his mouth, slap. A crisp slap sent him straight to the floor. Clutching his face, the middle-aged man glared at Yi Chang in fury. Yi Chang looked down at him coldly, rubbed his hand, and said, "Damn, your skin's thick as hell." Still feeling unsatisfied, he kicked the man in the stomach, making him let out a pained howl. "Cut the bullshit. Do you believe I won't make sure you rot in prison for life? You people are absolute scum. What century are we living in, and you're still pulling this kind of crap for kicks?" Yi Chang scolded the men inside, his good mood completely ruined. He had been enjoying his time with the school beauty, had even gotten her first kiss, and then ran into this disgusting situation. As he ranted, his gaze fell on Du Xinghai. His voice turned cold. Du Xinghai, what a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. So this is what you're into? Or is this your way of getting revenge on me since you can't take me on directly? One of the younger men inside turned to Du Xinghai with a dark expression and asked, Young Master Du, who the hell is this guy? He's way too arrogant. But to everyone's shock, Du Xinghai suddenly stood up, hurried over to Yi Chang, and said urgently, Young Master Yi, I had no idea they were your classmates. I was just invited here by him. He pointed straight at the young man who had just spoken. His name is Cheng Tianhua. He was the one who brought me here. The drugging was all his idea. Cheng Tianhua and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, Du Xinghai, are you insane? Do you even know what you're saying? But Du Xinghai just sneered. He knew very well who he could and couldn't mess with. He could afford to offend everyone here except Yi Chang. Yi Chang had a direct influence on whether his family business could operate normally. That was someone he absolutely could not cross. I suggest you all apologize right now. Otherwise, none of you can afford to offend young Master Yi. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Oh, so after the last beating, this guy actually learned his lesson? But he had no time to waste on these idiots. The girls had been drugged, and he had no idea how severe the effects were. If they delayed any longer, it might become dangerous. He immediately moved to help the female students, signaling for the other male and female classmates to assist in getting them out. The men inside, wary of Yi Chang due to Du Xinghai's reaction, could only watch as the girls were taken away. Before long, Ning Ching Shu and the others arrived with several teachers, faculty members, and over a dozen students. When they saw the clearly drugged female classmates, fury erupted. One male student, unable to contain his rage, charged toward the men inside, ready to fight. But at that moment, someone at the door shouted, Stop! Don't be reckless! Everyone turned to see a man rush in anxiously. I'm the hotel manager. Please, let's stay calm and talk this out. The department head was also present, a senior professor now seething with anger. Though the event had been organized by students and the teachers were only invited guests, if something serious happened, they would also bear responsibility. He pointed at the hotel manager and furiously scolded, What kind of hotel are you running? How could you let scum like this in? If anything happens to our students, how do you plan to explain yourselves? The hotel manager was sweating bullets. On one side were wealthy businessmen and powerful second-generation heirs. On the other side was Modern University, one of the most prestigious schools in the country. He couldn't afford to offend either side. In a panic, he tried to deflect responsibility. We had no idea this was happening. We didn't know. Enough! Yi Chang cut him off, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The department head frowned. Young man, don't act recklessly. Yi Chang ignored him and turned back to Du Xinghai. Du Xinghai, speak up. Tell everyone exactly what happened. If you tell the whole truth, I promise you won't suffer any consequences. If you don't, I promise you'll regret it. Du Xinghai hesitated. Should he spill everything? If he did, he'd offend everyone in the room. Cheng Tianhua's face darkened. Du Xinghai, you better think carefully. No matter how powerful he is, he's just one man. Yi Chang leaned closer to Du Xinghai and whispered, You better think carefully too. I have more than just one Gold West Road in my hands. Du Xinghai clenched his jaw, then finally said, Fine, I'll talk. He looked utterly miserable. Not even a few days had passed, and thanks to Yi Chang, he was about to get hauled off to the police station again. This guy is my king nemesis, asterisk. Cheng Tianhua and the others panicked. They lunged forward, trying to silence Du Xinghai. As long as none of them admitted guilt, they could throw money at the problem, offer the girls tens of thousands, settle things privately, and walk away clean. But if Du Xinghai spoke up, they'd all be facing charges for multiple attempted rapes. They could not let him talk. But Yi Chang was standing right next to Du Xinghai. No way was he letting anything happen to his key witness. He clenched his fists, ready to deal with these bastards himself. But before he could make a move, the other students had already stepped up, blocking Cheng Tianhua and his men. With over 10 students standing in their way, they had no chance of getting through. Yi Chang smirked, loosened his fists, and turned back to Du Xinghai. All right, don't say anything now. Wait for the cops to arrive. Du Xinghai let out a bitter chuckle and nodded. Right now, his only hope was Yi Chang. Hopefully, this guy really is as untouchable as he seems. Not long after, the police arrived at the hotel. Seeing the suspects being restrained by a group of students, they quickly stepped forward to assess the situation. Du Xinghai, the sellout, wasted no time spilling everything. It turned out that Cheng Tianhua was Lin Shanxian's current boyfriend, but he had approached her with bad intentions from the start. His goal was to lure innocent and beautiful female students to events like this to satisfy his sick desires. To reduce risk and build connections, he invited a group of wealthy businessmen and second-generation elites to join him. Du Xinghai happened to be one of them? What Cheng Tianhua didn't expect was that one of his guests would betray him the moment he saw a certain someone. In the end, all of them were cuffed and taken away by the police. Du Xinghai was also taken to the station, but since he had fully cooperated and provided key testimony, he was considered to have made a major contribution. As a result, the police didn't handcuff him, he was just taken in for a statement. Given the circumstances, Du Xinghai could likely use his family's connections to avoid any real punishment. The real concern was how he would deal with the inevitable retaliation from the others. He knew his family wasn't powerful enough to protect him, so his only hope was Yi Chang. As for the drugged female students, they were taken to hotel rooms provided for free, where they were cooled down with cold water and allowed to sleep. By morning, the drug's effects would wear off, and they would be fine. Once the police took the suspects away, the atmosphere at the party was completely ruined. Most people lost interest in continuing. Meanwhile, curiosity about Yi Chang's identity spread among those present. How did he get someone to confess everything so easily? But when they looked around for him, he was already gone. Under the bright city lights, Yi Chang walked hand in hand with Ning Qingshuo. In May, Shanghai was hot during the day, but the night breeze was still cool, carrying a slight chill. Yi Chang noticed the thin fabric of Ning Qingshuo's dress and let go of her hand. Taking off his white jacket, he gently draped it over her shoulders. "Don't catch a cold," he said softly. Ning Qingshuo had been looking down at the pavement. Feeling his movement, she lifted her head to look at him. A soft smile appeared on her lips. She held onto the lapels of the jacket, tightening it around herself. The warmth of his body still lingered on the fabric, bringing a slight blush to her cheeks. Then, she reached out and wrapped her arm around his. Every so often, she glanced at his side profile, which she never seemed to get tired of admiring, her eyes sparkling. She thought back to what had happened at the hotel. Yi Chang had been so commanding, standing up against those scumbags, effortlessly taking down their hired muscle. Not only was he brave, but he also had the power to back it up. His mysterious identity had even made the others too afraid to resist. A man like that naturally made her feel safe. He was sometimes domineering, yet at other times incredibly gentle and caring. She lowered her gaze to the jacket draped over her shoulders, it was warm and thoughtful. And then she thought about him on stage, playing the cello and violin so elegantly. Her heart swelled with pride. Wait, why was she feeling proud? The thought suddenly popped into her mind. She glanced at Yi Chang, carefully wondering. He should be my boyfriend now, right? So, feeling proud of her boyfriend was normal, right? As the thought settled in, she felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. Without thinking too much, she let her hand slip down from his arm and intertwined her fingers with his instead. Yi Chang noticed her movement and turned to look at her. She also looked up at him, her delicate face carrying a shy smile, her eyes soft and gentle. She was breathtaking. Yi Chang stared at her for a moment, then suddenly pulled her into his arms and kissed her again. Ning Qingshuo hadn't expected such a bold move. Even though the street wasn't crowded, there were still some people around. She panicked and tried to push him away, but Yi Chang was already too absorbed. In the end, he kissed her anyway. But he wasn't greedy, just a light taste before pulling away. Ning Qingshuo's face was flushed red. She lowered her head, embarrassed, and let out a soft protest. But she didn't say anything else, looking like a quiet, obedient little kitten. If it had been Yen Yuan instead, she probably would have cursed him as a pervert and a scoundrel by now. Yi Chang couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" She thought he was laughing at her and pouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Chang cleared his throat. "I was just thinking, how lucky I am to have met you." Ning Qingshuo instantly buried her face in his chest, mumbling, "You're such a bad guy." Her voice was soft and sweet, like an angry little kitten. Yi Chang smiled warmly, running his fingers through her silky hair. It felt incredibly smooth to the touch. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "By the way, how much do you make as a waitress?" 4,000 yuan a month. "Why? 4,000, huh?" Yi Chang nodded thoughtfully. He had been paying Su Chiyu 30,000 a day. Now that Ning Qingshuo was his girlfriend, giving her 50,000 a day didn't seem unreasonable, right? He pulled out his phone, found her WeChat, and sent her 2 payments of 50,000 totaling 100,000 yuan. Since WeChat only allowed daily transfers of up to 200,000, he started wondering if he should get multiple accounts. After all, if he had more, female friends to take care of, he might need more options. I just sent you some spending money. Check your phone, Yi Chang said casually. I'll send you money every day until you find a job. Spending money? Ning Ching Shu was puzzled. Yi Chang playfully pinched her nose. I told you, I'll take care of you from now on. Ning Ching Shu blushed and whispered, thank you. Yi Chang immediately frowned. Don't thank me. Oh, okay, I got it. She blinked, secretly pleased. Yi Chang gently pinched her cheek. Check your phone before you forget. Okay. Ning Ching Shu quickly unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. Yi Chang watched as her phone lagged slightly while loading. He felt a bit of pity. Tomorrow, buy yourself a new phone. This one looks ancient. Ha! But I don't have money. As soon as she spoke, she saw the WeChat transfers. She had expected Yi Chang to send her maybe a few dozen or at most a few hundred yuan. But when she saw the number, she froze. Wait, why is there 50,000? No, why are there two 50,000s? That's 100,000. She turned to look at Yi Chang, completely stunned. He simply smiled without saying a word. This is way too much. Ning Ching Shu bit her lip. I can't accept this. Yi Chang's tone instantly darkened. If you don't accept it, I'll get mad. But, before she could protest, Yi Chang snatched her phone from her hands and accepted the transfers himself. What I give you, you must take. If you don't. Yi Chang suddenly pulled her into his arms again. I'll kiss you. And with that, he kissed her again. Ning Ching Shu's eyes widened. This man was shameless. Outside the girls' dormitory, Yi Chang said to Ning Ching Shu, get some rest when you get back. Don't forget to quit your job tomorrow, buy yourself a new phone, and get anything else you want. My money is for you to spend, don't hold back. If you need more, I'll give you more. Ning Ching Shu nodded lightly. I got it. She had already accepted the reality of being kept by this bad guy. If she didn't, he would definitely kiss her, no matter if they were in public or alone. She looked up into his eyes and softly said, thank you. Yi Chang frowned. Didn't I tell you not to thank me? You're being disobedient again. Ning Ching Shu smiled sweetly, then suddenly stood on tiptoe and gave him a quick peck on the lips before immediately turning around and running toward the dorm entrance. Good night. Yi Chang stood there, touching his lips in surprise. Damn. I didn't dodge in time. No, wait, I should have just grabbed her and taken my time enjoying that kiss. But still, she actually ambushed him? This called for a celebration. He chuckled to himself, whistling as he pulled out his phone to send a message to his personal jukebox. Hey, little missy, sing me a few songs. I want love songs, hurry up if you still want your money today. Suchiyu, angry emoji, who asks someone to sing past 9 p.m.? Why didn't you call me during the day? I was just about to go to bed. Cut the crap. Sing, get paid. Don't sing, no money. I never said you had to sing during the day. Yi Chang casually put on his Bluetooth earphones, completely ignoring her complaints. He was the boss here, since when did an employee get to argue with the employer? Suchiyu, fine. I'll sing. That's more like it. Yi Chang grinned and opened the voice chat app, inviting her in. The moment she joined, she complained, hey, can't you at least let me sing during the day? Don't you know girls need sleep at night? Bad sleep ruins our skin. Yi Chang, you're making 30,000 yuan a day, and you're still trying to negotiate? I could hire any female celebrity at this rate, and she'd crawl out of bed at midnight to sing for me. Suchiyu, bullshit. Suchiyu rejected you. Yi Chang, oh? You dare bring up Suchiyu in front of me? Have you seen today's trending topics? Suchiyu paused. What trending topics? Yi Chang huffed. Oh, this Suchiyu is really something. She played me big time. Do you know what's trending at number 1? Suchiyu, chasing her dreams. Damn, they even mentioned how I pay her 25 million yuan a year just to sing for me. And then she went on and righteously declared that she sings for her dream, not for money, boldly rejecting me. Now look at the comments under that post. Half of them are roasting me. Even in her fan groups, they're tearing me apart. So tell me, should I not be mad? Suchiyu suddenly remembered her agent had orchestrated that media move today. So this guy actually saw it? She stuck out her tongue guiltily. She had only wanted to craft an image of being an artist who wouldn't bend for money, but her fans had zeroed in on that tiny irrelevant detail. She quickly tried to soothe him. Aya, don't be mad, I never said anything bad about you. How about I sing 3 extra songs for you tonight? Yi Chang snorted. Oh, you must have forgotten about another trending topic. Who's the hidden treasure singer invites Suchiyu to the next episode. Since Suchiyu played me, I'm thinking of telling the show's producers not to invite her after all. Suchiyu panicked. She had been over the moon when her agent told her about this invitation earlier today. and she knew Yi Chang had pulled the strings to get her on the show. Now he was regretting it? That was not okay. She had to fix this. She quickly said, "Aya, don't be mad. Suchayu really didn't mean anything by it. Stars aren't in charge of these things, it's always their managers. This was definitely my agent's doing, it had nothing to do with me. Don't be upset with me, okay? Suchayu would never have bad intentions." Total deflection. Then, carefully, she added, "How about I sing 10 songs for you tonight? Will that make it up to you?" Yi Chang huffed. "Turn on your camera while you sing." Suchayu froze. "No way, that is non-negotiable." "Yi Chang, why not? I'll turn mine on too. Didn't you want to see me?" Suchayu, "Aya, no real reason. It's just inconvenient. But you can turn yours on." Yi Chang smirked. "Oh, so you won't, but I should? You little pervert." Suchayu, you're the pervert. You're the one who asked first." Yi Chang, "Alright, enough arguing. Start singing. You did say 10 songs. No, actually, 10 songs today, tomorrow, and the day after. This is labor exploitation. Then I'll make sure who's the hidden treasure singer." Fine. 10 songs it is." Suchayu was on the verge of tears. What had she done to deserve this? How did she end up dealing with a guy like this? Sure, he was technically a good guy. But damn, he was infuriating. Yi Chang chuckled. "See? That's how it should be. The more cooperative you are, the better things will be for Suchayu. As a fan, you should be doing this." Suchayu pouted. "But you're my fan, too. You're just bullying another fan. We come from the same roots, why must you be so cruel?" "Cut the crap. I was grafted onto your fandom, I wasn't born into it." Yi Chang smirked. "Alright, start singing." Suchayu grumbled, Fine. What do you want to hear?" "Love songs. I'm in a good mood, I nearly walked away with my beauty tonight." Suchayu scoffed. "Men. Typical." But she still pulled up one of her own songs and started singing. Falling blossoms drift into the misty rain, fragrance lingers on the lake. Yi Chang closed his eyes, enjoying the voice of a top-tier singer as he made his way back to his dorm. The next day, Yi Chang sat in first class on a flight to Beijing. He had only packed one outfit since he'd be returning the next day. He had already informed Yan Yuan and Ning Ching Shu so they wouldn't worry. As he studied the USB drive in his hand, he became more and more intrigued. Then, gripping it tightly, he tucked it safely into his pocket, making sure he wouldn't lose it. "I wonder how surprised Uncle Long will be when he sees this." Yi Chang smirked, waiting for the plane to land. A massive Boeing 747 landed at Beijing Airport. As soon as Yi Chang stepped off the plane, a familiar system notification rang in his ears. "Technology from the future is in your hands. Whether to let it shine or keep it hidden, it all depends on your choice. Option 1, do not hand over the data. Reward, 10 billion in cash. Option 2, hand over the data. Reward, a random piece of future technology information." Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. The system was interfering with this matter too? And it could actually give him future technology? No need to hesitate, of course, he chose option 2. He was curious to see what kind of futuristic tech he would receive. Adjusting the strap of his backpack, he walked toward the exit. The area was crowded with people picking up passengers. In no time, he spotted a group holding signs with his name. Seeing the size of the welcoming party, Yi Chang couldn't help but chuckle. Damn, they really rolled out the red carpet for him. There were at least 7 or 8 people. As he approached, a thin middle-aged man quickly noticed him and greeted him with a bright smile. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Chang?" Yi Chang nodded. "That's me, young Master Yi. Welcome to Beijing. I'm Lu Zicheng." Yi Chang glanced at him and smiled. "So you're Secretary Lu, huh?" A few days ago, when he had leveraged Longtum Group's influence to boost Suchayu, it was this Lu Zicheng who had helped make the arrangements. So Yi Chang remembered him. Lu Zicheng nodded and smiled. "Yes, the chairman sent me to pick you up. Let's go, he's waiting for you at the headquarters." "Alright, let's go," Yi Chang said as he followed them toward the exit. Lu Zicheng walked half a step behind him, guiding him in the right direction, while the others, security personnel, trailed behind, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Stepping outside, Yi Chang saw 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars parked by the curb. The one in the middle was the legendary Mercedes-Maybach Pullman limousine, the car that Jinxi Road Company had initially planned to gift him. Lu Zicheng led Yi Chang to the Pullman and opened the door for him. "Young Master Yi, please get in." Yi Chang took a moment to inspect the luxury vehicle. Even the license plate was flashy, Beijing A99999. "This is Chairman Long's personal vehicle. He sent it specifically to pick you up." Noticing Yi Cheng's gaze, Lu Zicheng quickly explained while feeling a sense of awe himself. Just how important was this Yi Cheng to Long Kuan? The chairman never let anyone else use his car. Yet, looking at Yi Cheng, aside from being ridiculously handsome, he didn't seem particularly special. Yi Cheng nodded and got into the car. The security team boarded the two Mercedes S-Class vehicles in front and behind, surrounding the Pullman in a protective formation. As the convoy began moving, Lu Zicheng sat beside Yi Cheng. "Young Master Yi, would you like a drink?" Yi Cheng nodded. "Sure, why not?" Lu Zicheng pressed a button on the rear console, and a hidden compartment popped open, revealing a refrigerated minibar. He took out a bottle of Romani Conti and poured Yi Cheng a glass. Yi Cheng accepted the wine glass, which was filled to about a third, and noticed that Lu Zicheng put the bottle away without pouring himself a drink. "Aren't you drinking?" Yi Cheng asked. Lu Zicheng shook his head. "This wine is usually reserved for Chairman Long's guests and friends. As staff, we don't drink it. Besides, it's work hours, I can't drink on duty." Yi Cheng smirked. "You guys sure have strict rules." Lu Zicheng chuckled. "Working for Chairman Long, no rule is too strict." Yi Cheng nodded. Looked like Uncle Long really had a presence about him. No wonder he could run such a massive empire. He didn't ask any more questions and instead focused on the upcoming meeting. About 30 minutes later, the three-car convoy stopped in front of a towering building. Located in Beijing's Second Ring Road, right on Chang'an Avenue, it was incredibly close to the heart of power. Its architectural style resembled that of government buildings, square, grand, and imposing. "This is our headquarters, Longting Tower. The land and construction cost tens of billions. Because zoning laws near the Forbidden City prohibit high-rise buildings, the tower only has 6 floors. But thanks to its vast footprint, it's incredibly spacious inside. There are over 10,000 employees working at headquarters alone." As the car rolled to a stop at the building's entrance, Lu Zicheng continued his introduction while leading Yi Cheng inside. 3 security personnel remained behind them, following closely. As they walked through the company lobby, employees they passed would respectfully greet Lu Zicheng. "Good day, Secretary Lu." At the same time, they curiously glanced at Yi Cheng. Who was this young man? Even Secretary Lu was personally escorting him, he had to be someone important. Yi Cheng took in the surroundings. Unlike most modern corporate offices, Longting Tower had a strong classical aesthetic. Antique display shelves, porcelain vases, and wooden paneling dominated the interior, blending seamlessly with nature. As expected from Longtung Group, truly unique. Inside the elevator, they went straight up to the 6th floor. Finally, they stopped before a set of grand double doors. This was the chairman's office. Lu Zicheng knocked. "Chairman, Mr. Yi has arrived. Come in." A deep, authoritative voice answered from within. Hearing permission granted, Lu Zicheng input a security code to unlock the door. As he did, he explained, "We had some intrusions in the past, so we switched to a password-locked system." Yi Cheng nodded. "Damn, being the boss of a company like this sure sounds exhausting. Nothing like being a carefree landlord like me who would even want to break into a landlord's office." The doors swung open, revealing a vast office. At first glance, Yi Cheng immediately spotted the man behind the solid wood desk. A middle-aged man with a strong, square face and a short military-style haircut. His expression was serious and unsmiling, his posture upright, his physique well-built. If he stood up, he'd probably be around Yi Cheng's height. Dressed in a black tang suit, he looked less like a businessman and more like a martial artist. This was Long Kuan, the man who helmed Longtung Group, the corporate giant. One of China's most renowned entrepreneurs, a business titan feared even by international financial elites. Both domestically and internationally, few had ever managed to gain the upper hand against him. But at that moment, the stern-faced titan broke into a warm smile as soon as he saw Yi Cheng. He stepped away from his desk and walked toward him. "Xiao Cheng, you're here." Yi Cheng nodded and respectfully greeted him, "Uncle Long." Good. Long Kuan nodded, reaching out to pat Yi Cheng's head like an affectionate elder. His expression was remarkably gentle. Lu Zicheng, standing off to the side, was utterly dumbfounded. Not even Long Kuan's own son got this kind of warmth from him. Could this Yi Cheng actually be his illegitimate child? But before he could overthink it, Long Kuan turned to him and said, "Xiao Lu, step outside. I need to have a private chat with Xiao Cheng. And keep your mouth shut, don't spread rumors." "Yes, Chairman." Lu Zicheng quickly lowered his head in acknowledgement and left the office. As the doors closed again, Long Kuan wrapped an arm around Yi Cheng's shoulder and chuckled. "Come on, let's talk over some tea." Yi Cheng hesitated. "I hope I'm not disturbing your work." "Not at all. Talking to my nephew is far more important than work." Long Kuan waved dismissively. Yi Chang couldn't help but smile, feeling warmth in his heart. Uncle Long treated him with such kindness. He could only hope that the USB drive he had brought would be of real help to him. A young man and an older man sat on a couch, sipping tea and chatting. Long Kuan asked Yi Chang how he had been doing lately. Did Yi Chang even need to say it? Listening to a top-tier singer perform live every day, casually flirting with a beautiful CEO and a campus goddess, how could life be anything but great? Then, Long Kuan asked about Yi Chang's future plans. Yi Chang thought to himself, his plans boiled down to three things: chasing girls, and still TMD chasing girls. But out loud, he said, my company is setting up an investment division soon, so I'm planning to try my hand at investing. Long Kuan was surprised. Your company? He had no idea Yi Chang even owned a company. After some explanation, Long Kuan finally realized this young man was no ordinary guy. He owned Jinsi Road, held shares in Yixing Group and Mahong Bank, and even had a shipyard in Singapore. A shipyard? Long Kuan was intrigued. I get the other businesses, but why a shipyard? How could Yi Chang explain that? That he sweet-talked a girl, and the system gifted him one? So instead of answering, he pulled a USB drive from his pocket and said, Uncle Long, forget about the shipyard for now. The real reason I came here today is about something related to ships. Something about ships? Long Kuan was puzzled. Yi Chang nodded. I told you yesterday, I have highly classified information. I came here today to hand it over to you. Long Kuan laughed. Oh? You really have top secret info? What is it? State secrets. Be careful, or I might have you arrested. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. Come on, Uncle Long, I'd never have access to state secrets. But once I hand this over, it could become one. Oh? Long Kuan was intrigued. Alright, show me. Yi Chang stood up and walked toward Long Kuan's computer. Let me borrow your computer. Long Kuan got up and walked over with him. Yi Chang suddenly asked, by the way, is this computer secure? And how good is its performance? Long Kuan chuckled. Relax, the military designed it for me, completely secure. As for performance, there's probably no better computer in all of Asia. Yi Chang gulped. Damn, I shouldn't have asked. Long Kuan powered on the computer and entered the password, not even bothering to hide it. Yi Chang respectfully averted his gaze. Alright, it's ready, Long Kuan said, stepping aside. Yi Chang nodded and plugged the USB drive into the port. Even with such a high-performance computer, reading a 1 petabyte USB drive was no joke. The loading process took a long time. Eventually, it finished. Compared to Yi Chang's own computer, this one was way faster, but it still struggled with the massive data. Long Kuan watched, astonished. What kind of USB drive is this? Why is it taking so long to load? If he didn't completely trust Yi Chang, he might have suspected it contained a virus. Yi Chang ignored the question and instead said seriously, Uncle Long, what you're about to see, don't ask me any questions. I can't explain it. Long Kuan frowned. What do you mean, you can't explain? I mean, just watch. Don't ask, okay? Seeing how serious Yi Chang was, Long Kuan nodded. He trusted Yi Chang completely. If Yi Chang said not to ask, then he wouldn't ask. Yi Chang exhaled slightly, then opened File Explorer and pointed to the removable disk icon. This USB drive holds 1 petabyte of data. Even a seasoned businessman like Long Kuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. 1 PB? That was insane. He instinctively wanted to ask something, but then he remembered what Yi Chang had just said. No wonder he told me not to ask questions. It really was unexplainable. There was no way such a small USB drive could store 1 PB of data unless it used quantum storage technology, which theoretically had infinite capacity. While Long Kuan's mind raced with possibilities, outwardly, he simply nodded for Yi Chang to continue. Now, he was really looking forward to seeing what was inside. Yi Chang opened the USB drive. The files began slowly loading. Compared to his own computer, which took 10 minutes, this high-tech machine loaded everything in 3 minutes. Finally, 100 ship designs appeared on the screen. Yi Chang pointed to the first 60 ships. These are all civilian ships. But they contain new technologies that don't exist in ships today. Long Kuan nodded. Civilian ships weren't particularly exciting to him. That's not the important part. Then, Yi Chang scrolled down to the crucial section. Here are 40 military vessels, including destroyers, attack ships, landing ships, and more. And down here, 3 nuclear submarines. 2 aircraft carriers, 1 conventional, 1 nuclear-powered. At that moment, Long Kuan's eyes lit up. Show me the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Yi Chang had no objections. He clicked on the last file, the nuclear carrier. This file was the largest of them all, over 50 terabytes, so it took a moment to load. After about 10 seconds, the document finally opened. The screen filled with dense technical data. From hull design to communication systems, from nuclear reactor schematics to close-in weapon systems, everything was detailed and thoroughly documented. Long Kuan's eyes were wide with shock. He didn't even need to verify it yet, the sheer depth and complexity of the information told him it was legit. Next, he'd have to bring in military engineers to analyze it. If this was real, it would massively boost China's naval power. Longtung Group, in turn, would gain unparalleled influence in the country, even more than it already had. His voice low, Long Kuan finally asked his first question. Xiao Chang, why are you showing me this? That was a question Yi Chang could answer. Uncle Long, as you can see, this USB drive is a ticking time bomb in my hands. I have no way to explain where it came from. But you can put it to the best use. That's why I came to Beijing, to give it to you. Long Kuan looked at Yi Chang for a moment, then clapped him on the shoulder. Thank you, Xiao Chang. This isn't just important to me, it's important to the country. Is there anything you need in return? Yi Chang shook his head and smiled. Nope. I just know that if I give this to you, it'll be used properly. Long Kuan chuckled and clapped his shoulder again. Host has chosen to hand over the data. Reward, 1 piece of future technology information. Generating data. Congratulations, host has obtained lithium-air battery technology data. As soon as Yi Chang removed the USB drive and handed it to Long Kuan, he immediately felt another USB drive appear in his pocket. It was most likely the system's reward, the lithium-air battery data. Meanwhile, Long Kuan placed the first USB drive into a hidden safe and then smiled at Yi Chang. Let's go have lunch. I've already booked a private room at Chang'an number 1. Yi Chang chuckled and said, wait a second, Uncle Long. I have another set of data. It's not a state secret, but it can make a lot of money. Long Kuan was speechless for a moment. If Yi Chang hadn't specifically told him not to ask questions, he might have blurted out, kid, did you hack into some alien database or something? But honestly, it was starting to seem possible. What kind of data? Lithium-air battery technology. Long Kuan's eyes widened immediately. As a man with a science and engineering background, he knew exactly what lithium-air batteries were. In fact, his company had been investing heavily in developing this technology. And now Yi Chang was saying he had the data? You little rascal. This is way more than just making money. Are you sure it's lithium-air battery technology? Can it actually be produced? Yi Chang pulled out the new USB drive and plugged it into the computer. This drive was much smaller in storage capacity, and it loaded quickly. Long Kuan immediately waved Yi Chang aside and started reviewing the files himself. After quickly scanning through the documents, he muttered, I'm no expert in theoretical chemistry, but this looks solid. What's your plan? Yi Chang grinned and asked, Uncle Long, how much do you think this thing is worth? Long Kuan replied, it's not about how much money it can make. This is strategic technology. Think about it, if drones use these batteries, their endurance would increase several times over. That excess power could be used to enhance countless other performance aspects. The military applications alone would be groundbreaking. And let's talk commercial applications, this is a new energy technology. Electric vehicles with these batteries would have a range multiple times longer than today's models. It's a complete game changer for the market. Seeing Yi Chang's half-understanding expression, Long Kuan shook his head. Forget it. Let me put it simply, this technology can replace the entire global battery market. However big that market is, that's how valuable this is. And on top of that, it will open up even more markets. Yi Chang nearly pulled out his phone to Google how big the battery industry actually was. Long Kuan stood up and asked, so, how do you want to handle this? Yi Chang answered, of course, I want to partner with you, Uncle Long. I'll just sit back and collect the money. Long Kuan shook his head with a laugh and said, first, we need to file patents. Without patents, we can't move forward. Once we secure them, you'll contribute the technology as an investment, and Longting Group will fund market expansion. Looks like China is about to dominate another global industry. You and I, nephew, are about to start making a lot of foreign money. Yi Chang nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. Let's make those foreigners pay up. Of course, before anything else, Long Kuan needed to verify the data. Fortunately, Longting Group had laboratories worldwide. He immediately contacted a chemical research lab in Beijing to begin testing. Results would be ready within a few days. The tests would be conducted under strict confidentiality, with every participant signing a non-disclosure agreement. As for the military ship data, that would have to wait for government scientists to verify. With those two matters handled, Yi Chang had accomplished the main goal of his trip to Beijing. Afterward, he and Long Kuan took the elevator downstairs and headed to Chang'an No. 1 for lunch. This was the most renowned Chinese restaurant on Chang'an Avenue, expensive, but undeniably delicious. Come on, you don't visit Beijing often. Eat up, Long Kuan said, picking up a slice of Beijing roast duck and placing it on Yi Cheng's plate. Yi Cheng quickly said, "All right, thank you, Uncle Long." "Tisk, why are you thanking me?" "I should be thanking you for what you brought me today," Long Kuan said, waving his hand dismissively. Yi Cheng smiled and took a bite of the duck. Damn, it was good. Even though he had master-level cooking skills, he wasn't at god-tier level. The chef here was clearly a master himself, on par with Yi Cheng. As he ate, he suddenly thought about Long Kuan's Maybach Pullman and felt a little envious. Rubbing his hands together, he hesitantly asked, Uncle Long, I do have one more favor to ask. If you need something, just say it. No need to be so formal with me." Yi Cheng scratched his head. "Well, can you get me a Pullman like yours? I've been wanting one." Long Kuan blinked, then burst into laughter. "That's what you wanted? That's easy. I'll have Lu Ziqing contact Mercedes-Benz directly and get one delivered to Shanghai for you." He immediately picked up his phone and made the call. Yi Cheng was stunned. "You're contacting Mercedes-Benz directly?" Long Kuan replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. What else would I do? It's not like Mercedes-Benz is some big company. If it weren't for European government interference, I would have bought out 2 of the ABB brands already." Yi Cheng, who's the real protagonist here? But excitement quickly took over. This meant he'd soon have his own Pullman. Way cooler than any LaFerrari or Koenigsegg 1:1. After hanging up, Long Kuan said, "You'll have it within a month." "Thanks, Uncle Long. I told you, stop thanking me." Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, about that favor you asked me for in the entertainment industry, did Lu Ziqing handle it properly?" Yi Cheng nodded. "Yeah, everything's taken care of." Long Kuan thought for a moment, then said, "All right, here's what I'll do. I'll appoint you as Longteng Group's global special president. From now on, if you ever need to mobilize company resources, you won't have to go through Lu Ziqing. You'll be able to issue orders yourself." Yi Cheng froze. Global special president of Longteng Group? That sounded like a big deal. Are you sure about this? Won't the company executives be upset?" Long Kuan sneered. "I'd like to see who dares to complain." A powerful aura radiated from him. At that moment, Yi Cheng was reminded this man wasn't just his kind and generous uncle. He was a business titan who dominated the corporate battlefield. "It's settled. I'll hold a meeting and announce your appointment. You'll start immediately." Long Kuan was repaying Yi Cheng for the 2 invaluable pieces of data he had delivered. Before this, Longteng Group had never had a position with authority nearly equal to the chairman. Yi Cheng cautiously asked, "So, what exactly are my responsibilities?" Long Kuan smiled. "That's up to you. You'll mostly be in Shanghai, right? Just keep an eye on the regional branches when you have time." Yi Cheng couldn't help but admire Long Kuan's absolute control over his company. With that level of power, of course, he could do whatever he wanted. But being Longteng Group's special president sounds pretty fun. All right, got it. Yi Cheng had just scored himself a luxury car and even landed a special president position at Longteng Group. Naturally, his lunch tasted even better. After they finished eating, Long Kuan said, "I have to head back to the office, so I won't keep you any longer. I'll have Lu Ziqing arrange the rest of your schedule. By the way, when are you heading back to Shanghai?" Yi Cheng waved his hand. "No need. I'll just wander around Beijing on my own. I'm flying back tomorrow. Not staying a few more days? Nope. Are you kidding me? I've got a school beauty and a CEO waiting for me back home. How could I possibly forget? Especially the CEO, in just 3 more days, it'll be her safe period. There's no way I'm missing that. All right, then I'll head back. About the military ship data, do you want me to let the military know your name?" Yi Cheng quickly shook his head. "Absolutely not. I don't want the government keeping tabs on me." Long Kuan chuckled. "All right, fair enough. What about your battery technology? Do you want your name attached to that?" Yi Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Well, once we set up a company, I don't mind being the CEO or chairman." "No problem. You can run it however you want. You'll hold 70% of the shares, Longteng Group will take 30%. As the majority shareholder, you have the final say on everything." Yi Cheng had no objections, being the big boss sounded just fine. "All right, enjoy your day in Beijing. Let me know when you're heading out." With that, Long Kuan left the restaurant, escorted by his security detail. The restaurant was inside the Grand Hyatt Beijing, where Long Kuan had already arranged a presidential suite for Yi Cheng to stay in. Yi Chang made his way to his room. Standing by the window, he had a perfect view of Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City, both just a stone's throw away. It suddenly hit him, he'd never actually visited these must-see landmarks of China. Should I go take a walk? But sightseeing alone sounded boring. Then he remembered he actually did know someone in Beijing. A very beautiful someone. And she happened to be a lesbian. Just thinking about all the things he'd seen in certain online videos made his heart itch. And the best part? That woman had a thing for East-West collaboration scenarios. Yi Chang smirked and pulled out his phone. Scrolling through his contacts, he found Elena Mohan's number and dialed. It didn't take long before the call connected. Well, if it isn't my dear Mr. Yi. What made you think of calling me today? Her voice was seductive, so much so that Yi Chang almost wondered if she was actually a man in her past life. Because honestly, that would explain everything, why she liked women, why she understood men so well. She had clearly figured men out completely. My dear Miss Elena, I've just arrived in Beijing. Don't you think it's time you fulfilled the promise you made me? Mohan Bank, Greater China HQ, President's Office, Private Lounge. Oh my dear Mr. Yi, you're already in Beijing? Elena's tone was filled with mock sorrow, as if she were genuinely upset. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have gone to the airport to pick you up. Yi Chang, I was here to meet an elder first. Just finished, and now, of course, I thought of you. Is that so? Then I suppose I should be grateful that Mr. Yi hasn't forgotten me. Hearing Yi Chang's response, Elena quietly let out a breath of relief. For a second there, she had thought he was calling to discuss board member affairs. Right now, she had officially taken Yi Chang's place as a board member at Mohan Bank. It hadn't been long, but after attending a few meetings, she had fully embraced the role of a modern, powerful businesswoman. Sitting at a conference table, playing mind games with those men, watching them seethe with frustration while being unable to do anything about it, she found it immensely satisfying. Plus, thanks to her single vote of influence, her family had regained some decision-making power in the bank. In other words, because of her, her family was back in control. So, she cherished this new identity. That's why she was so on edge about Yi Chang's visit. If he wanted to reclaim his board seat, neither she nor her family would be able to refuse. But now that she knew he was just here for personal reasons, and simply wanted to meet up, she felt completely at ease. Her mood brightened instantly. Where are you now, Mr. Yi? I'll come to you right away. Yi Chang replied, I was thinking of visiting Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City later, but I need a companion. Miss Elena, would you mind sightseeing with a man? Elena raised an eyebrow. Mr. Yi was inviting her on a date? If it were any other man, she would have rejected him on the spot. But thinking back to her first meeting with Yi Chang, he had left a very good impression on her. He was different from other men. He had the qualities of an ideal partner. And, of course, the biggest reason, her board member status was still in his hands. So she didn't hesitate and replied in a soft voice, why would I mind? Mr. Yi is an incredibly charming gentleman. I don't think any woman could refuse your invitation. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Oh? If I invite you to spend the night, would you accept? Of course, he kept that thought to himself. Instead, he said, then I appreciate the compliment. I'm at the Grand Hyatt Beijing, just call me when you arrive. Understood. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, Elena added, oh, by the way, I hope you don't mind if I bring my secretary along? You've met her before, Dongfang Jingjing. Yi Chang's eyes lit up. Of course I don't mind. Actually, that makes it even better. I don't think any man would refuse the chance to go out with two beautiful ladies. And he meant it. A real-life lesbian couple? His curiosity was off the charts. Alright then, please wait a bit, Mr. Yi. We'll be there soon. Elena chuckled seductively before hanging up. She turned to look at her secretary, who was still lying in bed, naked. Walking over, she captured Dongfang Jingjing's lips, savoring the kiss for a moment before pulling away. Then, she whispered, come on, let's go meet that Mr. Yi we met in Shanghai. Dongfang Jingjing clung to her like an octopus, pouting. Elena, I thought you didn't like men. Why are you being so nice to him? Jealous? Elena smiled and gently stroked her secretary's cheek. Then, in a teasing voice, she said, that was before. Now, I like men. What, is that a problem? She playfully patted Dongfang Jingjing's face and added, from now on, don't ever question me like that again. Or else, heh. Without waiting for a response, she got up, grabbed a pair of black silk stockings, and slowly slipped them on. Hurry up and get ready. We don't want to keep him waiting. A Maserati Quattroporte pulled up in front of the Grand Hyatt Hotel. The back door opened, and a slender foot, wrapped in black silk stockings and wearing low-heeled sandals, stepped out onto the ground. Above those black silk-covered legs was an even more tantalizing sight, making the surrounding men unable to resist shifting their gazes toward the owner of those legs. Then, a stunning figure full of exotic charm emerged from the car, golden wavy hair, a towering chest, and a tight skirt hugging her scandalously curvy hips. The men around were completely entranced, never expecting to encounter such a foreign beauty here. Elena stepped out of the car, closed the door, and glanced around. Quickly spotting a familiar figure, she curved her lips into a smile and walked toward him. Yi Chang, dressed casually, watched as this stunning foreign bombshell approached, momentarily dazed. Damn, this woman really knew how to drive men crazy. Just look at her outfit, a white floral bodycon dress that tightly wrapped around her sultry figure, accentuating her seductive curves. The hem barely reached mid-thigh, and the top was a cool spaghetti strap design, unable to conceal the enormous peaks beneath, leaving a deep, crime-inducing cleavage exposed. And those long, slender legs wrapped in black silk. Yi Chang couldn't help but think this kind of woman must be liberated from foreign men. Miss Elena. He stepped forward, reaching out to shake her hand, but before he could, the foreign beauty spread her arms and threw herself into his embrace. Mr. Yi, I really missed you. That explosive body pressed against him, and Yi Chang could clearly feel her intoxicating softness. His eyes narrowed, the sensation against his chest told him that she wasn't wearing anything underneath. But there were no visible outlines under her dress. Was it adhesive? Wasn't this woman supposed to be into women? Why was she dressed like she was deliberately seducing him? Yi Chang's thoughts ran wild, but he simply said, I'm honored that Miss Elena missed me so much. Elena let go of Yi Chang, smiling playfully. But I wonder, Mr. Yi, did you miss me? Yi Chang chuckled. Of course I did. If I didn't, would I have remembered to contact you as soon as I arrived in Beijing? As he spoke, he smoothly took Elena's hand into his own, gently rubbing the back of it while adding, or have you already forgotten what I said before? Your beauty makes it very difficult for anyone to resist. Elena raised an eyebrow and subtly withdrew her hand, a bit surprised that Yi Chang was actually taking the initiative. She preferred being the one in control. Her logic was simple: if she took the lead, she was the one taking advantage. If she was passive, then he was taking advantage, and she didn't like that. But Yi Chang didn't understand her way of thinking. Seeing her pull back, he found it amusing. So, this woman was just putting on a show for him. She looked open and bold, but in reality, she was quite cautious. Still, he couldn't shake the suspicion that she was actually into women. Weren't people like her supposed to dislike physical contact with the opposite sex? Without any more physical interaction between them, and not seeing her secretary anywhere, Yi Chang asked, Where's Miss Dongfang? Oh, she's parking the car, Elena replied. Didn't you say you wanted to visit Tiananmen? We can just walk there. Soon, Dongfang Jingjing finished parking and ran over. Unlike her boss, the little secretary's outfit was much more modest, a knee-length dress without stockings, exposing her fair, slender legs. She wore delicate strappy sandals, her toenails painted a lovely shade of red. Good evening, Mr. Yi, she greeted politely, bowing slightly. Yi Chang nodded. Good evening, Miss Dongfang. He could tell this elegant little secretary was wary of him, even defensive. She kept sneaking glances between him and Elena. Was she worried he'd steal her boss away? Little secretary, do you even know how well your boss understands men? Yi Chang smirked to himself and said, All right, let's head out. Of course, Mr. Yi. Elena smiled. Have you visited before? Do you need me to guide you? Of course, Yi Chang grinned. Honestly, it's a little embarrassing that a native Chinese guy like me needs a foreigner to show me around Tiananmen. Elena covered her mouth and giggled. Then she reached out and lightly patted Yi Chang's chest. Don't be embarrassed. I've lived in Beijing for years. I might not speak the local dialect, but I know all the famous spots inside out. I told you before, I love Chinese culture. As she spoke, she tapped his chest 3 times. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. His chest felt firm? Did this man work out? Curious, she patted him a few more times to confirm, yep, pure muscle. Yi Chang looked at her strangely. What is this foreign chick up to? Was she that into touching his chest? Was she copping a feel? He glanced down at her chest, wondering if he could return the favor. Seeing her boss acting like this, Dongfang Jingjing panicked. She reached out and tugged on Elena's sleeve, giving her a very hurt look. Feeling her secretary's pull, Elena suddenly realized what she was doing. But instead of being embarrassed, she doubled down, placing her entire hand flat against Yi Chang's chest, fingers slightly curled as she gave a light squeeze. Whoa, that was solid. Just as she was about to let go, she suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed. Looking up, she saw Yi Chang smirking at her. For the first time, she blushed a little, but still feigned innocence. Mr. Yi, what's the matter? Yi Chang chuckled to himself. This woman must be a fox spirit in disguise. Demoness, I must capture you for my cultivation. With that thought, he raised an eyebrow and, without letting go of her wrist, guided her hand downward, placing it firmly on his abs. You wanted to touch, right? Here, let me help you. Smirking, he said, from now on, just call me by my name. Mr. Yi sounds way too formal. I'll just call you Elena, hope you don't mind? Elena felt her palm land on firm, evenly sculpted muscles. Her pupils dilated slightly, and she instinctively gave them a light squeeze. So big, so hard. She looked up at Yi Chang, her eyes suddenly sultry. Of course I don't mind. Chang, is that how I should call you? Hearing the word Chang, Yi Chang almost ignited again. Too hot. He quickly let go of the foreign girl's wrist, afraid that if he couldn't control himself, he would take her straight to the Hotel Fort Justice on the bed. But since this form of address was quite suggestive, he still nodded and said, of course you can. Elena clearly felt the change in Yi Chang's body when she called out Chung just now. Her red lips curled slightly. She withdrew her hand. This round of battle was her victory. But this man's physique was perfect. And when she thought about his mysterious identity, it set him apart from other men even more. She pursed her lips, suddenly curious about what Yi Chang's body looked like under his clothes. Something felt off. Wasn't she always into women? Why was she suddenly interested in a man? Could it be she was actually bisexual? She glanced up at this handsome Chinese man, then flicked her tongue against the corner of her lips. So what if she was bisexual? For some reason, she found herself strangely attracted to this man. If Yi Chang knew, he would probably shout, Charm Aura, the eternal god. The slightly ambiguous interlude quickly passed. Yi Chang and the two strikingly different beauties left the hotel entrance and headed toward Tiananmen. Dongfang Jingjing seemed quite displeased with her boss's behavior just now, pouting all the way. But Elena wasn't fazed in the slightest. Every now and then, when Yi Chang wasn't paying attention, she would subtly discipline the disobedient little secretary in various ways. Of course, Yi Chang wasn't actually unaware, he was just curious to see what these two audacious women would dare to do. Unfortunately, since they were on a busy street, they kept things relatively tame, which left Yi Chang feeling a bit disappointed. After wandering around the square for a while, Yi Chang suddenly noticed Elena sneakily pinching Dongfang Jingjing's cheek. He turned his head and, with a surprised expression, asked, Elena, what are you and Jingjing doing? Elena hadn't expected to be caught. When she saw Yi Chang's puzzled face, she quickly explained, Jingjing had sweat on her face. I was helping her wipe it off. She didn't want Yi Chang to realize anything strange about her preferences. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You two sure have a close boss-secretary relationship. Elena smiled. Of course. She looked at Dongfang Jingjing and said, Jingjing, isn't that right? Dongfang Jingjing's face was slightly flushed. She didn't want Yi Chang to find out about the dynamic between her and her boss, so she quickly nodded. Yes, the boss has always taken care of me like an older sister. So, a sisterly bond, huh? Yi Chang smirked knowingly and said, well, I hope your relationship stays this good. Thank you. Elena smiled. Yi Chang glanced around before saying, now, let's check out the Forbidden City. I've always wanted to see it. Great. Elena nodded quickly, relieved that the conversation had moved on. This guy is a bit slow, huh? He really didn't catch on to anything. He. Elena laughed to herself, thinking she had hidden things well. These two fools, do they really think they're hiding anything? Yi Chang hummed internally. Sooner or later, he'd expose the lousy acting of this boss-secretary duo. They bought tickets online and soon arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden City. Even though it wasn't a holiday, it was the weekend, so there were still plenty of visitors. As they entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the crowd thickened. People were bustling about, making it quite packed. Elena took on the role of a tour guide, explaining various details to Yi Chang, which genuinely surprised him. A foreigner knowing so much? She was just short of explaining everything in a perfect Beijing accent. The Hall of Supreme Harmony was vast, with many noteworthy spots. As Elena led Yi Chang around, she suddenly bumped into a female tourist. She quickly apologized, and the tourist didn't mind, even complimenting her on her good Chinese. Elena smiled and thanked her, then continued her tour guide duties for Yi Chang. Watching all this, Yi Chang found it amusing. A thought crossed his mind, and without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed Elena's hand. Elena's sapphire blue eyes widened in surprise as she stared at Yi Chang. She hated being passive. She immediately tried to pull her hand away but failed. Chang, what are you doing? She asked. Yi Chang smiled at her. Too many people easier to bump into someone. Holding hands will keep you safe. Elena rolled her eyes. If you're afraid of bumping into people, just be more careful. Why do you have to hold my hand? Keep explaining things to me. Yi Chang ignored her glare and looked at the antique decorations around them. Elena gritted her teeth. There were too many people around, and she didn't want to forcefully break free. It might embarrass him, and that could be a problem considering the board of directors. Fine. She'd let this guy have his way just this once. After all, she had groped his chest and abs earlier. This was just letting him take a little back. Besides, she glanced around. It was easy to notice men sneaking glances at her, some even secretly snapping photos. As a beautiful foreign woman in China, such attention was nothing new. But today, since she had dressed up specifically for meeting Yi Chang, she was attracting even more stares than usual. She snorted lightly. Let these guys be jealous. She moved closer to Yi Chang, practically sticking to him, making their interaction look even more intimate. Sure enough, those men started glaring at Yi Chang with envy. Elena smirked, feeling a sense of triumph. But she hadn't realized that her actions had drawn the attention of a certain shameless man beside her. Yi Chang was surprised at how close Elena was getting. This chick was bold, huh? Well, he could be bold too. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Elena's waist. When they hugged before, he hadn't had a chance to really feel anything. But now, damn. For someone with at least a 30-60 up top, how the hell did she still have such a tiny waist? Elena's body stiffened when she felt his hand on her waist. She turned to look at Yi Chang. He was actually smiling. Before she could protest, Dongfang Jingjing, seeing her beloved boss being defiled by this shameless man, immediately spoke up in protest. Mr. Yi, please don't treat my boss like that. Seeing Dongfang Jingjing puffing up in anger, Yi Chang was momentarily stunned, then let out a chuckle and finally let go of Elena. He had only done that to show this woman that he wasn't so easy to tease. But thinking about the relationship between these two, even though he didn't fully understand their feelings, didn't his actions just now basically put a hat on Dongfang Jingjing? Damn, that was funny. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Seeing that Elena was released, Dongfang Jingjing quickly stepped forward to shield her, looking at Yi Chang with a wary expression. Elena found it both amusing and frustrating. She reached out, pulled her little secretary aside, and said, Jingjing, stop it. I told Mr. Yi to do that. Who said that? Dongfang Jingjing protested. It was obviously Mr. Yi doing it without your consent. Seeing how disobedient her little secretary was, Elena's voice dropped a notch. Listen to me. Stop making trouble. I knew I shouldn't have brought you along. Dongfang Jingjing looked aggrieved as she stepped aside, feeling hurt. Elena had always said she only liked her, but now she was siding with a man and treating her this way. As if to prove that she was indeed the one who initiated things, Elena stepped forward again, grabbed Yi Chang's hand, and smiled at him. Chang, you said it yourself, holding on to you means I won't bump into people. Yi Chang looked at her action, his brain momentarily stuck. He was getting more and more confused about this woman. Oh, so if I hold your hand, it's not okay, but if you hold mine, then it's fine? What kind of logic was that? His master-level flirting skills seemed to be useless at this moment. Thinking about it carefully, could it be that this woman liked being the one in control, not being controlled? Damn, why didn't she say so earlier? If she had, he would have just lain down and let her take the lead. Yi Chang felt like he had uncovered this woman's secret. Fine, if she wanted him to be passive, he'd be passive. So he held onto that fair, delicate hand and smiled. Alright, let's keep walking then. But the next moment, he felt another soft, slender hand wrap around his other hand. Both he and Elena turned in shock to look at Dongfang Jingjing. Yi Chang was speechless. Elena was acting strange, and now even this secretary was acting strange? Weren't you two supposed to love each other? Why were both of you targeting me, the outsider? What bad intentions could I possibly have? Elena, on the other hand, gave Dongfang Jingjing a dangerous look, as if to say, what do you think you're doing? It was okay for her to be close to a man. But if Dongfang Jingjing got close to a man? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, the usually delicate and timid little secretary gathered her courage and glared back at her boss. You're doing it, so I'm doing it too. Elena let out a cold sneer, leaned in closer to Yi Chang, and tilted her chin at Dongfang Jingjing as if to say, oh? Instead of backing off, you're choosing to get even closer? Dongfang Jingjing became even more annoyed. She felt like Elena no longer loved her. Right in front of her, she was getting all cozy with this man. Wasn't this a case of cheating in broad daylight? Fine then. She'd let Elena know what that felt like. So she moved even closer to Yi Chang, hugged his arm, and nearly pressed her modest-sized B-cup chest against him. Then she shot a provocative glance at Elena. Elena was even more furious. Oh, you little brat, Looks like I haven't trained you well enough. How dare you defy me? Trying to put a hat on me, huh? Let's see who goes harder then. So Elena let go of Yi Chang's hand and instead wrapped her arms around him, leaning her entire body against him. Dongfang Jingjing's eyes widened and pressed in even closer. Yi Chang was dumbfounded. What the hell? He was just an innocent bystander, yet these two stunning beauties were fighting over him? And the men around them were all getting jealous. Why the hell did he get to have both a Chinese beauty and a foreign bombshell clinging to him? In broad daylight, in the forbidden city of all places, wasn't this a little too much? If there were rules against this here, the guards would probably kick him out. Ladies, what exactly are you trying to do? If you have something to say, let's just talk, alright? No need for all this touching and grabbing. Yi Chang glanced left and right, utterly helpless. He wanted to pull away, but he was afraid they'd actually start fighting. So after thinking about it, he decided to just let it be. And it definitely wasn't because he was enjoying it. Definitely not. Elena rested her head on his shoulder, her Germanic features tinged with a rosy blush. Her red lips, coated in lipstick, parted slightly as she whispered into his ear in a sultry voice, "Chang, I really want to see your abs." Then she turned to Dongfang Jingjing and shot her another provocative look. Dongfang Jingjing gritted her teeth. She wasn't as tall as Elena, who was over 5 feet 9 inches, so she had to stand on her tiptoes. Even then, she was still about 4 inches away from reaching Yi Chang's ear. But she tried her best and whispered, "Mr. Yi, you're the most handsome man I've ever seen." Her ears were burning red, completely forgetting that she used to hate men. Yi Chang. Did these two even realize how many people were around them? If you've got the guts, why didn't you do this back at the hotel? Screw it. Passive or not, he was taking both of them. Without hesitation, Yi Chang reached out and wrapped his arms around both of their slim waists. Ah! Both women gasped at the same time. The two who had been competing against each other suddenly remembered. Their tool for competition was a tall, strong, and very energetic man. People nearby started staring. The men were envious. The women were jealous. And everyone else awkwardly looked away. This was not something they wanted to witness. Then, Yi Chang, still holding both women, walked off to another part of the Forbidden City, feeling absolutely triumphant. Elena's waist was firm, toned, and completely free of any excess fat. Her legs were strong, like they could probably crush someone. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jingjing's waist was soft and delicate, even tinier due to her naturally petite Eastern frame. Yi Chang's arm could easily wrap around it completely. Holding on to both of them, he led them to a quieter corner outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. With both beauties blushing furiously, he smirked and said, "Ladies, do you really think I don't exist? How about we head back to the hotel, and I show you what a real man is?" Elena pressed her hand against his chest. "Please let go of us, Mr. Yi." Dongfang Jingjing also tried to pry his hand off her waist. But his grip was strong, his hand was warm, and the slight stroking motion made her entire side feel tingly. Yi Chang chuckled. "I'll let go, sure, but first, I need to collect some interest for all that teasing just now." Before they could react, he glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then turned his head toward Dongfang Jingjing, and kissed her right on her cherry-red lips. Dongfang Jingjing's eyes widened, her mind unable to process what had just happened. This man, how could he be so bold? It wasn't until 3 seconds later, after the man had thoroughly explored her lips with his tongue, that she finally snapped out of it and hurriedly tried to push Yi Chang away. But Yi Chang had already sensed her resistance, so he didn't go any further. Releasing her soft cherry lips, he let go of her and turned his gaze toward Elena, who was still in shock. Licking the corner of his lips, he wrapped both arms tightly around Elena and then kissed her, this alluring foreign woman who exuded temptation at every moment. Elena reacted quickly and immediately tried to stop Yi Chang. For the first time, the always confident and aggressive woman showed a hint of panic in her expression. "Chang, please don't do this." Yi Chang stared at the breathtaking face right in front of him, unable to suppress his emotions any longer. He spoke, "I promise not to terminate your position as a Mo Hung Bank Board member for the next 6 months. Elena froze. Her resistance instantly faded. Yi Chang's words struck her at her weakest point. This meant that in 6 months, she might be reduced to just an ordinary CEO again, no longer the powerful woman commanding the boardroom, unless she agreed to this exchange of power and desire. At first, when Yi Chang, a young man who hadn't even graduated from university, had appointed her to the board, she had thought he was inexperienced in such matters and hadn't hesitated to accept. But now, he was using this very position to threaten her. So he had understood everything from the start. Fine. She would accept this transaction. Closing her eyes, she withdrew the hands pressing against Yi Chang's chest and presented herself willingly. Yi Chang didn't hesitate anymore. He lowered his head and kissed those enchanting red lips. 6 months on the board, while it wasn't a huge loss to him, he had to make it worth his while. Every second of this kiss counted. Feeling the man's aggressive invasion, Elena suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. A man was actually kissing her. She had sworn she would never have anything to do with men in her life, but now, she realized she might just break that vow. However, after thinking it through, she admitted to herself that she actually liked Yi Chang. No matter what he did, she found it hard to dislike him. So if this man was the reason she broke her vow, maybe it wasn't so bad? As she accepted this reality and felt Yi Chang's hands roaming her body, Elena's natural instincts kicked in. When had she ever been passive? No way. She was going to take something from him too. From passive acceptance, she switched to active participation, letting her hands explore the man's body as well. Abs? She had wanted to feel them for a while, might as well grab a handful. Chest? So firm, grab another handful. Yi Chang winced in pain. Damn, why did women always want to squeeze a man's muscles when they saw them? Fine then, he'd return the favor. He reached out and grabbed a handful of her chest. Elena's eyes snapped open in shock. Did this man really dare? Meanwhile, Dongfang Jingjing had finally recovered from the shock of being kissed. Touching her lips, she lifted her head and saw her boss and that damn man. Oh! What was she looking at? These two shameless people. Especially Elena, she was responding so enthusiastically. Did she like women or men after all? Looking around, Dongfang Jingjing realized that even though they were in a relatively secluded corner, there were still people walking by. Some had already noticed. At least 2 or 3 people had seen them. She immediately stepped in to interrupt, pulling the two apart. You two, can't you be aware of where you are? She shouted in frustration. With the interruption, Yi Chang had no choice but to let go of Elena, feeling a little regretful. Elena, feeling the man's lips leave hers, slowly opened her eyes again. Looking at Yi Chang's face, handsome like a sun god, she suddenly felt captivated by him. Then she realized she was still holding on to something solid. Yi Chang also felt a firm grip on a rather sensitive part of his body. They both looked down at the same time. Yi Chang, what the hell? Elena, ah. Her face turned even redder. How did she even end up grabbing that? She had always flicked men off with her middle finger before. She had never gripped anything like this. Oh god, how was this man that big? How many women had he ruined? Feeling unsatisfied, she gave it a slight squeeze before finally letting go. Yi Chang immediately shielded his brother and cursed. What the hell is wrong with you? Elena huffed. Just making sure you don't forget, I'm not someone to mess with. Yi Chang definitely understood now. This woman was dangerous. And now he had a problem. It was hard to walk properly with his brother standing at attention. He had to wait until things calmed down, so he simply sat down on a nearby step, waiting for the situation to resolve itself. Elena seemed to realize what he was doing. Her face turned red again, and she scoffed, men. At that moment, Dongfang Jingjing ran over, grabbed Elena's wrist, and pulled her a little further away from Yi Chang. Then, she looked at her with a very unhappy expression. Elena! How could you do that? Elena shifted her gaze from Yi Chang to her secretary. A seductive smile appeared on her lips as she pulled Dongfang Jingjing's wrist, trying to bring her into an embrace. Dongfang Jingjing tried to resist, but she wasn't strong enough to break free. Elena succeeded in holding her close. Elena, I'm really angry. If you don't explain, I'll quit. Jingjing, don't be mad. Elena pinched her cheek playfully and smiled. I had no choice. You know that he's the reason I got into the board of directors. He just used that against me, I had no choice but to agree. Was that really the case? Dongfang Jingjing looked at her suspiciously. Really? But I clearly saw how enthusiastic you were just now. Sigh, I couldn't help it, Jingjing. You know what I'm like. Elena sighed and said helplessly, I have to take the lead in everything. When that scoundrel kissed me, my instincts just took over. Jingjing, please don't quit, okay? If I don't have you, I don't know what I'd do. Dongfang Jingjing hesitated. But, you. Seeing that her little secretary was wavering, Elena smirked secretly. Then, pretending to blush and act all shy, she said, as if making a big decision. How about this? Next time, I won't move. I'll let you try being the one in control? Dongfang Jingjing's face turned red, but her eyes lit up. Really? Elena nodded, as if reluctantly agreeing, and said, of course, I wouldn't lie to you. Then I'll forgive you. Dongfang Jingjing finally nodded, pouting. But you can't get intimate with that man again. Elena was instantly delighted. She hugged her little secretary tightly and quickly said, Of course, I won't do that again. I didn't even want to in the first place. But if he forces me because of his status, then there's nothing I can do. Hearing Elena's words, Dongfang Jingjing immediately redirected all her anger toward that man. Last time in Shanghai, she thought he was a good person. But after meeting him today, she finally saw his true face. As expected, men were all the same. And worse, he even kissed her just now. She could still feel the lingering taste of that hateful man on her lips. She clenched her teeth in frustration and growled, "If he dares to force you, I'll. Elena was startled, thinking Jingjing might do something reckless. She quickly said, "Don't do anything stupid. He has a lot of power. He's not someone we can afford to offend. If anything happened to you because of me, I'd be heartbroken." Dongfang Jingjing was deeply touched by Elena's concern. She nodded and reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid." But in her heart, she silently added, "I will fight that man to the end." Seeing that Dongfang Jingjing had agreed, Elena breathed a sigh of relief and smirked inwardly. This naive little secretary was too easy to manipulate. Then again, it was exactly this part of her personality that Elena liked so much. While the two women were talking, Yi Chang had been sitting on the steps for a while. Finally, after some time, his ultimate evolved state returned to normal. He got up, walked over to the two women, and asked, "What are you two talking about?" The two women were startled. They quickly separated from their intimate embrace and looked at him. Elena quickly changed the topic, pretending to be furious about what had just happened. She put on a serious face and said, "Mr. Yi, you were a little too much just now." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Miss Elena, weren't you the one who was pretty enthusiastic just now?" Elena's face instantly turned red. Dongfang Jingjing immediately stepped in front of her boss, her small face cold as ice. "Mr. Yi, please behave yourself. The CEO might not be able to resist your threats, but you also did that to me just now. Be careful, or I might accuse you of sexual harassment." Yi Chang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "And you're not worried that because of you, your CEO might lose what she wants?" Dongfang Jingjing froze. I. Elena quickly pulled her aside and apologized to Yi Chang. "Chang, please don't mind Jingjing's words. She didn't mean it, she's just worried about me." Yi Chang chuckled. These two really thought he hadn't noticed what was going on between them? "Yeah, I get it. Miss Dongfang is a very loyal secretary, always looking out for her boss," Yi Chang said, then suddenly smirked. "Miss Dongfang, how about working for me instead? I'll offer you double Elena's salary." Dongfang Jingjing glared at him. "Forget it. Working as your secretary would be a total nightmare." The look on her face screamed, "You're a pervert," making Yi Chang shake his head helplessly. It seemed like changing this little secretary's opinion of him wouldn't be easy. Not that it was his fault, he only kissed her because he couldn't resist. If she hadn't been messing with him, it wouldn't have happened. Elena, meanwhile, smiled, feeling amused by how protective her secretary was. She turned to Yi Chang and said, "Yi Chang, Jingjing is my favorite secretary. Don't even think about poaching her." Yi Chang laughed and waved his hand. "Just joking." "I hope so," Elena said before quickly changing the subject. "By the way, Mr. Yi, don't forget what you promised just now." Yi Chang nodded. "Of course, I won't forget. 6 months means 6 months." Elena nodded but suddenly sensed something hidden in his words. She stared at him and asked directly, "And after 6 months?" Yi Chang smirked. "That depends on your performance, Elena." Elena clenched her teeth. This bastard had completely found her weakness. But there was nothing she could do about it. Damn men. Dongfang Jingjing saw that Yi Chang was once again pressuring her CEO. She glared at him, clearly upset but unable to do anything. "All right, Elena, keep being my tour guide." Yi Chang pointed toward another ancient hall and smiled. Elena rolled her eyes. "Fine, let's go." This time, Yi Chang didn't try to hold her hand. A man had to know when to stop, he had already taken a huge advantage earlier. No need to get greedy over something so small. The three of them continued exploring the Forbidden City. A striking trio, 2 gorgeous women and 1 tall, handsome man, they naturally drew attention. Especially Elena. After all, a stunningly beautiful foreign woman, dressed in a way that made her stand out, was bound to catch people's eyes wherever she went. And Yi Chang? Well, he was undeniably the most envied man among all the guys around. By the time they finished their tour, it was already 6 p.m. Leaving the Forbidden City, Yi Chang asked, "You two must be hungry, right? We've been walking for hours, let's go eat." Elena nodded. "Sounds good." Yi Chang said, "Then let's go to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. I'm staying there anyway." Elena raised an eyebrow. "Your hotel?" Yi Chang saw the look in her eyes and laughed. "What? You think I'm trying to do something to you? Of course not, Elena smiled. Then let's go. Yi Chang pointed in the direction of the hotel, and the three of them walked over. Back at the hotel, Yi Chang took them to Jing Restaurant, one of the best fine dining spots there. After all, the food was amazing. He ordered several dishes, each costing thousands of yuan, but he didn't mind. All expenses were charged to Longton Group's corporate account anyway. Plus, the hotel itself was a wholly owned subsidiary of Longton Group, so technically, it was just internal spending. While enjoying their gourmet meal, Yi Chang also ordered a bottle of red wine worth over 10,000 yuan. The three of them sipped on their drinks, one glass at a time. Dongfang Jingjing watched as Yi Chang kept making toasts to Elena, and Elena kept responding. She sneered inwardly. Did this guy really think she and Elena had weak alcohol tolerance? Ha! A single bottle of red wine? She could drink that without even blinking. In her mind, she was certain this man was trying to get them drunk so he could do unspeakable things. Ha! She picked up her glass and raised it toward Yi Chang. Mr. Yi, I'll toast to you. Elena glanced at her little secretary, then also lifted her glass. Chang, I'll toast to you as well. Dongfang Jingjing panicked. What are you toasting for? Wasn't this just letting this man get 2 drinks out of 1 toast? Yi Chang looked at the 2 women, raised his glass with a smile, and said, all right. The CEO is bold and generous, the secretary is loyal and devoted, a perfect match. Cheers to you both. With a crisp clink, Yi Chang downed his drink in one go. If he knew what Dongfang Jingjing was thinking, he would have cried out in injustice. Heaven knows, he really wasn't planning on doing anything like that. Besides, if he were planning something, wouldn't it make more sense to wait until nighttime? It was still broad daylight. Chang, when are you leaving? Elena picked up a piece of sea cucumber with her fork and placed it into her little secretary's bowl. She had been in China for years but still couldn't use chopsticks. After failing several times, she had simply given up. Yi Chang replied, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. flight. You're leaving tomorrow? Elena was surprised. She had thought he would stay a bit longer. I'm just here to visit my elders. I still have a lot of things to handle in Shanghai, Yi Chang said as he picked up a piece of sea cucumber and placed it into Elena's bowl. Elena was momentarily stunned by the gesture, then rolled her eyes at him. That fleeting, sultry expression was enough to make any man weak. She then casually picked up the sea cucumber with her fork and placed it in her mouth. Her red lips moved delicately as she chewed, and the sight instantly reminded Yi Chang of their kiss earlier that day. Noticing his expression, Elena immediately knew he wasn't thinking about anything decent. She let out a small humph, then smiled and asked, shall we send you off tomorrow? Mr. Yi doesn't have a car in Beijing, does he? Yi Chang thought to himself, I'm literally taking the Longton Group's CEO's car to the airport. What do you mean I don't have a car? But if it meant sitting with beautiful women, he wasn't going to refuse. And judging by Elena's tone, she was just being polite. Oh, if you're being polite, then I won't be polite either. In that case, that would be great. Thank you, Miss Elena. Yi Chang immediately smiled and added, oh, why don't you two just stay at this hotel tonight? That way, it'll be more convenient to leave in the morning. With that, he called over a waiter and said, please inform the manager to book 2 additional rooms for me. Make sure they're not too far from mine. The waiter respectfully responded, understood, Mr. Yi. Then, he went off to inform the manager. This particular waiter had actually been assigned specifically to serve Yi Chang. After all, since Yi Chang was personally being hosted by Long Kuan, he was obviously a close relative of Long Kuan. That meant the hotel, being a fully owned subsidiary of Longton Group, had to provide top-tier service. The 2 women were completely stunned. What? Yi Chang just casually booked 2 rooms for them? That was way too outrageous. Elena hadn't expected that not only would Yi Chang accept her polite offer, but he'd also be so decisive booking the rooms without even asking for their opinion and even making sure they were close to his. Yi Chang, acting as if he didn't notice their death stares, smiled and said, this hotel has a great environment. Since you two are sending me off tomorrow, of course, I have to make sure you have a comfortable place to stay. Wow, thank you so much. Elena gritted her teeth. This man never played by the rules. Where were the refined manners of a traditional Chinese gentleman? But in the end, she could only accept reality. With a charming smile, she said, then, thank you, Mr. Yi. Dongfang Jingjing puffed up in anger. This man was too devious. But for her CEO's sake, she had no choice but to accept. Soon, the rooms were booked, and the waiter returned with the keycards, handing them to Yi Chang and informing him of the room numbers. Yi Chang took the keycards and handed them to the 2 women. Dongfang Jingjing immediately said, CEO, let's share a room. Elena blinked and smiled. No need. Let's not waste Mr. Ye's generosity. I prefer staying alone anyway. Dongfang Jingjing felt completely defeated. She had only suggested sharing a room so she could protect Elena. What if that man tried to sneak into her room at night and defile her? Didn't Elena understand the risk? And what did she mean she preferred staying alone? She never used to be like this. Fuming, the little secretary started drinking aggressively. As long as she drank all the wine, Elena wouldn't get drunk. At the same time, she kept cursing Yi Cheng in her heart. It was all his fault. Why did he even come to Beijing? And if he had to come, why did he have to invite Elena? It was so obvious that he had bad intentions. Yi Cheng noticed Dongfang Jingjing gulping down drink after drink and raised an eyebrow in surprise. This girl could really drink? Elena saw Yi Cheng's confusion and explained, Jingjing has an excellent alcohol tolerance. Don't underestimate her. Yi Cheng was speechless. Even so, this isn't how you should be drinking. Deciding to ignore the little secretary, he continued eating with Elena. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jingjing unknowingly finished an entire bottle of wine by herself. Yi Cheng had no choice but to order another bottle and reminded her, don't drink too much. Dongfang Jingjing huffed, I will drink. I'll drink you into bankruptcy. That'll teach you to bully Elena. Then, she snatched the new bottle and continued drinking. Elena gave Yi Cheng a helpless look. Yi Cheng chuckled and shook his head. This girl was so naive. He continued chatting with Elena, and as the alcohol took effect, a beautiful blush spread across her cheeks, making her look even more captivating. By the time they reached 7:30 p.m., Dongfang Jingjing suddenly slumped forward onto the table. She wasn't getting back up. Both Elena and Yi Cheng were startled. Elena quickly leaned in to check on her secretary. Jingjing? Jingjing? Dongfang Jingjing's face was flushed, her eyes hazy. She mumbled in a slurred voice, Elena, don't be with that bastard. If you do, I'll fight him. I'm yours. Yi Cheng and Elena locked eyes. Elena's face turned red. Jingjing's words sounded very misleading. Quickly, she explained, Jingjing must be exhausted. She walked all day and drank too much. Yi Cheng chuckled and didn't comment further. He nodded. All right, let's take her upstairs to rest. You're full, right? I'm full. Let's go. Yi Cheng called the waiter over. We're done here. The waiter nodded. Have a pleasant evening. Elena found it odd that the waiter never asked for payment. Throughout the entire meal, the staff had been unusually respectful toward Yi Cheng. He hadn't even needed to provide an ID when booking the rooms earlier. Could it be that Yi Cheng had some connection to this hotel? She remembered that this hotel was owned by Longtum Group, a financial giant even the Mohang family had to respect. What kind of status did Yi Cheng have that made the Grand Hyatt treat him like a VIP? Curiosity sparked in her heart. But instead of asking directly, she simply helped support Dongfang Jingjing and followed Yi Cheng upstairs. Taking the elevator to the top floor, Yi Cheng helped Elena bring the drunk Dongfang Jingjing into her room. The room had a separate bedroom and living area, so Elena took Dongfang Jingjing into the bedroom to clean her up, remove some of her clothes, and tuck her into. Even though she was the CEO and Dongfang Jingjing was her secretary, their special relationship made it natural for her to take care of her like this. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the view outside. The window overlooked the hotel's interior, which was designed to resemble a tropical rainforest. There was also a pool, where a few people were still swimming. After a while, Elena walked out of the bedroom and stood beside Yi Cheng, gazing at the scene outside with him. Mr. Yi, you were really bad today, she said with a slightly resentful tone. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. The room lights were off, and the only illumination came from the faint glow outside. In the dim light, the contrast of light and shadow on this exotic beauty's face made her look even more alluring. Yi Cheng chuckled and asked, how so? Elena placed a hand on Yi Cheng's shoulder, then looked back out the window. You used the board member position to blackmail me and then did those things to me. That's not very gentlemanly. Didn't you say last time that you were a gentleman? Yi Cheng smirked and placed his hand on the back of Elena's hand, which was resting on his shoulder. Today? Wasn't it you who seduced me first? Elena froze for a moment, then quickly withdrew her hand, glaring at him playfully. What seduction? Mr. Yi, you really don't know how to talk. Yi Cheng didn't mind. This woman played hot and cold, she set fires but never let them burn. Fine, let her keep playing. He could enjoy the benefits along the way. Miss Elena, how long do you plan to stay in China? Yi Cheng asked. Elena replied, for life. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Not going back to Eagle Nation? Never. Elena lifted her chin and said firmly, never? So, are you planning to marry here? Find a Chinese man? Sorry, but I don't believe in marriage, Elena said proudly. Yi Chang smirked. Yeah, right. This is just about your preferences, not some anti-marriage belief. Suddenly, Elena turned to him with a breathtaking smile and asked, unless Mr. Yi wants to marry me? If it's you, I might consider it. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow and said, you're a foreigner. My family wouldn't accept that. Elena wasn't disappointed. She just let out a soft hmph and muttered in English, Chinese men. Yi Chang caught it and asked, what do you mean by that? You don't even understand English? Elena thought he was asking about the words she had spoken. Yi Chang was speechless. His English wasn't perfect, but he definitely understood Chinese men. But now that he thought about it, why hadn't the system ever given him a language proficiency upgrade? System, you never triggered the option. Fine, I'll reward you one now. Option 1, ask Elena what she meant. Reward, master level English proficiency. Option 2, smack Elena's but to express dissatisfaction with her doubting your English skills. Reward, master level language proficiency, all languages. Yi Chang, so the system does give out rewards? But this second option was way too wild. Fine, mastering English was great, but mastering all languages? That was on another level. He had no choice but to pick the second option. He smirked and said, take a guess. Guess? Elena was confused. Then, she saw Yi Chang raise his hand and suddenly smack her from behind. Smack! Her round hips, tightly wrapped in the bodycon dress, jiggled slightly from the impact, showing just how firm and bouncy they were. Yi Chang's eyes lit up. Damn! That was some amazing texture. Elena's face instantly flushed red. She clutched her backside and glared at Yi Chang in outrage. You! Don't question my language skills. Otherwise, you'll be very surprised, Yi Chang said casually as he withdrew his hand. At that moment, the system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level language proficiency. Immediately, Yi Chang felt his mind fill with knowledge of countless languages, including an even deeper mastery of his own native tongue. This wasn't just about speaking fluently, it also enhanced his ability to be persuasive, articulate, and utterly smooth with words. Yi Chang's eyes flickered with amusement. Then, in flawless English, he said, I was just asking what exactly you meant by Chinese men. Elena was still fuming from the smack. Her backside was still tingling, he had really hit her hard. If she got the chance, she swore she'd make this guy kneel before her and lick her feet, just like Jing did. As for his sudden display of perfect English, she didn't think too much about it. She simply humphed and said, Chinese men are all good little boys who listen to their families. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. So that's what she meant. It's called tradition. Do you even understand that? You say you love Chinese culture, yet you don't even get this? Humph, Elena scoffed, shifting her gaze toward the pool. By now, it was 8 p.m., and it seemed like the pool had closed. Everyone was getting out. Suddenly, Elena smirked and asked, Mr. Yi, do you feel like going for a swim with me? Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Elena's body. That figure, would be a crime not to put in a bikini. He smiled and said, of course I'd love to. Elena pouted slightly. But it looks like the pool is closed. Do they still let people swim? Yi Chang said calmly, I'll have them reopen it. But... He looked her up and down with a smirk. Isn't it better that it's closed? That way, it's just the two of us. Would Miss Elena mind that? Of course not. Elena's sultry eyes seemed to pierce right through him. Did this man really have the power to make the hotel open the pool just for them? Yi Chang didn't think much of it. He simply walked over to the bedside phone, picked it up, and called the front desk. This is Yi Chang. Is your pool closed? 8:30 p.m. is closing time? Alright, in a bit, my friend and I will be coming down to swim. Keep it empty, don't let anyone else in. Good. Make sure it's completely cleared out. No lifeguards or staff needed. Oh, and send up one women's swimsuit and one men's swim trunks. Sizes? Yi Chang turned and glanced at Elena. Then he said, for the men's, I'm over 1.8 meters tall, just pick a size that fits. For the women's, around 1.75 meters. Send up a few different styles. After hanging up, Yi Chang turned to Elena and smiled. Just wait a little. Elena blinked and asked, who exactly are you? Why does this hotel listen to your every word? Me? What identity? Yi Chang chuckled. Take a guess. Elena pondered for a moment. I remember that the Grand Hyatt Hotel is owned by Longting Group. Do you have some kind of connection with them? Yi Chang shrugged. Keep guessing. Even if you're right, I won't tell you. Elena glared at him in frustration. After spending the whole day with this man, she felt like she was completely out of her depth. And yet, the more he played hard to get, the more she wanted to dig into his background, especially now that it seemed connected to Longteng Group. Biting her red lips, she stepped forward, suddenly wrapping her arms around Yi Chang's arm. In a soft, seductive voice, she asked, "Then what would it take for you to tell me?" Yi Chang glanced down at the two massive things pressing dangerously close to his arm and said calmly, "Let me see what swimsuit you choose later when we go swimming, and I'll consider telling you." Then, without hesitation, he pulled his arm free and walked over to the sofa, sitting down to wait for the hotel staff to deliver the swimwear. This man, Elena was fuming. He's so shameless. He even wanted to see what she was going to wear? Might as well go down wearing nothing at all, right? Pervert. She let out an annoyed humph, then plopped down on the other sofa, refusing to look at him. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Yi Chang got up and opened it. Outside, a hotel staff member stood with a bag in hand and said, "Mr. Yi, here is the swimwear you requested. Since we weren't sure what kind of swimsuit the lady would prefer, we brought 15 different sets." Yi Chang nodded and took the bag. "Thank you." After closing the door, he pulled out his swim trunks and tossed the rest of the bag toward Elena. "Go change." Elena hesitated, shot him another glare, then took the bag and headed into the bathroom. Yi Chang casually waited on the sofa. About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. First, a fair, round leg stepped out. Then, a stunningly white and curvy figure appeared at the doorway. Yi Chang's gaze was instantly drawn to her. His eyes lit up. Damn! This woman really went for it. She had actually chosen a bikini. The white bandeau top had only 2 pieces of fabric connected by nothing but thin transparent straps. It was insanely revealing. The deep valley between her ample curves ran all the way down, completely unbroken. Yi Chang took a deep breath. Melon-shaped. Absolute perfection. His gaze drifted downward. A simple triangle bottom, dangerously small. This swimsuit was definitely not designed for someone with her body type. Elena put on a seductive expression and asked, "Well, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chang changed into another one. Elena was stunned. She bit her lower lip and looked both embarrassed and frustrated. "What, this still isn't good enough for you? Might as well let me go completely naked." "You misunderstood. I'm very satisfied." Extremely satisfied, Yi Chang quickly waved his hand. "But something like this, you should only wear it for me. No need to wear it outside." Elena froze. So she had gotten the wrong idea. But based on what she knew about Chinese men, was Yi Chang treating her as his woman? Was that why he didn't want her to go out in this? She suddenly smirked. Back in her home country, this kind of possessiveness was rare, but in China, it was very common. Well, after all these years in China, she had somewhat embraced the culture. With a teasing smile, she blew Yi Chang a flirty kiss. Seeing the way his eyes burned at her, her own cheeks turned a little red. She quickly twisted her body and hurried back into the bathroom to change. A while later, she stepped out in a relatively more conservative swimsuit. A one-piece, high-cut, with a plunging neckline that still showed off some cleavage. The back was completely open, held together by only a few thin straps, revealing her flawless skin. Her waist was bare on both sides, and her long, slender legs were fully exposed. Her body was flawless, no scars, no blemishes. Yi Chang stared for a moment before standing up. "This one works. Wait for me to change, and then we'll go." He grabbed his swim trunks and headed toward the bathroom. As he walked past Elena, she accidentally bumped into him. Yi Chang narrowed his eyes and smacked her ass again. This time, the sensation was even better. "Ah!" Elena yelped, clutching her backside and shooting him a very aggrieved look. "This guy hits hard." After changing, Yi Chang left his clothes in his room and met up with Elena again. Both of them put on bathrobes and took the elevator downstairs. A hotel staff member was already waiting for them. Upon seeing the two of them step out, the employee couldn't help but be envious of their looks. Then, he respectfully guided them to the pool entrance. "Mr. Yi, the pool has been cleared. No one else will enter until you leave. Our pool water is changed weekly. Today happens to be the fresh water day, so it's very clean. However, since it's nighttime, the water might be cold. Please be careful and avoid cramping." As he spoke, he pulled out a communication device from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chang. "This is a communicator. If you need anything, just use this, and we'll provide assistance." Yi Chang nodded, took the device, briefly examined how to use it, then entered the pool area with Elena. The staff member left and shut the entrance behind them. Seeing the extreme level of service Yi Chang was receiving, like he was the boss of this place, Elena finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. She asked again, "Mr. Yi, now will you tell me who you really are? What's your connection to the Grand Hyatt?" Yi Chang simply smiled and kept up his act. "Take a guess." Elena clenched her fists. "This man. Why did he always do this? The more he teased her, the more she had to know. You're unbelievable. You promised to tell me, she huffed angrily. I never promised, Yi Cheng shrugged. I only said I'd consider it. Do you even understand what consider means? Elena glared at him. Petty bastard. Looking at that infuriatingly handsome face, she couldn't hold back anymore. She reached out and hit him just a light slap on the arm. How dare he mess with her? Did he not know who she was? She was a Mahong family woman. But Yi Cheng easily caught her tiny fist and pulled her forward, wrapping an arm around her waist. Yi Cheng's hand slipped inside Elena's bathrobe, resting on her bare waist where the swimsuit didn't cover. Elena, not getting what she wanted, immediately started struggling. Let go of me, you bastard. But Yi Cheng held her tightly, refusing to release her. In a low voice, he said, stop moving. Be good. Maybe if I'm in a good mood later, I'll tell you. You think I'd fall for your tricks again? Elena scoffed coldly. Her eyes flickered toward his chest, spotting his two sensitive points. Without hesitation, she reached out and pinched one of them. F***ck. Yi Cheng snapped. He immediately smacked her hand away and glared at her viciously. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Before she could react, he grabbed both of her wrists, lifted her into his arms, and swiftly carried her over to a lounge chair by the pool. Sitting down, he placed her across his lap and started spanking her. Oh. Stop. Oh my god. Elena, who had been speaking Mandarin all along, was now switching to English under the shock. Smack. 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 After several slaps, Yi Cheng reluctantly withdrew his hand. Elena's perky ass had the best feel, perfectly round, with the advantage of her body's natural proportions. A true racial blessing. Elena's face was so red it looked like she could bleed. Now, she finally understood how Dongfang Jingjing felt every time she spanked her at night. But she never thought she'd experience it herself. Glaring at Yi Cheng in anger, she fumed. This damn Chinese man. He was too evil. Yi Cheng, she shouted in frustration. I'm going to sue you for harassment. Yi Cheng simply shrugged. Board member position. Don't think that just because of that, I'll keep compromising. Yi Cheng turned to her lazily and sighed. Fine. I'll add 0.5% more shares. Elena immediately froze. What did you just say? 0.5% shares? You're not lying? Yi Cheng chuckled. Of course not. We can even sign a contract. Elena was stunned. Would he really be that generous? Even 1% of Mohang Bank's shares was worth tens of billions of dollars. 0.5% was still worth billions. And just for spanking her? Should she let him spank her a little longer? But Yi Cheng wasn't that generous. He raised a finger and shook it. Of course, there are conditions. What conditions? First, I'll be giving the shares in installments. We both know how valuable these shares are. For the first 6 months, I'll only give you 0.01% of the shares. Don't get mad yet, even 0.01% is worth tens of millions of dollars. Do you know any other man who would pay that much just for spanking a woman? Seeing Elena's face twist in frustration at the tiny initial percentage, Yi Cheng motioned for her to calm down. As for the remaining shares, I'll give them to you over 5 years. However, your shares will not have voting rights. You'll still be my board representative, but if you ever sell your shares, you can only sell them to me. I also have the right to forcefully repurchase them at any time. That's about it. Elena's eyes widened. Then how is this different from your own shares? Yi Cheng replied, you can sell them to me, which means you can turn them into cash. I don't need money. Still better than having no shares, right? Yi Cheng smirked. Then, he casually sat back down next to her, slipped his hand back inside her bathrobe, and shamelessly groped her waist. And of course, I might consider making those shares fully yours in the future, but that depends on your performance. Elena grabbed his wandering hand, narrowed her eyes, and asked, what kind of performance? Yi Cheng didn't answer. Instead, he pulled his hand away, stood up, and right in front of Elena removed his bathrobe. Elena instinctively covered her chest. What are you doing? But the moment she saw his body, her eyes widened. Before this, Yi Cheng had been wearing his bathrobe, with the belt tied securely. She hadn't seen anything underneath. Now that she did, she had to admit this man's physique was insanely attractive. She had seen muscular men before, but none had Yi Cheng's level of perfection. His abs, his chest, his Adonis belt. Every muscle was perfectly proportioned, symmetrical, and sculpted like a masterpiece. A walking piece of art. Seeing Elena's stunned expression, Yi Cheng smirked. Then, he casually threw his bathrobe at her. Turning away, he walked to the pool's edge, splashed some water onto himself to adjust to the temperature, stretched a little, then took a deep breath and dived in. Elena watched his strong figure disappear beneath the water. Holding his bathrobe in her arms, she could still feel its warmth. Before she realized it, she subconsciously brought it to her nose and took a sniff. The moment she caught herself, her face turned bright red. She quickly tossed the bathrobe aside, feeling completely conflicted. She began questioning herself. Did she like the scent of men or women? No, was it Yi Chang's scent or a woman's? Because right now, she realized she only had these weird feelings toward Yi Chang. The combination of his charm aura and permanent affection buff was just too overpowering. Even her orientation was starting to change. She sat there, thinking for a full minute. But then, something felt off. Wait, why hadn't Yi Chang surfaced yet? She hadn't seen his head come up for air even once. It had been a long time. She immediately sat up, scanning the water. The lighting was dim, making it hard to see below the surface. She started getting anxious. Where was he? Yi Chang, where are you? Chang? Don't scare me. Still, no familiar head popped up from the water. She paced nervously along the poolside, unsure what to do. Yi Chang, come out. Biting her lip, she quickly removed her bathrobe and jumped into the water. Instead of wasting time calling for help, she'd rather go find him herself. She was an excellent swimmer. She had grown up swimming in her oceanfront villa and private pools. Even though it had been a while since she last swam, her skills hadn't faded. Like a mermaid, she moved gracefully through the water. The surface reflected light, making it difficult to see from above, but underwater, things were slightly clearer, though visibility was still low. She swam across the pool, searching. This was just a standard rectangular pool, no obstacles. Where the hell had that man gone? Surfacing for a breath, she shivered slightly. She hadn't prepared herself for the cold water, and now her body was struggling to adjust. She bit her lip. Had something actually happened to Yi Chang? Wasn't there a saying that bad people live the longest? No, why was she so worried about him? It must be because he had promised her those shares. Yes, that was definitely the reason. Yi Chang, come out. Stop hiding, she yelled anxiously. But just then, she suddenly felt two strong hands grab her ankles from underwater. Ah! Elena let out a startled cry and quickly looked down into the water, but the dim lighting made it hard to see anything clearly. At the same time, she felt those hands move up from her ankles, sliding along her calves, then her thighs, her waist, before finally stopping. A moment later, she heard the sound of water breaking behind her. The hands that had been on her waist now moved up to her stomach, and strong, powerful arms wrapped around her. Was Miss Elena worried about me just now? A deep, masculine voice whispered near her ear. Yi Chang's handsome face appeared from behind, resting against her smooth, fair shoulder. Elena's face instantly turned red. She turned her head and, upon seeing his face, felt an inexplicable wave of relief. But as soon as she processed his words, her instinct was to deny it. What nonsense! You said you were giving me shares billions of dollars. Of course, I had to worry. Otherwise, where would my money go? Really? Yi Chang's large hands began moving, pressing her even closer to him. His bare chest was now completely against her nearly exposed back. Elena could even feel a certain burning hot object pressing against her. No! Her breath hitched, and her eyes turned hazy. Yi Chang brushed her golden hair aside and took in the scent of her delicate neck. After an intense underwater exchange, Yi Chang finally let go of the alluring beauty in his arms. If it weren't for the fact that this was a public place, even an entire pool of cold water wouldn't have been enough to douse the fire in his chest. Scooping up Elena's now weak and soft body, he carried her out of the water and onto the poolside. They each settled onto a lounge chair. Yi Chang turned his head and said, "Elena, come to my place tonight." Elena, still catching her breath, instantly understood what he meant. She quickly shook her head. No way. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. No? But you seemed to enjoy yourself just now. Elena's face turned even redder. Back when she played around with Dongfang Jingjing, she had never felt embarrassed. But this was the first time she had been so physically close to a man. For the first time, she understood what shyness felt like and something else she couldn't quite explain. But when it came to actually crossing that line with a man, she still hesitated. This sudden awareness of her own hesitation made her frustrated. She needed to regain control. How could she let this man dominate her? Especially a man several years younger than her. She was already 27. Quickly adjusting her mindset, she returned to her usual confident self. Her eyes gleamed with seductive mischief as she looked at Yi Chang. Well, it's not entirely impossible. Yi Chang caught the change in her demeanor and smirked. Oh, she's playing games again? Fine. He'd play along. After all, she was staying in his hotel. Even if she didn't come to his room, what was stopping him from getting her room key from the front desk? Judging by how things were going, if this wasn't a public place, he would have already taken things to the next level. He smiled. And what do I need to do? You still haven't answered my question, have you? Elena rested a hand on his shoulder, her own lips curling into a teasing smile. This Grand Hyatt Hotel, what's your relationship with it? Are you really connected to Lonton Group? Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Why is she so obsessed with my background? Chuckling, he grabbed the delicate hand on his shoulder and kissed the back of it. I haven't decided if I want to tell you yet, but if you come over tonight, maybe I will. Elena shot him an annoyed glare. This man. He wouldn't make a move until he saw real benefits. Did he not know that sometimes you have to sacrifice a little to win big? So frustrating. Her eyes flickered with an idea. Rising from her lounge chair, she climbed onto his, straddling him with her knees on either side of his thighs. Her hands rested beside his head as she leaned in, looking down at him seductively. If you tell me first, she murmured, I promise I'll come over tonight. Yi Chang didn't even try to hide where he was looking. His gaze openly lingered on the swaying melon-sized objects in front of him. Don't try to negotiate with me. We haven't signed the contract for your shares yet either, have we? Elena fumed. Couldn't this guy give her a little leeway? She had already let him take so much advantage of her. Just one last step, and he still wouldn't budge? Evil capitalist. Annoyed, she covered her chest, refusing to let him look anymore. Then, with a huff, she flipped off of him and jumped straight into the deep end of the pool. The deep end ranged from 1.6 to 1.8 meters, a standard depth. Elena was 1.75 meters tall, slightly shorter than the deepest part, but Yi Chang wasn't worried. He had already seen her swimming skills, there was no way she'd drown in a hotel pool. Still, he kept his eyes on her just in case. With his beyond normal vision, even in the dim water, he could faintly make out her shape moving through the depths. Then, he noticed something. Elena had deliberately swum to the farthest corner of the pool, somewhere just outside of his line of sight. She wasn't moving anymore, just hiding. Every now and then, she peeked out to check if he was looking for her. Yi Chang chuckled. Oh, so she wants to play ghost in the water? Nice try. That only works when I do it. He decided to let her play her little game. But a few minutes later, Elena, still hiding in the corner, started feeling disappointed. Yi Chang hadn't come looking for her at all. In fact, he wasn't paying attention at all. A hint of sadness crept into her heart. This bastard, he didn't care about her at all. And yet she was panicking for him earlier. Men are all the same. She scoffed and lost interest in hiding. Besides, staying in cold water for so long was making her shiver. And the night breeze wasn't helping. Might as well swim a bit more and call it a night. Even if she never found out his real identity, she wouldn't let him win. As for those stupid shares, who cares? By tomorrow, he'd be gone. And after some time, she'd just forget about him. They would go back to being strictly business partners. Diving back into the water, she pushed off the wall like a mermaid, planning to swim a few laps. She finished one lap quickly. Every now and then, she lifted her head, but Yi Chang still wasn't looking her way. Her disappointment deepened. Was everything today just a waste? Frustrated, she swam even faster. 1 lap. 2 laps. By the 4th lap, she reached the center of the deep end. She had never been afraid of the depth before, but a sharp pain suddenly shot through her calf. A cramp. She knew how to handle muscle cramps while swimming, but she hadn't practiced in a long time. And after swimming multiple laps in the cold, exhaustion had set in. For the first time, panic set in. Her body began sinking. She frantically slapped the water, trying to stay afloat, but she was completely out of strength. She was terrified. The water rose over Elena's mouth, preventing her from calling for help. Instead, she inhaled through her nose and choked on the water, swallowing several mouthfuls. Despair began to settle in. Countless images flashed through her mind, but instead of her family or even Dongfang Jingjing, the face she saw the most was that of that heartless man. But just then, she caught sight of a strong figure on the poolside. Yi Chang had suddenly sprung up from the lounge chair, bare feet slamming against the ground as he dashed toward her. Then, he leaped. A sliver of hope rekindled in her heart. Moments earlier, when Elena had left the corner of the pool and started swimming, Yi Chang had been keeping an eye on her the whole time. When he saw her finally swim out from her hiding spot, he knew she had lost patience. He smirked to himself. Elena still lacks endurance. If she had just waited a little longer or stopped sneaking glances at him, he probably would have started worrying after a while. Still, he continued watching her out of the corner of his eye, intending to call the hotel staff for a bottle of red wine and some late-night snacks. Swimming? Watching a beautiful woman swim was much more enjoyable. Seeing Elena move through the water like a mermaid, Yi-chung found himself quite entertained. She wasn't taking any breaks, swimming back and forth without stopping. That surprised him, he hadn't expected her to be this good. But on her fourth lap, as she reached the deepest part of the pool, she suddenly stopped. Her arms flailed slightly, making only small splashes. Yi-chang immediately sensed something was wrong. At first, he thought she was trying another trick to get his attention. But then, he saw the pained expression on her face, completely genuine. His heart dropped. She had cramped up. Then, as if confirming his thoughts, the system's voice chimed in. Beauty is cramping and in distress. As a man, how can you allow this to happen? Option 1, ignore her and do nothing. Reward, ruthless attribute plus 10. Option 2, rescue her. Reward, master level athleticism plus heroic aura. Yi-chang didn't even bother responding. There was no need to think, the answer was obvious. He tossed his phone aside and ran. As he sprinted toward the pool, he untied and discarded his bathrobe in one fluid motion. At the edge of the water, he leaped. Even barefoot, his explosive jumping power was on full display. Elena had been swimming across the pool's width around 30 meters, and she was roughly at the midpoint, about 15 meters from the edge. Yet, Yi-chang's horizontal jump covered nearly 8 meters in one go. For reference, the world record for the long jump with a running start was only about 9 meters. Factoring in the height difference between the poolside and the water's surface, by the time he entered the pool, he was already just a few meters away from Elena. Even though he didn't have professional swimming skills, his sheer physical power alone allowed him to reach her in seconds. In no time, he wrapped an arm around Elena's waist and lifted her, supporting her beneath her. He pushed her upward, making sure her head was above water. The moment she felt those strong, familiar arms, a sense of safety washed over her. All her panic melted away. She didn't struggle at all. Instead, she clung to him like an octopus, arms around his neck, body pressed tightly against him, unwilling to let go even a little. Yi-chang, seeing how she had calmed down, felt slightly relieved. Rescuing someone while swimming was most dangerous when they panicked and flailed uncontrollably. Luckily, the depth of this pool wasn't much of a challenge for him. Holding her securely, he swam toward the edge. Once there, he tried setting her down. She was tall enough to stand in this area. But she still wouldn't let go. Even her legs were now wrapped around his waist. Yi-chang was momentarily stunned. Alright, you're safe now. You can let go. Elena didn't respond. She coughed a few times, throat sore from swallowing water, her entire body trembling from the cold. Yi-chang gently patted her back, feeling a rare sense of sympathy. I should have just pretended to be worried earlier. Then she wouldn't have ended up like this. Seeing that she wasn't letting go, he sighed and simply carried her out of the pool. Climbing up the ladder with one arm while holding Elena in the other, he stepped onto the poolside. Still cradling her delicate frame, he made his way to the lounge chairs. Once there, he gently placed her down. All right, Elena. You can let go now. You're safe. After a moment of hesitation, Elena finally reluctantly released him. Yi-chang grabbed her bathrobe and draped it over her shoulders. Elena clutched the robe tightly, trying to warm herself, but it wasn't nearly as warm as his body. She couldn't help but blame him. Why wasn't he holding her anymore? He had been so eager to touch her earlier, wasn't he enjoying it? Then, she suddenly remembered, he didn't even seem worried when she disappeared underwater. Her heart clenched. The overwhelming sense of helplessness she had felt while sinking. Drowning wasn't just painful, it was terrifying. Tears welled up in her eyes. Yi-chang had just retrieved his own bathrobe when he noticed her shoulders shaking slightly. At first, he thought she was still shivering from the cold. But when he listened closely, she was crying. He was shocked. Quickly, he sat beside her and asked, "Why are you crying?" "You're safe now, there's nothing to be scared of." Elena kept her head down, burying her face between her knees. Her shoulders trembled as she continued sobbing. Yi-chang felt a little helpless. During the day, this woman had been so seductive, sly like a cunning little fox. But now, she looked so vulnerable, so pitiful. After thinking for a moment, he sighed and pulled her into his arms again. Feeling his warmth surround her once more, Elena immediately wrapped her arms around him tightly. She clung to him like a child, absorbing his body heat, her soft cries turning into muffled whimpers. Yi-chang gently patted her back. "All right, don't cry. I'm here. You're safe." He then whispered, "Let's go back to the room." Scooping her up again, he started walking. Once more, her legs instinctively wrapped around his waist. Yi-chang sighed. Grabbing his discarded phone, he checked the screen. The tempered glass protector was cracked, but the phone itself was fine. Good. Replacing a brand new phone would have been annoying. With Elena still clinging to him, he walked toward the pool exit. A hotel staff member saw them coming out, with Elena still in his arms, and was visibly stunned. What exactly had happened in there? Since Yi Chang had ordered the surveillance cameras to be disabled, no one had been able to see inside the pool area. Only these two knew what had taken place. But seeing the shivering foreign beauty in his arms, tears still in her eyes, the staff member couldn't help but imagine things. Ignoring them, Yi Chang stepped into the elevator and went up to their floor. Since he used an internal passage, no one else saw Elena's current state. Reaching their rooms, he paused in front of his door. Then, he looked down at Elena. "Tonight, stay with me?" Elena didn't answer. She simply tightened her grip on him. That was all the answer he needed. Yi Chang opened the door and stepped inside. Entering the room, Yi Chang closed the door behind them. Still holding Elena, he carried her straight to the bathroom and began filling the tub with hot water. After adjusting the temperature, he stepped out to wait. Standing in the living room, he looked down at the beauty in his arms. Elena's face was still a bit pale, though noticeably rosier than when she first came out of the water. The faint weakness on her features gave her a delicate and fragile beauty. She clung tightly to Yi Chang, unwilling to leave the warmth of his body. "Elena, do you feel better?" He sat down on the sofa, adjusting himself slightly to avoid any discomfort caused by her curvaceous figure pressing against him. Gently patting her back, he continued to comfort her. Looking at her soft lips, still trembling, he shook his head. A woman is always a woman. No matter her orientation, when faced with danger, she still felt fear. And when in need of comfort, she still sought the embrace of a man. His pats gradually turned into soft caresses, trying to ease her emotions. Elena slowly lifted her head, looking at him, eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Yi Chang was startled. He reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. "Stop crying. I told you, when I'm here, nothing will happen to you. I was watching you the entire time. No matter what happens, I'll always be the first to save you." Hearing his words, Elena bit her lip lightly and finally spoke a single word. "Liar." She said it in English. Yi Chang blinked. "Ha? How am I a liar? You ignored me for minutes when I disappeared, yet you claim you were watching me the whole time." "When you disappeared, I was so worried about you," she mumbled. Even though Yi Chang had rushed to save her the moment he realized she was in danger, she couldn't forget those few minutes of disappointment, the first time she had ever wanted a man to worry about her. Yi Chang? He thought back. She disappeared for minutes? Oh, was she talking about when she was hiding in the pool corner, sneaking glances at him? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So she wasn't crying because of nearly drowning, she was crying because of that? Reaching out, he cupped her face and gently pinched her cheek. "You were hiding in the corner of the pool, weren't you? Sneaking peeks at me, thinking I wouldn't notice?" Elena froze. He knew? So, it wasn't that he didn't care about her disappearing? She had completely misunderstood him? The bit of disappointment she had felt toward him vanished instantly, only embarrassment and shyness remained. But before she could feel awkward, Yi Chang pulled her back into his arms, wrapping her in his warmth once more. Her curvaceous figure felt like a priceless treasure in his embrace. He couldn't help but savor the moment. Resting his chin on her smooth, delicate shoulder, he whispered in her ear, "Foolish woman, what were you thinking all day? From the moment you entered the water, I never took my eyes off you. No matter where you were, I knew. No matter what happened, I would have noticed. So don't have such silly thoughts. Also, now that I've kissed you, you're mine. I don't care whether you like men or women." Yi Chang abruptly stopped mid-sentence. **T. He slipped up. His eyes darted to Elena's face. Her entire face turned bright red in an instant. The previous pale complexion from the cold? Gone. Now, she was burning with embarrassment because her little secret had been exposed. "You?" she wanted to ask when he found out. But before she could, Yi Chang smirked and continued. "Doesn't matter. You're already my woman now. You should know how possessive Chinese men are about their women." Elena stared at him, heart pounding wildly. Even when she was with women, she had never felt such an electrifying sensation before. Yi Chang noticed her dazed expression. Looks like my words completely shook her up. Well, at least it distracted her from the earlier incident. Suddenly, he remembered the bathtub was still filling with water. It should be ready by now. Scooping Elena up once more, he carried her back to the bathroom. The tub was full. He placed her down, turned off the faucet, and checked the water temperature. Perfect. He turned to Elena. "All right, get in and warm up. I'll go grab you some clothes." But Elena was still staring at him, her eyes filled with longing. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Was this woman falling for him? His lips curled into a smirk. Damn, he had actually turned her straight. I'll step out now, he said casually. Call me when you're done. I'll bring your clothes. With that, he left the bathroom. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered he had received system rewards earlier but hadn't checked them yet. One was master-level athleticism, meaning he was now a master in every sport. With his superhuman physique, he could break any world record with ease. The other was the hero's aura. Yi Cheng frowned. What's the effect of hero's aura? System. Hero's aura, any person saved by the host will become completely devoted to him. Men will be unwaveringly loyal. Women will develop varying degrees of romantic attachment. Additionally, hero's aura enhances the effects of the charm aura tenfold on those rescued. Yi Cheng's eyes widened. Devoted? Charm aura enhanced tenfold? His charm aura already had tripled the effect on women, so now, with hero's aura, it was 30 times stronger? Just as he processed this, he felt a warm, delicate body suddenly embrace him from behind. He turned his head only for soft, red lips to crash into his. Elena pulled him forcefully into her arms, locking her lips onto his. For a moment, Yi Cheng was stunned. Then, he quickly reacted. Turning fully toward her, he wrapped his arms around her voluptuous body and deepened the kiss. Their bathrobes slipped away. Only a swimsuit and swim trunks remained between them. Slowly, their intertwined figures moved toward the bathtub. Elena, caught up in the heat of the moment, accidentally slipped into the warm water. The soothing heat only amplified her desire. She reached out, pulling Yi Cheng into the tub with her. The bathtub was large, easily fitting both of them. Thus began the grand battle between China and England. The Eagle Nation fell into complete disarray from the very first wave of attacks. The Chinese forces stormed the enemy's capital. Then, in the name of peacekeeping, they retreated. However, the Eagle Nation refused to let them go, trapping them from both flanks. The Chinese forces had no choice but to launch another full-scale invasion. After hundreds of rounds of battle, the two sides detonated all nuclear warheads simultaneously, as countless fireworks lit up the night sky. 3 a.m. The room next to Yi Cheng's. Dongfang Jingjing groggily woke up, holding her aching head. Ugh, where am I? She stared blankly at her surroundings, still disoriented. Then, memories of last night rushed back into her mind. Elena had been forced to side with that damn man because he had leverage over her seat on the board. Then, they had gone out for dinner, and he had even ordered alcohol. To stop Elena from getting drunk, she had kept drinking instead. Drink after drink, so long as she drank, Elena wouldn't have to. But in the end, she was the one who got completely wasted. That didn't make sense, though. Wasn't she normally great at holding her liquor? Was the wine fake? Still rubbing her temples, she slowly sat up in bed and glanced around the room. The luxurious decor told her this was a suite at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. That man must have booked this room for her. Her jaw clenched. That damn man, just because he had money, he thought he could do whatever he wanted? She gritted her teeth in anger. Then, she glanced at the clock. It was only 3 a.m. What time did I even fall asleep last night? Wait, where's Elena? She had blacked out from drinking. What about Elena? Did that bastard take advantage of her while she was drunk? Her headache was suddenly the least of her concerns. She quickly got up, but just as she was about to rush out, her bladder reminded her of something urgent. Ugh, I'll check on Elena after I use the bathroom. She ran into the restroom. But the moment she stepped inside, she froze. There were multiple swimsuits hanging inside, and they were all women's swimsuits. Some of them were still neatly packaged, but a few had already been opened. Her eyes landed on a white, two-piece swimsuit. She picked it up, her face instantly flushed red. Oh, bikini? Her mind spun. The Grand Hyatt did have a pool. Did Elena end up swimming with that damn man? Was she forced into it? Her gaze suddenly shifted to the laundry basket nearby. A pair of black lace panties and black stockings were hanging over the edge. Her breath hitched. Weren't these the ones Elena was wearing today? She wasn't even wearing these anymore. There's no way they were still swimming at this hour. It was already past 3 a.m. What happened was obvious. No. Her mind went blank. She felt like snowflakes were falling around her as a cold northern wind howled in the distance. Her world had collapsed. She no longer cared about using the bathroom. She ran back into the bedroom, grabbed her clothes, and frantically picked up her phone. Dialing Elena's number, she pressed the phone to her ear, her fingers trembling. The line rang. No one answered. Her hands shook even harder. She put down her phone, threw on her clothes, and stormed out of the room. Arriving at Elena's room, she knocked rapidly, her heart clinging to a desperate sliver of hope. Maybe Elena is actually in here. Maybe those clothes in the bathroom were just left there because she didn't want to wake me up. She knew Elena had a habit of sleeping naked sometimes. But she knocked for ages, and no one responded. Her expression turned ice cold. She turned toward Yi Chang's room. Without hesitation, she raised her fist to knock. But before she could, she heard strange noises coming from inside. Her eyes widened in shock. She trembled as she pressed her ear against the door. And then, the indecent sounds filtered through. All of her last hopes shattered completely. Her body went stiff for a moment. Then, bang, bang, bang. She pounded on the door, her voice filled with rage and grief. Open up! Open the door! Her furious shouts echoed in the hallway. If anyone saw this scene, they'd probably think she was here to catch a cheating boyfriend. Inside the room, in front of the bathroom mirror, Yi Chang stood behind Elena, his arms wrapped around her waist. Elena, do you remember what I once told you? A gentleman conceals his strength. I remember. Do you know the second half of that phrase? I don't, no. A gentleman conceals his strength, and strikes when the time is right. Yi Chang struck, but just as he was about to continue, a loud banging echoed from outside the room. Both of them froze. Who the hell is knocking this late? The bathroom was closer to the door, and with its soundproofing, Dongfang Jingjing's shouts were barely audible. Not to mention, Elena's voice completely covered it. Yi Chang frowned. Who the hell is that? He muttered irritably. Elena clutched her chest and quickly pushed him away, gasping. You go check. Yi Chang shook his head, rinsed off quickly, threw on his bathrobe, and walked to the door. Elena stayed inside the bathroom, closing the door behind her. When Yi Chang opened the door, his face was full of annoyance. What do you huh? The woman outside glared at him with pure fury. It was Dongfang Jingjing. She looked devastated, as if she had just caught her boyfriend cheating. Wait, was he the one being caught? No. Oh, she wasn't here for him. She was here for Elena. Yi Chang was speechless. He still couldn't wrap his head around the whole cheating concept when it came to two women. But how did Dongfang Jingjing find out? Then, he suddenly remembered. A faint ringtone had gone off earlier. It must have been Elena's phone. But he had been preoccupied, so he had ignored it. Did Dongfang Jingjing call Elena? Yi Chang thought about it. Then, it hit him. The swimsuits in Dongfang Jingjing's room. *T. He had been too careless. Move! Dongfang Jingjing suddenly shoved him aside and stormed inside. The moment she entered, she caught a whiff of an unmistakable scent. Her face turned even paler. Elena! She shouted, and soon after, a startled voice came from the bathroom. Jingjing? Why are you here? Dongfang Jingjing rushed to the bathroom. The door wasn't locked. She flung it open. And then, she froze. Elena looked exactly like how she used to, flustered, shy, embarrassed. Elena hadn't expected her to barge in. She had just been with Yi Chang, she knew what this must look like. Her face turned red, and she quickly covered her chest. Jingjing, go outside first. Dongfang Jingjing's voice trembled with anger. Elena, did that bastard force you? No. I did it willingly. Elena quickly explained. Dongfang Jingjing refused to believe it. It had to be coercion. There was no way Elena, who loved her, would willingly be with a man. She turned and grabbed a glass cup, then charged at Yi Chang. You bastard! Yi Chang's eyes widened. What the hell was she doing? Around 11 a.m., the next day, Yi Chang woke up from a beautiful dream, slowly opening his eyes. On either side of him lay two stunning women, one taller, one shorter. A satisfied smile curled on his lips. Which other man could be as legendary as him, turning two lesbians straight? One had surrendered to his irresistible charm, buff effect. The other had been completely conquered by his overwhelming, abilities. After all, he was a man with master-level proficiency in that area. Last night, he had also discovered an unexpected surprise. Despite being together for so long, these two women had never gone all the way due to their fear of pain. Meaning, he was the first, the sole beneficiary of their untouched innocence. Ah, what a wonderful night. Then, a sudden thought hit him. Wait, wasn't I supposed to catch a flight this morning? *T. He had completely forgotten. But then again, was catching a flight really more important than this moment? Turning to the two sleeping beauties, he kissed each of them gently on the cheek before slipping out of bed and heading to the bathroom. After freshening up, he returned to the bedroom. Elena was awake, sitting up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The moment she saw Yi Chang, her face flushed red. Memories of last night came rushing back. She had never imagined this man would be so strong. How many hours had that been? She turned to look at Dongfang Jingjing. The little secretary was still fast asleep, her delicate face resting against the pillow. There were faint tear marks on her cheeks, making her look especially fragile. After all, during the second half of the night, most of the punishment had fallen on her. Elena's gaze turned complicated. Their once exclusive relationship had been completely broken into by a man, and now, both of them had become his lovers. How absurd was that? But before she could continue thinking, Yi Cheng suddenly climbed onto the bed again. Her face paled, and she immediately waved her hands in protest. No! Don't come over, MMPH. Yi Cheng grabbed her, giving her a morning kiss before attempting to continue where they had left off. You two made me miss my flight, shouldn't you at least compensate me? I'm sore. Elena cried out. Go deal with Jingjing instead. At this moment, she didn't care about the whole lover thing anymore, she just needed to survive. Yi Cheng. Should he feel proud or offended? At that moment, Dongfang Jingjing also stirred awake. The moment she shifted, a strange feeling in her body reminded her of last night. She had come here to catch a cheater, yet she had ended up in bed with them instead. And what was even worse, by the end, she had actually enjoyed it. Realizing Yi Cheng's hungry gaze was now on her, she let out a tiny yelp and immediately hid under the blanket. As for revenge? Well, last night had also been about revenge, hadn't it? And yet, look how that turned out. Yi Cheng saw her reaction and chuckled. So much for that whole, there are no fields that tire, only oxen that die from overwork saying. He shook his head and was about to get up. But just then, his phone rang. Smacking Elena's perky backside, he said, pass me my phone. Elena grumbled but still crawled out of the blanket to grab the phone from the nightstand. Unfortunately, in the process, the blanket slipped down, revealing a stunning view. Yi Cheng thoroughly enjoyed the sight. Then, Elena glanced at the caller ID and suddenly froze. Long Kuan? Yi Cheng was also surprised. He quickly grabbed the phone. It was Uncle Long calling. Did something happen? Answering the call, he asked, Uncle Long? A deep chuckle came from the other end. How was last night? Didn't expect you to not only own Mohan Bank shares but also get involved with a Mohan woman, huh? Yi Cheng's face instantly turned red. He should have guessed this entire hotel belonged to Long Kuan. Asking about his situation was probably just a casual inquiry, but the staff must have reported everything to him. Though, they probably didn't know he had also taken down the little secretary as well. Scratching his head, he said, it was alright, I guess. Nothing special. You know, it was my first time, so I don't have much experience. Elena and Dongfang Jingjing, who were eavesdropping, both rolled their eyes. First time? Him? He had literally played them like instruments all night. Long Kuan laughed. Your first time, huh? Then you sure held up pretty damn well. Yi Cheng grinned shyly. Ha, I managed. Alright, enough nonsense. Long Kuan cleared his throat. This morning, I held a meeting with the board. Your appointment has been approved. From now on, you are officially a special executive of Longting Group. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. Thank you, Uncle Long. No need to thank me. You earned it. Since you're still in Beijing, come to headquarters this afternoon, sign the contract, and get your appointment letter. Got it. After hanging up, Yi Cheng turned and saw Elena staring at him. The next second, a soft, slender hand wrapped around his waist, her bare body pressed against him. Yi Cheng, yes, please, continue. Elena, he murmured. She leaned in close, breathing into his ear. Cheng, this Long Kuan, he's the Long Kuan, right? Yi Cheng grinned. Instead of answering, he picked her up, bit her lower lip, and whispered. The very one. Dongfang Jingjing, who had been secretly watching from the side, blushed again. But their conversation shocked her even more. Yi Cheng had ties to Long Kuan? That meant her revenge was completely hopeless. Sigh, she should just accept reality and enjoy herself instead. But wait, Yi Cheng was going back to Shanghai soon. Which meant she'd have Elena all to herself again. But Elena alone couldn't make her feel as good. She fell into deep conflict. Meanwhile, Elena's eyes sparkled as she finally got the answer she had been curious about since yesterday. She smiled. So, what's your real relationship with him? This time, Yi Cheng didn't dodge the question. Calmly, he replied. He's my uncle. Elena's gaze sharpened. And you two are close? As close as it gets. Yi Cheng said it while smirking at Dongfang Jingjing's small movements. Then, without warning, he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Ah! Jingjing yelped as she landed in his arms. One woman in each arm. The feeling was indescribable. He turned to Elena. Last night, you asked me a question. I've thought about it, I'll answer now. Long Koan is my uncle. And this hotel? Of course, it exists to serve me. Elena pouted. You bastard. You wouldn't tell me last night. She grabbed his handle. Thus, the punishment began once more. Yi Chang left the hotel feeling refreshed and energized. Meanwhile, the CEO and her secretary were still lying in bed, recovering. After all, at the moment, they could barely walk. A luxurious Pullman was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Lu Zichun greeted him as he stepped into the car. At the top floor of the hotel, behind a floor-to-ceiling window, Elena stood wrapped in a blanket, watching Yi Chang leave. She recognized that Pullman many in Beijing's elite circle did. That was Long Koan's car. Yi Chang truly had a close relationship with Long Koan. Otherwise, Long Koan wouldn't have allowed him to use his personal vehicle. But suddenly, Elena sighed. This man was leaving. Though their time together had been short, he had left a stronger impression than anyone else. Turning around, she saw Dongfang Jingjing hugging a pillow, staring blankly into space. Her legs slightly apart, walking unsteadily, she wobbled back to the bed and threw her arms around her secretary. Jingjing, have you fallen for that man? She whispered into her ear. Dongfang Jingjing froze for a moment before shaking her head frantically. How could I? That shameless man, he even forced himself on me. I hate him. I only like you. Elena chuckled. Oh, really? But last night, weren't you the one calling him husband, and even daddy? Dongfang Jingjing's face instantly turned red. You said it too, she huffed in embarrassment. Elena's face also flushed, and in frustration, she pinned the little secretary down. You dare bring that up? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? Dongfang Jingjing pouted. So, you can say it, but I can't? Elena paused. Her little secretary was actually talking back to her? You still say you don't like him. Look at you now, you even dare to argue with me. Dongfang Jingjing's face burned, and she mumbled under her breath. It's just that, you can't bring me happiness, but he can. Elena had no idea what her secretary was thinking, but she could clearly feel that something had changed. Jingjing was different now. Was she starting to think Elena wasn't as important anymore? Damn you, Yi Chang. Not only did you steal her body, now you're stealing her heart too? At that moment, her phone buzzed. It was a text message from Yi Chang. Elena, I'm heading back to Shanghai this afternoon. Come find me there within a week, I'll transfer the shares to you. Oh, and bring Jingjing too. Dongfang Jingjing climbed up and saw the message. The moment she saw her own name mentioned, her eyes lit up with joy. Elena, he wants us to go to Shanghai to find him. Elena rolled her eyes. She didn't even bother pointing out how desperate the little secretary looked. But seeing that Yi Chang hadn't forgotten about the shares, she smiled. No matter what. A man who could casually hand over shares worth billions. Who was also incredibly handsome. And, most importantly, insanely skilled in that department. Which woman could resist? Her face reddened slightly, but she quickly recovered. Check my schedule when we get back. Find an open date, I'll go then. Dongfang Jingjing nodded eagerly. As her secretary, that was her job. Yi Chang's car pulled up in front of Longting Group's headquarters. Inside the chairman's office, 3 men were already waiting. Long Koan sat behind his desk, calmly sipping tea from a Yixing clay teacup. Lu Zicheng led Yi Chang inside and introduced the others. This is Su Yunshan, a shareholder of Huajin Corporation. Huajin was the government's appointed representative within Longting Group. Yi Chang smiled and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Su. President Yi, Su Yunshan responded with a polite smile. Lu Zicheng continued, this is our group president, Guo Ning. Hello, President Guo, Yi Chang said, keeping his smile. Guo Ning nodded stiffly in response. There was clear resentment behind his polite smile, which made sense. Out of nowhere, Yi Chang had been appointed global special president, a position even higher than his. But Yi Chang wasn't bothered by his attitude. He was heading back to Shanghai soon anyway. Guo Ning had no influence over him. Lu Zicheng then gestured to the last man. And this is Chen Jinxing, our vice chairman and a major shareholder of Longtum Group. Vice chairman. And a shareholder. A heavyweight. Yi Chang nodded. Nice to meet you, Chairman Chen. Chen Jinxing was in his early 50s, slightly overweight, and had a piercing gaze. But instead of responding, he turned to Long Kuan. Chairman Long, is this the young man you personally appointed as global special president? He's so young, how will he convince others to follow him? As vice chairman, Chen Jinxing held significant power within Longtum Group. So, naturally, he had the right to question Long Kuan's decision. After all, Yi Chang, as global special president, could mobilize Longton Group's resources worldwide. The only thing he lacked was hiring and firing power. But more importantly, even Chen Jinqing couldn't control Yi Chang. Yi Chang answered only to Long Kuan, and that infuriated him. But Long Kuan remained unfazed. He simply set down his teacup, lit a cigarette, and took a slow drag before speaking. Chairman Chen, sometimes, conclusions shouldn't be made too quickly. There are things you don't know yet. And the things you don't know, I do. That's why I'm very clear on how much Yi Chang has contributed to this group. And those things are not for you to know. At least, not for now. He then turned to Lu Zicheng. Lu Zicheng immediately stepped forward. Long Kuan pulled a document from a stack of files and handed it over. Lu Zicheng took it and walked over to Yi Chang. President Yi, once you sign this, you'll officially be Global Special President of Longton Group. Yi Chang smiled. All right. Taking the pen, he skimmed through the contract, then moved to sign. Wait. Chen Jinqing suddenly spoke up. But Yi Chang ignored him. He signed his name without hesitation. Congratulations, President Yi, Lu Zicheng said respectfully. His eyes were filled with admiration. If only he had an uncle like Long Kuan, he'd be unstoppable. Thanks, Yi Chang responded with a grin. Chen Jinqing's face darkened. This 20-something-year-old brat just ignored him? President Yi, he sneered. Don't you think you're too young to handle this position? Young people should know their limits. They should understand their place. Yi Chang turned to look at him, his expression calm. Chairman Chen, he said with a smile, young people should have ambition. We should take on challenges, otherwise, what's the point of being young? Wouldn't you agree? Besides, I was appointed by Chairman Long himself, unless you have a problem with his decision? Yi Chang wasn't the least bit intimidated by this so-called Chairman Chen. In Longton Group, no one held more power or influence than Long Kuan. His authority was absolute, practically a dictatorship. With such a powerful backer, Yi Chang didn't need to worry about offending anyone. Chen Jinqing never expected Yi Chang to actually speak to him so disrespectfully. His face instantly darkened. Just as he was about to retort, Long Kuan chuckled and spoke up. Ha, Xiao Chang, you should hold back on words like that. Alright, Chairman Chen, since you're so dissatisfied with Xiao Chang, I'll now tell you one of those things you don't know about that I mentioned earlier. Long Kuan motioned for Lu Zicheng, who quickly retrieved a few documents and handed them out. Meanwhile, Long Kuan resumed sipping his tea. Lu Zicheng swiftly distributed the documents to everyone in the room. Yi Chang took one and glanced through it, his eyes immediately lit up. It was a research report on lithium-air batteries. He hadn't expected Long Kuan's lab to move so quickly. Only a day had passed, and they had already produced results. The report clearly stated that the lithium-air battery far outperformed any battery currently on the market. While more tests were needed for precise data, the experiment had already been a huge success. Yi Chang set the report down, unable to hide his excitement. Glancing at the others, he saw that all three men were visibly stunned. Chen Jinqing suddenly stood up, quickly walking over to Long Kuan. Chairman Long, is this report real? He asked urgently. Long Kuan answered calmly. I had the Beijing Science Park conduct the tests yesterday. If you have doubts, feel free to ask them yourself. Chen Jinqing clenched his fists, visibly shaken. If this battery gets released, it will instantly crush the global battery market. We could control the world's battery supply. Long Kuan nodded. Give it a few more days. Run additional tests first. Then, alert all our factories worldwide and prepare the production lines. Once we're ready, we'll announce it to the world and catch our competitors completely off guard. Understood. For major company affairs, Chen Jinqing was always serious. Su Yunxiang and Guanning were just as thrilled. As a government-appointed representative in Longton Group, Su Yunxiang knew how important this was. He immediately asked, Chairman Long, may I report this to my superiors? Long Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask me. Ask President Yi. Ask President Yi? The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Long Kuan stood up, walked over to Yi Chang, and placed a hand on his shoulder. This lithium-air battery technology, Yi Chang is the sole patent owner. His words shocked the room. They all turned to Yi Chang in disbelief. He's the only patent holder? Chen Jinqing couldn't believe it. Chairman Long, are you serious? Long Kuan nodded and patted Yi Chang's shoulder. Xiao Chang handed the research over to me personally. Otherwise, how do you think the lab produced these results so quickly? But, Chen Jinqing wanted to say something else, but Long Kuan cut him off. Enough, Chairman Chen. I tolerated your opposition during the meeting earlier, but now you need to understand something. Xiao Cheng has handed over all rights to this battery except for the patent itself and his rightful share of the profits. That means both our company and our country will benefit immensely. If you continue to oppose his appointment as global special president, then don't blame me for being impolite." Long Kuan's sharp tone sent a chill through the room. Chen Jinqing flinched. Long Kuan had always been this way, he allowed some opposition when making decisions. But the moment he provided a solid justification, continuing to argue was a mistake. Chen Jinqing knew this was now unstoppable. Even if all the shareholders united against it, they still wouldn't be able to overrule Long Kuan. Instead, he shifted his mindset. Since Yi Chang had given Longting Group control over the battery's business rights, the company now had absolute dominance over the global battery industry. A complete monopoly. This was a massive advantage. So, Chen Jinqing sighed and nodded. "I understand, Chairman Long." Then, something occurred to him. Long Kuan had said that this battery technology was just one of the things Yi Chang had contributed, which meant there were more. What else had he done? Chen Jinqing suddenly felt uneasy. Long Kuan nodded slightly. "All right, gentlemen, I'm sure you all know what to do regarding the battery now. That's all for today. Please return to your posts." The three executives nodded and left. "Xiao Lu, you go too," Long Kuan said. "I have some private matters to discuss with Xiao Chang." Lu Ziqing nodded and exited. The office door closed. Now, it was just Long Kuan and Yi Chang. Long Kuan patted Yi Chang's shoulder and spoke seriously. "Xiao Chang, I sent the warship blueprints you gave me to the military yesterday. I just got a report back. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier designs are viable. They still need further evaluation, but the potential is real." Yi Chang's eyes lit up. "That's incredible." Long Kuan nodded. "Although you don't want your involvement publicly revealed, I did secure a few benefits for you." Yi Chang watched as Long Kuan reached into a drawer and pulled out 2 ID booklets and a gun. Yi Chang froze. What the hell was a gun doing here? Long Kuan chuckled at his reaction. Then, he handed over the 2 booklets. Yi Chang took them and opened them. The first one read, People's Republic of China National Security Bureau ID. The second one, a gun permit. Both contained his photo and official seals. Completely legitimate. "So, I got all this, just for handing over some warship blueprints?" Long Kuan spoke. "Keep the gun, protect yourself. The Security Bureau ID gives you legal gun ownership. You won't have to do any actual work for them, and they won't contact you. You're just an external agent." Yi Chang felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Long." This was purely for his safety. Even with his insane combat abilities, facing an armed attacker would be difficult. Now, that problem was solved. Yi Chang stored away the 2 ID booklets. Then, Long Kuan handed over the gun. "A Glock 19, lightweight, compact, and perfect for you." He then pulled out a small bag. "This is a special carrying case. It can bypass all domestic security checks. Even though you have a gun permit, it's better to avoid trouble at security checkpoints. There's also 1 spare magazine and 75 rounds of ammo. Use them wisely." 6 p.m. A boarding gate at Shangjing Airport. Yi Chang glanced at the flight attendant while showing his first-class ticket. She smiled sweetly at him. "Dear passenger, please proceed." Carrying his bag, he walked into the jet bridge. No one around him had any idea inside his bag was a real gun. He had felt a little nervous going through security earlier, afraid of getting caught. But thankfully, the special storage case did its job. Not a single person noticed. Walking through the narrow jet bridge, he arrived at the aircraft door. He handed his ticket over again to the flight attendant at the entrance. As a first-class passenger, he was met with warm hospitality. Inside first class, under the guidance of the flight attendant, he settled into his window seat. His bag? He kept it beside him instead of placing it in the overhead compartment. After all, there was a gun inside. What if something happened mid-flight? Men tend to develop a bit of paranoia when they possess a weapon. Turning his head, he gazed out at the vast airport, waiting for takeoff. A few flight attendants stole quick glances at him. His sharp side profile and quiet demeanor had captivated them instantly. One of them approached with a glass of water. "Sir, here you go." Yi Chang took the glass with a polite smile. "Thank you." The flight attendant smiled sweetly. "You are on flight XXXX, scheduled to take off at 6:25 p.m. and land at Shanghai Airport at 9 p.m. If you need anything, please let me know." "Got it." Yi Chang nodded calmly, took a sip of water, and turned back to the window. The flight attendant walked away, slightly disappointed. Looks like this handsome guy was out of her reach. More passengers boarded. At that moment, a mature woman entered the cabin. She was dressed in a black business outfit. The pencil skirt covered about 2/3 of her thighs, and underneath, a pair of silky, nude-colored stockings hugged her long, shapely legs. Her figure was stunning. She was on the phone, discussing business matters. From the sound of it, she was involved in international trade, mentioning terms like Southeast Asia and port every now and then. She sounded impressive. Under the flight attendant's guidance, she took the seat next to Yi Chang. The flight attendant even helped place her suitcase in the overhead compartment. Yi Chang noticed the movement beside him and looked up. The woman exuded maturity. She had a full, curvy figure and a natural elegance in her every move. Her long black hair was tied into a simple ponytail, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving her an intellectual charm. Her almond-shaped eyes and well-defined brows framed her face beautifully. Beneath the glasses, her nose was slightly upturned, her nostrils small. Her lips, coated in a vibrant red lipstick, moved constantly as she spoke. Her complexion was fair, but her aura screamed mature woman. A classic, stunning cougar. Yi Chang mentally compared her to Yao Tongtong. In terms of looks, they were about the same, but this woman carried a more dominant presence. She was probably someone of high status. From her watch, necklace, and handbag, all expensive brands, she was clearly wealthy. After a quick assessment, he smirked to himself and thought, "Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore." Then he turned back to the window. He used to take trains to school because he couldn't afford flights. Now that he had money, he enjoyed window seats. But the wealthy auntie beside him was still on her call. Yi Chang caught bits and pieces. She was the chairwoman of her company, had traveled to Shangjing for business, and was now heading back to Shanghai. From her conversation, it seemed like her company dealt with shipping. Suddenly, her voice grew anxious. What? The Raza shipbuilding company might not be able to deliver on time? What's going on? They promised an end-of-the-month delivery. The exhibition for small and mid-sized cruise ships is in July. Yi Chang froze. Raza Shipbuilding Company? Wasn't that the company the system had rewarded him with? Come to think of it, he hadn't even contacted them yet. He had planned to go through the system's database, pick the best cruise ship design, and have Razith build it for him. Even though he had handed most of the blueprints over to Long Cohen, he had kept 60 civilian ship designs for himself. He even bought several high-capacity external hard drives just to store them. Each drive was 32 terabytes and cost nearly 20,000 yuan. He had bought over a dozen just to fit everything. Thankfully, civilian ship data wasn't as massive as warship blueprints, otherwise, he'd have needed even more. As for uploading them to the cloud? Too risky. Those designs contained cutting-edge technology. Each one was worth billions. Cloud storage could easily lead to data leaks. Once I get back to Shanghai, I'll contact Razith and have them build a 300,000-ton cruise ship, Yi Chang decided. Then, he'd present it to Yan Yuning. It would definitely surprise her. Thinking about Yan Yuning, Yi Chang started wondering if her safe days were approaching again. Last night and this morning, he had certainly enjoyed himself. Just then, the woman next to him sounded even more frustrated. What? They changed owners? And the new owner has to approve the delivery? What kind of ridiculous policy is this? She was clearly annoyed. But considering her company had ordered a billion-yuan cruise ship, needing the owner's approval for delivery was completely reasonable. At that moment, a flight attendant approached her. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, but the plane is about to take off. Phone calls can interfere with communications, so we kindly ask you to end your call." The woman nodded at the flight attendant, quickly gave a few last instructions, then hung up and switched her phone to airplane mode. Yi Chang chuckled to himself. Looked like her employees were about to work overtime. But if Razith had changed owners, it could only mean one thing. It was definitely his company now. No wonder the ship hadn't been delivered. He, the new owner, hadn't even contacted them yet. He glanced at the woman as she rubbed her temples in frustration. The situation amused him. Guess I should contact the company soon. Can't let this cause unnecessary trouble for others. After a moment's thought, he decided to say something. "Miss, are you referring to the Razith Shipbuilding Company in Newland?" The woman paused and turned toward him, noticing him for the first time. She hadn't paid attention before, but now that she looked, this young man was quite handsome. A good-looking man always leaves a favorable impression on a woman, especially the first impression. Plus, this guy looked at least 10 years younger than her. There was no reason for her to be wary, and the fact that he had immediately pinpointed Razith's location surprised her. Do young people nowadays know about these things? She smiled. Yes, that's the one. How do you know about it? Are you also in the shipping industry? At first, Yi Chang considered revealing his identity to the female chairman, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. It would just make things awkward, and she might even curse him in her mind. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and said, "No, I just happen to know a little about this industry. I overheard your conversation earlier, Mississippi. You don't need to worry too much. Rossith Shipbuilding is a major company, ranked in the top 10 worldwide. Even if they changed owners, the new boss wouldn't just disappear forever, right? You might even hear back from them as soon as tomorrow." Hearing Yi Cheng's analysis, the female chairman paused and realized he was right. A company that big, if someone spent a fortune to buy it, they wouldn't just ignore it. Looking at it this way, she had clearly overreacted upon hearing the news and hadn't considered this point carefully. Her previously furrowed brows relaxed, and she smiled. Under Yi Cheng's natural charm, her favorability toward him skyrocketed. She extended her hand and introduced herself. "Thanks, young man. My surname is Lumi. How should I address you?" Yi Cheng quickly reached out and shook her hand. Her skin was soft and smooth, just as silky as Dongfang Jingjing's thighs. But he didn't hold on for long and quickly let go, smiling. "My last name is Yi Cheng." Lumi was even more pleased with his respectful manners. She smiled and asked, "Yi, how old are you? Which company do you work for?" "Me? I'm 22, still in college. Right now, I'm just an intern." "Still in school? An intern?" Lumi was surprised. She hadn't expected him to be so young. After a brief moment, she reached into her bag and pulled out a business card, handing it to Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng took it, puzzled, and glanced at it. "Lumi, chairman of Tianlu Shipping Company, Shanghai." Miss Lu, this is." He didn't understand why she was giving him her business card. "What's your major? Which university?" Lumi didn't answer directly but asked instead. "Business Administration at Modern University. I'm in my senior year." "Modern University? Not bad." Lumi nodded approvingly. "That school has a strong business administration program. Would you be interested in working as my secretary?" "Ha?" Yi Cheng was stunned. Wait, isn't this moving too fast?" He still didn't fully grasp the extent of his natural charm. For him, doing one thing to increase a woman's favorability was like doing 3 things at once. "Recently, my company's been really busy, and I need a secretary. How about it? I'll pay you twice what you're earning now. Your internship salary can't be that high, right? Plus, this would be a permanent position with a full contract. In 2 years, if you do well, your annual salary will be 200,000 yuan. What do you think?" Ha. Yi Cheng was even more shocked. "Auntie, do I really not have to work hard anymore?" But then, Lumi suddenly frowned. "Wait a minute, this is first class. If Yi Cheng could afford a first-class ticket, maybe he wasn't short on money?" Realizing she might have been too hasty, she apologized. "Oh, sorry, I was being presumptuous. If you're flying first class, your financial situation is probably pretty good." At first, Yi Cheng wanted to admit the truth, but when he opened his mouth, the words that came out were, "Actually, I got a free upgrade." He swore he didn't intentionally deceive this beautiful auntie. How many times had he wished for a stunning older woman to suddenly appear and tell him he didn't have to work hard anymore? Now that the opportunity was in front of him, of course, he had to play along. Lumi was startled for a moment, then glanced at him carefully. Indeed, he didn't look like a rich guy. His clothes didn't have any visible logos, so it was hard to tell the brand. His bag was just an ordinary off-brand one worn out, even. When Yi Cheng had gone shopping before, he hadn't thought to buy a new bag. So, yesterday, he just grabbed his old one and left. Lumi smirked. "So, does that mean you're accepting my offer? Great. After we land or maybe tomorrow you can come to my company, and we'll sign the contract. How about it?" But Yi Cheng quickly waved his hands. "Oh, no need. I'm actually pretty happy with my current job. More importantly, my boss treats me really well. I feel bad leaving just like that, I'd be letting them down. So, Lu Jia, I'll have to pass." His female boss really was good to him. Lumi raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected him to refuse. She thought when he mentioned the free upgrade, it meant he was interested in the job. But now, he was turning it down? Still, a handsome man always had his reasons. And the fact that he was declining out of loyalty to his current boss just showed that he was a decent person. Her opinion of him improved even more. She chuckled. "Not bad. With that kind of attitude, I doubt any boss wouldn't like you. But if you ever want to switch jobs, just let me know. I'll always have a spot for you." Yi Cheng nodded and thanked her. "Thanks, Lu Jia." "Heh, you're still in college, yet you're calling me Jia?" Lumi covered her mouth, laughing lightly. "I'm 39 this year, you should be calling me auntie." Yi Chang looked at her in shock and said in disbelief, "What? Lu Jia, you're 39? No way. You look, at most, 29. No woman dislikes being told she looks younger than she is, no matter her age." Lu Mi's smile deepened. She waved her hand. "Oh, come on. It's obvious I'm almost 40. Plus, I've been divorced. You should just call me Auntie Lu, otherwise, people who know me might say I'm shameless." "Divorced? Well, isn't that even better?" Yi Chang grinned. "I don't know about that. If we walk out together, people would probably think we're siblings. So I'll stick with Lu Jie." Lu Mi laughed, covering her mouth. Alright. Suit yourself. Then I'll call you Xiao Chang. That okay with you?" Yi Chang smiled. "Of course, I don't mind." Lu Mi nodded, then suddenly took out her phone. "Oh, right. Let's exchange contacts." So, Yi Chang pulled out his phone, and they exchanged numbers and WeChat IDs. His phone was a foldable Huawei MX2, but when folded, it didn't look too flashy. Plus, he had cracked the screen protector last night when saving Elena at the pool. The screen was covered in cracks. Seeing that, Lu Mi became even more convinced that he wasn't rich and had indeed gotten a free upgrade. She gently patted Yi Chang's shoulder and smiled. "Since you're calling me Jia, I'll treat you like a little brother. If you ever need help, just reach out to me. If you run into financial trouble, you can come to me too." Yi Chang smiled and nodded. "Does this count as being taken care of? I love it. Thanks, Lu Jia." Lu Mi smiled and nodded, glancing out the window. At this moment, the plane had entered the runway, waiting in line for takeoff. She didn't say anything further, just asked the flight attendant for a blanket. Her face showed signs of exhaustion, probably from a long day of running around. And since she still had work to do after landing, she planned to catch some sleep on the flight. Soon, the plane took off and soared into the sky. Once it reached cruising altitude, Yi Chang looked out at the blue sky and white clouds. Every now and then, he glanced at Aunt Lu beside him. He called her sister Lu out loud, but in his mind, she was still Auntie. "After all, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore." Right now, this beautiful auntie was resting quietly with her eyes closed, her head slightly tilted toward Yi Chang. Her delicate nose moved slightly as she breathed evenly. A few strands of hair fell over her face, making her mature features look peaceful. The only imperfection was her slightly furrowed brows. She was probably dreaming about the troubles in her life or work. It made her look a bit pitiful. Suddenly, the plane hit some turbulence, causing the cabin to shake. Lu Mi's body also swayed, and part of her blanket slipped down, landing right across her chest. Her head instinctively shifted, as if trying to find a more comfortable position until it finally ended up resting on Yi Chang's shoulder. Maybe, in her subconscious, she didn't see the person next to her as a stranger, so she didn't wake up. Instead, she even adjusted her head slightly, settling into a more comfortable position before continuing to sleep. And just like that, the worried look on her face disappeared. Yi Chang's body immediately stiffened. "Auntie, come on. Did he just become a pillow for this beautiful auntie?" He turned his head slightly, looking at Lu Mi. Her full chest rose and fell with her breathing, and as the blanket slipped further down, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the soft white skin through the collar of her white blouse. Quickly, he looked away. "This is a newly acquainted auntie. I can't look. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and carefully pulled the blanket back up, making sure to avoid touching her body. A while later, the flight attendant came by with the meal cart. She glanced at the sleeping Lu Mi, then at Yi Chang. Assuming they were close, she asked, "Sir, what would you and your wife like to have?" Yi Chang looked at Lu Mi beside him. Well, to be fair, she really didn't look her age. It wasn't surprising that the flight attendant mistook her for his wife. "Just bring us 2 meals, he replied. "All right." The flight attendant nodded and handed him 2 meal trays before pushing the cart further down the aisle. However, the movement of the cart woke Lu Mi up. She slowly opened her eyes as her mind returned to reality. Suddenly, she felt like she had been resting against something comfortable, but it wasn't the seat back. She turned her head and saw that she had been sleeping on the young man next to her. Ever since her divorce years ago, she had thrown herself entirely into her career and hadn't had any physical contact with a man in a long time. Her mature and elegant face suddenly flushed red. Softly, she asked, "Sorry, why didn't you wake me up?" Yi Cheng's expression remained pure. He gently rolled his shoulder a little and casually said, "I saw that you were sleeping soundly, and you looked really tired, so I didn't want to disturb you." "Oh, here, the flight attendants just brought dinner. You should eat so you can get some more rest. We still have over an hour before landing." Watching the way he subtly rolled his shoulder as if trying to hide the soreness, Lu Mi's gaze softened. She realized that his shoulder must have been stiff from her leaning on it for so long. She didn't say much and simply took the meal from Yi Chang's hands. It was true, she hadn't eaten before boarding. She ate slowly and elegantly. She looked good even when eating. But Yi Chang didn't sneak any glances, he stayed pure. Lumi, on the other hand, occasionally glanced at him. This young man was very handsome. He was just her type. Her face turned red again. So what if he's my type? He's only 22, still in college. She quickly averted her gaze and continued eating. After finishing her meal, she decided to get more rest since there was still a long way to go before landing. However, not long after she fell asleep, she leaned onto Yi Chang's shoulder again. Yi Chang was speechless. His shoulder had already been sore for a while, even though his body had been physically strengthened. But looking at her peaceful sleeping face, he sighed internally. If I don't want to work hard, I'll just have to put up with this. Our plane has now arrived at Shanghai Airport. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until we come to a complete stop. As the plane slowed down and began taxiing along the runway, Yi Chang glanced at Lumi. She was still sleeping soundly. Even the landing hadn't woken her up. A soft smile lingered on her alluring lips. Yi Chang sighed. His shoulder was really sore now. After thinking for a moment, he reached out and gently patted Lumi's arm. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she opened her eyes, lazily asking, Are we here? Then, as if realizing something, she quickly sat up. When she looked down, she saw that she had been resting against Yi Chang again. She immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. I should have woken up sooner. Yi Chang stretched his shoulder and smiled helplessly. But he still said, It's fine, really. No big deal. Seeing his expression, Lumi hesitated for a moment before reaching out with both hands and gently pressing on his shoulders. Let me give you a quick massage, she said. Then, without waiting for his response, she started kneading his shoulders and upper arms. Yi Chang was caught off guard. This beautiful auntie was actually massaging him? It felt really good. But still, he pretended to be shy and hesitant. Lu Jia, this. Seeing his reaction, Lumi couldn't help but smile. It's okay. It was my fault. I should at least give you a massage so you don't resent me for it later. I wouldn't resent you, Lu Jia. Don't overthink it, Yi Chang quickly reassured her. Haha, I know. Xiao Chang is a good kid. Seeing his slightly nervous look, Lumi chuckled and reached out to ruffle his hair. Even though Yi Chang called her Jia, older sister, she was well aware of their age difference. She was definitely in the auntie category. Looking at him, she felt like she was looking at a younger relative. However, as she massaged his shoulders, a faint blush appeared on her face. This young man had really broad shoulders. His muscles were firm and well-defined. His body must be really strong. I kind of want to touch other places too. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Lumi blushed even harder and quickly pushed it away. Once the plane stopped and the jet bridge was connected, passengers began disembarking. Yi Chang didn't let Lumi massage him any longer. When he saw her reaching up to retrieve her luggage, he immediately stood up and said, Let me help you. At over 6 feet tall, he easily pulled her suitcase down. Only then did Lumi realize how tall he was. Even in heels, she was barely over 5 feet 7 inches, but next to him, she looked small. As he lifted her suitcase, she glanced up at him from below. His face was perfect from every angle. And remembering how she had slept on his shoulder the entire flight, her face turned red again. Her legs, wrapped in sheer stockings beneath her pencil skirt, instinctively squeezed together. At 39, her body was at its hormonal peak. And after years of abstinence, with Yi Chang's good looks and natural charm, some thoughts she shouldn't be having started creeping into her mind. She quickly lowered her head. Yi Chang didn't notice Lumi's change in expression. He helped her take down her suitcase, placed it on the ground, then slung his own bag over his shoulder before saying, Lu Jia, let's get off the plane. Lumi panicked slightly inside, quickly lifted her head, and stammered, Oh, okay. Yi Chang glanced at her flushed face, feeling a bit puzzled, but then simply joined the queue, letting Lumi walk ahead of him. Under the enthusiastic farewell of the flight attendants, the two of them disembarked. I can take it, Lumi said, looking at Yi Chang dragging her suitcase. Yi Chang smiled and shook his head. I'll carry it. After all, we're about to part ways soon. I don't even know if I'll ever see you again. Hearing the slight regret in Yi Chang's voice, Lumi felt an unexpected sense of anticipation and said, Don't you have my number? You can call me anytime. Yi Chang spread his hands. Once I start working, I'll get busy. I wouldn't even know what excuse to use to ask you out. Lumi's lips curled into a playful smile. Why do you need an excuse to see me? Just call me. As long as I'm free, I'll meet you anytime. Yi Chang's face lit up with surprise. Really? Why would I lie? The real question is, do you want to see me? Lumi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, her red lips curling into a smile. The charm of a mature woman radiated from her effortlessly. Yi Chang was stunned for a moment. Being stared at like this made Lumi's face turn even redder. Her flushed cheeks looked as ripe as an apple. She pouted, "Xiao Chang, why are you staring at me like that?" Yi Chang snapped back to reality, quickly averting his gaze like a shy little boy. I just think you're really beautiful, Lu Jia," he admitted honestly. A gleam flashed in Lumi's eyes, and her delicate face turned an even deeper shade of red. She chuckled softly. "Xiao Chang, you're not being very honest." Yi Chang hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, Lu Jia, I was being rude." "It's okay. Let's keep walking." Lumi shook her head gently and pointed forward. Oh. Yi Chang quickly nodded and continued walking. Lumi watched his tall, broad back from behind and smiled to herself. "I may be 39, but I've still got it. I can still charm a young man." She quickly caught up to him, walking side by side. The sound of her high heels clicked against the floor, and her toned, stocking-clad legs moved gracefully with each step, naturally drawing the attention of passing men. Eventually, they reached the exit. It was time to part ways. "Well, see you next time, Lu Jia," Yi Chang said, handing her the suitcase handle. Lumi looked at him, nodded softly, but instead of taking the suitcase, she opened her arms slightly and asked, "Xiao Chang, would you mind giving Jia a hug?" Yi Chang froze for a second, then his whole body seemed to heat up. He hesitantly asked, "I can?" Lumi didn't answer. She stepped forward and embraced his strong, sturdy body, pressing her face against his chest. The masculine scent of his body filled her nose, making her recall countless lonely nights and suppressed desires. She took a deep breath, savoring the scent of this young man as if she were addicted. Yi Chang, on the other hand, held this mature, charming woman in his arms, feeling somewhat surprised. He had spent the entire flight carefully portraying himself as innocent, inexperienced, a shy young man, all to win this beautiful auntie's favor. He thought he was only at the getting acquainted stage, but somehow, he had already skipped straight to hugging. Not bad at all. He held Lumi gently, keeping his hands in check, maintaining his pure image. But there were plenty of people around. Feeling the occasional glances from passers-by, Lumi's face burned even redder. After holding the embrace for more than 10 seconds, she whispered, "Let go now." Yi Chang pretended not to hear and continued hugging her, secretly inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Lumi, now even more embarrassed, repeated softly, "Let go." Only then did Yi Chang snap out of it. Oh. He quickly released her and looked away with a flustered expression. Seeing him act even shyer than she was, Lumi couldn't help but giggle. This big boy is even more bashful than me. Rising slightly on her toes, she reached out and gently ruffled his hair. "Lu Jia is leaving now. Don't forget to keep in touch, okay?" "Oh, okay. Bye, Lu Jia." Yi Chang finally reacted and waved his hand. Lumi gave him a soft smile and walked away while pulling out her phone to make a call. Not long after, she arrived next to a Porsche Panamera. A woman stepped out of the car and quickly opened the door for her. As Lumi got inside, Yi Chang clearly saw her glance back at him with a subtle smile on her lips. Moments later, the Porsche disappeared at the intersection. "Auntie's gone. Time for me to go too." Yi Chang pulled out his phone and made a call. "You Ning, I'm at the exit. Where are you?" "I'm almost there." Not long after, a Rolls-Royce Wraith pulled up by the curb. The license plate was one he recognized. Yi Chang smiled, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked over to open the door. Sitting in the driver's seat, Yan Yuning beamed as she watched him get in. Even though they had only been apart for a day, she realized she had been restless without him. She opened her arms, silently asking for a hug. Yi Chang didn't hesitate. He tossed his bag aside and embraced her tightly. "Did you miss me?" He leaned in, his tongue lightly teasing her delicate earlobe as he whispered in his deep, magnetic voice. Yan Yuning's body stiffened slightly, letting out a soft, flustered gasp. I didn't miss you." Yi Chang smirked, leaning in again. This time, he took her earlobe into his mouth, gently sucking on it while his hand slid down to her hip, giving it a firm smack. "Ah!" Yan Yuning let out a moan. Yi Chang hadn't held back, but for someone like Yan Yuning who had certain preferences, even pain could feel pleasurable. He grinned mischievously. "Still saying you didn't miss me?" Yan Yuning pouted. "What are you doing? We just met and you're already." But then, she suddenly sniffed the air and frowned. "Wait, what's that smell on you?" "Shit, Lumi's scent." Yi Chang quickly realized but remained calm. Without a hint of guilt, he said, "Oh, I was sitting next to some middle-aged woman on the plane. Her perfume was really strong, and I guess I brushed against her while getting off. It must have stuck to me." Then, he snorted and smacked her again. What, you don't trust me? Yen Yuning let out another soft moan and quickly shook her head. I don't. I mean, I wasn't suspicious. She widened her eyes and glared at him, but any doubts she had quickly faded. Feeling his warmth after a day apart, she melted into his embrace. She closed her eyes and let herself enjoy the moment. The next day, Yi Chang woke up in the master bedroom of the Yulong Garden Villa No. 1. Rubbing his head, he glanced to the side. No one was there. Damn, he had a dream about certain things last night and thought Yen Yuning was lying next to him. Too bad, he originally wanted to pull her into bed with him, but after dropping him off at home, she ran off, saying she still couldn't accept it yet. She told him to wait a little longer and even said she was still in her dangerous period. Sigh. Yi Chang got up, washed up, and freshened himself. But today's also the first day back at work. He suddenly realized his leave was over, and he had to go to the office today. He also needed to bring Yen Yuning to the company. Wait, doesn't that mean I get to stay in her office with her all day? Yi Chang chuckled to himself. Of course, he would still do his job properly, but that didn't mean there weren't other things he could do in between. Checking the time, it was 8 a.m. He took out his phone and sent Yen Yuning a message, asking if she was awake. But just then, he noticed another unread message on WeChat. It was from Lumi, sent around 7 a.m. Feeling curious, he opened it and immediately widened his eyes. Lumi, money transfer, 200 yuan, hashtag. Lumi, Xiao Chang, here's some pocket money from your Lujia. Spend wisely. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Yi Chang was stunned. Wait, what? Did I really just get sponsored? Lujia. Lu auntie, why didn't you appear in my life earlier? Yi Chang almost shed tears of joy. But still, he had to refuse. Yi Chang, Lujia, I really can't accept this. I'm not in such a bad situation. At Shanghai Tianlu Shipbuilding Company, chairman's office. Lumi was busy handling the massive pile of documents that had built up during her business trip. As the head of Shanghai's largest shipbuilding company, she managed everything from sightseeing boats on the Huangpu River to massive cargo ships for international trade at Shanghai's port. The company even owned a 150,000-ton cruise ship worth billions. Their annual revenue was in the hundreds of billions, and though the profit margin wasn't extremely high, it was still a major corporation. Naturally, she had a lot on her plate. Just as she was reviewing a document, her phone chimed. She picked it up, and her heart skipped a beat. Unlocking the screen, she saw a WeChat message from Xiao Chang, just as she expected. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she recalled last night's hug at the exit gate. The sensation of his body and scent still lingered in her memory, and her charming face took on a flirtatious warmth. Opening the chat, she read his message and immediately chuckled softly. A mature woman's charm radiated from her effortlessly. She knew he was just putting up a strong front. Leaning back in her chair, her full chest subtly bounced with emotion. Holding her phone, she replied, Lumi, it's just some pocket money so you can eat well. No need to be frugal. You're a tall, strong boy, you should keep up your energy. Lumi, oh, and I'll send you 200 yuan every day. Don't reject Lu Jie's kindness. This little amount is nothing to me. Just accept it. Yi Chang responded weakly. Yi Chang, isn't this too much? I used to spend only 200 yuan a week. Lumi smiled. Only 200 a week? He was clearly pretending to be independent. Lumi, that's nothing. You already call me Jia, so isn't it natural for an older sister to take care of her little brother? Besides, this amount is really nothing for your Lu Jia. Lumi, photo. The image showed her bank account balance over 20 million yuan. Lumi, and this is just one of my accounts. Yi Chang broke into a cold sweat. Was auntie showing off her wealth to a younger man? Yi Chang, Lu Jia, this feels kinda weird. Lumi's almond-shaped eyes blinked. Lumi, weird? How so? Yi Chang, it's like I'm being kept by Lu Jia. Seeing this message, Lumi's face turned red. Kept? Now that she thought about it, wasn't that exactly what she was doing? A 39-year-old female CEO sponsoring a 22-year-old male college student? Her breathing quickened slightly. She started typing a reply but deleted it. Instead, she held down the voice message button and spoke. Lumi, voice message, then let Lu Jia take care of you. Honestly, at my age, I could be your aunt. Isn't it nice for an auntie to take care of a young college boy like you? Yi Cheng tapped on the voice message and listened to the soft, sultry tone in her voice. His heart pounded. This rich and gorgeous auntie was straight up seducing him now? And then, the system spoke up. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Option 1, #refuse to be taken care of. A real man doesn't rely on a woman. Reward, 100 million yuan. Option 2, hashtag refuse and prove your strength. Reward, plus 10 to male charm attribute. Option 3, hashtag accept the sponsorship and start living the sugar baby life. Reward, little boy badge. Yi Chung froze. What the hell is a little boy badge? He was curious. And even if he wasn't, of course, he had to pick the third option. He tapped on the transfer message and selected accept. Then he replied, Yi Chang, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Lumi saw the message, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Under the desk, her long, slender legs wrapped in silk stockings subtly crossed over each other. She happily typed back, Lumi, good. Since you don't want to work hard, Auntie will take care of you, but you have to listen to Auntie, okay? Just then, a knock came at the door. Her secretary's voice came from outside. Chairman Lu, there's a document that needs your approval. Lumi quickly wiped the smile off her face, her expression returning to its usual cold and serious demeanor. Come in. The female secretary entered, holding a file. As she approached the desk to hand it over, she noticed something strange. Right before she walked in, she had seen Lumi glance at her phone and quickly hide the screen, as if she didn't want anyone to see. That was odd. The chairman never used her phone during work hours, especially not her personal phone. The secretary glanced up at Lumi's face. Was she blushing? The chairman was blushing? She had been divorced for years and never showed any interest in men. But today, she looked different. Could it be she was having a romantic moment? Maybe she was messaging a man? The secretary's curiosity skyrocketed. Who's the lucky guy who caught the chairman's eye? After all, Lumi wasn't just stunningly beautiful, she had an air of sophistication and grace. Even though she was approaching her 40s, her maturity only made her more alluring. Every man in the company secretly fantasized about being with her. Lumi lifted her head and saw the secretary staring at her with a gossipy look. Frowning, she said, What are you thinking? Leave the document here and get out. Oh, yes, Chairman Lu. The secretary quickly nodded, realizing she had overstepped. Gossiping about the boss was a death wish. She swiftly exited the office. Seeing the secretary leave, Lumi ignored the document on her desk and quickly picked up her phone to check Yi Chang's reply. Yi Chang, I'll definitely listen to Auntie Lu. Her red lips curved into a smile as she replied, Lumi, good boy. As long as you listen, Auntie will give you more. Yi Chang, Okay, Auntie. Lumi, why aren't you calling me Lu Jie anymore? Yi Chang, I feel like calling you Auntie makes it feel more like I'm being taken care of. Lumi's heart fluttered with embarrassment, but at the same time, this kind of aunt-nephew dynamic also gave her a special thrill. She lightly scolded, little troublemaker. Then she replied, Lumi, call me whatever you like. Yi Chang, Auntie is the best. Lumi, why am I the best? Yi Chang, because Auntie is so beautiful, and you're even willing to take care of me. Of course, you're the best. Lumi's face turned slightly red. Lumi, Xiao Chang, don't say nonsense. Auntie is just helping you out because I feel bad for you. You can't say Auntie is taking care of you. Yi Chang, oh. That single word oh carried a sense of disappointment. Lumi suddenly thought about how Xiao Chang seemed like such a pure and innocent young man. Did he get upset by what she said? That wouldn't do. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Lumi, are you free this weekend, Xiao Chang? Yi Chang, yes, I'm free. Lumi, then Auntie will take you out for dinner this weekend. Seafood, Western food, or something else, you choose. Yi Chang, really? Then let's have Western food. Lumi, okay, Auntie will find a nice place. Yi Chang, sounds good. Lumi, alright, it's settled then. Auntie is still working now, so we'll talk more this weekend. Yi Chang, okay. Seeing Yi Chang's reply, Lumi couldn't suppress her excitement for the weekend. This was a date, and with a boy 17 years younger than her. She recalled how she had slept so peacefully on his shoulder during the flight yesterday, and her gaze turned slightly dreamy. After a long moment, she let out a soft breath, the blush fading from her face as she regained her usual composure. She needed to finish today's work first. After all, only by making money could she continue taking care of her little man. Then, as if suddenly thinking of something, she quickly picked up her phone and transferred another 1,000 yuan to Yi Chang. After that, she placed the phone aside and didn't dare look at it again. If she kept going, she might not be able to resist running to the bathroom. Looking at the extra 1,000 yuan transfer from Auntie Lu, Yi Chang felt a rush of emotion. This Lu auntie was really feeling some kind of way. She mentioned she was divorced, but he didn't know for how long. Either way, since she was single, there was no guilt in being taken care of. At that moment, the system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, little man badge. Effect: when you display innocence, weakness, or a pitiful side in front of women, they will feel an urge to protect you. Women 10 plus years older than you will develop an even stronger sense of attachment. Men crying isn't a sin. Note, this may attract jealousy from other men. Yi Chang. What kind of garbage reward is this? What the hell is a little man badge? Wait. Actually, now that he thought about it, this could be pretty useful. For example, if he acted weak and vulnerable in front of Yan Yuning or Ning Qingsno, wouldn't that speed up his progress with them? As for making other men jealous, who cares? He'd just punch them out of the way. I just woke up and already made 1,200 yuan. Love it. Since Auntie Lu was treating him so well, he had to return the favor somehow. So, he contacted Rozeth Shipbuilding and Shipyard Company. Instead of calling him directly, Rozeth had sent him an email. Using the phone number provided in the email, he called them. The line quickly connected, and a man speaking English answered. Hello, may I ask who's calling? Yi Chang responded in fluent English. This is Yi Chang. The other person paused for a moment, then cautiously asked, Are you the boss? Yi Chang, yes, that's me. You're the company's general manager, Li Huaning? Yes, that's me, boss. The man immediately replied, his voice full of excitement. Boss, we've been waiting for you to contact us. There are many matters that need your approval. Yi Chang said, I'm currently in China and don't have time to visit the company. Then, what should we do? Li Huaning asked. Yi Chang replied, for any major issues, inform me via message. As for the rest, you can handle the approvals yourself. Li Huaning was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. This was a sign of trust. The boss was giving him authority. But then, Yi Chang added, also, I'll be assigning a few people to the company. You'll need to work with them on some matters. Of course, Yi Chang wouldn't just hand over all the power blindly. He didn't have any of his own people in Rozeth yet. How could he feel at ease? Li Huaning, who had been ecstatic just seconds ago, suddenly felt uneasy. He knew what this meant. Yi Chang didn't fully trust him and was sending people to keep an eye on things. But what could he do? The boss was the boss. He had no choice but to accept. So, he replied, understood, boss. Yi Chang continued, oh, also, there's a Chinese company called Moda Tianlu Shipbuilding Company. Their order needs to be fulfilled as quickly as possible. If you can deliver ahead of schedule, do it. Li Huaning memorized the company name and responded, got it, boss. Good. That's all for now. After hanging up, Yi Chang contacted Lu Zicheng. He didn't have people to send into Rozeth, but Longteng Group had plenty and they had global reach. Although he was now Longteng Group's global special president, he still wasn't familiar with the company's personnel. It was best to let Lu Zicheng handle it. Lu Zicheng agreed immediately. Longteng Group already had a branch in Singapore, so placing a few key personnel into Rozeth would be easy. With that settled, Yi Chang checked the time. It was about time to go pick up the boss lady for work. Arriving at Yan Yuning's house, he found her already prepared. Today, she was dressed in a sharp business outfit, opting for pants instead of a tight skirt. She didn't like wearing pencil skirts to work. Even though they looked good, they always attracted too much attention. But to Yi Chang's delight, she had started wearing stockings under her pants, just for him. However, this woman clearly needed to be taught a lesson. While he was driving, she casually slipped off her high heels and started playfully wiggling her black stockinged feet right next to him. You think just because your dangerous days aren't over, I won't do anything to you? Yi Chang let go of the steering wheel with one hand and grabbed her mischievous little foot. Yan Yuning's seductive eyes flashed as she teasingly looked at him. Go ahead, do something then, she challenged, twisting her foot and pressing it against his chest. Oof, he was still driving, what could he do? Well, he couldn't hit her right now. But, I'll deal with you when we get to the office. Good morning, President Yan. At the entrance of Tangching Financial, a tall, graceful figure walked in. Her cool and stunningly beautiful face immediately caught the attention of every employee. The president hadn't been in the office for several days. Finally, she was back. Some of the male employees sitting at their desks couldn't help but lift their heads and steal a glance at their gorgeous boss. Just one look at her gave them a boost of motivation to work harder. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please continue. Yan Yuning's cool and elegant face softened with a faint smile as she greeted her hard-working subordinates. With encouragement from their beautiful boss, the employees felt even more energized. But at that moment, a man followed behind the glamorous president. This man was so handsome that he instantly sparked jealousy in all the men while leaving the women in awe. And more importantly, he was carrying the president's bag, looking just like a personal assistant. The male employees were even more envious. Isn't this the new assistant to the president? So what if he's handsome? Other than that, he looks like just an ordinary guy. How the hell did he land this job? This is so unfair. Why hasn't President Yen noticed my inner qualities? Determined to prove themselves, the men vowed to work even harder and deliver outstanding results so their beautiful president would finally see them. Meanwhile, Yen Yuning and Yi Chang walked through the office hall toward the executive suite. Yi Chang, acting like a loyal lackey, pulled out the key to the office, unlocked the door, and slightly bowed as he held the door open for the boss lady to enter. Yen Yuning rolled her eyes at him before stepping inside. Yi Chang followed right behind her. A few male employees, positioned at just the right angle, saw something that almost made their eyes pop out. That damn assistant seemed to have reached out toward the president's waist. Did he actually touch her? No, that couldn't be possible. They must have seen it wrong. There was no way President Yen would allow something like that to happen. Shaking their heads, they dismissed the thought and got back to work. After all, as employees, they had to maintain their professionalism. Only through hard work could they earn the attention of their beautiful boss. At this moment, inside the president's office, Yi Chang shut the door behind him as soon as he walked in. And before the door even fully closed, his hand had already reached out, wrapping around the alluring president's slim waist, pulling her straight into his arms. Smack! A crisp slap landed on her round and perky backside. Yi Chang leaned in and whispered in her ear, "President, your assistant needs to punish you for what you did in the car earlier." The deep, magnetic tone of his voice, along with the warm breath against her ear, instantly turned the beautiful president's face red. She twisted her body, trying to resist. This is the office. Don't mess around. But Yi Chang had already spun her around, pinning her petite figure against the door as he pressed his lips onto hers. Yen Yuning squirmed against the door, attempting to break free. But as soon as Yi Chang delivered another firm smack to her backside, she lost all her strength to resist. Minutes later, Yen Yuning sat in her office chair, her face flushed red. She glared at Yi Chang with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. "You pervert!" Yi Chang simply shrugged, as if to say, "I couldn't help myself." Just then, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations! You have completed option 2, punish the female president and show her that even an assistant has male dominance. Reward, supreme level work mastery." Back in the car, when the little president had teased him, Yi Chang had been given a choice. And now, he had received his reward. The supreme level work mastery was a skill that significantly enhanced his work abilities. In fact, it was his first time obtaining a skill of this caliber. According to the system's description, this ability allowed him to master any job instantly, whether it was related to his field of study or not. Even if he had to build a rocket, he would instantly acquire all the necessary knowledge and outperform everyone. This was exactly what he needed right now. He wanted to showcase his abilities in front of Yen Yuning so she would understand that he wasn't just here to live off of her. With that in mind, he stepped around the desk and stood beside her. Yen Yuning looked at him cautiously. "What do you want?" "To help you with work, of course." Yen Yuning scoffed. "What can you even do, newbie? It's your first day. Just watch and learn." She crossed her arms and continued, "Go notify all department managers and higher-ups. We're having a meeting soon. Introduce yourself first, then just sit and observe how meetings are conducted." Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you're underestimating your husband now?" Yen Yuning's face turned slightly red as she scolded, "Husband? Dream on, you pervert." Yi Chang smirked. "Humph, I'm the owner of Jinsi Road Company. Compared to that, being an assistant is a piece of cake. Just wait and see." Yen Yuning pouted. "Owner or not, in this company, you're just my assistant." "Oh, just an assistant?" Yi Chang leaned down, cupped her delicate face, and once again stole a kiss from her lips. After a moment, he pulled away, licking the corner of his mouth with a sly grin. "And yet, this assistant is still your husband." Before she could react, he turned and left the office to carry out his task. In no time, all department managers were notified, and Yi Chang efficiently arranged everything in the conference room, preparing to welcome each department head. The company executives were all polite to Yi Chang. After all, he was the president's assistant. Even if they didn't know his background, they had to show respect. At the same time, they quietly sized him up. What made this guy special? How did he become the president's assistant? Could it be that President Yen actually has feelings for him? That wasn't impossible. But observing Yi Chang's level of efficiency, they were impressed. His work was well organized and executed with precision. At the very least, he wasn't just some freeloader. "Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll go call the president now." After finishing the setup, Yi Chang informed the attendees. Assistant Yi, please go ahead. The company executives smiled politely. Yi Chang left the conference room and returned to the president's office. Everyone is waiting for you in the meeting room. So soon? Yan Yuning was surprised. She thought it would take him much longer. Yi Chang rolled his eyes. Are you underestimating me again? Want me to punish you later? Yan Yuning's face flushed red as she huffed. You wouldn't dare. Wanna bet? Yi Chang reached out as if to grab her again. Yan Yuning quickly dodged, pushing him away. We're going to the meeting. With that, she hastily walked out of the office. Yi Chang shrugged and followed behind her. Yan Yuning entered the conference room, and everyone immediately stood up. President, you've all worked hard. I'm very pleased that nothing went wrong while I was on leave. Yan Yuning gave a few words of encouragement before getting straight to the point. I won't waste time on small talk. Before we begin, let me introduce my assistant. Yi Chang, introduce yourself to everyone. She looked at Yi Chang with a playful smile in her eyes, eager to see how this billionaire young master would transform into an office worker and introduce himself like a regular employee. Yi Chang, however, showed no sign of his billionaire status. He saw himself as a senior college student about to graduate. Bowing slightly to the company executives, he said, "Hello, everyone. My name is Yi Chang, and I am President Yan's new assistant. From now on, I will be assisting the president in her work and striving to improve the company's performance. I hope to learn from all of you and appreciate your guidance and patience." "Thank you. Assistant Yi, you're too polite. Welcome." The people in the room had already formed a positive impression of Yi Chang, so they all gave him face and clapped. Seeing how well he was received, Yan Yuning was slightly surprised. How did he win them over so easily? A glint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Not bad, as expected of my man. He had effortlessly accomplished what most assistants struggled with, building relationships with department heads. Since relationship building was a crucial part of the assistant's role, Yi Chang was clearly well qualified. With introductions done, the meeting officially began. Yan Yuning reminded Yi Chang to take proper meeting notes, which was also part of his job as an assistant. She was a little worried that since this was his first time, he might struggle. After all, these notes weren't just for her, everyone in the meeting would read them. Thinking about this, she discreetly started recording the meeting on her phone. If Yi Chang fell behind, she planned to personally teach him how to write the notes afterward. Just imagining herself helping him like that, she thought, having a girlfriend as caring as me, Yi Chang must feel like the luckiest guy alive. With that thought, she smiled slightly and officially started the meeting. The main purpose of this meeting was to address all the company matters that had piled up while she was on leave. While waiting for Yi Chang to start working, she had completely ignored company affairs. So now, all the accumulated work had to be handled at once. After all, this was a financial company, a major one at that, which meant a heavy workload. The meeting lasted all morning. By the time it ended, it was already past noon, and Yan Yuning was starting to feel hungry. Alright, that's it for today. Meeting adjourned. Oh, as for the meeting notes, everyone might need to wait a bit. Since Assistant Yi is still new, please be patient with him. She stood up, dismissing the meeting while glancing at Yi Chang, who was still typing. Knowing he might not be fully familiar with note-taking yet, she wanted to buy him some time by reassuring the others. No problem at all. The others didn't mind. They simply waved it off. Besides, since President Yan had personally spoken up for Yi Chang, well, everyone understood what that meant. Yi Chang, still typing rapidly, glanced at Yan Yuning. She was packing up her documents and laptop, but when she noticed his gaze, she playfully winked at him. As if to say, "See how good I am to you." Yi Chang was speechless. "Oh, really? Well, don't blame me for embarrassing you then." He typed the final word, pressed Ctrl+S to save the document, then forwarded it directly into the company's leadership group chat. Then he spoke. "I've already sent the meeting notes to the group chat. No need to wait." Yan Yuning turned to look at him, utterly shocked. "What did you just say?" Yi Chang casually closed his laptop. "You guys can just check the document in the group chat. I wrote it up quickly, so please review it and let me know if any details need revision." Then, turning to Yan Yuning, he gave her a smug look. She glared at him. Does this idiot think this is a joke? What if he intentionally messed it up to make me look incompetent in front of the shareholders? Was he planning to get me fired so I'd have no choice but to work for his Jinsei Road company as his secretary? Though furious, she didn't want to embarrass him in front of everyone. She quickly pulled out her phone and checked the leadership group chat. However, some of the other executives had already opened the document. As they read through it, their expressions changed from surprise to amazement. Wait, he finished this during the meeting? This is incredibly well written. concise and detailed. Everything important is included. This is much better than what the previous assistant used to do. The executives were full of praise. Yen Yuning, after scanning through the document, was also stunned. This wasn't just good. It was exceptional. Better than any meeting notes she had ever seen. And he had finished it before the meeting even ended? The whole meeting had lasted over 3 hours, yet his notes were only a little over 1,000 words, concise to the extreme. She skimmed through it quickly, trying to see if anything was missing. Even if he had left out some details, the fact that he had condensed the entire meeting so efficiently was already shocking. She turned to Yi Cheng again. Yi Cheng smirked back at her. Look at him, acting all proud. Rolling her eyes, she turned back to the others and said, "Well, it looks like Assistant Yi is quite capable. Since the notes are done, please review the outlined action points and proceed accordingly." Understood, President. The department heads nodded. Some even gave Yi Cheng a thumbs up before leaving the conference room one by one. "President, let me help you." Yi Cheng walked over and started organizing her documents for her. Yen Yuning moved aside, watching as he efficiently sorted everything. A strange feeling crept into her heart. So this is what an office romance feels like? During the meeting, she had noticed some employees sneaking glances at her and Yi Cheng. They were obviously speculating about their relationship. After all, when she had first hired him, she had literally grabbed his wrist and dragged him out of the company, which many employees had witnessed. It was only natural for people to gossip. But for now, their relationship was just a rumor. No one knew that they were already sharing the same bed. This little secrecy felt oddly exciting. "All right, President, let's go back to the office." Yi Cheng picked up the stack of documents and tucked both their laptops under his arm. Then he smiled at her. His deep, magnetic voice made her blush. Looking at his handsome, warm smile, she felt a little flutter in her heart. Okay. Underestimating your husband again? Underestimating your husband again? Sitting in the president's chair was her little assistant. And the president? Where was she? Oh, she was draped over his lap like a little girl, getting spanked. The beautiful and elegant president let out a soft, sinful moan and pleaded, "I won't do it again, let me go. I'm hungry, ah." Yi Cheng lifted her up, placing her on his lap so that she straddled him. Yen Yuning's face was flushed with a deep shade of red, her entire body weak as she collapsed onto Yi Cheng's chest. "You bad guy, you always spank me. What if you break me? Then I'll take care of you for the rest of my life." Yi Cheng smirked mischievously, burying his face in the curve of her neck, pressing soft kisses onto her smooth, white swan-like skin. "Let me go already. What if someone comes in?" Yen Yuning braced herself against his chest, whispering in protest. "I locked the door when I came in. No need to worry." Yen Yuning's eyes widened. "You bastard. If someone tries to come in and finds the door locked, won't they start suspecting us? So what if they do? Worst case, I'll just fire them all." Yi Cheng declared boldly, "Then I'll hire even better people for you." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yen Yuning pinched his handsome face and rolled her eyes. "Firing everyone? No company could afford that kind of chaos. Come on, let me go. Let's get some food, I'm starving." Yi Cheng gave her one last playful smack on her perky backside before finally letting her go and standing up. "All right, let's go." They quickly adjusted their clothes and headed toward the door. But just as Yi Cheng reached out to unlock and pushed the door open, knock, knock, the handle turned. Clearly, someone was trying to open the door, but since it was locked, they couldn't. The person outside seemed surprised that the door was locked and jiggled the handle a few more times before a sharp, angry voice came through. "Yen Yuning, open the door." Yen Yuning's face instantly changed. She turned to Yi Cheng, her voice low and urgent. "It's my dad." "Her father? Yen Huaxiong?" Yi Cheng figured that after Du Xinghai and his family had gone to cancel the engagement, Yen Huaxiong would have at least heard of him by now. But even if he hadn't, it didn't matter. Yi Cheng wasn't afraid of him. Patting Yen Yuning's back reassuringly, he gave her a confident look before reaching to unlock the door. Yen Yuning anxiously watched him. She was locked in an office with a man. And now her father was outside. Who knew what he would think? Although she had argued with her father just a week ago, now that she was about to face him, she couldn't help feeling nervous. But then she remembered Yi Cheng was the owner of Jinxi Road Company. Her tension eased. "Oof, let my father see that the man I chose is no pushover." Just as Yi Cheng unlocked the door, the person outside forcefully pushed it open with a strong shove. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, pressing his hand against the door to block it. Yen Huaxiong, standing outside, frowned deeply. He had heard the lock click and had immediately tried to push the door open only to find it stuck. Someone was blocking it. It couldn't be his daughter, she wasn't strong enough to resist his push. That meant, it could only be that damn assistant. His expression darkened, and he turned to the person beside him. "Help me push the door open." Standing next to him was his secretary. The secretary wasn't sure why the chairman was trying to force his way in, but he did know that inside this room was the chairman's daughter, and a male assistant. It didn't take much to figure out what was going on. As a father, it was understandable that Chairman Yen would be furious. Without question, the secretary stepped up and began pushing the door alongside Yen Huaxiong. But, no matter how hard they pushed, the door didn't budge. Yen Huaxiong's face darkened even more. He called over a third person to help, but even with 3 men pushing, the door still wouldn't open. Inside, Yen Yuning was puzzled. "Why are you holding the door?" she asked. Yi Cheng chuckled. "Having a little contest with your dad." His voice was loud enough to be heard outside. Hearing Yi Cheng's words, Yen Huaxiong's anger flared. "A mere college student from an ordinary family dares to challenge me? Fine. Let's see how long you can last. No matter how strong you are, capital is stronger." Yen Huaxiong had already heard about what had happened during the meeting, how Yi Cheng had written the entire meeting summary in real time, producing a report that was incredibly detailed yet concise. This had surprised him a little, but he hadn't thought much of it. Anyone could take meeting notes. Give someone an hour or two after the meeting, and they'd still be able to organize everything properly. So what if Yi Cheng was faster? Big deal. Today, he was here to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, show him who not to mess with. "Everyone, push the door," Yen Huaxiong commanded. Hearing the chairman's order, the headquarters staff and the Tangcheng financial employees all stepped forward to help. However, the door was only so big. At most, 5 people could push at the same time. Even so, the result left everyone stunned. Even with 5 people pushing, the door still wouldn't move. They could see that the door had already opened slightly, there was a visible gap. But no matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't widen that gap even a fraction more. Inside, Yi Cheng sneered, pressing his hand and foot against the door. Completely motionless. How could a bunch of office workers possibly compete with his strength? He had already surpassed human limits. Even the world's strongest weightlifters wouldn't be able to match his raw power. Yen Yuning, watching him, felt a mix of amusement and concern. She had no idea how many people were outside pushing the door. But she never expected that her father and Yi Cheng would start competing through a damn door. "Yi Cheng, stop messing around. Just let my dad in." Yi Cheng smirked. "All right. Everyone outside, I'm letting go now. 3, 2, 1. He released his hold and stepped back with Yen Yuning, giving the door space to open. Bang! The door flew open. Yen Huaxiong strode in. As the head of a billion-dollar corporation, his presence alone was intimidating. With his deep-set expression, the entire room felt suffocating. Even though Yen Yuning had convinced herself there was nothing to be afraid of, seeing her father's stern face still made her heart race. Yen Huaxiong's gaze swept over both of them before fixing onto Yi Cheng. The father-in-law versus son-in-law showdown had officially begun. Yen Huaxiong had an imposing presence, but Yi Cheng wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Of all the people he had encountered, who could compare to Long Kuan in terms of aura? Certainly not Yen Huaxiong. And so, inside Yen Yuning's office, the middle-aged man and the young man locked eyes, staring each other down. Seeing her father and her boyfriend getting into a silent standoff the moment they met, Yen Yuning grew nervous. "This won't do. If this continues, they're bound to start arguing." She quickly spoke up. "Dad, what are you doing? Why are you staring at my assistant like that?" "Assistant?" Yen Huaxiong glanced at his daughter, then let out a cold scoff. He turned to his secretary and ordered, "Everyone, get out. Shut the door. If anyone dares to eavesdrop, they can pick up their paycheck from the finance office this afternoon." The secretary was disappointed he wouldn't get to watch the drama unfold, but he had no choice but to obey. He swiftly closed the door and ushered everyone away. Although the employees were dying to know what was about to happen, the chairman had spoken. They could only leave reluctantly. Inside the office, Yen Huaxiong shot his daughter a glance before speaking in a heavy tone. "You say he's your assistant? Then tell me, why were you locked inside your office with him?" "We weren't doing anything," Yen Yuning protested. "I don't care if you were or not," Yen Huaxiong said coldly. "A man and a woman, locked in an office alone together, what kind of example does that set? How are you supposed to maintain authority as a leader if the company finds out? How will you earn respect? If word gets out, what do you think people will say? That the daughter of Yixing Group's chairman is having an affair with her assistant? That Tangcheng Financial's president is romantically involved with her subordinate? Do you have any idea how rumors spread these days? Of course, I can handle that. I have my ways of keeping things under control. But what really concerns me is whether these rumors are true or not. Ning, I don't know what you see in this man, but I have to tell you, I will never approve of this. Every word from her father struck her like a heavy blow, making her face grow paler. Her father's authority was absolute. No one in the group dared to challenge him. As a child, she had been playful and mischievous. But as an adult, she had learned not to defy her father. And now, hearing his firm rejection, she felt an ache deep in her heart. But she clenched her teeth. This is about my happiness. I can't back down, I won't. Dad, if you refuse to accept this, then I'll have no choice but to do something that will upset you. Yan Huaxiong's face darkened. Ning, think carefully. What can this man really offer you? If I cut off your financial resources, can he still provide you with a good life? Dad. Ning was about to respond when she suddenly felt her hand being held. Yi Cheng took her hand, gently patting her back as he spoke softly. It's all right. Let me handle this. His words touched her heart. She couldn't let him face her father alone. She looked at him, nodded, and softly said, okay. She trusted Yi Cheng. Since her father had come all this way, it was time to lay everything on the table. Seeing this lowly assistant daring to hold his daughter's hand in front of him, Yan Huaxiong's anger exploded. Let go of her, he shouted. But instead of letting go, Yi Cheng interlocked his fingers with hers. Looking at the furious chairman, he said calmly, Chairman Yan, some things are beyond human control. Ning likes me, and I like her. The more you interfere, the more complicated things will become. Besides, I don't understand why big-shot businessmen like yourself always feel the need to meddle in their children's marriages. It's time to update your thinking. Yan Huaxiong's voice turned ice-cold. I'm not interfering with Ning's marriage. I'm interfering with you. Me? Yi Cheng chuckled. I don't know what kind of person you think I am, but there's one last thing I'd like to say. Yi Cheng led Ning toward his bag, handing it to her. Then, he unzipped it and pulled out a document. Holding the document, he walked back and stood in front of Yan Huaxiong. He held up the paper for the chairman to see. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yi Cheng. Besides being Ning's assistant and boyfriend, I also happen to be a shareholder of Yixing Group. I own 35% of the company's shares. This is my equity certificate. If you have doubts, you can verify it with the appropriate personnel. So, Chairman Yan, if you really plan to cut off Ning's financial resources, I suppose I'll have to support her by selling off my shares in your group. Yixing Group's current market value is around 321.2 billion. The last few financial reports have been strong. If I add a 5 to 10% premium, I'm sure someone will be interested in buying. Selling just 10% of my stake would probably land me on the billionaire rankings, don't you think? Yi Cheng smiled. Yan Huaxiong's furious expression suddenly froze. Yi Cheng was the mysterious investor who had purchased 35% of Yixing Group's shares? His eyes locked onto the equity certificate. He immediately reached out to grab it, but Yi Cheng swiftly pulled it back and handed it to Ning instead. At that moment, Ning was just as shocked as her father. When did Yi Cheng acquire shares in our family's company? Technically, this would impact her family's control over the company. But instead of worrying, her eyes lit up with excitement. Nice one, Yi Cheng. Her father only owned about 42% of the shares. If Yi Cheng could acquire another 8% from the public float, he would become the largest shareholder. Of course, buying 8% would require a massive amount of money. She had no idea if Yi Cheng had that kind of cash. Meanwhile, Yan Huaxiong had no idea his daughter was already scheming ways to help Yi Cheng surpass him as the majority shareholder. But at this moment, he wasn't even angry anymore. Because Yi Cheng was no longer someone he could afford to be angry at. The group had indeed lost 35% of its shares to a mystery buyer. And Yi Cheng's confident words suggested he wasn't bluffing. Moreover, from the brief glimpse he had of the equity certificate, it looked completely legitimate. Taking a deep breath, Yan Huaxiong stared at Yi Cheng. Who are you? He had investigated Yi Cheng's background but couldn't understand how this kid had managed to acquire so many shares. He needed to know Yi Cheng's real identity. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. I just introduced myself, didn't I? Yan Huaxiong shook his head. If you don't want to tell me, then fine. If you truly own 35% of Yixing Group, then I have nothing more to say. Now, I believe you can give Ning a life just as good as the one I've provided for her. So, I congratulate you. I approve of your relationship with my daughter. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, this guy was so aggressive. And now he's suddenly okay with it? Ning's eyes widened in surprise. She turned to Yi Cheng, her face lighting up with joy. Her father had actually agreed so quickly. Noticing their shocked expressions, Yan Huaxiong, who had been stone-faced this entire time, finally let out a small chuckle. He looked at Yi Chang and said, "I only reject men who can't guarantee you Ning a worry-free life. I never rejected you, Dad." Hearing her father's words, Yin Yuaning's eyes showed some emotion. At least her father still loved her, not intending to use her for marriage alliances. Even regarding the Du family, her father had not really pressured her. But soon, she shook her head and said, "Dad, a worry-free life isn't what I want, happiness for the rest of my life is." Yan Huaxiong was momentarily stunned but, after looking at her and Yi Chang, smiled and said, "Then I won't interfere anymore. Now that your future is both worry-free and happy, my goal is achieved, and yours is too. There's no need for me to argue with you anymore. Alright, I won't ask any further about you too," he said, turning to Yi Chang. "You're shareholder Yi, right? Since you've already bought the company's shares, should we hold a shareholder meeting and formally introduce your identity to everyone?" Yi Chang waved his hand, "No need. Let's keep a low profile. After all, I'm now serving as Yuaning's assistant." "Alright then." Yan Huaxiong gave Yi Chang a deep look. "I hope you'll always treat Yuaning well, otherwise, I reserve the right to refuse." He didn't wait for Yi Chang's reply. He turned around, opened the office door, and left. Inside, the two looked at each other in surprise. Just because Yi Chang revealed his identity, Yan Huaxiong stopped causing trouble? Yi Chang shrugged and said, "It seems your dad really cares for you." "Of course, my dad certainly cares about me." Yan Yuaning no longer resented her father and immediately spoke in his defense. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "But is he as good to you as I am?" Yan Yuaning bit her lip and lightly hit his chest, pouting, "Other than spanking me and biting my lips, when have you been good to me?" Yi Chang grabbed her hand and hugged her tightly, smiling mischievously. "I'm the only one allowed to spank you and bite your lips, isn't that good enough for you? Besides, only I know you enjoy being spanked." Smack! A few days later, the chairman confronted the CEO and her male assistant in the office. Although it happened during the lunch break, many people still witnessed it because several employees were called to help open the door. Yet soon afterward, the chairman walked out with a cheerful expression, completely opposite from his initial fierce attitude. Consequently, the incident began spreading among the employees. Although the chairman strictly prohibited private discussions, it was impossible to completely control. Everyone speculated about what exactly happened in the office that caused the chairman's sudden change in attitude, and whether the new assistant and the CEO had an unclear relationship, leading to various assumptions. However, most male employees who admired the CEO didn't believe the previously aloof CEO would truly fall for a man, especially since no one had seen any intimate behavior between them. Without evidence, they assumed it wasn't true. But because of these incidents, more people observed Yi Chang closely, and some even tried befriending him to discover his relationship with Yan Yuaning. However, Yi Chang only smiled at these questions and denied their guesses. In front of colleagues, he strictly maintained a professional relationship with Yan Yuaning, acting like friends at most. Of course, that was only in front of others. Inside the CEO's office, he dropped his respectful subordinate facade and openly took advantage of his female boss. As for work, with his exceptional skills, he could complete any task efficiently. His outstanding performance amazed Yan Yuaning, who eventually delegated even her own tasks to Yi Chang. Even a donkey on a production team wouldn't be pushed this hard, Yi Chang complained bitterly while seated in Yan Yuaning's chair, handling all her paperwork. He glanced at the pretty CEO lying on the sofa, playing on her phone. "Capable people should do more work," Yan Yuaning cheerfully replied. "You wouldn't want to see me busy all day, would you? Besides, you can finish these tasks quickly." Yi Chang sighed, "I've never seen such a lazy CEO." The female CEO let out a spoiled humph and started acting coquettishly. I'm lazy." She swung her legs, dangling her black high heels over the sofa's armrest. One shoe fell off, revealing her delicate, black-stockinged foot with clearly visible slender toes. "Ah!" Yan Yuaning noticed the dropped shoe, waved at Yi Chang, and called, "Little assistant, pick up my shoe." "Get it yourself, I'm busy." Yi Chang glanced up at her and felt his heart skip. "Alright, fine, I'm coming." Before she could continue her spoiled act, Yan Yuaning happily smiled and beckoned Yi Chang, "Hurry up." Yi Chang chuckled as he stood. Ever since her father agreed not to interfere, Yan Yuaning had become increasingly bold. However, there was still an issue. "Yuaning, when will your dangerous period finally end?" Picking up the shoe, Yi Chang dragged Yan Yuaning back onto the sofa, sat down, and placed her legs across his lap. Instead of putting the shoe back on immediately, he removed the other shoe as well, staring at her attractive feet. Her toenails, painted pink, sparkled through the stockings, highlighting their beauty. Unable to resist, he began gently massaging them. Yan Yuaning blushed, curling her toes together and struggling. "Ah, it tickles." Yi Cheng firmly held her, not letting her escape. "I'm massaging you to improve circulation." "Pervert." Yi Cheng scoffed. "You're the one tempting me. Wearing stockings under your skirt every day, how could I resist? You're clearly the one who asked me to wear them." Yi Cheng laughed and changed the topic. "Alright, you still haven't answered my question." Recalling his question, Yan Yuaning blushed deeply. I don't know. It's based on feeling, and I feel it's not over yet." "Nonsense, I checked Baidu. It's not based on feeling." Yi Cheng protested. "Are you tricking me? I'm not. You're not a woman, so how would you know?" Yan Yuaning huffed, but suddenly she let out a moan. Yi Cheng had pressed firmly on a spot on her foot. Seeing her emotional state, Yi Cheng couldn't resist leaning in. "Today I'll find out if you're lying." "Ah hey, we're in the office." "Isn't the office even better?" 2:30 p.m. Jinsi Road Company, Magic City. Meeting room. "Boss, this is the plan we've finalized. What do you think?" Li Cheng handed a document to Yi Cheng, who took it and quietly started reading. After many days of discussion, Li Cheng and the others had finally finished arranging the establishment of the investment department. Today, Yi Cheng came to hold a meeting to discuss and finalize this proposal. As for Tangqing Finance, Yi Cheng naturally finished all of today's tasks and left early along with the CEO. Thinking of the office play he had with the attractive CEO this morning, Yi Cheng felt it was quite memorable. He wondered whether anyone noticed the CEO's stockings were missing when they left the company. However, it was certain that the girl was now in her safe period. She had personally admitted it. It seemed tonight they could finally seal the deal. Even though Yi Cheng's mind wandered, it didn't affect his ability to read the document. His superhuman proficiency at work allowed him to multitask. He had actually already read this document before and quickly identified areas for improvement. This part here, and here, can be modified like this. Listening to Yi Cheng's suggestions, Li Cheng and the others initially thought he was just messing around. After all, Yi Cheng was only in his 20s, how capable could he be? But after carefully listening to his suggestions, they were immediately surprised, because Yi Cheng's advice hit precisely on key points and opened their minds. "Alright, these are my suggestions. Go back and adjust accordingly, then implement it." "Yes, boss." Li Cheng nodded and recorded the suggestions on his computer, sincerely beginning to admire Yi Cheng. He hadn't expected this young boss to be hiding such talent. "Oh, by the way, boss, our recruitment announcement has been published. We've already received over 100 resumes in the past few days, and we've initially screened down to 50. Would you like to review them?" Yi Cheng thought about it. He had nothing else this afternoon, so he agreed. "Sure, send them to me later. I'll review them in my office. The meeting is dismissed for now." "Yes." The three company executives nodded, then left the meeting room. Yi Cheng returned to his office and comfortably leaned back in his chair. He opened his computer and quickly received the resumes sent by Li Cheng. The newly established investment department initially targeted securities, equity trading, etc. Naturally, the recruited employees were specialized in finance or economics. Initially, they planned to hire 8 people, all basic investment department staff like securities analysts, investment analysts, and so forth. As for leadership roles, naturally, they would directly poach experienced individuals. Yi Cheng had directly allocated 3 billion renminbi, so poaching top talent wouldn't be hard. Throwing around millions could easily attract industry experts. Yi Cheng didn't need to worry about this. Li Cheng and others would select the targets, and he'd just review the list. Reviewing these resumes for basic positions, Yi Cheng found all candidates impressive. At minimum, they were graduates from 985 universities, with several overseas graduates included. Yi Cheng smiled slightly, amused that he, a college student who hadn't even graduated yet, was choosing among these experts. He read through the resumes quickly, effortlessly scanning through the documents. However, when he reached the 27th resume, he paused abruptly. Mu Ziying? The name sounded familiar. Wasn't this the female office worker he had met downstairs the other day, who was targeted by that animal-like boss? Yi Cheng remembered she was quite pretty, had an excellent figure, and seemed delicate like a girl next door. Checking her resume, she was actually a graduate from Shangjing University, previously employed by a company in Jinsi Building, where she had achieved notable results. Her qualifications were quite strong. Yi Cheng nodded slightly and continued reading the next resume. He had no special thoughts about her. It wasn't realistic to flirt with every pretty girl he encountered, unless they were exceptionally attractive. But hadn't he briefly hugged Mu Ziying's waist that day? Her waist had felt pretty good, hadn't it? Yi Cheng tapped his own head. What was he thinking? He continued working. Soon, he finished reading all 40 resumes. Yi Cheng stretched lazily and checked the time. It was only 3:30. Might as well play games. This computer had Jiansan, JX3 Online, installed anyway. He opened the login client, which required downloading updates, and Yi Cheng waited patiently. Thinking of Jiansan reminded him of Su Qiyu. This minor celebrity seemed to have recorded an episode of Who is the Treasure Singer a few days ago. Today was Friday, so it was probably airing tonight? Yi Cheng became curious. He didn't know the show's specific format. Was it simply singing? Forget it, he'd just ask that little celebrity directly. He found Su Qiyu's WeChat and sent a voice message. This young master wants to hear songs, hurry up. After a long while, she replied with another voice message. Huff just wait a bit, Huff it's not very convenient right now. Yi Cheng raised his eyebrows wide. This girl, not convenient? Her tone easily caused misunderstandings. Could she have been taken advantage of by someone? Thus, he sent a message asking, you aren't doing something inappropriate right now, are you? She quickly responded with another voice message. What? Huff, what inappropriate thing? You're panting pretty hard. Could it be you're making love? At home, Su Qiyu, who was running on her treadmill, instantly turned red upon seeing this message. She gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at his profile picture. What nonsense was this guy talking about? What making love? She was just running, alright? This guy had a dirty mind, always thinking inappropriate things. She immediately turned off the treadmill, stepped off, quickly snapped a photo of the treadmill, and then angrily typed back, you're the one making love. Stop talking nonsense. I'm just running. Yi Cheng chuckled upon seeing her reply. He knew her voice sounded off, it didn't resemble Elena's or Dongfang Jingjing's voices from that night. Alright, I misunderstood. I'll let you sing just 3 songs today. Oof. Seeing this reply, Su Qiyu finally calmed down. Singing 5 songs straight was exhausting. She had been especially tired recently, particularly after recording the program a few days ago. Yi Cheng then asked again, do you have time for gaming now? Sing while we play. After entering YY voice chat, both logged into the game. Come to Yangzhou Gate for teaming up. Yi Cheng sent a team invite to Su Qiyu. Oh, coming. Su Qiyu went to Yangzhou map in the game, found her teammate's icon on the map, and controlled her character Su Lianlian to come in front of Yi Cheng's character Yi Bai. Su Qiyu made her character face Yi Cheng's, then zoomed in the game view and looked at the appearance of his character. Then she laughed out loud. Dude, don't you think your character is ugly? Don't you know you can find a better face preset? Yi Cheng was speechless. Mind your own business. I made this face myself. I think it's handsome, that's enough. Su Qiyu laughed even harder. What is this face? You'll never find romance in game like this. Yi Cheng laughed. Funny. With my voice, do you know how many people want to be my in-game lover? Su Qiyu, anyway, I won't. I didn't even ask you. Su Qiyu snorted, then asked again, speaking of which, you're so rich, why don't you buy any costumes? What for? Costumes make you look better. You're so ugly. If you don't buy some outfits, won't you look even uglier? Too lazy to top up. You buy some for me then. Seeing Yi Cheng's message, Su Qiyu snorted, dream on. I earned your money, and now you want a rebate? Alright, stop the nonsense. Sing for me. Yi Cheng couldn't stand it anymore. Why was this girl talking so much today? Su Qiyu giggled and said, what song do you want to hear? Whatever. I've already sung all of Su Qiyu's songs. Then sing something else. That's not right. Why not? You're Su Qiyu's fan. You should say, I never get tired of Su Qiyu's songs. Yi Cheng. He said impatiently, can you just quickly sing something else? Aren't Jay Chou's songs much better than Su Qiyu's? Su Qiyu responded even more unhappily. Jay Chou has been famous for so many years, of course, his songs are better. Su Qiyu only debuted 2 years ago and became popular just over a year ago. How can you compare? Yi Cheng couldn't bear it anymore. Why are you talking so much nonsense today? I told you to sing, so hurry up. Otherwise, I won't ask you to sing anymore. Seeing her patron was angry, Su Qiyu quickly begged forgiveness. Alright, I'm sorry. It's just because Who is the Treasure Singer is airing today. I'm excited because my favorite Su Qiyu will be on stage. Don't be mad. Yi Cheng was speechless. She was obviously happy for herself. Why drag her favorite Su Qiyu into it? Such a narcissist. However, he remembered his original purpose for contacting Su Qiyu to learn about the program, so he asked, tell me, what's Su Qiyu doing on that show? Su Qiyu laughed mischievously. Of course, she's there as a guest. Do you want to know which symbol she represents? Not interested. Are you even a fan of Suchiyu? Suchiyu shouted. I already said you just forced me into it. I'm not really a fan. Then you won't even watch her show tonight? Nope, she's not an absolute beauty anyway, what's worth watching? Suchiyu couldn't tolerate this anymore. How could someone think she wasn't pretty enough? Since her debut, she had always been proudest of two things: first her singing skills, second her appearance. She had a huge number of fans just because of her looks, okay? Have you even seen her photos? She's so beautiful, you think that's not enough? Everyone knows celebrity photos are heavily photoshopped, plus their makeup skills are strong. Suchiyu clenched her teeth angrily. Although most of her online photos were indeed photoshopped, it was just to stretch the legs or something minor. Anyone who saw her in person would still call her beautiful. You're biased. If you saw Suchiyu in person, you'd surely think she's beautiful in reality too. Yi Chang, real-life makeup skills exist too. Who knows if her bare face has freckles or bumps? You haven't even seen her barefaced pictures yourself, how do you know? Who said so? How do you know I haven't seen them? Suchiyu insisted on proving to this guy how beautiful she was. I have her barefaced photos right here. Yi Chang chuckled. Finally, this girl took the bait. As expected, she couldn't resist showing off her barefaced photos after being provoked. He continued, I don't believe you. How could a celebrity's barefaced photo be seen by a little fan like you? Then send it. I'll send it, Suchiyu said angrily. She clearly knew how good-looking she was. Even her agent, Sister Hong, said her bare face would definitely rank in the top 10 in the entertainment industry. As for barefaced photos, did she even need to ask others for them when she could just take them herself? She took out her phone, thought for a moment about where to take the picture. Earlier, she had photographed her treadmill. She absolutely couldn't include elements from that picture. So she found a window and started taking selfies. At first, she considered using beauty filters, but thinking this guy would probably nitpick, she decided against it. Let's see what else you have to say now. Looking at the photo of the pretty fairy in her phone, she thought proudly. When she was about to send it, she hesitated again. This was her own photo, after all, even though it wasn't her online image. No, she couldn't simply give it away. She rolled her eyes and returned happily to her computer desk, put on her headphones, and said, I found the photo, but there's a condition. Yi Chang heard the sound of her sitting down and putting on headphones and snorted softly. Found it, huh? Clearly, you just ran to take a selfie. He was quite curious about this little star's bare face, so hearing she wanted to set conditions, he asked, what condition? Suchiyu remembered the abs photo of Yi Chang she'd seen that day. Swallowing her saliva, she said, send me a selfie of yourself, preferably, showing your abs. Yi Chang laughed angrily. What kind of condition is this? You're exchanging someone's photo for mine? Then can you find a photo of Suchiyu with bare face plus exposed stomach? Suchiyu's face immediately turned red. Impossible. Dream on. If you're ugly, wouldn't I lose out? Me, ugly? Do I sound ugly to you? Besides, you're sending me Suchiyu's photo, not your own. How would you lose out, little sister? You're really troublesome. You're troublesome. Suchiyu's face flushed as she angrily said, fine, if not abs, then at least show your face. She quickly added, no Photoshop. No beauty filters. In your dreams, Yi Chang refused. You're exchanging someone else's photo for mine. Wouldn't I be losing out heavily? Besides, I can easily find Suchiyu's photos online. Aren't those beauty-filtered photos online much prettier than her barefaced ones? Who said so? Her barefaced photos look much better than those filtered ones. Suchiyu argued strongly. Then isn't all that beauty filtering just pointless? Nonsense. Yi Chang implied that he wasn't that stupid. Anyway, I don't care. If you don't send your photo, I won't send you mine either, Suchiyu stubbornly replied. Fine, don't send it then, Yi Chang snorted. Just hurry up and sing for me. Fine, I won't send it, Suchiyu said angrily. Anyway, you said you don't care what I sing, so I'll continue singing Suchiyu's songs. As long as she sang enough, sooner or later this guy would love every one of her songs. Then this guy would genuinely become her fan. So she continued to sing another one of her songs called Clouds, Water, and Rainbows. Yi Chang slowly listened to this little star sing while he opened the game's shop interface. The shop had a lot of costumes, seemingly dazzling, but few of them looked good. Having just been mocked by the little star for his ugly game character was unbearable. Anyway, money in the virtual internet tycoon card had to be spent, so he directly opened the top-up interface and loaded 10,000 yuan into the account. Then he started buying outfits. He checked the currently trending ones, bought the ones he liked, and changed his character's face as well. Besides his self-made face, he naturally had some good-looking presets, but he had simply forgotten to change it earlier, allowing Suchiyu to see it. He looked at his current game character and thought, not bad, about 1/10 as handsome as his real self. Then he began trying other outfits. This game being called Tang Dynasty Dress Up was certainly not false. While singing, Suchiyu was also clicking around the game interface. She suddenly noticed that Yi Chang's character had put on a nice-looking outfit and paused, then took a closer look at his new appearance. Indeed, even the face had changed. She smiled inwardly. This guy ended up changing it anyway. What was he pretending for earlier? After finishing this song, she stopped briefly and teased, "Yo, why did you suddenly put on a new outfit? Finally realized how ugly you were earlier." Yi Chang laughed lightly, "Just sing your songs properly, or you won't get paid today." "Hateful capitalist," Suchiyu complained unhappily. Yi Chang laughed and said, "Still complaining? With my identity, do you think it would be difficult for me to get Suchiyu's barefaced photo?" Suchiyu was startled and immediately got scared. Yi Chang probably really had that ability. Even if she refused, her company and sister Hong probably wouldn't refuse. "Okay, I won't complain anymore, alright? Please don't do that, it would put Suchiyu in a difficult spot. This is threatening people." "Hee, as long as you behave," Yi Chang said smilingly. "Now continue singing." "Oh." Suchiyu obediently replied, not daring to anger this big shot again. Only now did she recall that the person chatting with her was Long Koan's nephew, a true VIP. She suddenly wondered, if she kept singing for this man, would this powerful person use the internet to uncover her identity? Then he would find out she was actually Suchiyu. Oh my god, she couldn't help covering her face. Wasn't this situation becoming a bit dangerous? But if she refused to sing again, would he become angry and stop helping her in the entertainment industry? Or even worse, blacklist her directly? Then wouldn't her dream be shattered? She suddenly realized that powerful figures were often dangerous. She was playing with fire. She started regretting it. At first, she hadn't considered this possibility at all. But now, had she reached a point of no return? Unless she was overthinking, and this man wouldn't get angry if she stopped singing. No, she had to test him out later. However, deep down, she still felt this man was probably good-hearted. He wouldn't do such things, it was just her imagination running wild. On another note, this man's figure was really top-notch, totally unlike those wealthy men she had imagined who were fat and bloated. She just didn't know what this man looked like. Damn, she really wanted to know. With her thoughts wandering, she sang her third song. After finishing the third song, she said, "Finished singing, transfer the money." Soon, a transfer notification of 30,000 yuan appeared on her WeChat. She happily accepted it, looking at her balance, now over 100,000 yuan. She had now earned back the more than 90,000 yuan she spent buying the black crystal from this guy. "Thank you, boss," she giggled. This money was really easy to earn. She didn't wonder at all why Yi Chang was willing to pay so much for her singing, still believing Yi Chang had simply recognized the value of her singing voice. Hearing this little star's words, Yi Chang snorted and said, "I don't feel like you actually treat me as your boss." After receiving the money, Suchiyu felt better, and her attitude toward Yi Chang improved. "Oh come on, that's just my personality, boss, don't be mad." "Heh, you only act humble when taking money, then act arrogant after receiving it. How about this, if you call me dad now, I'll send you another 30,000 yuan. Suchiyu's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. "How could I do that? Could you stop saying such nonsense? 50,000. No way. 100,000. Don't think money can make me submit. 130,000. I. Suchiyu clenched her teeth. What was wrong with this guy? Impossible. 170,000. Don't think about more than this. You're not some big celebrity. Calling me dad once for 170,000 isn't losing at all. Anyway, I don't even know what you look like. I. Suchiyu struggled internally. This was 170,000 yuan. She admitted she was a money lover, but how could a young girl like her agree to something so embarrassing? Yi Chang continued manipulating her thoughts. "Besides, no one else will know." "What are you afraid of?" Finally, Suchiyu softly replied, "I can, but it's really embarrassing, so you have to give me more money." Yi Chang burst out laughing. "I can see it clearly now. You really are a little money lover." Then he added, "But I can't add more money. WeChat has a daily transfer limit." As for Ching Shu's pocket money, he usually transferred it via bank now, since she mentioned that withdrawing from WeChat required fees, and asked him to transfer directly to her bank card instead. Can't add more money? Suchiyu was stunned. When she realized it was due to WeChat's transfer limit, she felt helpless. She also didn't dare to share her bank account number. What if someone found out her real name through the bank details? At least WeChat transfers could still be faked. So, what should she do? Suddenly recalling the earlier unfinished deal, her eyes lit up as she said, "Then forget about the money, but I have another condition." "What condition?" "Your photo," Suchiyu said, somewhat excitedly. "And it has to show your abs." Yi Chang rubbed his forehead. What's the difference between this celebrity and a pervy little girl? She wanted his photo, and specifically one showing abs. But thinking about it, getting a popular female celebrity to call him daddy didn't sound like a bad deal. Still, he wouldn't agree so easily and added his own conditions. "It's possible, but..." Suchiyu's eyes sparkled. "But you can't call me old dad, you have to call me daddy. And I want a barefaced photo of Suchiyu too, also showing her stomach, ideally wearing just a sports bra." Suchiyu immediately blushed. The difference between calling him old dad and daddy wasn't significant to her, but the other condition. How could she agree to that? She glanced down at herself. Due to her recent workout, she was indeed just wearing a sports bra. Although she wasn't particularly voluptuous, how could she casually let a man see her like this? She wasn't one of those actresses. Just as she was about to claim she didn't have any suitable photos, Yi Chang's next words instantly disrupted her thoughts. "If you send me yours, I'll send you a full-body photo of myself shirtless." Oh, Suchiyu hesitated again. This offer, should she agree? She bit her lip, involuntarily clenching her small fists. This man's full-body photo, and shirtless. She could gauge his height, see his body proportions clearly, observe his abs and chest muscles, and even his face. She was genuinely curious about what this influential man looked like. As for her own photo, she could easily take one right now. After some thought, she finally said, "Fine, but you send yours first." Yi Chang replied with a smile, "Deal." This woman really would agree to anything just to see him. Leaving his office chair, Yi Chang immediately took off his shirt and headed straight into the bathroom, where there was a full-length mirror. Standing in front of it, he quickly snapped a picture and sent it over. Seeing the incoming photo, Suchiyu eagerly widened her eyes, bringing her head closer to the screen. Instantly, she was mesmerized. Wow! He was way too handsome. In the photo, Yi Chang's left fist rested on his waist, his right hand holding the phone beside his head, slightly turned to reveal a striking side profile that would melt any woman's heart. His muscular arms, chest, and defined abs were flexed, making his streamlined physique even more apparent. Even through the phone screen, Suchiyu could feel the surge of hormones hitting her. Her sweet, adorable oval face instantly flushed red. Too masculine. Yi Chang's voice sounded from her headphones. "Alright, your turn now?" Regaining her senses, Suchiyu covered her face. One photo wasn't enough. She wanted more. Rolling her eyes mischievously, she said, "This is probably an internet photo, right? Take another in a different pose. I need to confirm you're not tricking me with an online image." Yi Chang. Just how badly did this woman want to see his shirtless photos? Fine. He'd give her even more, until she couldn't handle it. Of course, he'd add another condition. "I can do that, but I'll need more barefaced photos of Suchiyu. For every one you send me, I'll take another. Deal?" Suchiyu licked her lips. "Deal." She threw caution to the wind. Yi Chang chuckled. This naive little celebrity. Did she really think he didn't know her true identity? Such a foolish little girl. By now, he had figured out her nature, greedy for money, fame, and clearly fond of handsome men. And somewhat silly, too. But teasing a celebrity who wasn't even aware that he'd recognized her was amusing. This way, she'd agree to many conditions she otherwise wouldn't accept. "You have to call me daddy first before we continue." Only now did Suchiyu realize their initial agreement was about that term. Blushing deeply, she softly asked, "Can I skip this?" "No." "Well, okay then." "Alright, I'm listening," said Yi Chang. Suchiyu hesitated again internally, but finally sighed. She had agreed after all 170,000 yuan and getting to see this man's pictures. Lightly biting her lip, she softly whispered, "Dad, dysprosium." Yi Chang frowned slightly. "What did you say?" "Didn't hear it." I just said it," she pouted. "Sister, you call that saying it? That's infrasonic, who could hear that?" Fine, I'll say it again." Gathering courage, she moved the microphone close to her mouth and carefully said, "Daddy." Immediately after, she shyly covered her face, cheeks flaming red, her whole body trembling from embarrassment. As a man, Yi Chang felt powerless against that voice. Perhaps because of her shy hesitation, that soft daddy sounded even sweeter, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Damn, Elena and Jingjing said they'll only be available the day after tomorrow. I absolutely need to hear them say this a few more times. Which man could resist? Yi Chang thought to himself. Attempting to hear it again, he said, I didn't catch that clearly. Say it again. No way. I was loud enough already, you can forget it. Su Qiyu wouldn't dare repeat it now, forcing Yi Chang to give up reluctantly. But after this first time, there'd be countless others. In the future, he'd surely get this little star used to calling him daddy. Then Yi Chang transferred the remaining 170,000 yuan to her and continued their photo exchange game. Yi Chang posed as requested, while asking Su Qiyu to find attractive pictures of herself. A somewhat dirty yet mutually enjoyable exchange began. After about 10 minutes. Alright, no more photos. Your pose requests are getting weird, and you're not even meeting my conditions, Yi Chang complained. What did she mean, asking him to mimic Michael Jackson's crotch-grabbing move? She wouldn't even send him a photo of herself touching her chest. Keep dreaming. Looking at the photos she'd downloaded, over a dozen, each exciting her, Su Qiyu didn't mind stopping. Fine, no more then. Though she'd also sent some seductive poses, she'd only used someone else's photos in exchange for Yi Chang's genuine ones. Definitely worth it. Yi Chang said, I'm hanging up the voice call first. Let me get on my computer. He had already switched to his phone to take pictures in the bathroom. Oh, okay. Both sides ended the voice call. Yi Chang washed his face in the bathroom and was about to leave. As he opened the bathroom door and stepped out, at the exact same moment, the office door was also pushed open. He then saw Yao Tongtong walking in. His eyes widened instantly, he still wasn't wearing a shirt. Yao Tongtong entered the office, glanced around, and called out, Boss? Where are you? When she saw Yi Chang standing at the bathroom door, her mature face instantly turned red. Then she let out an ah, in surprise. Why wasn't the boss wearing any clothes? And, his body was way too good. Much better than her husband's physique. She stood there, staring dumbfounded at her young, handsome boss. Hearing her exclamation, Yi Chang immediately realized this was bad. Wouldn't people outside hear it? After all, Yao Tongtong had just pushed the door open, and it wasn't fully closed yet. He quickly rushed over. Since the bathroom was near the office entrance, he reached her in just a few steps and covered her mouth. Sister Tong, don't scream. If people outside hear, how am I supposed to explain this? Yao Tongtong's face was burning red as she quickly nodded. She could feel her hand brushing against Yi Chang's firm waist, making her even more flustered. She immediately pulled her hand back. But at the same time, her young and handsome boss still had his hand covering her mouth, making her too nervous to move. Seeing that she had calmed down, Yi Chang quickly let go and sighed. Sister Tong, why didn't you knock before coming in? Yao Tongtong lowered her flushed face and stole occasional glances at Yi Chang's chiseled abs. She softly said, I knocked for a while, but you didn't respond. I thought you were resting, so I came in. Sorry, boss. Well, that wasn't really her fault. Yi Chang sighed. Alright, I was in the bathroom, wiping off sweat. I took off my clothes and didn't hear you. The air conditioning was too high, and I got sweaty. Hearing his explanation, Yao Tongtong nodded. She didn't even consider the possibility that Yi Chang had been exchanging photos with some woman he met online. She glanced at his upper body again, then blushed and reached out to push him. Hurry and put on some clothes. But as she did so, she suddenly realized something. She had just touched Yi Chang's chest. Yi Chang looked at the two soft, fair hands pressed against his chest in shock. Wait, was he just taken advantage of by his mature and beautiful subordinate? Yao Tongtong let out another ah, and quickly pulled her hands back, her heart pounding wildly. She cursed herself internally. How could she be so shameless and touch another man's chest? She was a married woman. Panicking, she turned around and stammered, You put on your clothes. I'll wait outside. With that, she hurried out of the office. But just before she shut the door, Yi Chang clearly noticed her stealing another glance through the crack. Yi Chang rubbed his forehead. What the hell just happened? Someone had to take the blame for this. He immediately started cursing Su Qiyu in his heart, that little pervert. If not for her, would he have taken off his shirt? And now Yao Tongtong had seen him. Though, seeing her shy but curious reaction, Yi Chang couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Did this count as seducing a married woman? That wouldn't be good. Grumbling, he walked back to his office chair and put on a white dress shirt. Then he called out, Come in. The door opened, and Yao Tongtong, still blushing, stepped inside. Seeing her young and handsome boss properly dressed now, she felt a little disappointed for a second, before quickly scolding herself. What was she even thinking? She was 36, married, and had a kid. She should be ashamed of herself. Walking up to the desk, she said, Boss, I wanted to ask for some leave. Yi Chang was surprised. Leave? Isn't the weekend starting tomorrow? What do you need leave for? Also, didn't we agree before? Just call me Xiao Chang or Little Bro in private. I call you Sister Tong, after all. Yao Tongtong smiled gently and nodded. My husband said he wants to take me and our child on a trip. It'll be around 5 days. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Oh? Your husband finally came around? Alright, go ahead and enjoy. He genuinely hoped his subordinates had happy marriages. Yao Tongtong had previously told him that her husband, Su Jiang, had gambled away money and even asked her for more. But now, not long after, he had suddenly changed his ways and was taking his family on a trip? That was good news. Yao Tongtong smiled. Yeah, he's been behaving lately. His attitude toward me has improved a lot. He even said he's planning to start a business again. The last 2 days of the trip will be in Hangzhou, where he plans to meet some business partners, so the trip will be a bit longer. She seemed genuinely happy. Yi Chang nodded. Alright, your leave is approved. Enjoy yourself. If you run into any trouble, call me. I can't help much if you're overseas, but in China, I can make sure you're safe. Yao Tongtong smiled gratefully. Thanks, Chung Di. Thinking about her family, the earlier awkward scene in the office gradually faded from her mind. After giving Yi Chang a rundown of her tasks for the next few days, she left the office. Watching her mature, graceful figure disappear, Yi Chang shook his head. He was actually surprised. Su Jiang had been down and out for years, but now he was getting his act together again? Would he restart his business? And if he did, would Yao Tongtong quit to help him? That would be a pity. She was not only highly capable but also easy on the eyes. If she left, it would be a real loss. But if it really happened, there was nothing he could do to stop her. Forget it, no need to think about that now. He refocused on his computer. Meanwhile, Su Qiyu, who had been waiting for him to reply, had grown impatient. Where are you? Where did you go? Did you get so lost staring at Su Qiyu's photos that you forgot to reply? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Wow, I can't believe you. A grown man staring at a celebrity's pictures for so long. Wait, are you doing that right now? Ew, gross. Yi Chang clenched his fists. If it weren't for this woman, would he have taken his shirt off and let Yao Tongtong see him? Now, this little celebrity was even making fun of him? He grabbed his headset, entered the voice chat, and immediately saw Su Qiyu inside. Then he roared, "You pervy little minx. Do you believe I won't track you down, tie you up, throw you in my basement, and make you call me daddy every single day?" Su Qiyu, who was bored and staring idly at her in-game character, was suddenly startled by the angry shout coming from her headphones. She jumped up from her seat in fright, causing her chair to roll backwards, and she fell hard onto the floor. Ouch! Ow! She grabbed onto the desk, rubbing her sore bottom that felt like it had nearly split in two. Frowning, her delicate little face scrunched up as she slowly stood back up. Ow! Sighing heavily, she put the headphones back on. Looking at the guy in the voice channel, she felt incredibly annoyed. You damned pervert! Can't you speak normally? Why did you suddenly shout? Trying to scare me to death? You hateful jerk! Yi Chang had just heard the loud thuds and the ouch from her side, guessing she probably fell, and immediately burst into laughter. Serves you right. Just look at the messages you sent me. How can a girl talk like that? Shameless. Bah! You're the shameless one. Tell me then, what did you do with my family Su Qiyu's photos? Bullshit. I'm in my office right now. I took off my shirt earlier to take photos, and someone from the company walked in on me. Aren't you hateful? If not for you, you perverted woman, would anyone have seen me? Hearing this, Su Qiyu instantly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, something so funny happened? Ha ha ha. You're actually in your office. I thought you were at home. Serves you right for taking your clothes off at work. Yi Chang became angry. Fine, I'll immediately have someone track your location and kidnap you. Su Qiyu panicked upon hearing this. Why wasn't this guy following the rules? You can't do that. I'll have the police guarding my door. Let's see how you kidnap me then. And I warn you, breaking in and kidnapping someone can get you the death penalty. Yi Chang coldly laughed. You think I'm scared of that? Just wait. Su Qiyu immediately pleaded, don't do that. I'll sing for you for 10 days for free, alright? If I kidnap you, you'll have to sing for me every day anyway, and it'll also be free. Su Qiyu clenched her teeth, suddenly remembering this guy seemed to really like her barefaced photos. Would it help if she took some prettier ones? She hurriedly said, then. I have some more private photos of Su Qiyu here, very beautiful ones. Do you want them? No. Instead of looking at Su Qiyu, I'd rather bring you here and look at you. Su Qiyu blushed instantly. Hey, how can you say that? What else then? What did you think I wanted? Su Qiyu gritted her teeth and said, these photos of Su Qiyu are really attractive. She shows a lot, especially her legs. And she's wearing stockings. Isn't that what you men like the most? Yi Cheng cursed irritably. What kind of person do you take me for? Photos like that? Can't I just ask my girlfriend to wear stockings? You have a girlfriend? Su Qiyu widened her eyes. Wow, you have a girlfriend and you're still chatting with me? You jerk! What the hell? Yi Cheng angrily shouted. Just you wait. Then he abruptly ended the call and exited the game. Su Qiyu was stunned. Where did this guy go? It was over. He wouldn't really kidnap her, lock her up in his basement, and do that, would he? She panicked, quickly grabbing her phone and calling her manager, Sister Hong. Sister Hong! I'm doomed! Zhou Hong was completely confused. What are you doomed for? Didn't you have today off? You're at home, how could you be doomed? I offended someone. Who did you offend? How can you offend someone at home? Online, while gaming, I offended someone. Zhou Hong chuckled. Qiyu, what are you thinking? You believe those threats people make online? Did someone say bad things about you, and you argued with them? That person is actually very powerful, Su Qiyu hesitantly said. Very powerful? How do you know? Zhou Hong asked, puzzled. It's. Su Qiyu bit her lip, finally confessing everything that had happened recently, Yi Cheng spending 30,000 yuan daily just to hear her sing 5 songs, and even arranging for her to appear on the show Who's the Treasure Singer. What? The invitation from Who's the Treasure Singer wasn't from the program itself? Zhou Hong was shocked. No wonder the director asked me jokingly what connections I used. I thought he was just kidding. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhou Hong could hardly believe Su Qiyu's luck, meeting such a big figure online. I was embarrassed to tell you, Su Qiyu stammered awkwardly. How did you offend him? Su Qiyu hesitated for a long time without answering. Hurry up and tell me. How can I help you if you don't? You silly girl, you're really making me worried. Su Qiyu bit her lip again, finally telling Zhou Hong everything that just happened. Zhou Hong was stunned. How had she never realized her little celebrity was actually such a pervert, even asking a man for photos? But these weren't the biggest issue. The real problem was, he helped you so much, why didn't you treat him nicely? Why tease him like that? Right, does he know your real identity? He doesn't, but he said he'd find me, lock me up, and even do that to me, Su Qiyu said, blushing deeply. Do what? Zhou Hong was shocked. He doesn't mean to assault you, right? I don't know, he said, he'd me. Only God knew how embarrassed Su Qiyu felt saying those 2 words. Zhou Hong, alright. Come stay at my place for a few days. We can watch your show together tonight. Oh, alright, I'll come right away, but if I leave now, can I still come back home later? I just bought this place. Well, isn't that better than being kidnapped and? Zhou Hong was both amused and exasperated. Alright, he was probably just scaring you. It'll be fine in a few days. Just stay with me for now. But, he won't blacklist me out of anger, will he? Zhou Hong sighed helplessly. How would I know? It depends on him. How do you think he feels about you? Su Qiyu thought for a moment, then said, I think he's a good person. After she said that, she froze. Why did she suddenly think that guy was a good person? Clearly, he was so hateful, even threatening to imprison her just now. But, maybe it really was her fault for speaking carelessly. He paid her so much money every day, and all she had to do was sing a few songs, yet she constantly teased him. Moreover, he wasn't even her fan to begin with. She still selfishly forced him to listen to her songs and watch her shows. And because of her request, he took off his shirt, only to be seen by someone in his company. For someone of his status, that must have been humiliating. Instead of comforting him, she even accused him of doing dirty things with her photos. So, was it all her fault? Su Qiyu bit her lip, starting to reflect on herself. After hearing Su Qiyu's words, Zhou Hong paused briefly and then said, well, if even now you still think he's a good person, maybe he was just trying to scare you. He might stop being angry after a few days. But just in case, you should stay at my place for a while, understand? You can't afford to get into trouble right now, you have a commercial performance next week, remember? Oh, I understand, Su Qiyu replied reluctantly. After hanging up the phone, she thought for a moment, sent an apology message to Yi Cheng, then quickly packed her things and left. In the office, Yi Cheng saw the apology message sent by the little celebrity and snorted lightly, ignoring it. Of course, he wouldn't actually go and capture that little girl. But even if he didn't personally capture her, he had other methods. He picked up his phone, tapped the table a few times thoughtfully, and finally called Jiang Qi from Longtong Group, the executive responsible for entertainment business. Hello, who is this? Asked Jiang Qi. I'm Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng, Is it Special CEO Yi? Special CEO? Yi Chang was puzzled for a moment before realizing it meant special chief executive. He smiled and said, "Yes, that's me." "Oh, CEO Yi, is there something you need, or is it related to Su Chiyu?" Jiang Qi asked respectfully. Jiang Qi knew well how highly regarded this young man, appointed as the global special CEO by Longkuan Group, was. After all, Vice Chairman Chen Jinqing had been openly humiliated by Chairman Long at a meeting because of him. Therefore, he had to show Yi Chang maximum respect. Yi Chang paid no attention to Jiang Qi's attitude and directly said, "It's related to her. Help me investigate what events she's planning to attend soon." "Events?" Jiang Qi replied promptly, "All right, CEO Yi. Once I find out, I'll send you the information immediately." "Thanks, CEO Jiang," Yi Chang said simply, then hung up the phone. Afterwards, Yi Chang logged back into the game. That little celebrity had already gone offline, maybe she had fled her city overnight. Chuckling lightly, Yi Chang glanced downward and saw that Mu Yingying had also come online. It had been a long time since he'd played with Yingying, so he messaged her privately, grin emoji. Mu Yingying quickly replied, "Piggy head, ice cream." Yi Chang smiled and wrote back, "Sister Yingying, are you free to play now? Wanna do daily quests together?" Mu Yingying replied, "Sure." They quickly formed a party and joined the same voice channel. Mu Yingying's sweet, gentle voice came through the headset. "Little brother, you finally bought a cosmetic skin? Did you get rich recently?" Yi Chang laughed. "Sort of. Wow, finally hearing your voice again. It's still so pleasant," Mu Yingying said cheerfully. Yi Chang rubbed his forehead, helplessly replying, "It's just a voice." "Yours sounds nice too, Sister Yingying." "Hee hee, thanks for the compliment," she giggled. "Sister Yingying, aren't you working today? I remember you usually only have time during weekends to log in during the day." "Oh, I quit my job. I'll go to the company later to pick up my resignation letter and collect this month's salary." "You quit?" Yi Chang was surprised. "Did you find a better job?" "No, I just didn't want to stay at this company anymore. I've applied to another company, but I don't know if I'll get in," Mu Yingying explained. "That company is super powerful." "Super powerful?" Yi Chang laughed. "A Fortune 500? They aren't listed, so they can't be ranked, but they're powerful anyway." Yi Chang didn't press further about which company it was. Although he and Mu Yingying had a pretty good relationship, they hadn't exchanged real-life photos. After all, protecting privacy was still important online. As they chatted casually, they continued doing daily quests. After a while, Mu Yingying suddenly asked, "By the way, little brother, what kind of girls do you guys generally like?" Yi Chang froze briefly, then asked with a teasing smile, "Sister Yingying, have you found someone?" "Oh no, nothing like that. I'm just asking." Mu Yingying sounded shy, clearly trying to cover up. Yi Chang chuckled, not teasing her further. He simply replied, "With a voice as pleasant as yours, Sister Yingying, you must be the soft type. Most guys like that type, anyone from 18 to 60 would like it. So, how old is the guy you have your eyes on?" Probably in his 20s. I think he's around that age." Mu Yingying's words essentially admitted that she was indeed pursuing a man. "If he's in his 20s, that's definitely fine. Maybe if Sister Yingying sends me a photo, I can give you better advice." "In your dreams? You even want my photo?" Mu Yingying said playfully, then added, "I'll send you a picture I found online. I look similar to the girl in it." Yi Chang soon received a picture from Mu Yingying on QQ. He opened it to see a woman with an oval-shaped face, fair skin, a small nose and mouth, appearing delicate and gentle, with long, straight black hair. Yi Chang commented, "Yeah, Sister Yingying, I bet you'll easily win over that guy." "Oh right, how's his family background?" Yi Chang suddenly asked. Mu Yingying hesitated slightly, then said vaguely, "Him. I guess his family is quite well off." "Then it's perfect, Sister Yingying. You're wealthy too, so it's an equal match," Yi Chang joked lightly. "What do you mean wealthy?" Mu Yingying replied defensively. "Just look at the cosmetics you're wearing. This golden generation outfit is worth about 30 or 40,000 now, right? And this white doll veggie outfit you have is also over 10,000. Hey! I bought these outfits when they first came out, at the original price. They only increased in value later," Mu Yingying argued. Besides, to be honest, that guy has enough money to buy our entire JX3 game." Yi Chang was stunned. "You have your eyes on a rich second-generation heir?" "Sort of," Mu Yingying said shyly, then quickly explained, "but it's not because he's rich. He helped me once." "He helped you once?" Yi Chang caught onto the key detail and then chuckled. "In that case, Sister Yingying, you should be bold and go after him. Trust me, it'll work." "Ha? Would that be okay?" Mu Yingying hesitated. "Wouldn't he find me annoying?" "You're overthinking it." Yi Cheng laughed. From the picture you sent me, as long as you look as pretty as that girl, there's no way he'd reject you. The fact that he helped you back then was probably because you're attractive. Men helping women, don't they just hope the woman will repay them with affection? If you take the initiative, you'll definitely win him over. By the way, are you close to him? Repay with affection? That sounds awful, Mu Yingying huffed. Then she mumbled, I only know his name. We didn't know each other before. Yi Cheng's eyes widened. Wait, you only know his name? You didn't know him before? Do you even have his contact information? No, Mu Yingying admitted. Yi Cheng was speechless. After a moment, he sighed. Sigh, this is hopeless. I've never dated before, okay? I have no experience, Mu Yingying defended herself. She had been too embarrassed to ask for his contact info at the time, especially with so many people watching. Thinking about that man named Yi Cheng, she sighed. Why did she only ask for his name back then and not his contact information? She was such an idiot when it came to relationships. She couldn't help but smack her forehead in frustration. Yi Cheng sighed. So basically, you won't even be able to meet him. How are you supposed to chase him? That's not true. Mu Yingying said, embarrassed. Actually, the company I applied to is his. I've been preparing for the first round interview these past few days. If I make it to the final round, I'll get to see him again. Maybe he still remembers me. Yi Cheng's eyes widened. Damn, she even chased him all the way to his company? He couldn't help but laugh. Nice, Sister Yingying. With this level of effort, he's bound to accept you. Ugh, stop talking nonsense. Mu Yingying huffed. I'm done talking to you. The quest is finished, I need to turn it in and log off soon. I have to head to the company later. I'm done too, let's turn it in together, Yi Cheng said. With that, the two refocused on the game. Time passed quickly. About an hour after Mu Yingying logged off, Yi Cheng checked his phone. It was 5:30 p.m., time to get off work. Of course, he could leave whenever he wanted, but as the boss, he had to set an example for his employees. Just then, a text message popped up. It was from Jiang Qi. CEO Yi, I found out that Su Qiyu will be attending a charity gala in Hangzhou next Wednesday. She was invited to perform for free. The event is quite large, and many well-known figures will be attending. If you need an invitation, I can get one for you. Under what identity would you like to attend? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. Hangzhou? That wasn't far from Shanghai. Might as well go. What identity should he use? Thinking for a moment, he replied, alright, I'll attend as the global special CEO of the group. He wanted that little celebrity to understand offending someone of his status wasn't so simple. Oh, right. He also needed to ask for leave from Yan Yuaning. He couldn't afford to upset his boss after all. In front of her, he was just a small assistant, not the global special CEO of Longton Group. And he definitely couldn't let her know he was taking leave to see another woman. He wasn't ready to deal with that kind of drama. Seems like I've been pretty busy lately, Yi Cheng mused. Looking at his schedule, he realized he had a lot going on. Soon, he had to return to Yulong Garden, where the big boss was waiting for him to feed her. And by feeding, he meant two things. First, cooking for her, and second, well, feeding her at night. Cough, cough. Then, the next 2 days, he wouldn't be working. Tomorrow, he had a date with Aunt Lu, and just thinking about Lumi's mature face got him excited. And the day after that was even better. Elena and Dongfang Jingjing were arriving. He had given up 0.5% of his shares for this, but it was totally worth it. Then next week, he'd head to Hangzhou to confront that little celebrity and show her exactly who she was messing with. Sigh, this is exhausting. Yi Cheng rubbed his temples. At this rate, wasn't he bound to crash and burn sooner or later? Suddenly, he remembered Yao Tongtong was also going to Hangzhou next week, but she was going with her husband and child, so it had nothing to do with him. Shaking his head, he got up from his chair, packed up his things, and left the office. As he stepped outside, he ran into Hu Ning. Boss, heading out? Yeah. You're not leaving? Hu Ning shook his head. Still got some work left. Gonna stay late. Yi Cheng chuckled. Ever since he gave everyone a raise, it seemed like they were all extra motivated. Alright, don't overwork yourself. Hu Ning nodded and then pulled out a set of keys, handing them to Yi Cheng. Boss, here's the car you asked me to buy, it's ready. Yi Cheng's eyes lit up. After Long Cohen gifted him a Pullman, he told Hu Ning to forget about finding another Pullman and just get him a sports car instead. He hadn't expected it to be ready so soon. Taking the keys, he glanced at them and saw the Bugatti logo. He raised an eyebrow. A Bugatti? How'd you get it so fast? It's only been a week. Hu Ning grinned. It was just luck. A company owner needed cash urgently, so he sold off a bunch of his cars. He said he hardly ever drove them, they were just for collection. This one is a Bugatti Chiron Per Sport, a limited edition, only 60 units worldwide. The guy said he spent over 40 million yuan to import it with all the necessary paperwork. I bought it for 40 million, he needed the money fast. Yi Chang nodded. He wasn't upset about the price. Curious, he asked, where's the car now? It's in the company's second parking lot. It was delivered just now. Yi Chang nodded. Alright, I'll go test it out now. Good work. Not a problem, Hu Ning replied with a smile. Originally, Yi Chang had only allocated 20 million yuan for the car, but Hu Ning had boldly spent double that amount. Yet, Yi Chang wasn't angry. It seemed Hu Ning had made the right bet. His boss's impression of him had definitely improved. Taking the car keys, Yi Chang exited the elevator and arrived on the first floor, ready to head to the parking garage. The lobby was still bustling with people coming and going. The white-collar workers had expressions of either urgency or joy on their faces. Yi Chang's presence didn't attract much attention, after all, not everyone knew about his status as a major landowner. Walking out of the long corridor from the internal elevator exit, he reached the very corner where that woman had bumped into him last time. Yi Chang smiled. Would he get hit again this time? As he stepped past the corner, he really did see a woman walking towards him. The key point was that she had her head down, lost in thought, completely unaware of her surroundings. Without seeing him at all, she walked straight into him. Yi Chang could have easily dodged, but he recognized the woman. Wasn't this the same Mu Ziying from that day? Last time, she had bumped into him in the same spot while trying to escape, which was understandable. But now, with her head down again, was she about to crash into him a second time? What a ridiculous coincidence. Yi Chang found it both funny and exasperating. Instead of dodging, he simply let her collide into his chest. The impact threw Mu Ziying off balance in her high heels, causing her to stumble backward. Her thoughts were suddenly pulled back to reality, and she instinctively let out a startled cry, ah. But Yi Chang reacted quickly, reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist. Feeling herself embraced by a man under such circumstances once again, Mu Ziying's cheeks turned red. She liked Yi Chang, but did this mean she had just been touched by another man? She also felt incredibly unlucky. How did she manage to bump into someone twice at the same corner? Last time wasn't really her fault, but this time, it definitely was. She had been thinking about the analysis her younger brother from the game had given her, imagining how she should talk to Yi Chang when they met again. Lost in thought, she had completely forgotten her surroundings. Realizing that strong arms were still holding her and that her face was pressed against his chest, Mu Ziying's face grew even redder. She quickly lifted her head and placed both hands against his chest to create some distance, stammering apologetically, sorry. I wasn't looking, it's you. Him, it was actually him? Her initial embarrassment was instantly replaced by a mix of surprise and shyness. At the same time, a strong sense of security washed over her, making her reluctant to let Yi Chang remove his arm from her waist. She even had the urge to lean back into his embrace and quietly enjoy the hug. Unfortunately, as soon as she recognized him, Yi Chang let go. He smiled and asked, "Are you always this clumsy?" Hearing his question, Mu Ziying blushed even more and grew nervous. She fumbled for words, I'm not usually like this. I was just lost in thought. You still have to watch where you're going, Yi Chang chuckled. I think you have a special skill, you always manage to bump into me. You're right. Mu Ziying lowered her head and quickly agreed. In front of Yi Chang, she felt like a junior employee being lectured by a domineering CEO. Yi Chang shook his head. This woman probably wasn't even listening to what he was saying. What was she so shy about? Did bumping into him twice really make her develop feelings for him? Be more careful when you walk next time. I'll be going now. Oh, okay, Mu Ziying instinctively responded, but then she suddenly remembered what her online younger brother had advised her. She had to get his contact information. She quickly followed after him, blushing, and said, wait. Mr. Yi, can I ask for your contact information? Yi Chang turned around and looked at her. Did she really develop feelings for him? Now, this was getting interesting. His gaze slowly scanned Mu Ziying from head to toe. She had an oval-shaped face, long black hair, and looked gentle and delicate, like a traditional beauty. She reminded him of the internet photo Mu Ying had sent him earlier. They looked quite similar. For some reason, Mu Ziying wasn't wearing professional attire today, even though she had come to work. Instead, she wore an off-shoulder floral dress. The pink fabric enhanced her soft and elegant aura, revealing her smooth, rounded shoulders. Between them, a delicate collarbone stood out beautifully. Around her slender, fair neck, she wore a sparkling silver necklace, making her neckline appear even more graceful. The dress's hem reached mid-thigh, exposing her long, well-proportioned legs. She wore sheer white stockings that accentuated her skin, making her legs look even more flawless. On her feet were pointed-toe high-heeled sandals, with thin straps wrapping around her ankles, adding an ethereal charm. As Yi Cheng examined her, Mu Ziying grew increasingly nervous. It felt as if he was evaluating whether she was attractive enough to be his girlfriend. Would he find her appearance and outfit suitable? At the very least, she had been complimented on her looks since childhood. Her face grew redder and redder. When she noticed Yi Cheng's gaze lingering on her legs, she instinctively straightened them and pressed them together. Finally, Yi Cheng looked away. He raised his eyes to meet hers and smiled. "You're off work now, right?" Uncertain of his intentions, Mu Ziying replied, "I quit my job already. I came today just to pick up my last paycheck." "You quit?" Yi Cheng was surprised. Was it because of what happened that day? Mu Ziying hesitated for a moment before answering, "Partly. Mostly because of you." Yi Cheng couldn't hear her thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled the 50 resumes he had reviewed earlier and had an epiphany. "Oh, I remember now. You applied to my company, right?" Mu Ziying immediately felt embarrassed. Yes. I saw your company's job listing and decided to apply." Yi Cheng nodded slightly. Why did this situation feel oddly familiar? But he didn't overthink it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Well, you have a good chance." "Really?" Mu Ziying's face lit up with joy. Yi Cheng didn't answer directly but instead asked, "Where are you heading now?" "Me? I'm going home," Mu Ziying replied. "Heh, then let me give you a ride," Yi Cheng said. "We can chat on the way." Mu Ziying was instantly thrilled. Yi Cheng actually offered to drive her home? Could it really be like her online younger brother had said, that Yi Cheng had helped her before because he liked her? Her heart filled with joy, and there was no way she would refuse Yi Cheng's invitation. She nodded enthusiastically. "Okay." Mu Ziying followed behind Yi Cheng, feeling both excited and shy. The blush on her face revealed her inner thoughts. She hadn't expected it to be this easy. It was really just like her younger brother had said Yi Cheng did have feelings for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to drive her home. She trailed behind Yi Cheng, occasionally glancing up at his tall figure and his handsome face from the side. The more she looked, the redder her cheeks became. So nervous, so nervous. Sitting in his car, would he try to do something bad? And if he really did, what should she do? At most, she would let him kiss her. Anything else was absolutely off limits. With her mind filled with wild thoughts, she followed the man she liked to the parking garage. The company had 10 private garages, all with electric doors. Each leader had their own, and the rest belonged to Yi Cheng. In garage number 1 sat the Rolls-Royce Wraith that he and Yin Yuaning shared, but since his sports car had arrived today, of course, he had to drive that. At the entrance of garage number 2, he took out a remote key and opened the door. As the garage door slowly lifted, a car covered with a protective sheet appeared inside. Mu Ziying stood behind Yi Cheng. She hadn't even known that Jinsei Tower had such garages. They all seemed to belong to this big shot in front of her. How nice. She didn't even own a single car. Then, she looked at the covered car inside. Even with the sheet on, its low profile was enough to tell her that it was a sports car. Yi Cheng turned back, glanced at Mu Ziying, and smiled. "Come on, help me take off the cover." "Ha? Me?" Mu Ziying froze and asked dumbly. Yi Cheng couldn't help but laugh. "Who else but you? Hurry up." This girl, she had such a cute side? Mu Ziying blushed, realizing how silly she had just looked. She quickly stepped into the garage and carefully lifted the car cover, afraid that she might accidentally scratch the car. As the cover was removed, a silver and black supercar, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance, appeared before them. Its cold, sharp headlights and aggressive grille gave it a bulkier build compared to other supercars, yet its sleek design was still undeniable. Yi Cheng immediately fell in love with it. Mu Ziying also widened her eyes in astonishment. This car. It must have cost at least several million, right? Yi Cheng walked up to it, ran his hand over the body, then turned to Mu Ziying and said, "Just bought it, haven't even sat in it yet." "You're pretty lucky." Mu Ziying, feeling ecstatic, nodded excitedly. Who didn't dream of supercars? Girls also wished they could sit in one, whether in the driver's seat or the passenger seat. Yi Cheng took out the car keys, unlocked the door, and then smiled at Mu Ziying. "Get in." Mu Ziying nodded and went to the passenger side. Bugatti's car doors weren't overly complicated, so she easily opened one and sat inside. Yi Cheng also opened the driver's side door, bent down, and got into the car. Sitting in the low sports seat, Mu Ziying's skirt naturally slid up, revealing her slender legs. The hem had lifted so much that she was almost at risk of exposing herself. Her face turned red. She hadn't brought a bag today, and all her belongings were stuffed into the dress's pockets. Looking at her bare thighs, she kept trying to pull her skirt down, but no matter how much she adjusted, she still couldn't fully cover herself. However, when Yi Chang glanced over, he realized he had overthought it. She was wearing safety shorts. Slightly disappointed, he looked away. But still, just admiring her fair, slender legs wasn't bad, especially with the sheer white stockings adding to their allure. "Buckle up, we're heading out," Yi Chang said. "Oh, okay." Mu Ziying quickly reached for the seatbelt. But in her nervousness, she struggled for a long time without fastening it. Her face turned red as she anxiously said, "Why won't this seatbelt pull out?" "It won't pull?" Yi Chang paused. "Don't tell me they sold me a defective one." Although Hu Ning had assured him that the car's previous owner barely drove it, it was still a second-hand vehicle. And in the world of supercars, second-hand transactions were quite common. But when Yi Chang turned to look at Mu Ziying struggling with the seatbelt, he was speechless. He sighed and said, "Are you serious? You don't even know how to buckle a seatbelt?" I just can't pull it out," Mu Ziying pouted, looking pitiful. Yi Chang shook his head, unfastened his own seatbelt, and leaned over. As soon as he moved closer, Mu Ziying's face instantly turned bright red. What are you doing?" she asked in a small voice, unable to meet his gaze. She thought he was about to do something inappropriate. Did he think she had broken the seatbelt? She quickly explained, "I swear, I didn't break it. I really just couldn't pull it out." Yi Chang rolled his eyes. "What kind of nonsense are you thinking?" He reached for the seatbelt by her side, gave it a gentle tug, and easily pulled it out. "You were pulling too hard. If you yank it, of course, it won't move. You have to do it slowly." "Silly." Mu Ziying froze. She had completely forgotten something so simple. Her face instantly turned so red that it looked like she could bleed from embarrassment. She wished she could just disappear on the spot. "All right, now buckle it yourself. Weren't you a graduate of Beijing University? How can such a smart girl be so clueless?" Mu Ziying stammered for a long time, unable to say a word. Even she felt that she had been ridiculously dumb just now. She had actually thought the seatbelt was broken. What a joke. A car this expensive, how could even the seatbelt be faulty? But she had been too nervous the moment she sat inside. Especially when she noticed Yi Chang's gaze lingering on her legs, it made her even more flustered. As a result, her eyes started to well up with tears. Yi Chang turned his head and saw her reddened eyes, feeling even more helpless. Was she really about to cry over this? Maybe he shouldn't have called her dumb. Shaking his head, he softened his tone and said, all right, why are you crying now? Your eyes are all red." I'm not." Mu Ziying lowered her head, but a tear still betrayed her and slipped down. "You're still saying you're not," Yi Chang sighed. "Women really were made of water." He reached out and gently brushed the tear away with his fingertip, then lightly wiped the area around her eyes. Mu Ziying froze. She could feel his touch on her face, and she stared at his long, well-defined fingers. Her face had just been touched by him? "You're not crying anymore, right?" Yi Chang's gentle voice sounded again, pulling the dazed girl back to reality. She stared at Yi Chang dumbly, her small mouth forming an O shape, yet she didn't know what to say. The finger that had been wiping away her tears left her eye and slowly slid down, grazing her delicate, soft skin until it reached her cheek. Then, a single finger turned into a palm, gently caressing her adorable, oval-shaped face. Yi Chang looked at Mu Ziying. Silly girls always made people want to tease them. His 4 fingers, except for his thumb, slightly pinched the skin on her face, feeling its soft texture. His thumb lightly brushed against her delicate nose, then slowly moved downward, pressing against her soft, moist lips. After a long moment, Mu Ziying suddenly snapped back to her senses. She quickly reached out, grabbed the hand on her face, pushed it away, and turned her head to the side, her face completely flushed. She didn't dare to look at Yi Chang as she whispered, "Please don't do this." She wasn't angry, just endlessly embarrassed. She had never experienced anything like this before. Yi Chang chuckled softly and raised his hand in front of Mu Ziying. There was a faint trace of her saliva on it. "You got my hand wet. You should help me wipe it off." Mu Ziying's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he bully her like this? He was the one who had acted recklessly, yet now he wanted her to wipe his hand? But looking at Yi Chang's warm, smiling face, she lowered her head and murmured, I don't have tissues." Since it was a new car, Yi Chang hadn't prepared any tissues inside. But no tissues? That wasn't a problem. He smiled. "Anything else will do." "Anything else?" Mu Ziying was puzzled. She instinctively glanced down at her dress and blushed. If I wipe it on my dress, it'll get dirty. Yi Chang glanced at her legs. What about your stockings? Stockings? Mu Ziying followed his gaze and looked at her legs. No way. She instinctively pulled her legs back and quickly said, the stockings will get dirty too. And people might see. Then what should we do? I don't know. I can't wipe it on the car. It's expensive, Yi Chang said thoughtfully. And I can't wipe it on myself either, this is your saliva, after all. It was clearly your fault. Mu Ziying thought to herself, feeling wronged. She looked at Yi Chang's hand, then at his long, well-shaped fingers, and thought, his hands were really nice looking. But what was she supposed to do? Her face grew redder and redder. Finally, she bit her lip, closed her eyes, and whispered, then, you can wipe it on my stockings. But, Yi Chang's smile turned even more mischievous. She actually agreed? He had tissues in his pocket, but he just wanted to tease this silly girl a little more. But what? But, not on my legs. Someone might see. Then where? Your feet? Yi Chang glanced at her small, delicate feet, then shifted his gaze to her skirt. Or maybe. Mu Ziying immediately covered her skirt with her hands and shook her head furiously, her face burning. No way. Just my feet. Yi Chang wasn't disappointed. Anywhere was fine. Take off your shoes, then. Mu Ziying blushed as she slipped off her shoes and stretched out her foot. Her 5 dainty toes curled slightly, showing her nervousness. Closing her eyes, she cautiously placed her foot on the center console, holding down her skirt with both hands. Why, you can wipe it now. And the other foot? Yi Chang asked. One foot should be enough, right? No, who said that? It has to be both, or it won't be clean. But, Mu Ziying's face turned even redder. She suddenly regretted following Yi Chang here. What was going on? How did she end up being bullied like this? Yet, his teasing gestures opened a new door for her, something she had never experienced before. And since she had feelings for Yi Chang, she didn't strongly resist his actions. In the end, she gave in. She loosened the strap on her other heel, took off the second shoe, and placed her right foot on the console as well. Once she did, she tightly shut her eyes again, not daring to look. Yi Chang carefully examined her feet. They were probably size 34 or 35, flawless, with no scars, like a fairy's delicate jade feet. Grinning, he began to wipe his hand. Mu Ziying's face showed even more tension. She was so embarrassed she could barely think. After a while, she asked in a small voice, Are you done yet? No. Yi Chang's voice came from beside her. Mu Ziying bit her lip. This wasn't just wiping his hand anymore, was it? What was so fun about this? She didn't understand, but she didn't dare say anything. Several minutes later, Mu Ziying finally couldn't take it anymore. Are you still not done? Alright, I'm done. Yi Chang finally let go, but before he withdrew his hand, he lightly scratched the sole of her foot. Mu Ziying quickly pulled her feet back and glared at Yi Chang. That tickles. Seeing her shy, slightly annoyed expression, Yi Chang felt an urge to shut the garage door and have some fun right there in the car. But thinking of the eager Yan Yuaning waiting for him, he shook his head, started the supercar, and drove out of the garage. At the entrance of a residential complex, a deep engine roar came from a distance down the street. The people on the roadside watched as a silver and black supercar turned the corner. Its imposing design immediately drew countless eyes. The men quickly took out their phones and started snapping pictures of the dream car. Holy SHT! A Bugatti Chiron. So this is Shanghai? Supercars everywhere? This is so damn cool. Under everyone's gaze, the Bugatti pulled up at the entrance of the complex. After a brief pause, it drove inside. The security guards hurried to let it through. A car like this in an old residential area like theirs? It wasn't until they saw the beauty in the passenger seat that the onlookers finally understood. Inside the car, Mu Ziying originally told Yi Chang to just drop her off at the entrance, but he insisted on taking her all the way home, saying it was only proper to see someone off completely. Stopping under an apartment building, Mu Ziying's rented place was here. Yi Chang closed the car door and glanced around. There wasn't much greenery in the complex, and there was even unclean trash in the flower beds. Clearly, the area's planning and hygiene were poor. Turning back to look at Mu Ziying, who was slowly getting out of the car, he asked, You live here? Mu Ziying gently nodded. Yeah. Yi Chang deliberately frowned and made an unpleasant remark. The environment here is terrible. If he was going to tease the girl, he might as well go all the way until she got used to being bullied by him in both words and actions. Mu Ziying, however, didn't mind. He was so rich, he probably never came to places like this. Smoothing out her dress, she said, "It's not too bad. It's 5,000 a month, and I share it with my roommate." Roommate? Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Male or female? Ha? Mu Ziying tensed up under Yi Chang's gaze. Oh, of course, female. Was he concerned about her living situation? If she had said it was a guy, would he have teased her even more? Her face flushed as she felt a strange sense of excitement. Oh. Yi Chang nodded slightly. Then I'll leave now? He said that, but he just stood there looking at her, as if waiting for her to decide. Mu Ziying hesitated. She didn't really want to part ways with Yi Chang so soon, even after all the teasing earlier. Do you want to come up for a bit? You still haven't given me your contact info. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow and glanced at the time. It was only about 6:10 p.m. The drive here had taken barely 15 minutes. All right then. He nodded. Is your roommate home? Hearing him agree, Mu Ziying cheered inwardly and quickly said, she probably isn't. Her job keeps her busy. Oh. Yi Chang nodded, locked the car, then looked around again with a concerned expression. No one here is going to damage my car, right? It's worth 40 million. Ha? No. The people here are nice. Mu Ziying hurried to reassure him, but inside, she was shocked. 40 million? How many zeros was that? How many years would she have to work to make that much? Yi Chang looked at her with a half-smile. And if someone does damage it, how will you compensate me? Mu Ziying froze. Compensate him? Wouldn't the person who damaged it be responsible? Why her? 40 million, even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford that. I don't know. She bit her lip. I'll work for you for free. Free labor? Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Free labor is the most expensive. Are you planning to work for me, trick me into trusting you, seduce me, and then make me take care of you? Mu Ziying frantically shook her head, her heart pounding. Did Yi Chang really think that about her? No, I wasn't thinking that. Don't misunderstand, she said anxiously. Yi Chang chuckled softly and stopped teasing her. All right, let's see if my car gets scratched. In the meantime, let's go upstairs. Mu Ziying quickly nodded. Oh, okay. Then, she led Yi Chang upstairs. Taking the elevator to the 7th floor, they soon arrived at her rented apartment. Upon entering, there was a small living room, probably less than 20 square meters. No TV, just a table, a chair, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. Many young professionals who came to Shanghai for work lived in such cramped spaces. They commuted daily to the flashy CBD, earning seemingly high salaries but enduring a tough lifestyle. Yi Chang hadn't expected an apartment this small. It was bigger than his college dorm but much smaller than his family home, which was over 100 square meters. Then again, this was Shanghai. It's a bit small, sorry about that. Mu Ziying apologized. In her mind, Yi Chang had probably never stayed in a place like this. Yi Chang shook his head, feeling a bit of pity for this naive girl. But he still had to tease her. Yeah, it is pretty small, he remarked. Your salary should be pretty decent, right? Your last company was a big one. You should be making at least 10,000 to 20,000 a month. Why live here? Mu Ziying explained, my roommate is my best friend. Her salary isn't very high, so we rent together. Such a kind-hearted girl. Yi Chang thought with a sigh. Don't you want to change your living environment? Of course, but I want to stay with my best friend, and I also want to save enough money to buy my own place in Shanghai one day. As she spoke, a dreamy light shone in her eyes. Looking at her, Yi Chang's gaze softened. If he didn't have the system, he'd probably be just like her, finding a job, working hard, living this kind of life in Shanghai, or perhaps returning to his small hometown. Still, while his gaze grew more tender, so did his urge to tease her. But how? Right now, he couldn't think of a reason. Just then, Mu Ziying poured him a cup of tea. There was a water dispenser in the apartment. Yi Chang took a sip and frowned. This tea is awful. Mu Ziying quickly apologized. Sorry, it's cheap tea. Yi Chang shook his head, put down the cup, and asked, which one is your bedroom? The clueless girl froze, then pointed at one of the 2 doors. That one. Without asking for permission, Yi Chang got up and walked straight to her bedroom. Mu Ziying snapped out of her daze and suddenly realized something. She quickly stood up and called out, wait a minute. But Yi Chang had already opened the door and stepped into the silly girl's private room. The bedroom was just as small, not much different from the living room, about 15 square meters. There was a single bed with a large stuffed bear on it, and in the corner, a pink computer desk. The computer on it didn't look cheap, but given Mu Ziying's salary, buying such equipment wasn't too difficult. The room smelled nice, just like the light fragrance on the silly girl herself. Yi Chang glanced around and suddenly noticed something intriguing. A pile of women's underwear. Some of them even looked quite provocative, like lace, sheer fabrics, and other delicate designs. Yi Chang's gaze turned playful. This girl actually wears this kind of lingerie? Ah, don't look! Mu Ziying rushed into the room, quickly blocking Yi Chang's view, trying to prevent him from seeing her intimate clothing. She had completely forgotten that she hadn't put them away before leaving for work earlier. Yi Chang chuckled and gently pushed her aside, then casually sat down on her. The girl's bed was soft and quite comfortable. Mu Ziying, seeing him bypass her, didn't even have time to react to a man sitting on her bed. With her face burning, she hurriedly scooped up all her underwear. Yi Chang didn't take advantage of the situation, he simply watched her movements with an amused smile. Not until she had stuffed all the lingerie into a small wardrobe did she turn to look at Yi Chang. Seeing his smirk, she wished she could crawl into a hole and disappear. Didn't expect you to be so bold. Yi Chang teased. I'm not. They're comfortable to wear. Comfortable? Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. How comfortable? Seeing her flustered expression, Yi Chang burst into laughter. Mu Ziying finally couldn't take it anymore and pouted. Stop asking. You're so mean. Am I? Just a little bit. Mu Ziying hesitated under his gaze, too afraid to criticize him outright. Do you want to work for my company? Yi Chang suddenly asked. Mu Ziying was taken aback. Can I? Of course, I'd love to. I don't even have a job right now. My company is only hiring 8 people, you know that, right? Yes. Besides you, at least 100 others have applied. More than 20 of them have master's or doctoral degrees from top international universities. Many have published papers in prestigious academic journals and have years of industry experience. Do you think you can pass the first round of interviews? Mu Ziying's heart tightened. She hadn't expected the competition to be so intense. Did this mean she had no chance and would have to look for another job? I don't know. If I can't, I guess I'll just find another company. Yi Chang couldn't help but comment, you really are a fool. Mu Ziying felt wronged. She was already thinking about switching jobs, and he still called her dumb? Pouting, she retorted, you're not allowed to call me dumb. If I say you're dumb, then you are. Yi Chang was surprised that this silly girl actually talked back. Mu Ziying bit her lip. Then tell me, why am I dumb? Why? Yi Chang suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her onto the, pinning her down beneath him. Of course, he didn't press his body against hers, he only held her wrists so she couldn't get up. Please, don't do this. Mu Ziying cried out, squeezing her eyes shut and struggling. Even though there was still a gap between them, the situation was embarrassing enough to make her panic. She liked Yi Chang, but she had never imagined things would escalate this quickly. Don't move. Yi Chang's deep, magnetic voice rang out. Mu Ziying's heart tightened, and she actually stopped struggling. Look at me. Mu Ziying hesitantly opened her eyes, peeked at the man above her, and, confirming that he wasn't trying to take advantage of her, timidly asked, what do you want to do? Have you considered being my secretary? Yi Chang asked with a grin. I think you'd be perfect. Mu Ziying's eyes widened. Did that mean she'd get to be around Yi Chang all the time? But, I've never been a secretary before. I don't know how to do anything. You don't need to know anything. Yi Chang waved a hand dismissively, then leaned down to whisper in her ear, you just need to listen to me, and let me tease you a little. Mu Ziying's face turned scarlet. So he knew he was teasing her all along? He was doing it on purpose? How shameless. She bit her lip, fuming internally, but she didn't resist at all. Yi Chang's face slowly moved closer. With a half smile, he asked, so? Do you agree? Mu Ziying's eyes grew whiter and whiter. Her mind went completely blank. I don't know. You don't know? Just as Yi Chang was about to move in closer, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Domineering CEO encounter, times, unexpected favor, the silly girl is completely overwhelmed. As a CEO, isn't having a beautiful secretary a standard requirement? Option 1, leave now. Reward, the CEO you can't have BUFF. Option 2, tempt her with incentives. Reward, 100 million yuan. Option 3, persuade her by other means. Reward, launching real estate company. Yi Chang was momentarily surprised. A system prompt? What kind of weird buff was the first option? And why did it require him to play the CEO role? Thinking back, he hadn't really acted like a domineering CEO toward any woman besides Mu Ziying. Probably useless. His gaze shifted to the third option. Launching real estate? If he remembered correctly, it was a major real estate company with influence across the country. It was perfect timing. Seeing how tiny Mu Ziying's apartment was, he had been thinking of giving her a place to live. But, wasn't gifting a house considered an incentive? Yi Cheng's gaze settled on the girl's face. His mind flicked through various options before landing on one, the CEO's kiss. He wrapped an arm around the back of Mu Ziying's head and pressed his lips against her soft, cherry-like mouth. A dominant invasion, claiming the sweetness. Mu Ziying was stunned. She just got kissed? This? Yi Cheng's handsome face was right in front of her, his breath warm against her skin. Her small lips parted slightly, powerless to resist as he took everything he wanted. She had forgotten what she was supposed to do, or maybe, she had never thought of resisting at all. So, will you agree now? 5 minutes later, Yi Cheng sat holding the soft and breathless girl in his arms, and asked again. I agree. Mu Ziying panted lightly. If she didn't agree now, who knew how many more times she would get kissed? Her lips were already swollen. This is more like it. Yi Cheng smiled slightly. I'll instruct the company to recruit a secretary for me later. When the time comes, you can just submit your resume and go through the process, come for an interview directly. Oh, okay. Sitting on Yi Cheng's lap, Mu Ziying lowered her head, her face flushed. Once you become my secretary, there will be rewards for you. Yi Cheng reached out and gently played with her hair. What kind of reward? Mu Ziying was curious. Guess. Yi Cheng chuckled softly. At this moment, he had already received his reward. Later, he would pick a villa for her. When bending the rules for a female subordinate, you have to offer some benefits. Ugh, I can't guess. Mu Ziying pouted. Then don't guess. Yi Cheng gently pulled her into his embrace, the hand that had been toying with her long, straight black hair now resting on her face, stroking it softly. Feeling this tenderness, Mu Ziying slowly narrowed her eyes, leaning into the man's broad and warm chest, her heart full of peace. After being forcefully kissed by him just now, Mu Ziying had accepted it. Her heart had already been taken by this man. But she was willing. After all, she had secretly fallen for him long ago. However, she soon felt that the large hand stroking her was starting to move elsewhere. A finger reached her lips and slowly slipped inside. Good girl. Yi Cheng used his other hand to pat her head. Looks like he would have to visit Jinsei Road's company more often in the future? A few minutes later, Yi Cheng wiped his saliva-stained finger on Mu Ziying's sock, checking the time. Damn, his boss was probably going to be mad. Sure enough, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID. It was Yen Yuaning. As soon as he picked up, a coquettish voice came from the other end. Little assistant, are you planning to quit your job or what? That last or what carried a hint of anger. Yi Cheng hurriedly said, President, I just got a Bugatti. I'm coming back right away. Tonight, I'll prepare something romantic for you, okay? Hurry up. Half an hour, no, within 20 minutes, or else, don't even think about tonight. Shit. Yi Cheng immediately said, right away. He hung up the phone and told Mu Ziying, I'm leaving. Mu Ziying, who had been listening to his call, turned pale and grabbed his sleeve carefully, asking, who was that on the phone? Yi Cheng looked at her, twirled a strand of her hair again, and said, if I told you that I'm working as an assistant to a president at another company, would you believe me? Mu Ziying met his gentle gaze, then averted her eyes and whispered, I believe you. Yi Cheng rubbed her head with a smile. Good. You must send in your resume. If you don't, I'll be angry. And if I get angry, the consequences will be serious. Then, as he stood up, he suddenly noticed a poster of Jianwang 3 on the wall and asked, you play Jianwang 3? Ha? Yeah, I do. Mu Ziying was stunned. You play too? Yi Cheng smiled but didn't answer. He left the room and walked to the elevator, waiting for it to arrive. The elevator happened to be coming up and stopped on the 7th floor. Inside was a rather pretty girl, who brushed past him. That girl glanced at him several times before quickly running toward her room, Mu Ziying's room. She was Mu Ziying's roommate and best friend, Shin Xiu. Xiu, as in the phrase Junzi Hao Qiu, a gentleman's pursuit. She opened the door, saw that her best friend's room was open, and immediately shouted, Ying. Then, she rushed inside. She didn't notice her best friend's dazed expression and immediately started gesturing excitedly with her hands. Ying, you won't believe this. When I got off the elevator just now, I saw this insanely handsome guy. Love at first sight, I swear. And downstairs, there's this super cool sports car. It looks like a Bugatti. That thing is worth 20 or 30 million. Wow, maybe that car belongs to that guy. But I wonder why he came to our floor. If only he were my boyfriend, my startup phase wouldn't be so hard. She kept rambling on, but finally, she realized that her best friend hadn't said a word. She turned to look at Mu Ziying. Ying, what's wrong? Ha? Why is your mouth swollen? Mu Ziying snapped back to reality. Hearing her friend's question, her face turned red. She quickly covered her mouth and said, "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Seeing her like this, Ching Shu looked suspicious. Then she smirked and asked teasingly, "Wait, do you have a man now? Did you kiss someone?" Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Damn, that guy just now, don't tell me he's..." She stared at Mu Ziying. Mu Ziying blushed deeply, staying silent. But Ching Shu wasn't going to let it slide. She shook her friend and asked, Is it? Dizzy from being shaken, Mu Ziying quickly pushed her hands away. But seeing the look in her friend's eyes, she hesitated and then nodded slightly. "Yes, it's him." "Then, that car downstairs is his too?" Ching Shu pressed. "Yes." "Wow, such a top-tier man, and you actually landed him, Ying." Ching Shu clutched her chest dramatically. "I can't breathe." Mu Ziying just sat there in a daze. A top-tier man? She thought about the call Yi Chang received before leaving. The room had been so quiet that she had heard everything clearly. A woman's voice, soft and sweet, even playful. As for Yi Chang saying he was just an assistant to that woman, she believed him. But a man like Yi Chang, working as a woman's assistant, what for? She might act naive in front of Yi Chang, but she wasn't actually stupid when it came to things like this. Yeah, a man like that, why would he only have eyes for a silly girl like her? She wanted to cry, but with her best friend beside her, she held back. And then there was what Yi Chang had said before he left: if she didn't send in her resume, if she didn't go to his company, he would get angry. What would that man do if he got angry? Mu Ziying felt a bit afraid, yet at the same time, she still had feelings for Yi Chang. Her affection for him hadn't even lessened much. She figured she would probably still submit her resume in the end, whether she liked it or not. Ching Shu noticed something was off and asked, "Ying, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Ching Shu giggled, hugging her best friend. "Are you just too overwhelmed to speak? Ying, you have to maintain a good relationship with him. My startup's angel investment round could depend on you." Seeing her best friend's enthusiastic face, Mu Ziying forced a smile and nodded. We'll talk about it next time." Yes. Next time, make sure to mention me to him." "Oh, right. What's his name?" The roaring engine of the Bugatti echoed through the Yulong garden. It only ceased its growl after entering the gates of Villa Number 1 and coming to a stop inside the garage. If it wasn't Villa Number 18, then it was Villa Number 1, because Yi Chang had let Yan Yuaning stay in his house. Holding a bouquet of 99 roses, Yi Chang stepped out of the garage and checked the time, only 2 minutes left. "Hurry up!" He immediately ran inside with the flowers. Seeing no one in the living room, he called out upstairs, "Yuaning." There was no response, which puzzled him. So, he went upstairs and tried to enter the master bedroom, only to find the door locked. "Yuaning? Ah! I'm still changing, go back down first." Yan Yuaning hurriedly shouted from inside. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. "Changing? Just wait for me downstairs, okay?" Yi Chang, system, X-ray vision, you get me? System. Damn system. Then you better hurry, or I'm coming in. Alright, it won't take long. Since Yan Yuaning said so, Yi Chang had no choice but to go back downstairs. After returning to the living room, his eyes lit up as he noticed a grand piano. He walked over. Why not use music to welcome his president? He placed the bouquet on the piano, then sat down, lifted the lid, placed both hands gently on the keys, and began playing. Liebstrom, Dreams of Love. The deeply romantic melody spread through the vast villa, from the living room to the first floor, then up to the second floor, and into the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Yan Yuaning, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, was slowly pulling up a pair of white thigh-high stockings. She had long anticipated that this day would come, so she had contacted a bridal shop in advance to pick out a gown she liked. This afternoon, realizing she wouldn't be able to escape from that scoundrel tonight, she had the dress delivered. It was worth several $100,000. Of course, there wasn't time for a custom order. That kind of wedding dress would have to wait for their actual wedding day. Tonight was just a little reward for her little assistant and his excellent work these past few days. Though, this reward would likely cost her dearly. She lifted her head and looked at herself in the mirror. The wedding dress draped over her perfect figure made her look like a celestial fairy. What girl doesn't dream of the day she gets to wear a wedding dress? That scoundrel. When he sees me later, he'll definitely be so happy he jumps for joy. Blushing, she thought to herself while finishing putting on one stocking. She admired her long, slender legs, lightly brushing her fingers over them. Who knew how that guy would defile them later? He was really getting a bargain. Just then, she heard the sound of a beautiful piano melody coming from outside. Wasn't this the Liebstrom that Yi Chang had played for her before? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly grabbed the other stocking, put it on, then walked barefoot to the wardrobe. She pulled out a shoebox, inside of which were 2 silver stiletto heels, adorned with countless sparkling rhinestones that shimmered in the light. Yan Yuaning carefully slipped one shoe onto her foot, then the other. Once she was fully dressed, she stepped down from the bed, lifted the hem of her dress slightly, and took a few steps. The combination of the mirror's reflection, her long legs, and the elegant high heels was simply stunning. Well worth the 6-figure price tag. Her beautiful face took on a rosy flush. She could hardly wait to go downstairs and see the man playing the piano. She opened the door and headed toward the stairs. The crisp click-clack of high heels echoed from the second floor down to the living room. Yi Chang, recognizing this familiar sound, continued playing while glancing toward the staircase. As the sound of heels drew closer, a breathtakingly angelic figure appeared at the top of the stairs. His gaze froze. He even forgot to play the piano for a moment, but soon, he snapped out of it and switched to a tune everyone knew. Dun 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 dun. The Wedding March. His eyes remained fixed on Yan Yuaning, who was walking slowly down the stairs in her pure white wedding gown. His gaze traced from her stunning face to her fair neck, where a platinum necklace shimmered in the light. The pendant, a dazzling ruby, rested between the curves of her low-cut neckline, its brilliance contrasting against her snow-white skin. Her slender waist, cinched by the fitted gown, outlined a perfect curve. The hem of her dress was lifted by her gloved hands, revealing those exquisite high heels beneath. She held onto the stair railing, descending carefully. With the voluminous skirt blocking her view of her feet, she had to step cautiously. But hearing Yi Chang suddenly switch songs, her perfectly made-up face turned an even deeper shade of red. Fine. She'd let this guy experience a little taste of what a wedding felt like in advance. Slowly, she reached the bottom of the stairs. Seeing Yi Chang's unwavering gaze on her, she shyly avoided eye contact. Then, she noticed the bouquet of roses on the piano, and a wave of joy washed over her heart. Lifting her dress slightly, she hurried to the piano and picked up the bouquet. Though she didn't count them, she could roughly guess 99 roses. She hadn't expected Yi Chang to prepare roses for tonight as well. Closing her eyes, she inhaled the rich fragrance of the vibrant blooms, happiness swelling in her chest. Finally, the last note of the piano faded, and Yi Chang stood up, staring at Yan Yuaning's breathtaking beauty. Yan Yuaning, holding the bouquet, quietly gazed back at him. If a priest had been present, they might have both instinctively said, "I do." Shang. Yan Yuaning gently parted her red lips, slowly reaching out to him as she stepped forward. But Yi Chang dodged. Yan Yuaning looked at him in confusion. Yi Chang pointed at his clothes and smiled. "I can't hug a goddess dressed like this." Yan Yuaning giggled and chided, "Then hurry up and change." Yi Chang took off running toward the bedroom, skipping 5 or 6 steps at a time. Using the peak speed his enhanced body allowed, he reached the master bedroom, changed into a formal suit in under a minute, a white dress shirt, a tailcoat, and even a pair of polished leather shoes. In less than 10 seconds, he sprinted back downstairs. Seeing Yan Yuaning still standing beside the piano, he dashed straight toward her. Yan Yuaning's eyes sparkled as she looked at the now dashing man. She opened her arms once again. Yi Chang couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged forward, wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, and captured her cherry-red lips. This kiss carried no lust, only deep love. Yi Chang embraced Yan Yuaning, indulging in the softness of her lips. It was only after a long moment that they slowly separated. Their eyes met, and Yi Chang pressed his face against Yan Yuaning's once more, feeling her warmth and inhaling her scent. At that moment, the system appeared again. In life, one experiences countless things, love being one of them. Though the host is a shameless scumbag, he still has a heart full of love, even if it's slowly falling apart. Tonight, you will truly fall in love with a woman. Option 1, do everything in your power to satisfy Yan Yuaning tonight. Reward, random, based on circumstances. There was only one option, which surprised Yi Chang. It was a first. And what did it mean by calling him a shameless scumbag? Just because he liked 1 or 2 beautiful girls, did that make him a scumbag? I never deceived anyone's feelings. Also, why didn't the system activate when he was with Elena and Dongfang Jingjing the other day? System, the host knows the reason better than anyone. Yi Chang. Fine, he admitted he was greedy and lusted after beautiful women. But he had paid the price, more than $1 billion, in fact. As he complained internally, Yan Yuaning rubbed her cheek against his and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Chang snapped back to reality, kissed her eyelashes gently, and said tenderly, "I was thinking about how I can make you happy tonight." Yan Yuaning blushed and playfully tapped his nose with her finger. "That depends on your performance." Yi Cheng caught her wrist, still covered in her white silk glove, and lightly rubbed it against his face before kissing her lips again. After a brief kiss, he let go and said, "Alright, time to cook for you." I'm so hungry. Yen Yuaning pouted, waving her little fist as she playfully hit his chest. "It's all your fault for coming back so late. My bad, my bad. Tonight, I'll prepare an extravagant dinner for you." Yi Cheng pinched her cheek with a smile. Yen Yuaning nodded, holding the bouquet of roses in her hands. Seeing her like this, Yi Cheng couldn't help but think of a bridal bouquet. Not bad. He chuckled softly and walked toward the kitchen. "Wait for me. I want to watch you cook." Yen Yuaning followed him. Of course. Yi Cheng didn't refuse. Once in the kitchen, he retrieved a milk cupcake from the fridge, dusted it with cocoa powder, and handed it to Yen Yuaning. "If you're hungry, have some cake first." Seeing the exquisite cake, Yen Yuaning didn't hesitate to dig in. She took a bite, savoring the taste, and kept mumbling, "So good. As long as you like it." Yi Cheng smiled and continued preparing dinner, taking out the prepped ingredients. His mastery-level cooking skills allowed him to easily create dishes from various cuisines. Normally, he cooked filling and delicious meals with just a few dishes each day. But tonight was special, so he decided to emulate a Michelin chef: small portions, exquisite presentation, and a wide variety of dishes. For instance, the several kilogram bluefin tuna delivered in the morning. Of course, it was caught in other oceans, not from Japan. Who knew if the ones there had been contaminated by radiation? He only sliced the best part, the toro, to make sashimi. The steak was Angus beef imported from Scotland. As for the once top-ranked Japanese wagyu, off the menu, it was no longer safe to eat. Of course, there were also classic Chinese dishes. But tonight's theme was light seasoning, heavy focus on ingredients, so he used minimal oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. He worked until nearly 8 p.m., finally finishing the extravagant meal. Seated at a spacious dining table, the two of them held crystal wine glasses filled with deep red liquid Romani Conti, worth millions. The ingredients alone had cost Yi Cheng several million. Cheers! Yi Cheng clinked glasses with a bright smile. Yen Yuaning was still in her wedding dress, though she had removed her gloves. Raising her glass with her slender fingers, she lifted her elegant swan-like neck and took a sip. Watching her throat move as she swallowed, Yi Cheng couldn't resist the urge to kiss it. After drinking, Yi Cheng pulled her into his embrace with his left arm and used his right hand to pick up a piece of sashimi, dipping it in sauce before bringing it to her lips. "Open up." Yen Yuaning took a bite. The ingredients were excellent, and Yi Cheng's seasoning was perfect for her taste. So good. Her eyes lit up. It was far better than any gourmet meal she'd had before. "In that case, have mine too," Yi Cheng said with a smile. "No way, if I eat too much, I won't have room for everything else." She glanced at the table full of delicious food. No way she'd let herself miss out. Yi Cheng coaxed, "Don't worry, eating a little more than usual won't hurt." Yen Yuaning swallowed and shook her head. "But eating too much will make me gain weight." Yi Cheng chuckled and reached out to gently stroke her stomach. "I'll still like you even if you gain weight." Men are liars. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Then let me show you what a liar tastes like." Saying this, he kissed her again. After an hour-long meal, Yen Yuaning patted her full stomach and pouted. "It's all your fault, I'm stuffed." Yi Cheng grinned, grabbed her wrist, and stood up, pulling her with him. "Since you're full, let's dance." Her frustration vanished instantly, her eyes sparkling. Okay, how could she refuse a dance with Yi Cheng? Yi Cheng turned on the villa's record player, picked a waltz vinyl, and started the music. As the elegant melody filled the room, Yi Cheng wrapped his arms tightly around Yen Yuaning's waist, leading her in a slow dance. At this point, dancing was just an excuse. The real purpose was to deepen their connection. Yi Cheng's gaze was full of love, and Yen Yuaning stared at him with the same intensity. "Yuaning, I love you," Yi Cheng whispered. "I love you too." Yen Yuaning closed her eyes. Yi Cheng kissed her, slowly guiding her toward the sofa, pressing her beneath him. His hand lifted her dress, sliding up her thigh, feeling the delicate smoothness of her white silk stockings. His other hand started undoing his own clothes. Yen Yuaning placed a hand on his chest, breaking the kiss. Flushing, she whispered, Not here." "Not here?" "Then somewhere else, of course." Yi Cheng paused, then scooped her up in his arms and carried her upstairs. Tonight, no one slept. Saturday, 9 a.m. The sun had already risen high in the sky, spreading its sunlight over the land of May. The Huangpu River shimmered with waves as a luxurious cruise ship passed by. The people on board cast their gazes toward the villa district along the Pudong shore, unable to hide their envy, especially for the largest and most extravagant mansion among them. How wonderful it would be to live there. But someone was already living inside, and its owner was, at this moment, lying on. Yi Chang slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that entered his vision was an absolutely stunning face. He revealed a smile. Last night, they had gone at it from past 9 until after 2. It was Yan Yuning's first time, and her body wasn't as enduring as Elena's. It shouldn't have lasted that long after all, even Dongfang Jingjing had only lasted less than 2 hours that night. However, Yan Yuning's tendencies had been triggered, so she ended up enduring a few extra hours of punishment. Looking at her face, although it bore a happy smile, there was still a trace of fatigue. Yi Chang couldn't help but feel a little regret and pity. Had he known, he would have stopped earlier last night. He shouldn't have kept going just because Yan Yuning kept saying, "More, don't stop." A bit of guilt surfaced in his heart, so he simply lay there, quietly watching her, not wanting to wake her up. As for the date with Aunt Lu, well, that was an afternoon matter, no rush in the morning. Just then, the system spoke up. "Congratulations, host, for completing the selection. Yan Yuning's mental satisfaction, 95%. Physical satisfaction, 120%. Rewards obtained, Super God level mastery plus Haiching Headhunting Company plus 10 billion cash plus master level design mastery." What the hell, 120% physical satisfaction but only 95% mental satisfaction? Yi Chang rubbed his forehead. Should he be proud, or should he reflect on where he failed to satisfy Yan Yuning emotionally? And they even rewarded him with Super God level mastery? Damn, wasn't master level already enough? The rest of the rewards were relatively normal. A headhunting company? If he remembered correctly, this company was the largest headhunting firm in the world. As for master-level design mastery, Yi Chang focused for a moment and was instantly stunned. This design encompassed all knowledge related to design. Whether it was engineering design or corporate architecture design, he had mastered it all. It even included fashion design, clothing coordination, makeup, and so on. He knew everything. This mastery is pretty damn powerful, he thought to himself before deciding not to dwell on it further. There was nothing more important than watching a beautiful woman sleep. About 10 minutes later, probably sensing in her dream that she was being watched, Yan Yuning's beautiful eyelashes fluttered twice before she gently opened her eyes. A handsome face, filled with infinite tenderness, entered her vision, making her delicate face flush with a rosy hue. Seeing that she had woken up, Yi Chang reached out, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulled her into his embrace, and then moved his face closer. Yan Yuning let out a soft moan as Yi Chang once again kissed her soft lips. She didn't close her eyes but kept them wide open, gazing into Yi Chang's eyes. When she saw the undeniable love in them, she finally closed her eyes in satisfaction. Not long after, Yi Chang let go of her and got up. "You must be hungry. I'll go make you breakfast." Yan Yuning sat up, wanting to respond, but her legs under the blanket went weak, completely devoid of strength. A deep blush spread across her delicate face as she clearly felt the soreness below. Thinking about her own initiative and wildness last night, she didn't dare to look at Yi Chang, yet for some reason, she still longed for more. Yi Chang saw her expression and couldn't help but laugh. Leaning down, he asked, "Do you want me to feed you in another way?" "Ah, go away. Shameless pervert." Yan Yuning quickly pushed him aside. Even though she still wanted it deep down, especially craving Yi Chang's merciless treatment, she knew her body couldn't handle it anymore. She needed a full day to rest, or else this bull of a man might come for her again tonight. Yi Chang chuckled, gently stroked her delicate face, then turned and left. That morning, he had brunch with Yan Yuning. The rest of the time, he spent cuddling with her. A woman like Yan Yuning was at her most sensitive and in need of a man's care after. However, Yi Chang didn't forget to mention that he had work at the company in the afternoon. Recently, they were setting up an investment department, so there were a lot of things to do, and he often had to work overtime. But he swore that he would finish everything within the next 2 days to ensure it wouldn't affect Monday's work, and, as he put it, he valued his job as her little assistant more than anything else, which touched Yan Yuning deeply. So, after noon, she no longer suppressed her desires and once again sought out Yi Chang. And so, after last night's madness and today's midday session, she was left completely exhausted, lying limp on. Other than unconsciously mumbling "feels good" and "daddy" a few times, she had no strength left at all. "I left your dinner in the fridge. Just heat it up later. If you really can't get up, just have some snacks. I might be back late tonight, don't miss me too much." Yan Yuning lay on, too weak even to take a bath, only able to respond softly. Yi Chang looked at her and shook his head. She might not even wake up by the time he got back tonight. He got up and went into the walk-in closet to pick out his outfit. He chose a white dress shirt and long pants. Both were clothes he had bought in the past for just a few dozen bucks when he needed something presentable for job interviews. Though they looked clean and neat, they were cheap. Since he was going on a date with Aunt Lumi, he had to dress well. Of course, he was sure that Aunt Lu would immediately see through the cheapness of his outfit. After putting on a pair of white sneakers, fixing his hairstyle, and checking himself in the mirror, he exuded the fresh charm of a young man, the type that aunties liked the most. Yi Cheng smiled slightly and left the villa. He needed to go to the school gate to wait for Lumi to pick him up, but when he saw his car, a Bugatti Chiron, he hesitated. Driving this to school? After thinking for a moment, he first drove the Bugatti to Yen Yuning's villa, swapped it for a regular Maserati, and then headed to the school. After parking the car at the school gate, Yi Cheng took out his phone and glanced at WeChat. This morning, Auntie had transferred him another 500 yuan, and he hadn't even accepted it yet. Clicking to accept the transfer, he sent her a message, "Auntie, I just finished my overtime work." If he hadn't told Lumi that he had to work overtime on Saturday morning, she might have called while he was with Yen Yuning. Yi Cheng praised his own cleverness. Lumi didn't reply to the message, but instead, she called directly. As soon as he answered, her mature, seductive voice came through. "Xiao Cheng, are you finally done? Auntie can't wait to see you." Over the past week, Yi Cheng had been chatting with Lumi almost every day, maintaining constant contact. She also transferred him money daily, ranging from 200 to 1,000 yuan, making Yi Cheng truly experience what it felt like to be kept. As for their previous sibling-like relationship, it had long been forgotten by these two people obsessed with the idea of an aunt-nephew romance. He spoke in an infatuated tone, "Auntie, I miss you too. I keep thinking about how it felt to hold you that night, and how you looked wearing glasses." Lying lazily on her couch at home, Lumi straightened her relaxed, voluptuous body upon hearing his words, a blush appearing on her mature and beautiful face. "You little rascal, Auntie is almost 40, and you still like hugging me. In my eyes, Auntie is only 20. I even want to call you little sister." Lumi scoffed and scolded him, "Nonsense. You're not allowed to say that again next time." "Ah, I'm sorry, Auntie." Lumi touched her warm face with one hand, then stood up from the couch, unable to wait any longer to see Yi Cheng. "Where are you now?" "Auntie is going to change clothes and come right away. I'm back at school." "School? All right. Auntie will be there soon." Lumi immediately got up and headed to her bedroom. Her home was also a villa worth over 100 million, though to her, that wasn't much. As the chairwoman of the largest shipbuilding company in Shanghai, her wealth was well beyond tens of billions. The company was entirely hers, inherited from her father, who had handed it over to her before his passing. She had been married before, but her ex-husband was just an ordinary man, a typical freeloader. With a few simple maneuvers, she gave him a few million yuan, and he obediently signed the divorce papers without even thinking about her vast fortune. Her father hadn't just left her a company. A corporation of this magnitude required far more than just ships to succeed. What kind of outfit would that little man like me to wear? Standing in her walk-in closet, Lumi pondered as she picked out clothes. Although she looked great in her usual office attire, it wasn't appropriate for a date. Tapping her chin lightly, she smiled and chose a white lace bodycon dress. Then, she picked a pair of nude-colored sheer stockings and began taking off her silk nightgown to change. Once dressed, she selected a pair of white peep-toe high heels. Looking at herself in the mirror, she realized she hadn't dressed up like this for a man since her divorce. Oh, right, she couldn't forget her glasses. That little man liked it when she wore glasses. She put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and admired her mature, beautiful reflection. Touching her delicate face, she thought, even at 39, there are still many men crazy about my beauty. But most of those men were in their 30s or 40s, mature, successful men with refined charm. However, she wasn't interested in them. Most of them were after her wealth anyway. She shouldn't have been interested in men anymore. But ever since that night when she held Yi Cheng, her feelings for this boy, who was more than 10 years younger, had changed. She never thought she'd be attracted to a college student. How fascinating. As for the whole sugar mama thing, that was just an excuse to get closer to that little man. With a soft smile, she wondered what kind of reaction Yi Cheng would have when he saw her dressed like this. And besides, she was the one picking up a college boy from his university. Wasn't it usually middle-aged men who went on dates with college girls? Here she was, a 39-year-old woman, going after a young male student instead. Checking the time, she realized it was time to go. She grabbed her purse and headed to the door. Opening a drawer near the entrance, she looked through a collection of car keys before finally choosing a McLaren 720S. Would that little man know how to drive it? Maybe she'd let him experience the thrill of driving a supercar, or perhaps, just give it to him outright? Giving it away wasn't out of the question, but she had to see how he behaved first, whether he was obedient enough. And, of course, she couldn't make it too obvious right away. Even though both of them had a vague understanding of each other's intentions, no one had spoken up yet. Being kept didn't necessarily mean a relationship would develop. He had to be the one to say it first, only then would she have the upper hand. She had to make sure that little man couldn't resist her. With a sly smile, feeling like her plan was flawless, Lumi picked up her purse and walked out of the house. Arriving at the garage, she got into her car. Of course, she had a pair of flats in the car. There was no way she would drive in high heels. The bright orange supercar roared to life as it left the villa, heading straight for Modern University. Modern University Gate. Yi Chang stood at the entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers, 9 carnations. A white shirt, black pants, white shoes, and a faint smile on his handsome face attracted the attention of passing female students. But when they saw the flowers in his hands, they couldn't quite understand what he was doing. Wasn't a man supposed to give roses to a woman? Why carnations? Still, no girl dared to go up and ask him. Judging by the situation, it was clear that he was already taken. Not long after, a striking bright orange sports car suddenly appeared at the entrance. The powerful vehicle slowly came to a stop right in front of Yi Chang. A moment later, the butterfly doors opened with a flourish, and a mature, elegant woman stepped out of the car. She had a beautiful face framed by gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes filled with a hint of delighted amusement as she walked toward Yi Chang. As Yi Chang looked at Lumi, his expression turned dazed, just as Lumi had predicted. Of course, a small part of this daze was an act. He had to show some level of astonishment at Auntie's beauty, but for the most part, he was genuinely stunned. Even though she was 39, Lumi's face was still as fair and youthful as a young girl's. When they first met, she had long black hair, but now, it was styled into chestnut-colored waves, making her even more feminine. The gold-rimmed glasses only added to her mature, seductive charm. And the most critical difference was, last time, she wore a formal suit, which concealed her figure. But now, in a dress, her curves were on full display. Her body-hugging dress tightly outlined her voluptuous figure, ample chest, slender waist, and full hips, like an hourglass overflowing with mature allure. The deep V-neckline revealed a dazzling white cleavage, with a jade pendant hanging delicately over it, partially covering the valley, making it even more enticing. The lower part of the dress wrapped snugly around her hips, and the hem barely covered half of her thighs. Her long, toned legs, wrapped in sheer nude stockings, were flawlessly smooth with no visible muscle definition, perfectly even and well-proportioned. Her delicate ankles led down to a pair of white peep-toe high heels, revealing 2 neatly polished toes painted in a fiery red shade beneath the thin stockings. One word: stunning. At that moment, Yi Chang finally understood why some men had a thing for mature women. Xiao Chang, what are you staring at? Lumi finally stood before him. Seeing that he hadn't looked away since she got out of the car, she secretly felt delighted. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she asked softly, "Ha?" Yi Chang snapped out of his daze, quickly putting on an awkward expression. Scratching his head, he said sheepishly, I just think Lu Jie looks really beautiful today." "Still calling me Lu Jie?" Lumi playfully rolled her eyes at him. Oh, Lu Auntie." Yi Chang quickly corrected himself. It seemed that this Lu Auntie genuinely liked being called Auntie. Lumi chuckled softly. She glanced at the flowers in his hands and asked, "Are these for me?" They're for Auntie. Carnations. I hope you like them." Yi Chang quickly handed the bouquet to her. Lumi took the flowers and closed her eyes to take in their fragrance. They smelled lovely. She couldn't remember the last time she had received flowers. However, she wasn't entirely satisfied with the type of flowers he had chosen. "Thank you, Auntie likes them very much," she said with a smile. "But, you're only giving Auntie carnations?" Seeing the hint of playful disappointment in her expression, Yi Chang scratched his head and honestly explained, "I looked it up. Carnations are the most suitable flowers for Auntie. If you don't like them, I can buy something else." Lumi huffed in mock frustration. Sometimes, this little man was too honest, so honest that he didn't even understand a woman's thoughts. But when she saw the way Yi Chang looked a little flustered and uneasy from her reaction, she couldn't help but laugh. Reaching out, she patted his head. With her 5-centimeter heels, she stood slightly over 170 centimeters, which made ruffling the hair of the 180 centimeters Yi Chang a bit tricky. But still, touching this big boy's head felt like petting a little puppy. She quite enjoyed it. As she gently ruffled his hair, she said softly, "All right, don't buy me flowers anymore, silly boy. If you don't know what to buy, then just don't buy them. Auntie, what flowers do you like? Next time, I'll make sure to get them for you." Yi Chang insisted. "You have to guess for yourself." "Auntie won't tell you," Lumi teased with a smile. At that moment, she noticed the many gazes from people around them. A faint blush appeared on her face. She could clearly sense the disbelief in some of the young girls' eyes. She knew exactly what they were thinking, an older woman like her being so close with a young college boy? They probably thought she was some old woman preying on a young man, but Lumi didn't feel embarrassed at all. She glanced around at the young girls, lifted her chin slightly in confidence, then turned back to Yi Chang and asked, "Can you drive?" Yi Chang glanced at the McLaren beside them, a flash of admiration flickering across his face before he looked at Lumi and said, "I'm afraid I might scratch Auntie's car. I can't afford to pay for it." Lumi caught the look of admiration in his eyes. After all, what young man wouldn't love a supercar like this? She smiled and said teasingly, "It's just a car. Even if you crash it, Auntie won't blame you." But Yi Chang still shook his head. "Auntie, you should drive." "I really don't dare." Of course, he wasn't about to drive. He was here to enjoy being spoiled. He was just a clueless little puppy, everything had to be taken care of by Auntie. Besides, if he wasn't driving, he could spend the whole ride secretly admiring Lumi. Seeing his insistence, Lumi didn't argue. She had originally planned to gift this car to Yi Chang, but there was no rush. She nodded and said, "All right then, get in the car." Yi Chang smiled, nodded, and walked over to the passenger side. However, after fumbling around the door for a while, he put on a troubled expression and said to Lumi, "Auntie, I don't know how to open this door." Lumi was momentarily stunned before she chuckled, shaking her head. She walked over to Yi Chang's side, then directly took his large hand and placed it into a groove on the door. Feeling the warmth of the boy's palm, a faint blush appeared on Lumi's face as she said, "Can you feel the handle?" Yi Chang carefully felt the smoothness of Auntie's delicate hand and replied, "Got it. Just pull it open." Hearing his response, Lumi quickly withdrew her hand. Noticing Yi Chang's look of slight disappointment, she smiled to herself before turning to walk back to the driver's seat. Yi Chang then opened the butterfly door and got into the car. Inside, the space was compact, the seats were low, and only a center console separated them, sitting them very close together. Lumi began taking off her high heels. When she got out of the car earlier, she had deliberately changed into heels just so Yi Chang could admire them. And in fact, she had indeed noticed how Yi Chang had stared at her feet a little longer than usual. "Help me grab my flats. They're right under your feet," Lumi said, slipping off her shoes. Her knees bent completely, and her feet rested on the edge of the seat, causing her dress to stretch tight, perfectly outlining her full hips. Yi Chang leaned down, tilting his head to search under the seat with his right hand while glancing toward the driver's side. He saw Lumi's small stocking-clad feet resting on the seat and also noticed the curves of her hips. Unfortunately, he could only see them from the side, the rest was pressed against the seat. Lumi caught his gaze and smirked slightly. Of course, she could feel how the dress was hugging her body and knew exactly where the boy was looking. But unlike a shy little girl, she wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she suddenly tensed her body even more and asked with a smile, "Xiao Chang, what are you looking at?" Yi Chang immediately snapped his head back. Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything." Lumi chuckled softly, then, as if trying to get more comfortable, suddenly shifted her plump hips against the seat, saying, "Hurry up and hand me the shoes. Auntie will take you shopping to buy some clothes." "Oh, thank you, Auntie." Yi Chang finally grabbed the pair of flats and handed them to Lumi. In return, Lumi passed him her white high heels. "Just put them under your seat." Yi Chang placed the elegant high heels neatly under the seat and watched as Lumi slipped on her flats. Every movement radiated the charm and allure of a mature woman. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why didn't he see any panty lines under her dress? He squinted slightly and finally noticed a faint ridge, like a thin line. Could it be the legendary tea-back? The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. His understanding of this Lu Ante deepened even further. With a faint smile, he averted his gaze and looked straight ahead. Lumi finished changing shoes, fastened her seatbelt, and said, "All right, let's go." Yi Chang responded softly. Then, the McLaren 720S let out a deep roar and sped away from the university gate. The onlookers who had been eyeing the car all showed expressions of envy, and many began whispering among themselves about the boy who had just gotten in. "That guy, is he being kept? I think it's possible. That woman looks young, but her aura and demeanor don't fit, she's got to be at least 35. Damn, I wish I had a rich sugar mommy too. You should try looking like that guy first. With your face, you're not cut out to be a kept man." The McLaren sped down the road toward its destination. Inside the car, Yi Chang occasionally glanced at the road ahead but couldn't help sneaking peeks at the beautiful aunt beside him. Lumi noticed everything clearly. She turned to Yi Chang with a smile and said, "Xiao Chang, you're not being very honest. How many times have you looked at Auntie already?" Yi Chang stammered. "I just couldn't help but take a look." "And why do you want to look? Auntie looks really beautiful today." "Oh, So, does that mean I didn't look beautiful last time you saw me? Lumi tilted her head slightly, adding a hint of cuteness to her mature charm. Yi Cheng's gaze froze for a moment, then he quickly waved his hands. No, no. Auntie is always beautiful, no matter what. It's just that today's outfit suits you especially well. Oh? And why is that? Lumi continued pressing. Yi Cheng lowered his head. It's hard to say. Lumi chuckled. Just then, they hit a red light that lasted for a full minute. She pulled the handbrake, turned her body toward Yi Cheng, and looked at him. What's so hard to say? What can't you tell Auntie? Come on, say it. I won't. If you don't, Auntie will get mad. Lumi's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Cheng seemed startled, raising his head in panic. Auntie, don't be mad. Lumi's gaze softened again. She reached out and ruffled the boy's hair once more. Silly boy, Auntie was just teasing you. But you still have to answer my question. I'm afraid Auntie will get mad if I say it. Lumi laughed. If it was something that might make her mad, then it was even better. She wanted to see just how bold this little guy could be. Say it. Auntie promises not to be mad. Then, if I say it? Go ahead. I think Auntie's dress matches Auntie's face really well. I really want to. Yi Cheng stopped talking again. Lumi's face turned slightly red, but she still asked, You want to do what? Suddenly, a car behind them honked. It turned out the red light had already changed to green. Lumi quickly started the car but still glanced at Yi Cheng, waiting for his answer. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Cheng finally spoke. I want to give Auntie a kiss. Lumi instantly felt a wave of embarrassment. She scolded him lightly, You're not allowed to have such thoughts. Yi Cheng quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Lu Auntie. Lumi pouted as if she was upset, but in reality, she wasn't mad at all. So, this little man had the desire but not the courage? It seemed she would have to be the one to take the lead. Well, that was only natural. After all, wasn't she the one keeping this little boy? Alright, sit still and behave. No more sneaking glances. I understand. Yi Cheng nodded quickly, looking obedient. The McLaren soon arrived at the entrance of a shopping mall. Yi Cheng covered his face. Why was it Jinsei Plaza? Alright, Jinsei Plaza it is. After all, it was one of the biggest and most luxurious malls in all of Shanghai. He just hoped no one would recognize him. After parking the car, Yi Cheng handed Lumi her high heels again. Lumi was about to take them, but then she remembered she had to take the initiative to awaken this little man's hidden desires. So, she withdrew her hands and instead lifted her legs, resting them on the center console, stretching them out in front of Yi Cheng. Her mature face, as delicate as a ripe peach, carried a slight blush. With a seductive gaze, she looked at Yi Cheng and said, Xiao Cheng, Auntie isn't in a convenient position to change shoes. Help Auntie put them on. Yi Cheng's eyes widened as he looked at the pair of beautiful legs in front of him. If not for the tight fit of her dress, he wouldn't have doubted for a second that he could see beneath it. This was a bit bold. But he liked it. Like someone who had just come to his senses after being dazed for a while, he stiffly nodded and said, Oh, okay. He lowered his head, carefully reaching out his hands, gently grasping Lumi's right ankle. Wrapped in what was clearly an expensive pair of sheer stockings, her skin appeared smooth and glossy. The fabric was soft yet had a fine texture, and as Yi Cheng's fingers brushed over it, he couldn't help but rub his hand along it slightly. Lumi's face flushed even deeper. Although she had told herself to take the initiative, and although she was nearly 40 old enough that she shouldn't be shy about such things, when she felt the subtle friction on her ankle, she still stiffened slightly with embarrassment. But fortunately, Yi Cheng didn't take advantage of the moment. After briefly feeling the texture of her stockings, he behaved properly and started helping her change shoes. When taking off her shoes, he only grabbed the heels and pulled them off, avoiding direct contact with her feet. When putting on the new shoes, he inevitably had to touch her foot, but he only did so lightly and immediately withdrew his hand. Watching Yi Cheng's gentlemanly actions, Lumi felt an even greater fondness for him. But at the same time, she also felt a bit disappointed. Auntie went out of her way to do this, and you're not even trying to take advantage of it? Rub Auntie's feet a little, at least. Don't most men like women in stockings? Could it be Xiao Cheng isn't into stockings? Lumi couldn't help but wonder. If Yi Cheng had known what she was thinking, he probably would have immediately demonstrated just how much power her stocking-clad feet held over men. But in order to maintain his pure college student persona, he restrained himself. In fact, to cut down on the amount of temptation, he sped up the process of putting on her shoes. In less than a minute, he said, Auntie, all done. Lumi nodded, turned her face away, her cheeks still flushed, and withdrew her legs. Let's go, time to get out. Yi Cheng nodded as well, but as he turned, he didn't forget to make some adjustments. However, given his size, it was completely useless. Damn it, he wanted to sit in the car a little longer. So, he deliberately stalled, pretending that the sports car's door was too low, making it difficult for him to get out. After wasting a good amount of time, he finally stepped out. But in the end, his ultimate evolution form only barely regressed to a super evolution form. At first, Lumi didn't understand why he was taking so long to get out. But when her gaze accidentally landed on his lower half, she was instantly stunned, her beautiful face turning bright red. A woman her age, of course, knew exactly what that bulge meant. And now, she finally understood why Yi Chang had been stalling in the car. She couldn't help but take a few extra glances. After all, this could directly impact her future happiness. The size seemed quite impressive. She instinctively pressed her thighs together before quickly shifting her gaze away. At that moment, Yi Chang closed the car door and caught sight of Lumi's flushed face. Great! Looks like she noticed. So, he pretended to be embarrassed, walked up to her, and said, "Lu, Auntie, shall we go?" Lumi avoided looking at him and gave a small nod. Both of them knew they understood each other without words. Lumi was genuinely flustered. Yi Chang? He was just acting. With master-level seduction techniques, he was an expert at dealing with women of all kinds. Even though he hadn't mastered acting skills, when it came to playing this kind of role with a woman, he was a natural. Walking side by side toward the mall, Yi Chang and Lumi were almost pressed against each other, their shoulders or arms brushing from time to time. Aside from not holding hands or linking arms, they looked exactly like a couple. Both of them were undeniably attractive, and Lumi's outfit today was particularly eye-catching. Along the way, they drew glances from passers-by. Her mature aura was impossible to hide, and Yi Chang was so young. People couldn't help but wonder, could this be one of those legendary aunt-nephew romances? Lumi ignored the curious stares. She wouldn't feel shy because of others, only because of what had happened between her and Yi Chang. Seeing couples around them holding hands, Lumi secretly glanced at Yi Chang beside her. Yeah, if she waited for this honest little guy to make the first move, she'd probably be waiting forever. So, she took the initiative again. In the next moment, Yi Chang suddenly felt his hand being grabbed. He looked down at Lumi beside him, his face showing a mixture of surprise and delight. "Hey, Auntie? Xiao Chang doesn't mind if Auntie holds your arm, right?" Lumi glanced at him, her red lips curling up slightly. "And no, I don't mind," Yi Chang quickly replied, looking nervous and flustered. "Good, then let's keep shopping." Lumi smiled brightly. "Auntie is going to buy you clothes, pants, shoes, and a watch. Oh, and a belt too. Is there anything else Xiao Chang wants? Auntie will buy it for you today." Yi Chang quickly waved his hands. "Auntie, really, you don't have to. Just a few pieces of clothing are enough." "How could that be enough? Xiao Chang is tall and handsome, you need to wear something nice to match your looks," Lumi said with a teasing smile, squeezing his arm slightly. This feeling, it really felt like she was dating. What else could Yi Chang do? He was just a poor college student being spoiled by a rich woman. So, he nodded in agreement. They continued walking into the mall. Lumi took him into a Givenchy store and bought him a set of clothes, then led him to Cartier to buy a watch. Of course, they didn't only shop for luxury brands. Occasionally, they wandered into more affordable stores as well. The entire time, Lumi held onto Yi Chang's arm, never letting go, making the store clerks all curious about their relationship. Yet, Yi Chang still called Lumi Auntie. This completely confused the clerks. Aunt and nephew? Then why do they look like a couple? But in the end, no one could figure it out. After leaving yet another store, Yi Chang was carrying multiple shopping bags in one hand, while his clothes had already been swapped out for luxury brands. The tailored fit and high-quality fabric made him look even more handsome. Lumi kept sneaking glances at him, feeling more and more satisfied. So good-looking, tall, strong, obedient, and pure, this was exactly the kind of young man a 39-year-old woman like her fantasized about. And yet, she had accidentally turned that fantasy into reality by making him her own kept boy. Noticing Lumi's satisfied glances, Yi Chang knew it was his turn to make a bold move. So, the arm that Lumi was holding slowly moved, his hand inching toward hers. Lumi immediately noticed. Watching his restless hand gradually approach hers, her eyes lit up. Finally, this little guy is taking the initiative. The corners of her lips lifted into a faint smile as she quietly waited for him to succeed. Slowly, gently, Yi Chang's hand brushed against hers before his palm lightly rested on top of her delicate hand. His eyes nervously darted toward Lumi, as if testing her reaction. Seeing that she didn't object, he finally started closing his fingers, slowly enveloping her soft hand in his. Her skin was smooth, delicate, almost weightless, as if it could slip out of his grasp at any moment. Only then did Lumi turn her head and glance at him, pretending to be displeased. With a soft, scolding tone, she said, "Xiao Chang, you're being naughty. How can you just hold Auntie's hand like that?" Yi Cheng froze. Nervously, he blurted out, I didn't mean to, it was instinct. If Auntie doesn't like it, I'll let go." As he spoke, he released her hand. But before he could react, Lumi immediately grabbed it back. Holding onto his hand tightly, she smiled and said, "But Auntie likes it when Xiao Chang holds my hand. So don't let go again." "Auntie likes it too?" Yi Cheng asked. Lumi's delicate brows lifted slightly. Holding his hand like this wasn't as comfortable, she much preferred the feeling of his big hand wrapping around hers. "Auntie likes it a lot," she said. Then, she asked, "Does Xiao Cheng like it?" I do," Yi Cheng nodded. "Good." Lumi smiled gently. Yi Cheng gritted his teeth and made an even bolder move. His large hand fully enveloped Lumi's, fingers interlocking with hers. Lumi's hands were incredibly soft, delicate, and smooth, maintained to perfection from never doing any manual labor. Yi Cheng couldn't help but enjoy the feeling. Lumi, in turn, was pleasantly surprised this little guy was finally being bold. She smiled sweetly at Yi Cheng, then gently tightened her grip, interlocking her fingers with his as well. Now, they truly looked like a couple. Not just any couple, a deeply affectionate one. Thinking about this, Lumi's face turned even redder. Neither of them spoke, continuing to stroll through the mall hand in hand. They entered a mid-range clothing store, which was more crowded than the luxury boutiques. As they browsed through the racks, Yi Cheng suddenly found something interesting and pulled Lumi toward it. Lumi let him lead her. Since this wasn't one of the high-end stores, she didn't feel the need to pick out clothes for Yi Cheng herself. Stopping in front of a display, Yi Cheng pointed at 2 shirts and said, "Auntie, let's buy these 2. One for you, one for me." Lumi was about to agree when she looked up and realized what they were. Couple shirts. Both shirts were white, with matching designs printed on them. One had the letters GF, the other had BF, girlfriend, boyfriend. Her pretty face turned red, and she instinctively said, "But the dress I'm wearing can't be changed." Hearing this response, if it were Yen Yuning, Yi Cheng would probably grin mischievously and ask her, "Are you already eager to wear matching outfits with me?" But facing this auntie, he instead said, "We can wear them next time." "Auntie, don't you want to go shopping with me again?" Yi Cheng's voice was filled with grievance, instantly stirring a sense of affection in Lumi. One must know that Yi Cheng currently had the little man metal buff, which meant that whenever he showed weakness, grievance, or a pitiful side, it would trigger a woman's maternal instincts toward him. And for Lumi, who was 10 years older than him, this buff had an extra effect, making her care for him even more. So, Lumi quickly tightened her grip on Yi Cheng's large hand and gently said, all right, we'll buy them." "Xiao Chang, don't overthink it. Auntie really enjoys shopping with you." Only then did Yi Cheng's face light up with joy. He lifted Lumi's hand to his lips and kissed her delicate fingers, saying, "Auntie, you said it yourself." Watching his affectionate gesture, Lumi's face turned red. She retracted her hand slightly and scolded, "You little rascal, what are you kissing for?" "Auntie's hands are beautiful," Yi Cheng said, then quickly corrected himself, No. Auntie is beautiful everywhere." Lumi rolled her eyes at him, her gaze filled with countless emotions, stunning Yi Cheng for a moment. But he quickly regained his senses, turned around, took the 2 pieces of clothing, and said to Lumi, "Auntie, let's try them on first, shall we? I'm wearing a dress, it's not easy to take off. Then Auntie can just put it on over your dress." "We just need to see how they look together," Yi Cheng insisted. "I want to see how we look wearing them together." "Well, all right." Seeing Yi Cheng's expectant gaze, Lumi couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, she was also curious about what it would feel like to wear a couple's outfit with a guy more than 10 years younger than her. Yi Cheng carried the 2 outfits and once again held Lumi's hand as they walked toward the fitting room. There was only one fitting room, but since Lumi could just put the clothes on over her dress, it wasn't a problem. Yi Cheng, however, had to take off his newly bought Givenchy white shirt. He wasn't wearing anything underneath. "So, Auntie, I'll go in and change?" Lumi nodded gently, but her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Yi Cheng would have to take off his shirt in there, right? Thinking about how she had occasionally felt Yi Cheng's firm muscles, she suddenly became curious about how his body looked under his clothes. After hesitating for a moment, she directly grabbed Yi Cheng's hand and said, "Auntie will go in and change with you." "Ha?" Yi Cheng was stunned, not pretending, but genuinely stunned. Are women at this age all this bold? Just like that day, even Yao Tongtong had reached out and touched him. "Hurry up and go in. No one's watching right now." Lumi didn't know what he was thinking and assumed his reaction was just him being flustered. Blushing, she pushed against his chest, ushered him into the fitting room, and locked the door. Yi Cheng shrank into the corner, staring at this bold and beautiful auntie. Lumi locked the door, turned around, and looked up at Yi Cheng. Her face was flushed. She hadn't expected to enter a fitting room with a man. But seeing Yi Cheng's nervous expression, she inexplicably felt a sense of delight, perhaps because teasing this young man from time to time was quite amusing. It was like what was written in TV shows or novels, where a bully picks on an innocent girl. But here, it was a rich woman from Shanghai teasing a young boy who had come to the city to work. The cramped fitting room barely had enough space for two people. Even standing apart, they were only separated by a few centimeters, so close that they could clearly smell each other's scent. A subtle tension began to brew in the air. Lumi looked at Yi Cheng. To ease her own embarrassment, she urged, "Hurry up and change. Auntie wants to see if it looks good." Yi Cheng could only nod and start unbuttoning his shirt. However, as he undid the buttons, he hesitated and said, "Auntie, can you turn around? I'm not wearing anything underneath." "Oh, what's there to be shy about? You're a grown man." Lumi had no intention of turning around. She had boldly stepped in precisely to get a good look at Yi Cheng's physique. She didn't even want to wait any longer. Without hesitation, she reached out and started unbuttoning Yi Cheng's shirt for him. Yi Cheng no longer needed to move, he just stood there, watching this bold woman. Finally, the last button came undone, and as the shirt parted, the young man's strong, well-built body was revealed. Lumi's eyes widened at the sight of Yi Cheng's torso, and her lips formed a slight O shape. His masculine, well-toned physique made it impossible for her to look away. She reached out her hand, gently placing it on his abs, and slowly rubbed her fingers over them. So firm, so solid. Yi Cheng felt a bit helpless. Was a good physique really this attractive to women? It wasn't like he was some kind of muscle-bound champion. Looking at the mature beauty so close to him, her seductive curves, her gold-rimmed glasses that added to her sophisticated allure, if it were anyone else, even Yao Tongtong, he might have already taken advantage of the situation. Auntie, he called out weakly. Lumi snapped back to reality, her face burning red. But since she had already committed to her boldness, she wasn't willing to back down just yet. Instead, she said, "Xiao Cheng's body is so nice, would you mind if Auntie gave you a hug?" Yi Cheng nodded lightly. "Go ahead, Auntie." Lumi reached out with both hands, sliding them inside his open shirt and wrapping them around his firm waist. Then, she slowly rested her face against his chest. However, her glasses felt uncomfortable against him, so she quickly took them off and leaned in again. The heat from his body seeped into her flushed face, and in her ears, she could hear his strong, steady heartbeat. A look of contentment appeared on her face, as if she never wanted to leave. Yi Cheng's hands slowly wrapped around Lumi's waist as well. Looking down at her, he could see how the deep V of her outfit had shifted against his chest, and from behind, the curves of her hips were clearly visible. What an enticing, delicate body. After a while, Lumi finally let go of Yi Cheng. Aside from her face, which was red enough to squeeze blood from, she acted as if nothing had happened. Alright, Xiao Cheng, hurry up and change," she said, looking up at him. His hands were still wrapped around her waist. Unfortunately, those hands were too well behaved, not even moving an inch. Hearing Lumi's words, Yi Cheng quickly let go. "Okay, hurry up and change." Yi Cheng swiftly took off his white shirt. Seeing his completely bare upper body, Lumi's face turned red again. It was simply too perfect, far better than any man's body she had ever seen before. But, unfortunately, Yi Cheng quickly put on the short-sleeved t-shirt, covering the body that made women blush. Lumi then put on her own shirt as well. After opening the door, she stepped out first. She waited outside for a moment, making sure no one was looking, then beckoned Yi Cheng to come out. Standing in front of a mirror, the two of them looked especially well-matched in their couple's outfits. Beneath Lumi's gold-rimmed glasses, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at herself and the young man beside her. This feeling, it was as if she had rediscovered the youthful longing for romance she once had. Her heart felt sweet. She realized she was experiencing a second spring in her life. Just then, she suddenly felt a large hand wrap around her waist. The warmth of that hand was familiar. She turned her head to look at the young man beside her, a hint of joy in her heart. So, he did know the right time to act. As if to cover up his actions, Yi Cheng deliberately started a conversation. "Does it look good, Auntie?" Lumi rolled her eyes at him but still reached out, wrapping an arm around his waist, leaning her upper body into his embrace. His waist was just as slim, yet so firm, with an incredible texture that made her reluctant to let go. Looking at the reflection in the mirror, a mature woman, still full of charm, leaning into the arms of a tall, handsome young man, Lumi felt a thrill. The boy's arm was wrapped around her slender waist, while his other hand rested gently on hers. The woman gazed at the mirror, while the boy looked at her. His face held a touch of innocent shyness, but his eyes remained fixed on the woman in his arms, as if filled with affection. Aunt Lu? Xiao Chang? A rush of excitement surged through her. It looks good. Very good. Yi Chang lifted his head, looking at their reflection in the mirror. He then said, then let's buy them. Auntie, I'll pay for your shirt, consider it a gift from me. Lumi's beautiful eyes curved slightly, and the corners of her red lips lifted. Could this be a little boy's way of expressing affection? She softly said, alright, then I'll let Xiao Chang buy it. Yi Chang happily nodded. Then, Auntie, let's change back quickly so I can pay. Lumi nodded but suddenly held onto Yi Chang's hand, preventing it from leaving her waist. Wait a moment, Auntie wants to take a photo. Yi Chang was briefly stunned before smiling. Alright. Auntie, send it to me later, I want to use it as my phone wallpaper. Lumi's heart melted even more. She nodded gently. Okay. Then, she took out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed at the mirror. Hug Auntie a little tighter, and look at me. Oh. Yi Chang tightened his embrace around her soft, slightly plump waist and tilted his head, looking at Lumi's face, and that deep neckline. Of course, Lumi couldn't see where his eyes were focused in the mirror. And if Yi Chang was looking, she might even puff out her chest a little. In the mirror, Yi Chang's eyes were filled with fascination as he gazed at her. Lumi's arm around his waist tightened, and she rested her head on his shoulder, pressing her cheek against his chest before taking the picture. With a soft click, the photo was taken. Finally, she reluctantly pulled away and opened the gallery to view the image. Yi Chang stood behind her, resting his chin gently on her delicate shoulder as they looked at the photo together. Lumi turned her head slightly to glance at him, smiling lightly. Then, suddenly, she felt his arms wrap around her waist from behind. She let out a soft, teasing scold. Xiao Chang, you're getting bolder? Yi Chang replied, I just wanted to see the picture. I couldn't help myself. Lumi chuckled and leaned back slightly, knowing he would hold her up and not let her fall. Sure enough, Yi Chang felt her pressing into him and instinctively steadied her with his chest. At that moment, the mature beauty was truly nestled in the arms of the young man. Auntie hopes you'll keep getting bolder. Yi Chang simply nodded. I understand, Auntie. Then, Lumi felt his large hand slowly move from her waist to her abdomen, gently rubbing it. She let out a soft sigh, her pretty face turning even redder. This little boy, under her encouragement, his courage was definitely growing. She lightly pressed her hand over his to stop him. Although she enjoyed the feeling, there were still people around. She whispered, look at the photo. There are too many people here. Don't move around. Oh. Yi Chang obediently responded, moving his hand back to her waist, then refocused on the phone screen. Wow. It was such a sweet photo. In it, he gazed tenderly at Aunt Lu in his arms, while she nestled close to him, her face blushing with both joy and shyness. If one ignored their age, they looked like a couple deeply in love. But if one considered their age, then they were simply a pair concealing their secret aunt-nephew romance. Suddenly, Yi Chang remembered he hadn't even taken a photo with Yan Yuning yet. Should he take one with her tonight? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Chang quickly cleared it away. He was still holding a beautiful woman in his arms. How could he be thinking of someone else? That wouldn't be right. Auntie, you're so beautiful. He sincerely praised the woman in the picture. Xiao Chang, you're very handsome too, Lumi replied, her gaze soft and shimmering. Then, she suddenly teased with a sultry tone, and you're also very bad, and very bold. Yi Chang's face turned red. Lumi reached out and covered his lips with her hand, her alluring red lips curving into a smile. But Auntie said, she likes you bolder. Then, she suddenly took a step back, leaving his embrace. Smiling, she said, alright, hurry up and change back, then go pay. A flicker of regret flashed in Yi Chang's eyes as she pulled away, but he quickly nodded. Okay. Suddenly, he asked, Auntie, together? Lumi gave him a seductive glance and playfully scolded, dream on. Then, she pushed him away. She was still wearing her dress underneath, so taking off the t-shirt wouldn't reveal anything. The only reason she had changed with him earlier was to see how good his physique was. Now that she had seen and was satisfied, there was no need to go in again. Though, she still wanted to see more. But that would have to wait for another time. Noticing Yi Chang's slightly disappointed expression, she chuckled to herself. Little guy, if you have the guts, come and take Auntie for yourself. Auntie won't blame you. With a soft smile, she took off the t-shirt and looked at the letters printed on it, GF, her heart filling with a sweet, shy feeling. Very soon, Yi Chang changed back into his newly bought Givenchy white shirt, holding the t-shirt in his hand as he quickly returned to Lumi's side. Auntie, give it to me. I'll go pay. Lumi nodded gently and handed the t-shirt to Yi Chang. She had seen the price tag, each piece was a little over 100, and together they cost 199. She had never worn such cheap clothes in her entire life. But at this moment, wearing that t-shirt felt far more comfortable than any of the designer pieces she had custom ordered before, even those costing tens or even hundreds of thousands. Most importantly, her heart felt comfortable. She lightly pressed a hand against her chest, glancing down at the slight cleavage exposed by her v-neck. A smile played on her lips. She knew exactly how many times that little boy had stolen glances in that direction. She had noticed every single one. Soon, Yi Cheng finished paying and bought the 2 pieces of clothing. Returning to Lumi's side, he said, "Auntie, it's done." Lumi nodded softly. "Then let's go." Yi Cheng responded, and the two walked out of the store together. As they strolled side by side, they unconsciously moved closer and closer. However, Lumi would occasionally glance at Yi Cheng, her eyes carrying a faint trace of grievance. Yi Cheng suddenly realized something and quickly took her hand, interlocking their fingers. Only then did Lumi smile in satisfaction, warmth and sweetness filling her heart. After walking around for a while, Yi Cheng suddenly asked, "Auntie, do you want to watch a movie together?" "A movie?" Lumi was momentarily stunned. Oh right, how could she forget? When a man and a woman go on a date, the cinema is an essential stop. Especially for young couples nowadays. Her beautiful eyes lit up. She quickly nodded. "Sure. Let's go now." Yi Cheng smiled slightly and said, "Then let's put these things back in the car first." The two of them went downstairs and placed Yi Cheng's shopping bags into the car. At the same time, Yi Cheng started booking movie tickets online. After the lesson he learned last time with Yan Yuning, he would never again pick a theater without couples seats. He chose a recently popular romance film and found a theater with couples seats. Most of the regular seats in the front were already taken, leaving only the couples seats in the corner. Of course, he couldn't make the decision alone. He turned to Lumi and asked, "Auntie, how about this movie?" Seeing that it was a romance film, Lumi chuckled inwardly. "Sure. Which seats should we pick? Looks like there aren't many good ones left." Let me see." Lumi glanced at the seating chart. The middle seats were indeed all taken. "Should we pick another screening?" Yi Cheng, however, pointed to the 2 seats in the bottom corner. "Auntie, let's sit here." Lumi hesitated. "This spot doesn't seem very good. Wouldn't it be hard to see the screen?" Yi Cheng lowered his voice and said softly, This is the couple's seat." "Couple? Seats?" Lumi's. Biting her lip, her eyes filled with charm as she softly said, "If Xiaocheng wants to sit here with Auntie, then let's do it." "Auntie, you're the best." Yi Cheng's face lit up with excitement. He quickly purchased the couple's seats and said to Lumi, "Auntie, let's hurry up. The movie is about to start." Thinking about how she would soon be sitting in a couple's seat with this young man, Lumi blushed and nodded. Let's go up then." Yi Cheng smiled, took her small hand naturally, and led her back into Jinsei Plaza. Lumi occasionally lowered her head slightly, looking at their intertwined hands. Her heart felt calm. This is what it feels like to be cherished. And by a younger man, no less. As for her identity as the CEO of a billion-dollar company, she had completely forgotten about it. Right now, she only wanted to enjoy the happiness of being led by Yi Cheng. Riding the escalator, they reached the floor where the cinema was located. As Yi Cheng looked at the familiar entrance, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Hopefully, the cinema manager wouldn't recognize him. Otherwise, everything would be exposed today. Stepping into the cinema, Yi Cheng collected the movie tickets. There were still about 10 minutes before the movie started. Looking around, he asked, "Auntie, I'll go buy some milk tea." "What would you like? Milk tea?" Lumi had never been a fan of these overly sweet and high-calorie drinks, but after seeing so many young girls holding milk tea in their hands, she hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. "Let's go take a look first." "Okay." Yi Cheng continued holding her hand and led her toward the milk tea shop nearby. "Auntie, what do you want to drink?" Yi Cheng asked. Lumi carefully examined the menu, thought for a moment, and said, "The taro milk with fresh cream." Yi Cheng nodded. "All right." Then, he started scanning the QR code to place the order, operating his phone with one hand while still holding Lumi's hand with the other. However, the moment he called her auntie just now, it drew quite a bit of attention from the people around them. After all, a young man bringing his aunt to buy milk tea, it just felt off. And when they saw the two holding hands, the surrounding people began exchanging strange looks. Earlier, when Yi Cheng called her auntie, it didn't attract much attention because the people around them were constantly moving. But now, as everyone was standing at the entrance waiting for their drinks, many had clearly heard it. Standing beside Yi Cheng, Lumi could keenly feel the lingering stares, some filled with surprise, some with skepticism, and even some with disdain. Some of those gazes even fell on Yi Chang. These looks suddenly woke Lumi up. Ever since she met Yi Chang that day, her feelings for him had been growing. She could also sense Yi Chang's affection for her, but all of this was just them indulging in their own little world. At the end of the day, people still had to return to society. If their relationship were to be exposed, even if some people supported it, there would be far more who opposed it. And as the CEO of a billion-dollar company, if their relationship were leaked by those with ulterior motives, it wouldn't just affect her, it would bring huge risks to Yi Chang's reputation as well. Perhaps she wouldn't care. After all, it wouldn't change who she was. Her parents had already passed away, and while she still had relatives, many of them were just clinging to her company to live off her success. If she got upset, she wouldn't even consider their feelings. That was why she had never cared. But what about Yi Chang? Even though their relationship was technically a kept one, she never saw Yi Chang as some boy toy to be at her disposal. She was serious about this relationship, so she had to consider Yi Chang's feelings. This simple, seemingly innocent, a bit naive young man, what modern people would call a little puppy boy, made her want to protect him. She didn't know how Yi Chang's family would react if they found out he was dating a 39-year-old woman. She didn't even need to think about it, they would definitely disapprove. Unless she threw enough money at them to make them accept it. But a relationship built on money would always be unequal. How would this young man feel about that? That's why their relationship had to remain hidden. They had to keep it a secret from the outside world and live in their own private space. And in the future, if Yi Chang ever needed to get married because of his family, she wouldn't be able to stop him. As she thought about these things, Lumi lowered her head, her gaze dimming as she fell into confusion. Yi Chang was in the middle of ordering the milk tea. After paying, he suddenly felt Lumi tighten her grip on his hand. He instinctively looked up at her and saw that she had lowered her head, her expression inexplicably downcast, her eyes filled with hesitation. He was stunned. What's wrong? Looking around, he noticed that some of the stares from others were quite piercing. He more or less figured out the reason. He didn't say anything and simply waited for the milk tea to be ready. As for those stares, he didn't care at all. Who's ever seen a scumbag or a playboy care about such things? Sir, your milk tea. The drinks were ready. Yi Chang took both cups, one was Lumi's taro milk with fresh cream, and the other was his vanilla milk tea. Auntie, let's go, he said with a bright smile. The movie should be starting soon. His voice pulled Lumi out of her daze. Looking at the young man's warm smile, she suddenly felt an unexplainable sadness. This boy probably had no awareness of these issues at all. He hadn't been through much yet, he was still just a young man, freshly stepping into society, just beginning his career, with a heart still full of innocence. But since she had already realized the reality of it, she had to carry the sadness in advance. Still, she didn't show anything on her face. Instead, she smiled again. All right. Holding Yi Chang's hand tightly, she turned and walked with him toward the cinema. She could still feel the lingering gazes behind her, along with people whispering and pointing. But she merely glanced at the milk tea in Yi Chang's hand and asked, "Is milk tea good? Auntie has never had it before." "Auntie, just give it a try. If you don't like it, I'll drink it for you." "Ha? But if Auntie already drank it, you'd still drink it? We can't waste it." "Auntie, this cup costs 15 yuan. Yi Chang paused for a moment, then whispered, "Besides, I also want to know what the milk tea Auntie drank tastes like." These words, spoken like a confession, struck Lumi's heartstrings. She lifted her head and looked at Yi Chang's warm, boyish smile before softly asking, "You don't mind that Auntie is already 39? Yi Chang blinked and asked in confusion, "Auntie, why are you asking this?" Lumi didn't answer, only saying, "Never mind, just pretend I didn't ask." Yi Chang let out an "oh" and followed behind her to the ticket check-in. After their tickets were scanned, they walked into the theater. On the way to the screening hall, Lumi clearly felt Yi Chang's grip on her hand tighten more and more, she could even feel his palm starting to sweat. What's going on? Is he nervous? Lumi was puzzled, but at this point, they had already entered the theater. The screening hall was quite large. The couple's seats were in the last row, with a total of 5 pairs. Each was embedded between wall pillars, creating a completely private space. And since they were in the very back row, the sense of privacy was even stronger. Their seats were in the farthest corner. People who choose these seats usually aren't here just to watch the movie. Lumi didn't know this. She only felt that the seats were too much in the corner, making it not ideal for watching the film. But she had agreed to watch this movie only because these were couples' seats. Looking at the narrow loveseat-style sofa, her pretty face blushed slightly. Sitting here, their bodies would definitely touch. But since she was already seeking excitement, she might as well go all the way. Even though her earlier realization had dampened her mood a little, it didn't stop her from enjoying her date with Yi Cheng today to revisit the youthful longing for love she once had. Her legs, wrapped in a form-fitting skirt, shifted slightly. Holding the hem of her dress with one hand, she slowly sat down, her curvy figure appearing even more seductive in the dim theater lighting. She patted the seat beside her, still holding Yi Cheng's hand in her other hand. Looking up at him, she pulled him gently and smiled alluringly. "Come, sit down." Yi Cheng nodded, looking a bit nervous. He sat down beside her, trying to stay on one side, avoiding contact with Lumi. After sitting down, he placed his hands neatly on his lap, acting very obedient and proper. Lumi giggled softly. Then, she wiggled her full hips slightly and took the initiative to lean against him, her mature body pressing into his youthful frame. She lifted one of Yi Cheng's hands and placed it in the palm of her own. In a gentle voice, she asked, "Wasn't Xiao Chang quite bold just now? Why are you acting so shy now?" Yi Cheng was still very nervous, lowering his head, not daring to look at Lumi's face, nor at the smooth, stocking-clad legs peeking out from under her dress. I'm afraid Auntie will get mad." "Auntie wasn't mad when we were trying on clothes just now. But that was just trying on clothes. This is different." Lumi gently shook her head. "Nothing is ever different. It only depends on whether Auntie is willing or not, silly boy." She guided Yi Cheng's hand behind her and then leaned forward completely, resting her entire body against him. She placed her face against his shoulder, but her glasses felt a little uncomfortable, so she took them off before settling back down. Now, she quietly gazed at Yi Cheng's profile, both of her delicate arms wrapped around his waist, making her look just like a little woman in love, irresistibly alluring. Meanwhile, the soft fullness of her chest, pressed against him, had changed shape. "Xiao Chang, you started getting nervous right after the ticket check. What's wrong?" she asked softly, her breath brushing against Yi Cheng's face. Under the theater lights, the redness on one side of his face was still visible. Seeing this shy little boy, Lumi inexplicably found it amusing. Yi Cheng looked at Lumi and whispered, "It's hard to say." "What's so hard to say to Auntie?" Lumi's beautiful eyes carried a hint of reproach. The hand resting on Yi Cheng's chest slowly moved downward, stroking his abdominal muscles. The discouraging thoughts from earlier gave her an impulsive feeling of throwing caution to the wind. If not for the lingering sense of shame in her heart, she might have been even bolder. But she was also curious about what Yi Cheng wanted to say that made him so nervous. So, she urged, "Hurry up and say it. Auntie is waiting." Yi Cheng turned his face away, not daring to look at her. "Then I'll say it, but Auntie, you mustn't get mad." "Mei Cham, Auntie won't get mad. Auntie will never be mad at Xiao Chang." Her eyes slowly closed. In this secluded corner, Lumi inhaled the scent emanating from the young man's chest. A reckless thought flickered in her mind, and the words she spoke were likely uttered unconsciously. A week ago, she never would have imagined herself lying against a boy more than 10 years younger than her, thinking such shameful thoughts. And in a movie theater, no less. Luckily, they were in an unnoticed corner. Suddenly, the theater lights dimmed completely. The film rating logo appeared on the screen, and the chatter around them gradually faded into silence. Darkness seemed to foster certain feelings. Lumi grew bolder, leaning even closer to Yi Cheng. In the darkness, her face was already as red as it could get. She felt as if she were seducing this young man. Bringing her lips to Yi Cheng's ear, she exhaled softly, whispering, "Xiao Chang, hurry up and say it. Auntie can't wait any longer." Her voice was quiet, barely noticeable against the sound of the movie. Yi Cheng turned his face toward her. In the faint light from the screen, he gazed at the delicate face right in front of him and murmured, "Auntie, Xiao Chang, likes you." He reached out and pulled Lumi tightly into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and holding her hand. His eyes were filled with deep emotion. Lumi's whole body trembled. In an instant, the reckless thoughts in her mind vanished. She covered her mouth, staring at Yi Cheng with eyes full of surprise and joy. She never expected that Yi Cheng would suddenly confess to her. She had always thought that their relationship was just a mutual understanding, and that under her lead, it would never go through such a formal process. Moreover, she had never believed that a 22-year-old young man would say he liked her, a 39-year-old divorced woman. She had always felt that keeping a physical relationship with Yi Cheng was enough. As for tenderness and affection, she saw them merely as seasoning between them. But she never thought that the man in front of her not only wanted her body but also her heart. Suppressing her emotions, she stared into Yi Cheng's eyes and asked, "Don't you know that Auntie is 39 years old? Don't you mind that?" She asked the question again. She still spoke quietly, but their gazes remained locked, never looking away for even a moment. "Auntie, why would you ask that?" Yi Cheng shook his head. "I've told you before, in my eyes, Auntie is always in her 20s. He slowly leaned his face closer to Lumi and continued, and Auntie is so beautiful. Actually, back on the plane, when I watched Auntie sleeping on my shoulder, I already started to like you. I remember when you first fell asleep, your brows were furrowed like you were very tired, but after leaning on my shoulder, your expression became so peaceful. At that moment, I thought, Auntie is divorced, with no man by her side, managing a whole company alone, it must be really exhausting. But at that time, I didn't dare say anything. Later, when you woke up, I felt reluctant to let go. But when we got off the plane, Auntie took the initiative to hug me, and that made me really happy. The next day, when Auntie contacted me first, I was even more excited, especially when you said you'd take me shopping today. I never care about age. As long as it's you, Auntie, that's all that matters. After finishing, Yi Chang exhaled lightly. Looking at Lumi, who was right in front of him, he spoke softly but seriously, Auntie, do you accept Xiao Chang's feelings? Lumi's eyes had already turned red. Tears of emotion welled up at the corners of her eyes, ready to fall. She covered her mouth, trying her best not to cry out loud. She tried to keep her voice calm and serious as she said, Auntie is divorced, Xiao Chang. You don't have to do this. Let's just stay like this, okay? Later, come to Auntie's house, and Auntie will give you a gift, alright? Yi Chang shook his head and pulled her even closer, pressing her mature and alluring body tightly against his. He said quietly, Auntie, I don't care that you're divorced. I'm willing to marry you. I'll tell my family right away. No, Lumi called out. Luckily, the movie's volume was loud at that moment, so her voice wasn't too noticeable. But still, quite a few people in the nearby rows turned their heads. However, when they saw that it was just a couple whispering in the lovers' seats, no one paid further attention, probably assuming it was something inappropriate for children. Lumi covered her mouth right after shouting, but she didn't care about other people's gazes. Instead, she quickly grabbed Yi Chang's hand and said, Xiao Chang, don't be reckless. You can't just tell your parents about this kind of thing. Auntie is really touched by your feelings, and Auntie likes Xiao Chang very much too. But you mustn't act impulsively. If your parents find out, they will definitely be angry. Auntie doesn't want to see you in conflict with your family, understand? Be good and listen to Auntie. She rubbed Yi Chang's head, comforting him. No, Auntie is so rich. My family definitely won't say anything. If Auntie is worried that I'll take your money, I can sign a prenuptial agreement with you. If we get divorced, I won't take a single cent. Lumi felt even more touched in her heart, but she quickly covered Yi Chang's mouth and pretended to be angry, saying, Xiao Chang, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Auntie worry about something like that? But, Xiao Chang, don't insist anymore. Auntie is telling you Auntie has a health problem and can't have children. If you marry Auntie, you won't even be able to carry on the family line. Would your family accept that? But Yi Chang hadn't even finished speaking before he suddenly felt his mouth being sealed shut. He widened his eyes and looked into Lumi's gaze, which was filled with love and emotion. He knew that his act had been enough, this mature beauty's heart had already been almost completely won over by him. It was just that being kissed forcefully by a woman for the first time left him a little caught off guard. After a moment, he closed his eyes and enjoyed Lumi's passionate kiss. The aunt's lips were soft, and her fragrant saliva was still sweet. In the secluded corner, no one noticed. Even if someone did, they could only cast envious glances. Yi Chang tightly embraced the mature body in his arms, feeling its constant warmth. But since they were still in a movie theater, they didn't dare take things further. Silence filled the air. A few minutes later, Lumi finally let go of Yi Chang. She wanted him badly, but she didn't want to appear too eager in front of him. Clenching her round thighs beneath her tight skirt, she panted softly, gasping for air. That kiss had almost left her breathless. Resting her face against Yi Chang's, her eyes were dazed as she whispered, Xiao Chang, Auntie really likes you. I like Auntie too, Yi Chang replied softly, his hand feeling the softness of her waist beneath the lace fabric. In those few minutes, he had already experienced the passion of a 39-year-old mature woman. If not for the fact that his body had been strengthened, he might have been worried about his future intimate life. Just kissing for a few minutes was already this intense, he had never been this wild before. Looking down, he saw Lumi's full, curvy hips sitting on his lap. Her arms were wrapped around his neck as she leaned against him, while one of his hands held her waist to keep her balanced. The other was placed on her calf, stroking it and feeling the delicate texture of her expensive sheer stockings. Perhaps realizing that their position was inappropriate, Lumi quickly climbed off Yi Chang's lap. After all, they were in a public place. Even though she moved back to her seat, she still nestled into Yi Chang's arms, holding onto him and enjoying the warmth of his broad chest. The theater's air conditioning was really cold. Thinking back to Yi Chang's heartfelt confession, all the sorrow and sadness Lumi had felt before disappeared. Yi Chang was even willing to tell his family about her, so why should she be drowning in self-pity? She used to think that she didn't care about what others thought, but she had to consider Yi Chang's feelings. Now she realized that Yi Chang didn't care about others' opinions either, and she felt completely relieved. Still, for the sake of Yi Chang's future, she was willing to make sacrifices. "Xiao Chang, are you a good boy?" she asked softly, leaning in his embrace. "Of course, I always listen to Auntie," Yi Chang replied, savoring the warmth of the mature body in his arms. "If you listen, then don't forget what Auntie just said." Lumi lifted her head, gently stroking Yi Chang's face. "Don't tell your family. Auntie doesn't want to see you fighting with them, understand?" But Yi Chang looked troubled. "It feels like I'm letting Auntie down." Lumi smiled slightly, raised her chin, and planted a gentle kiss on Yi Chang's cheek. Seeing his dazed expression, she chuckled softly. "There's nothing to feel bad about. Auntie doesn't think that way. Auntie is already 39, married and divorced. I'm not that fragile. As long as Xiao Chang likes Auntie, that's enough." Yi Chang's face showed deep emotion as he tightened his embrace around Lumi and said, "Auntie, I will always like you. No, I will always love you." "Silly boy, love isn't something you say so easily." Lumi laughed and shook her head. But when she looked at him again, she found that he had already launched another surprise attack. Auntie, stop pestering me, okay? My family will get mad. Don't abandon Auntie, please. Auntie won't keep clinging to you. I just want you to love me a little. Wang Auntie, you're already over 40. Please step aside. I need to get to school. Xiao Ning, go away." The dialogue from the movie on the screen drew sighs from the audience. This film, I Hate That You Were Born Too Soon, told the story of a woman in her 40s who fell in love with a 21-year-old college student. The male lead was a student renting a room in the female lead's home, as she was a close friend of his mother. Because of various circumstances, the female lead developed forbidden feelings for the male lead, but he couldn't accept it. The scene playing now was when the male lead realized her feelings and decided to leave. The audience whispered among themselves. Regardless of gender, everyone felt sorry for the female lead. She had been divorced, mistreated by her ex-husband, and even suffered domestic abuse. She had finally met someone kind and caring, yet she still couldn't have her happy ending. The female audience members, being more emotional, empathized deeply with the lead. The male audience members, on the other hand, were swayed by her beauty. After all, the female lead was stunning. Plus, after her divorce, she had received millions in assets from her ex-husband, making her quite the wealthy woman. What man could possibly resist a beautiful, rich woman? However, no one in the theater had expected that the same scenario from the movie was already playing out in reality right there, in the lovers' seats in the corner of the theater. Yi Chang looked at Lumi, nestled in his embrace like a little girl. Her delicate face rested against his chest, completely ignoring what was happening on the screen. She wasn't the pitiful woman in the movie. Right now, she only felt happiness and fulfillment. Her slender arms wrapped around the boy who loved her. Though her mature body was full and voluptuous, she still seemed small compared to Yi Chang's tall, strong frame. Her high heels had been removed, and she curled up on the seat, allowing Yi Chang to occasionally take advantage of her. "Auntie, here, drink some milk tea." Yi Chang picked up Lumi's cup and spoke softly. Lumi didn't even lift her head, lazily whining, "I want Xiao Chang to feed me." "All right." With a helpless smile, Yi Chang brought the straw to her luscious red lips. "Open your mouth." Lumi parted her lips, and Yi Chang slowly inserted the straw into her mouth. Watching her suck on the straw, Yi Chang's thoughts drifted to something inappropriate. So, he suddenly pulled the straw out of her mouth. "Auntie, let me feed you another way." Lumi gave him a resentful look but swallowed the sweet, milky tea still lingering in her mouth. Some had gotten on the corner of her lips. She licked it clean with her tongue and said, "What are you doing? You almost made it spill." Yi Chang, however, placed the straw into his own mouth and took a sip. Seeing his actions, Lumi's face flushed, but deep inside, she felt a secret delight. But then, Yi Chang suddenly pulled her close, cradled the back of her head, and pressed his lips to hers. Lumi's eyes widened as the warm and cool taste of milk tea flowed into her mouth. She was overwhelmed by this intimate gesture. But she didn't resist at all. She liked that Yi Chang treated her this way. It only proved that he truly didn't care that she was 39 years old. Little rascal, little scoundrel. Without hesitation, Lumi drank the milk tea Yi Chang fed her, reached out to pat his chest, and said coquettishly, confessing to Auntie, "And now you've become this bad." Yi Chang smiled slightly, watching Lumi's captivating expression. When she called him a scoundrel, it was completely different from when Yan Yuning called him that. Yan Yuning was truly shy, but Lumi was still full of charm and seductive allure. "Auntie, don't you like it?" he asked with a smile. I like it, of course I like it. Lumi looked at Yi Cheng charmingly, stretched out a finger, and brushed his lips. Didn't Auntie say before that the bolder Xiao Chang is, the happier Auntie will be? Now, if Xiao Chang becomes even naughtier, Auntie will still like it just the same. Auntie, how bad do you want me to be? That depends on how bad this little rascal can get, Lumi said with a light laugh. Yi Cheng smiled, then suddenly changed the topic and asked, Auntie, didn't you say before that you were going to give me a reward? What kind of reward is it? Are we still going to your place? Lumi's face instantly turned even redder. She shyly said, guess for yourself, Auntie won't tell you. Then, Auntie, when are we going to your place? After we finish watching the movie. Lumi's voice grew quieter and quieter. Looking at Lumi's expression, Yi Cheng couldn't help but guess what kind of reward she was talking about. He reached out, lifted one of Lumi's silky, beautiful legs, rested it on his knee, gently stroked it, then leaned close to her ear, breathing warmly as he asked, Auntie Lu, do you want it very much? Lumi's face suddenly turned so red it seemed like it could bleed. She slapped Yi Cheng's chest, sounding both annoyed and embarrassed as she said, Xiao Chang, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Cheng gave a mischievous smile, his hand slowly sliding under her skirt as he continued to stare at the screen. The movie ended in tragedy. The female lead donated all her money to a nunnery, then spent the rest of her life in solitude with ancient lamps and Buddha statues. The audience shook their heads sadly. The more emotional women even shed tears, looking at their boyfriends with unease, suspecting that their boyfriends were only with them because they were young. They wondered if, once they reached their 40s or 50s, they would be disliked. But there was one couple who didn't have such thoughts. The man was young, tall, and handsome, while the woman beside him, or more accurately, she should be called a woman, looked mature and elegant. Her figure was full, unlike a young girl's, and her entire being exuded a delicate charm. Moreover, the woman seemed completely boneless, as if she had collapsed onto the boy. Her legs appeared to have no strength, and with her flushed face, she looked as if she had a fever, though not the usual kind of fever. Yi Cheng held Lumi's waist tightly with one hand to keep her from falling. Looking at her state, he shook his head. It seemed they had gone a bit too far in the theater earlier. This mature body was overly sensitive. Just like that, in this strange posture, they went downstairs and returned to the parking lot. Auntie, can you still drive? Standing next to the McLaren, Yi Cheng asked. Xiao Chang, you drive, Auntie can't, Lumi murmured softly. All right then. Yi Cheng smiled, opened the passenger door, and scooped Lumi up in his arms. Lumi instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and chided, slow down. Yi Cheng leaned into the passenger seat and gently placed the beautiful Auntie inside. He lightly tapped her red lips and said, all right, Auntie, let go of me now. Lumi released her hands and collapsed weakly onto the seat. Yi Cheng closed the door, got into the driver's seat, and looked at Lumi, who was sprawled in the seat so alluringly. If it weren't for the fact that the sports car's space was too small, his build was strong, and Lumi's body was very full, making it unsuitable for that, he might have shaken the car apart. Auntie, put on your seatbelt. You help Auntie put it on, Lumi said weakly. Yi Cheng had no choice but to lean over, pull down the seatbelt, and fasten it for her. He deliberately threaded the belt through the middle, glancing at the proud curves before nodding in satisfaction. Then, he started the car and, following Lumi's directions, arrived in front of a villa. The villa was luxurious, making Yi Cheng gain an even deeper understanding of just how wealthy Lumi was. By this time, Lumi had already recovered, but every now and then, when she looked at Yi Cheng, a hint of shyness would appear on her face. How was this young man so skilled? It even made her wonder how many women he had been with before. But this didn't affect Lumi's feelings for him, she didn't care about such things. After getting out of the car, Yi Cheng naturally walked over to Lumi and took her hand. Auntie, let's go. Your house is huge. Hee, if Xiao Chang wants to live here in the future, it's not impossible Auntie comes back every night. And Auntie would really love for Xiao Chang to keep me company, Lumi said with a smile, her eyes even flashing with anticipation. Of course, she hoped Yi Cheng would live here. Yi Cheng said, as long as I'm free in the evening, I'll definitely come here to stay and keep Auntie company. Lumi was pleasantly surprised but also a little disappointed. Xiao Chang, can't you stay here all the time? Yi Cheng smiled bitterly. Auntie, I still have to go to work every day, and this place is a bit far from my company. Lumi understood. All right, Auntie was just saying, if Xiao Chang has his own things to do, then do them well. But, are you really not considering working at Auntie's company? Yi Cheng looked helpless. Auntie, I really want to, but my current boss treats me very well. I don't want to disappoint their kindness. Besides, if I work at Auntie's company, I'm afraid it will affect your work. You would definitely take care of me, and I don't want to take advantage of that. Silly boy. All right, Auntie won't force you. But if you ever don't want to stay at that company anymore, you must come to Auntie's company, okay? Lumi could only agree. She thought about it. Yi Chang was just a young man, and a somewhat innocent one at that. He hadn't yet experienced the hardships of the real world and still held on to strong principles. In her mind, Yi Chang's current company was probably just an average-sized one. They might be treating him well now to earn his loyalty, but once he realized that their kindness came without any real benefits, he would likely start losing interest. That's why she told Yi Chang to come to her company later. For now, she wanted him to gain more experience. Yi Chang nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Auntie. If in a year, or maybe half a year, I can't stay at that company anymore, I'll come to Auntie's company. Then, I'll stay with you all the time." Lumi smiled brightly. "All right," but after saying that, she sighed with a hint of sorrow. "In a year, Auntie will be 40. By then, Xiao Chang, will you still like Auntie?" Yi Chang immediately looked flustered. "Auntie, what are you thinking? I told you, I will always like you." He took Lumi's hand and pulled her into his arms, looking at her seriously. "Auntie, everything I say is true. Please believe me." Seeing how anxious he was, Lumi smiled, buried her face in his chest, and hugged him back. "I know, Auntie believes you." Yi Chang suddenly crouched down, lifted Lumi into his arms, and carried her toward the villa. "Auntie, let's go inside." Seeing the fiery look in his eyes, Lumi squinted slightly. "Go, let's go inside." Yi Chang couldn't wait any longer and stepped inside. It was now 5 p.m. There were 5 hours left until 10 p.m. He had to make the most of his time. 4 hours later. In the master bedroom, Lumi leaned against Yi Chang's chest, feeling completely satisfied. Years of emptiness and fulfilling her desires alone, today, she had finally experienced true satisfaction. The body of a young man made her crave more. However, since she hadn't eaten in the afternoon, and after such intense exercise for so long, she was already starving. Though she had replenished herself with a large amount of protein drinks during the process, it was obviously not enough. "Xiao Chang, Auntie is hungry." Yi Chang looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. Experiencing a mature woman for the first time had given him a deep sense of satisfaction. After all, the women before had little endurance, and since they were all first-timers, he had to take it slow with them, adding more foreplay. But with Lumi, he had been at full power the entire time, and she kept demanding more, using him to fill the loneliness of the past few years. "Auntie wasn't already full just now?" Yi Chang asked with a playful smile, thinking she was joking. "Little rascal, Auntie is really hungry. We didn't eat anything this afternoon." Lumi chided, "You're just like a bull, aren't you tired? When I'm with Auntie, I could never get tired." Yi Chang reached out and gave a playful squeeze, making her let out a soft cry. Then, he got up and said, "I'll go make Auntie some dinner." Seeing his perfect body emerge from under the blanket, Lumi's face turned red. Curious, she asked, "Xiao Chang, you can cook?" Yi Chang smiled. "I'll show Auntie my skills another day. By the way, do you have ingredients in the kitchen?" "There are some," Lumi replied. "Take a look." Yi Chang nodded, picked up his clothes, and went into the ensuite bathroom to freshen up. Lumi watched his back, staring dazedly until he disappeared into the shower. Snapping back to reality, she blushed and reached under the blanket to touch her body. She had been demanding so much just now, but only now did she realize there was some soreness. Still, she had finally found the satisfaction she had been longing for. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened again, and Yi Chang walked out, heading toward the bed. "Aren't you going to wash up?" Lumi asked in confusion. But Yi Chang scooped her up from the bed and grinned mischievously. "I'm going to wash together with Auntie." Ah. Nothing happened during the shower. 5 minutes later, Yi Chang was already dressed and had found the kitchen. He searched the refrigerator. There were only a few ingredients, but it wasn't suitable to eat too much at night anyway. By 10 at the latest, he had to return to Yulong Garden. There was still someone at home waiting for him to satisfy them. So, he decided to make just a few simple dishes. He peeled a potato to make stir-fried shredded potatoes. There were also tomatoes and eggs, which could be made into a soup. It wouldn't take long. About 40 minutes later, Yi Chang carried a tray upstairs to the master bedroom and placed it on a small table in the room. Then, he walked over to the bed, looked at the beautiful mature woman, and called softly, "Auntie." Lumi had been looking at her phone. When she saw Yi Chang come in, a blush spread across her face. However, she had already put on a silk nightgown, the short hem barely reaching her thighs, making her look incredibly alluring. Yi Chang reached out again, lifted her weak body from the bed, and carried her over to the small table. The table was tiny, meant more for decoration or holding coffee. There was only one chair beside it. After placing Lumi on the chair, Yi Chang had nowhere to sit. But Lumi quickly noticed that he had only brought one set of utensils. Xiao Chang, aren't you eating? Yi Chang shook his head. Auntie, I have to go. Lu Mi's body trembled. She knew he had to leave, but she still felt a little sad. However, she didn't show it. She understood that Yi Chang had his own responsibilities. Why don't you eat a little first? No, I won't. Yi Chang shook his head again. Lu Mi bit her lip, struggled to her feet, and threw herself into Yi Chang's arms. She pressed her red lips to his, seeking one last lingering kiss, offering him the final warmth of the night. 10 minutes later, Yi Chang looked at the McLaren car key in his hand and couldn't help but smile slightly. The money Lu Mi had transferred to him before was just a small amount, but this car truly solidified the nature of his arrangement with her. This was full-fledged sponsorship. It seemed he would have to put in extra effort to satisfy this auntie in the future. Not that he minded, the taste of a mature woman was something he found himself unable to resist. He then opened the car door, got in, and started the engine. Overwhelmed with joy, he stepped on the gas pedal. The engine roared and the sound gradually faded into the distance. Inside the villa, Lu Mi sipped her bowl of rich and fragrant tomato and egg soup, her face showing a mix of happiness and regret. Still, the soup was really delicious, she thought to herself. Another night passed. Yi Chang stood by the bed, slowly getting dressed. Yan Yuning, still under the covers, clutched the blanket tightly, her face flushed with shyness. The exhaustion from the night before still lingered in her body. Where are you going? A very important client from Beijing. A foreign one, Mahong Bank. Ever heard of it? Yi Chang replied honestly. Mahong Bank? Of course, Yan Yuning had heard of it. Pouting, she huffed. My little assistant is really something. Casually meeting such a big shot like it's nothing. Yi Chang had just fastened the last 2 buttons when he heard her words and couldn't help but laugh. He walked over and suddenly lifted the blanket. Yan Yuning's bare body was instantly exposed. Ah! Her face turned bright red as she quickly covered her chest and pressed her legs together. But Yi Chang pounced on her again, his hands wandering. But I'm still just your little assistant, aren't I? My dear CEO? Get off me. What kind of assistant are you? You've slept with the CEO. She reached out to push his chest, but in doing so, she unintentionally revealed herself again. Panicked, she covered her face with both hands, pretending to be an ostrich. Seeing her like this, Yi Chang smiled and let her go. In front of her subordinates, she was supposed to be a dignified and composed CEO, but at this moment, she was just his little woman. All right, I'm leaving. I might be busy negotiating all day and won't be back until late. Don't miss me. Humph, who would miss you? You wish. Yi Chang chuckled, buttoned up his shirt, put on his suit, and tied his tie. Watching him all dressed up, Yan Yuning suddenly felt a little hungry for him again. Maybe, just maybe, she might miss him after all? Humph. She pulled the blanket over her face. As long as she didn't see him, she wouldn't think about that bastard. Yi Chang left the villa, drove his Rolls-Royce, and headed straight to the airport. After parking, he arrived at the arrival gate, waiting for Elena, the president of Mahong Bank's Greater China region, and her secretary, Dongfang Jingjing. From time to time, he checked his phone to confirm that Elena's flight had already landed and that she was likely making her way out. Not long after, he spotted 2 figures emerging from the corridor, one tall and voluptuous, the other petite and delicate. The smaller one was pulling a suitcase. One of them perfectly matched most men's fantasy of a foreign beauty, curvaceous and alluring. The other looked like a real-life version of Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber, delicate and fragile. Together, they made an incredibly captivating pair. Many men around were sneaking glances at them, but the 2 women were used to such attention and paid no mind. They seemed to be looking for someone. Soon, they both spotted a figure in the crowd. Their faces briefly lit up, but they quickly masked their expressions, replacing them with polite, professional smiles. Wearing high heels, they gracefully approached Yi Chang. Elena extended her hand, her expression calm and composed. Mr. Yi, hello. Beside her, Dongfang Jingjing gave him a subtle smile. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. These 2 women, acting as if they didn't know him? Or were they, trying to play games? His initial warm smile faded, becoming just as formulaic as theirs. Miss Mahong, hello. Yi Chang extended his hand, shook hers briefly, and quickly let go, polite and distant. Elena was momentarily taken aback. This man was mirroring her attitude? Damn it. He was definitely faking it. Who knew how eager he really was inside? She had to make him wait. Yi Chang had no idea what was going through her mind. Turning to Dongfang Jingjing, he extended his hand again and said, You must be Secretary Dongfang. Nice to meet you. Dongfang Jingjing sneaked a glance at Elena, then reached out to shake Yi Chang's hand. She suddenly raised her eyebrows at him and, with her free hand, pointed slightly at Elena almost as if to say, this is all her idea. Yi Chang was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but smile. She had switched sides already? Typical. No way a fellow Chinese would side with a foreigner over their own. He gave her a knowing smile and then turned to Elena. Miss Ma Hong, shall we? Elena nodded, still unaware that her secretary had already betrayed her. She lifted her fair, slender neck and strode toward the exit. Yi Chang walked up beside Dongfang Jingjing and reached for her suitcase. Secretary Dongfang, let me carry this for you. At only about 1.6 meters tall, Dongfang Jingjing had to tilt her head up to look at him. Seeing him in his perfectly tailored suit, with his handsome features and an aura of masculine charm, coupled with his gentle smile, she felt her face flush with shyness. Softly, she murmured, and handed him the suitcase handle. It had been a whole week since she last saw him. Remembering that night, she felt a mix of embarrassment and longing. She had once considered herself a protector of women, devoted to her CEO. When she first saw Elena with this man, she had been furious. But what happened later made her understand what true pleasure was, something Elena could never give her. Like Stockholm Syndrome, she had fallen for Yi Chang. Instead of taking the suitcase handle, Yi Chang gently took her small hand, kneading it slightly. In a low voice, he asked, "What's up with Elena?" "She just came up with this at the last minute. Before we got off the plane, she told me to act like I didn't know you." "I have no idea what she's planning," Dongfang Jingjing whispered. Facing Yi Chang, as she caught the scent of him approaching, she forgot all about any so-called camaraderie or loyalty to her superior. None of that was more important than the person she loved more, though she did care for Elena as well. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. "I understand." Smiling, he lightly scratched her palm. "I'll make sure you're well fed later." Dongfang Jingjing's face instantly flushed. She quickly shook off his hand. "Stop saying nonsense." Yi Chang chuckled indifferently, then grabbed his suitcase and headed toward the exit. Once they arrived at the parking lot, he placed his suitcase into the trunk and turned to Dongfang Jingjing. "You drive." Dongfang Jingjing was momentarily stunned, then responded with an "oh" before taking the keys from Yi Chang's hand and heading to the driver's seat. Elena quickly called out, "Jingjing, don't drive." She then turned to Yi Chang and smiled faintly. "Mr. Yi, my secretary and I have some things to discuss. I'd trouble you to drive instead." Yi Chang let out a simple "oh" and said, "Could it be that Miss Mohan thinks what I have to discuss isn't important? We are, after all, talking about shares in Mohan Bank." Hearing this, Elena immediately felt a surge of anger. This damn man. He was actually using this to threaten her. He just never gave in, did he? Thinking back to that night, when she had been desperate to learn about Yi Chang's connection to that hotel, she had even put on a bikini and gone into the pool to him, yet he had refused to say a word, insisting on only speaking after close contact negotiations. He was the worst. She bit her silver white teeth, let out a soft huff, and suddenly remembered that she couldn't afford to act like a petty woman right now. Quickly, she adjusted herself back to her usual cold and imposing demeanor and said, "In that case, we'll do as Mr. Yi says. Jingjing, you drive." With Elena's approval, Dongfang Jingjing finally opened the driver's door and got in. In her heart, she sighed, boss, why are you playing games with Yi Chang? He's 22. You can't win against him." Elena then took a seat in the back, and Yi Chang also got in beside her. The back seat of the Rolls-Royce Wraith had a partition in the middle, preventing them from sitting too close. Elena found this reassuring. Yi Chang, on the other hand, was displeased. What kind of ridiculous design is this? This isn't just inhumane, it's anti-romance. Once both of them were inside, the car's soft closed doors shut automatically, and Dongfang Jingjing started the engine. Yi Chang turned to look at Elena and smiled. "Miss Mohan, how long are you planning to stay in Shanghai this time?" "A week," Elena replied flatly, taking out her phone and starting to scroll. "A week?" Yi Chang let out a thoughtful "oh" and said, "It seems Miss Mohan didn't come to Shanghai just to sign a contract with me." "Of course not. Your business is just a side task. My main purpose is to inspect the Shanghai branch and also enjoy a few days of sightseeing." Elena spoke casually, showing no special regard for Yi Chang, even though he was a major shareholder. Yi Chang smiled and nodded, unaffected by her attitude. "Sightseeing? That sounds nice. Beijing is an inland city, after all, while Shanghai is by the sea. You can visit the beach or take a stroll along the Bund. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any recommendations. I plan to go sightseeing with my secretary." Elena put down her phone and turned to look at Yi Chang. As she moved, her wavy blonde hair swayed slightly, exuding a natural allure. "Oh?" Yi Chang smiled slyly and suddenly asked, "Miss Mohan, do you happen to enjoy swimming?" I could recommend a few good places. The moment she heard the word swimming, Elena's breathtaking face instantly turned red. How dare he? He actually dared. He actually dared to bring up that word. That night at the pool. It was undoubtedly one of the most unforgettable experiences of her life, second only to that night. Recalling what had happened in the pool, she couldn't help but feel flustered. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Chang, but when she saw his ever so innocent, smiling expression, as if he had merely mentioned it in passing, her fair fists clenched. She wanted nothing more than to punch him and let him know that she was not someone to be messed with. However, after thinking it through, she decided that she needed to keep up the act today. So, she swallowed her frustration, put on a composed smile, and played along. Oh, is that so? Then why doesn't Mr. Yi recommend a few swimming pools to me? Yi Chang chuckled. I own quite a few swimming pools in Shanghai. There are 3 by the Huangpu River, 2 public ones and a private one. There's also a private pool by the seaside, all of them open air. Oh, right, my company also owns 3 5-star hotels in Shanghai, each equipped with a pool. Besides that, there's the Nuwa Hotel, which is also one of my properties. But the pool there is open all day, so it's not exactly the best choice. So I'd recommend that Miss Mohan go for one of my private pools, especially the seaside one. The view is stunning, and there won't be any interruptions. You and Secretary Dongfang can wear whatever swimsuits you like and swim however you want. I can even arrange top-tier service for you, completely free of charge. Where did all these swimming pools and hotels come from? Naturally, from Yi Chang's acquisition of Wanqing Real Estate. This massive real estate conglomerate spanned the entire country and even had assets abroad. Since its headquarters were in Shanghai, it naturally owned numerous properties in the city. A few swimming pools? Child's play. As for the Nuwa Hotel, it was one of the few ultra 5-star hotels in all of China. The headquarters of Wanqing Real Estate was located in the Nuwa Hotel itself. Elena's small mouth unconsciously parted in astonishment. She had not expected that, apart from Jinsei Road, this man actually owned so many other properties. Just along the banks of the Huangpu River, he had 3 swimming pools, not to mention the ones by the sea. In a city like Shanghai, where every inch of land was worth a fortune, how could such prime locations belong to him? Even the Nuwa Hotel was his. That was one of the few officially recognized ultra 5-star hotels in China, on par with the Pango Hotel in Beijing. She vaguely recalled that the Nuwa Hotel belonged to Wanqing Real Estate, did it not? That real estate company was a true giant, and if Yi Cheng's words were to be believed, Wanqing Real Estate was also his? Elena could not help but feel that Yi Cheng was becoming even more of an enigma. Not only was he Long Cohen's nephew, but he also personally owned so many companies and properties. It seemed impossible to gauge just how deep his influence ran. But on the other hand, he had already thoroughly gauged her depths. Miss Mohan? Yi Cheng looked at Elena's stunned expression and smiled as he asked again. He had long since noticed that this Western beauty was highly interested in business matters. The bigger the company, the higher the status, the more she wanted to understand it. Elena snapped out of her thoughts and immediately noticed the faintly smug look on Yi Cheng's face. Damn it, this guy must have seen her days off and was feeling pleased with himself. But no matter what, she was not going to back down. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi, but I think I would prefer to try the public swimming pool. After all, it is lively with more people around. She then turned to Dongfang Jingjing, who was driving. Secretary Dongfang, what do you think? Dongfang Jingjing, who had been secretly eavesdropping, was startled. She had not expected Elena to suddenly drag her into this. Her delicate face showed a hint of distress as she carefully replied, President, I do not want to go to a public pool. There are too many people. I would feel uncomfortable. Mr. Yi, did you hear that? Dongfang. Elena turned back to Yi Cheng with a bright smile, but halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized something was wrong, and her smile froze. Dongfang Jingjing, what did you just say? She could hardly believe it. Was her little secretary actually disobeying her? Had they not agreed to stand together against this infuriating man? President, I really do not want to go to a public pool. That would not be appropriate. Summoning her courage, Dongfang Jingjing stood her ground. She was not doing this to help Yi Cheng, she genuinely did not want to go to a public pool. After all, there would be so many people there, and she would have to wear a swimsuit. No matter how modest or revealing it was, she would feel uncomfortable either way. Elena's face darkened instantly. This little traitor. Ever since that sultry night last week, Dongfang Jingjing had started acting differently. Even when they were playing together at night, she was completely unenthusiastic. Then again, Elena herself was not particularly enthusiastic either. But that was all because of the man sitting beside her. It was all his fault. Miss Mohan, since Secretary Dongfang is unwilling, why insist? Let us just go to the private pool. Yi Chang spoke as if he had not noticed Elena's stormy mood in the slightest. Elena gritted her teeth. She had lost this round, but in the coming days, she would make sure to regain her dignity. If Secretary Dongfang is unwilling, then we will do as Mr. Yi says. Once I have handled all my affairs, I will trouble you to make the arrangements. Elena said, since Secretary Dongfang is unwilling, we will do as Mr. Yi suggests. Once I have taken care of everything, I will trouble Mr. Yi to make the arrangements. Of course, no problem. Yi Chang nodded with a smile. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added, oh, by the way, next Tuesday I will be heading to Hangzhou, meaning the day after tomorrow. I will not return until Thursday, so I may not be able to act as your guide, Miss Mohan. Elena was momentarily stunned. What? This guy is actually leaving Shanghai while I am here? Fine. Although she did not want to admit that she needed Yi Chang to accompany her in Shanghai, she knew perfectly well that she had come here specifically for him. But right now, she could not afford to show any displeasure. After all, at this moment, she and Yi Chang had no particular relationship. So, she put on a smile, feigning indifference, and said, oh? What does that have to do with me? I never said I needed Mr. Yi to be my guide. Yi Chang's gaze flickered slightly as he asked, then would Miss Mohan like me to find a guide for you? I can guarantee that you will be well taken care of during my absence. That will not be necessary. I plan to find one myself. Preferably a male guide. I feel like male guides have more. Elena smiled sweetly, leaving the implication hanging. Yi Chang did not say anything. He simply looked at Elena with a smile, but deep within his eyes, a dangerous glint slowly emerged. This foreign girl seems quite reckless. A male guide? Perhaps I should make sure she is too sore to get out of bed for 2 days, so by the time I return from Hangzhou, she will barely be able to walk? Elena caught the threat in Yi Chang's gaze and smirked internally. Ha, Chinese men are so easy to handle. She met Yi Chang's gaze, smiling just as brightly in return. But gradually, under Yi Chang's deathly stare, she started to falter. Oh no, why is his gaze so terrifying? Is he actually mad? No, I cannot give in. I cannot let this guy think he has me under his control. But his stare is really scary. Elena's heart pounded. Why is he so petty? Can he not tell I am joking? Does he really have to be this sensitive? Biting her lip, she finally caved. Forget it. Since Mr. Yi is the host here, I will let him make the arrangements. Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Yi Chang laughed, and the danger in his eyes softened. That is more like it. A little playfulness is fine, but deliberately provoking me? That, I do not appreciate. I am exactly this petty and unreasonable. His gaze fell on Elena's hand, resting on her lap. Today, she was once again dressed in professional attire. Beneath her fitted skirt, her legs were wrapped in black silk stockings, exuding an undeniable allure. Yi Chang knew very well just how strong those legs could be. He reached out and grasped the delicate wrist resting atop her stocking-clad thigh. Since Elena had chosen to yield, he might as well take the opportunity to end this little game. Time was fleeting, pleasure was more important. However, just as he caught her wrist and was about to speak, Elena immediately shook his hand off, her voice cold as she said, Mr. Yi, please behave yourself. Yi Chang was momentarily stunned as he looked at Elena's expression. After a brief moment of contemplation, he found it rather amusing. It seemed that this woman still had a bit of a temper. He did not mind letting his woman have a temper, as long as she was not deliberately trying to anger him. Smiling faintly, he apologized to Elena. My apologies, Miss Mohan. That was inappropriate of me. Elena let out a cold huff and turned her body away, gazing out of the car window at the passing scenery. Of course, she was upset. This man had taken her body and even her secretaries, yet she had never said a word about it, allowing Yi Chang to enjoy his blessings in peace. And yet, he had the audacity to look at her like that. He could not even take a joke. He refused to take a single step back and even got angry over it. Oof. What a petty man. Fine then, she would be mad too. Let us see who could hold out longer. With an icy expression, she continued staring out the window, motionless. Dongfang Jingjing occasionally glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Are they arguing? If that was the case, did she have a chance to monopolize Yi Chang for herself? A gleeful excitement stirred within her. Although she did not mind sharing pleasure with Elena, she still felt shy about the idea of two women serving one man together. Yes, the president should stay mad. Do not stop. She had completely defected. The entire ride was silent. Yi Chang did not speak to Elena again, or rather, Elena refused to speak to him. Yi Chang had arranged for them to stay at the Nuwa Hotel. Now that he was the owner of Wanqing Real Estate, setting up accommodations was merely a matter of giving the word. The presidential suite, one room for each woman. However, neither Elena nor Dongfang Jingjing checked in right away, as they first needed to sign the share transfer contract. After all, this was one of the main reasons Elena had come to Shanghai. Yi Cheng had reserved the top-floor conference room at the Nuwa Hotel, which was also the headquarters of Wanqing Real Estate. This was where they would complete a transaction worth over $1 billion. The Nuwa Hotel was situated along the coast, and from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room, one could see the vast and boundless ocean. Being over 100 floors up, the clouds drifted just outside the windows, creating a breathtakingly surreal view, as if standing in a celestial realm. Seated at the head of the table, Yi Cheng handed 2 copies of the contract to Elena and Dongfang Jingjing, respectively. "Take a look and sign," he said. Dongfang Jingjing froze. "Why are you giving this to me?" Elena also looked at the document in Dongfang Jingjing's hands with confusion. Yi Cheng smiled. "I am giving Jingjing 0.5% of the shares as well." Elena's eyes widened. Her heart instantly soured. "Even Dongfang Jingjing gets 0.5%? I only got 0.5% myself." But she could not make a fuss about it. She could hardly protest, could she? If she did, would that not completely push her little secretary into this bastard's arms? This had to be part of his scheme. Dongfang Jingjing, on the other hand, was utterly shocked. She glanced at Elena and saw the change in her expression. To ease Elena's feelings, she gently pushed the contract back across the table. With gratitude in her eyes, she said, "Yi Cheng, I cannot accept this. It is too valuable." Yi Cheng rested his hand on the table, tapping his fingers lightly against the surface. With a smile, he said, "Read the contract first, then decide. No need to rush." Then, he stood up from his chair and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, standing with his hands behind his back as he admired the view of the sea outside. Elena looked at his silhouette and curled her lips. Using a Chinese expression, "This guy is just putting on a show." Still doubtful, she picked up the contract and began reading it from the beginning. However, after only a few glances, she gasped in surprise. 1.5% of the shares? "Mr. Yi Cheng, you are actually giving me this much?" Yi Cheng's voice came from across the room. "Keep reading. There is more." Elena suppressed the joy and emotion rising in her heart. She had never expected that Yi Cheng would actually give her 1.5% of the shares. And these were Mohan Bank shares. Mohan Bank was currently valued at several $100 billion. Even if 1.5% was not worth a full $100 billion, it was at least $50 billion. Moreover, if she ever decided to sell, it would only be at a premium above the current stock price. Who would not want such high-quality shares? Just owning them was a guaranteed profit. Her previous jealousy over Dongfang Jingjing receiving 0.5% instantly disappeared. Instead, she became eager to know what Yi Cheng meant by "keep reading." There is more. Finally, as she reached the bottom of the document, her hands flew up to cover her mouth in astonishment. She glanced in disbelief at Yi Cheng, who was still standing there. Just moments ago, she had thought he was simply showing off. But looking at him now, she realized, he is so grand, so incredible. She suddenly had the urge to drop her previous little tantrum, run up to him, and smother him with her chest. Because at the bottom of the contract, it was written that once both parties signed, the 1.5% of shares would immediately belong to her without any additional conditions. She could hardly believe it. Just last week, when Yi Cheng had promised to give her shares, there had been countless conditions attached. First of all, the shares were only 0.5%, which was already a fraction of what he was giving her now. But even that 0.5% would have been given to her in installments over several years. On top of that, the shares would not have been fully hers. Any transaction, sale, or transfer of those shares would have required Yi Cheng's approval. Under those conditions, the shares were essentially just being parked under her name, while she would only hold the right to collect dividends. And yet, she had never cared about the money. Even if it was worth billions, that was not what she wanted. What she truly wanted was the status of a major shareholder and the power that came with it. Previously, when Yi Cheng had given her 0.5% of the shares, she had been pleased, but nothing more. That amount was nowhere near enough to put her among the top 10 shareholders of Mohan Bank. If she had introduced herself as a major shareholder of Mohan Bank, people would have checked the shareholder list and found her name nowhere among the top 10. They would have laughed her off. Not to mention, her shares had been under the control of the bank's second largest shareholder. She would have been nothing more than a rich woman with no real power. But now, with Yi Cheng granting her 1.5% of the shares, she had instantly entered the ranks of Mohan Bank's top 10 shareholders. Previously, the 10th largest shareholder had held only around 0.7%. And now, with her 1.5%, she had leaped past several people to become the 6th largest shareholder. More importantly, she was no longer under Yi Chang's control. Any decision she made, whether to buy more shares or sell them, would now attract countless eyes. This was the status she had always wanted. As she stared at Yi Chang's back, all of her earlier frustration vanished completely. Now, the only thing left was, how was she supposed to smooth over this awkwardness? After all, even if she was no longer mad, there would still be a period of awkwardness after a fight. Finally, she picked up the pen and signed the contract. Yi Chang had already signed his name, meaning the contract was now officially in effect. Satisfied, Elena gazed at the document in her hands before looking over at Dongfang Jingjing. Dongfang Jingjing, at that moment, had her mouth covered, her face filled with joy and disbelief as she stared at her own contract. Sensing Elena's gaze, she turned to look at her, and from Elena's expression, she immediately felt her excitement. Hesitantly, Dongfang Jingjing asked, "Elena?" Elena beamed and said, "Hurry up and sign. From now on, the two of us together hold 2% of Mohan Bank's shares. We are major shareholders." Seeing that Elena was not upset at all, Dongfang Jingjing's face lit up with happiness. Previously, she had hesitated to sign because she cared about Elena's feelings. After all, the shares had originally been meant for Elena. Now, it was obvious that she had received hers only because of her relationship with Yi Chang. She was well aware that she was simply benefiting from Elena's influence. However, now that Elena seemed even happier than she was, Dongfang Jingjing no longer hesitated. With an excited smile, she quickly signed her contract. In that instant, she officially became a world-class wealthy woman, with a personal fortune worth over $10 billion. But most importantly, this was a gift from Yi Chang, and she had no intention of rejecting it. At that moment, Yi Chang finally turned around. Seeing the two women beaming with joy, he smiled faintly. "All signed?" he asked. Elena's lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. Upon hearing Yi Chang's words, she nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. Your generosity has truly touched me." "Still calling me Mr. Yi?" Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Elena's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She huffed lightly and said in a coy voice, "What else should I call you, then, Mr. Yi?" There was no way she was going to admit that she was no longer mad simply because he had given her too much. So, she had to keep pretending to be upset. Yi Chang extended a finger and playfully pointed at her from a distance before shaking his head helplessly. Then, he turned to Dongfang Jingjing. "What about you, Jingjing?" he asked. Ignoring Elena's gaze, Dongfang Jingjing threw herself straight at Yi Chang, leaping into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. "Shang, thank you." Yi Chang wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Her petite figure felt incredibly comfortable in his embrace. Elena, standing beside them, wanted to join in but felt too embarrassed. Her heart itched at the sight, and finally, she could not bear watching them being affectionate right in front of her anymore. She immediately stepped forward and pulled them apart. "Hey, Mr. Yi, why are you hugging my secretary?" Yi Chang let go of Dongfang Jingjing, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Elena, while Dongfang Jingjing lowered her head, blushing furiously. Yi Chang chuckled, and just as Elena was about to grow flustered and annoyed, he said, "All right, you two must be exhausted from the trip. How about we head to the hotel and get some rest?" Let us rest first, then." Elena nodded. After hours of flights and car rides, she was indeed a bit tired. But Yi Chang, this guy, would he really be so considerate? Was he truly not going to do anything to her? Could he not see that she was no longer angry? She was just pretending. Elena was itching to relive the sensations of that night. But Yi Chang really did nothing. Along with Dongfang Jingjing, he escorted her to her room first. "If Miss Mohan needs anything, you can contact the hotel reception. The service at Manhwa Hotel is among the best in the world," Yi Chang said. "All right then, Miss Mohan, please rest well. I will now take Secretary Dongfang to her room." Seeing that Yi Chang truly had no intention of staying, Elena immediately pouted, her tone filled with irritation. "Then go." She then shut the door. Through the closed door, Yi Chang could still faintly hear a soft humph from inside. He chuckled and turned to Dongfang Jingjing. Her face was already flushed red. Now, it was just the two of them. She suddenly recalled that night Yi Chang had also arranged separate hotel rooms for both of them and then taken them one by one. Was he planning to start with her tonight? A strange sense of anticipation stirred within her. "Secretary Dongfang, let me take you to your room." "Oh." Dongfang Jingjing nodded softly and followed behind Yi Chang toward the next room. Yi Chang opened the door and gestured politely, inviting her in. Seeing his gentlemanly demeanor, Dongfang Jingjing grew even more puzzled. Could it be that he really was not planning to do anything tonight? But the next moment, she realized she was wrong. The instant she stepped into the room, she felt herself being tightly embraced from behind. In one swift motion, Yi Chang carried her inside. The door shut with a loud thud, and before she could react, her skirt had already been lifted to her waist. Then Pia, a sharp slap landed on her rear. Finally, there was the sound of stockings tearing rip. Jingjing, I have been waiting for you for so long. His deep voice murmured beside her ear, and a warm tongue brushed against her sensitive earlobe, making her entire body tense up. And then, she surrendered to the long-awaited pleasure. Inside Elena's room, she lay on a chaise lounge by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding the contract in her hands, feeling utterly delighted. The corners of her lips curved high. Suddenly, she spread her arms wide and happily shouted, "Ah!" She was simply too happy. 1.5%, this number echoed over and over in her mind. Cherishing the contract, she carefully placed it into a folder. Then, she kicked off her high heels, allowing her silk-clad feet to dance across the plush carpet of the presidential suite before she dove straight into the bed. Burying her face in the pillows, she savored the joy of this moment. Finally, she rolled over onto her back, lying flat on the bed. Her mind began replaying the image of that man. It was all because of him. Her memories rewound, back to the pool, to the bed, to the bathroom, to that bastard. Why did he not stay just now? I am not even mad anymore. Is he not supposed to be fearless? A woman who had experienced Yi Chang's masterful skills could never forget that blissful sensation. Her face grew increasingly red. She decided to stop thinking about it and just sleep. Too lazy to even take off her clothes, she hugged a pillow and closed her eyes, attempting to fall asleep. But after tossing and turning for dozens of minutes, she was still wide awake. She was simply too excited. Who would not be thrilled after acquiring 1.5% of Mohan Bank's shares? Finally, unable to stand it any longer, she sat up in bed. Her outfit felt uncomfortable. She still had not changed out of her business attire. She remembered that her other clothes were in Dongfang Jingjing's room. They had only brought one suitcase, and all their clothes were packed in it. So, she decided to go find Dongfang Jingjing and retrieve her clothes. She was going to be in Shanghai for a week, and she had brought quite a few outfits. Getting out of bed, she slipped on the hotel's provided slippers and headed next door. The doorbell rang, disturbing the man and woman in the room. Yi Chang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands wrapped around Dongfang Jingjing's slender legs. Dongfang Jingjing was leaning against the window with her upper body when she was startled by the sound. Gasping softly, she said, There's someone outside the doorbell." Yi Chang simply smiled indifferently. He already knew who it was. He had turned on the Do Not Disturb sign, so the hotel staff wouldn't be coming. That meant it could only be Elena knocking at the door. Thinking about it, history was repeating itself. It was the same setting, a hotel. Last time, he had also been interrupted halfway through. The only difference was the female lead. Slowly lowering Dongfang Jingjing, whose legs had gone weak, he said, "I'll hide in the wardrobe for a while. You go open the door." "It's Elena." "Huh?" Dongfang Jingjing's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. "How can I open the door like this?" "Just open it. Elena will figure it out." "That's exactly what I want." Yi Chang chuckled. How could he possibly let Elena off so easily? He had been waiting for her to come over today. After that, he threw on the hotel's bathrobe and hid in the wardrobe, while Dongfang Jingjing also wrapped herself in a robe. There was no time for her to clean up, so she had no choice but to squeeze her legs together, her body still weak, as she supported herself against the wall and slowly made her way to the door. Blushing, she opened it. "Jingjing, I came to get my clothes," Elena said as soon as she walked in. But as soon as she saw Dongfang Jingjing in a bathrobe, her face flushed red, her entire body weak as if she had just been ravished. Elena immediately frowned. "Jingjing, what's wrong with you?" "Huh?" "And nothing." Dongfang Jingjing quickly shook her head, flustered. She could feel something about to leak out. "No, something's off." "What's that smell?" Elena suddenly sniffed the air. There was a strange scent, one that seemed familiar to her. She leaned in closer, and to her shock, it was coming from Dongfang Jingjing. Her eyes widened at once. "Jingjing, what were you just doing?" Dongfang Jingjing panicked. "Ha! I wasn't doing anything." "I don't believe you. Did that bastard do something to you?" Elena huffed angrily. "He didn't stay with me, but he stayed here with you instead?" But Dongfang Jingjing didn't dare to say anything. She stammered, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Elena, furious, pressed on, "Is he in your room right now?" "That bastard, there's no way he's satisfied yet, not in less than an hour." Her face turned red as if she knew Yi Chang all too well. Then she stormed into the room and started searching everywhere. Yi Chang! You bastard, where are you? I know you're in here. She stomped into the bedroom, where that lingering, shameful scent still faintly hovered in the air. Since not much time had passed, it wasn't too strong yet. She started searching everywhere, first checking the bathroom, nothing. Then she came to the bed and lifted the blanket, still nothing. Elena, stop looking. Dongfang Jingjing, her legs still weak, slowly walked into the bedroom and called out to her. I will not. I will keep searching. Elena shouted angrily. I will accuse him of rape, that despicable man. As she spoke, she lifted another curtain, but there was still no one behind it. The presidential suite had many places to hide, and she had not yet searched the wardrobe. However, after finishing with the curtains, she set her sights on the row of wardrobes. The wardrobes were large, arranged in 2 rows forming a right angle in the corner of the room. Elena walked over to one of the rows, continuously opening the wardrobe doors as she searched, calling out, Yi Chang, come out, I know you are in there. Dongfang Jingjing watched Elena's actions with nervous anticipation. She knew that Yi Chang was hiding in the wardrobe on Elena's left, but at that moment, something unexpected happened. It was as if Yi Chang had responded to Elena's words. He quietly opened the wardrobe door and stepped out. The door moved without making a sound, and his footsteps were completely silent, so Elena did not realize that a man had already emerged behind her. Just as he had ambushed Dongfang Jingjing earlier, Yi Chang now attacked Elena, violently lifting her tight skirt. Then, with a tearing sound, will you still act like that with me again? And no, I will not. A woman's breathless voice echoed. Call me Daddy. Daddy. I did not tell you to say it in English. Daddy. Satisfied, Yi Chang patted the voluptuous beauty's firm buttocks. When you got off the plane today, what exactly were you thinking, acting that way toward me? Elena, like a Persian cat, buried herself in Yi Chang's arms and said coyly, I just wanted to. Just wanted to? Yi Chang's eyes narrowed. So there was no real reason? Elena wriggled playfully in his arms and, in a sweet, coquettish English voice, said, I was wrong, Chang, will you forgive me? No. Yi Chang got up and laid her flat. Get on all fours. Elena cried out in panic, it is already swollen. Looking at the stunning beauty who had completely lost her strength, Yi Chang felt utterly satisfied. As for Dongfang Jingjing, that piece of shit could not last even 2 hours. By now, her eyes had rolled back and her consciousness had not yet returned. And Elena now, aside from the fact that her mouth could still speak, had absolutely no strength left. Why are you going to Hangcheng on Tuesday? She asked weakly. On Wednesday, I am attending a charity gala, Yi Chang replied in a clear and invigorated tone. The charity gala in Hangcheng? Elena suddenly recalled, I seem to have heard of it. Is it the one jointly organized by the Chinese Charity Association along with some entrepreneurs, collectors, and celebrity artists? Yi Chang nodded slightly, that one. Then why do you have to go on Tuesday? Couldn't you go on Wednesday? Is there any problem with going on Tuesday for a Wednesday event? Yi Chang said irritably as he tapped Elena's cheek. This is what you call ample preparation time, understand? Elena reached out and punched his chest. Then I want to go too. You want to go too? Yi Chang said with a smile. Aren't you supposed to stay in the Magic City and look for a tour guide? Elena tilted her head back and said coquettishly, mind your own business, I will go. I went there to pick up chicks. What are you doing coming with me? Yi Chang laughed. Elena immediately bared her teeth. You already have me in Jingjing, and yet you still want to find another woman? Yi Chang, unabashedly displaying his scumbag nature before her, said, aren't both you and Jingjing proponents of not getting married? What is wrong with me picking up another woman? You shameless bastard. Elena exclaimed indignantly, I will bite you to death. Then she crawled under the blanket. Yi Chang said he was going to pick up women, to find someone new. Elena did not know whether to believe him or not. Deep down, she certainly wanted to have Yi Chang all to herself. At most, she was only willing to share him with Dongfang Jingjing. Even though she upheld her stance on never marrying, this was still something difficult for her to accept. However, biting Yi Chang to death was impossible, and trying to drain him dry was far too difficult. Crawling back out from under the covers, she turned away from him in frustration, lying on her side with her back to him, unwilling to look at him, a silent expression of her discontent. Yi Chang knew she was upset, so he embraced her from behind. Elena, what are you thinking about? Elena remained silent. Silly girl, do you not know how much I love you? Yi Chang whispered into her ear. Elena snapped back angrily, but you will love other women too. Do you think that just because you gave me shares, I will be completely devoted to you? No, I have never thought that. But when I am with you and with Jingjing, I am happy, Yi Cheng said gently. I do not want either of you to leave me, so I told you this today, hoping you could accept it early on. I know this is a gamble, a bet on whether or not you will leave me. But if I win, I will only love you more. I do not want to lose, so I have never considered what it would mean if I did. Yi Cheng rested his face against Elena's smooth, beautiful back and softly asked in English, Elena, do you love me? Listening to Yi Cheng's sincere words, Elena bit her lip, turned over, and looked at him. She stared into his eyes for a long time. Then, through gritted teeth, she suddenly said, I really regret agreeing to go to the Forbidden City with you that day. And with that, she pressed her lips to his, kissing him fiercely, desperately taking everything from him. Lifting her already exhausted body, she once again climbed on top of Yi Cheng. I love you. You have to show me just how much you love me. With the independent spirit she had been raised with, love was something to be proven through action. And since they were already in bed together, there was only one thing left to do. Yi Cheng looked deeply moved, understanding that Elena had now silently accepted that he might have other women in the future. I will love you even more, Elena. Tears glistened at the corners of Elena's eyes as she lay draped over Yi Cheng's body. That day, I am coming with you. I want to see for myself which woman in Hangcheng you are so determined to pursue. All right. Yi Cheng nodded. What about Jingjing? I will make sure she stays here. That works. Yi Cheng nodded slightly. As for how to make Dongfang Jingjing accept the situation the same way Elena had, the method was simple and straightforward. He just had to make her cry from pleasure. That delicate little secretary had an inexplicable addiction to such things. Yi Cheng even started wondering if he should just keep her by his side at all times, otherwise, what if one day she could not resist and went looking for another man? So, when Dongfang Jingjing finally came back to her senses, he asked, Jingjing, stay in Shanghai with me. Dongfang Jingjing was stunned for a moment, then looked toward Elena with anticipation. Of course, she wanted to stay. Elena pouted and asked Yi Cheng, why are you asking her to stay instead of me? Yi Cheng caught the meaning in Elena's eyes. His gaze lit up as he asked, Elena, would you also like to stay? Elena smiled slightly. I am already a major shareholder of Mohan Bank, so why should I stay there as an employee? When I go back, I will submit my resignation and stay in Shanghai with Jingjing. Dongfang Jingjing's face instantly lit up with joy. She could actually stay here with Yi Cheng. Did this mean she could see Yi Cheng more often and have more opportunities to experience happiness with him? Excited, she threw herself at Elena and hugged her tightly. Elena, thank you. What are you thanking me for? You should be thanking our boss instead. Elena pointed at Yi Cheng. Go and show your gratitude to this scoundrel. Dongfang Jingjing blushed, not daring to look at Yi Cheng at all. She could only handle seeing him once a day anymore, and she would completely fall apart. Yi Cheng, however, was already overjoyed. If Elena was willing to stay, did that not mean she had truly let go of any lingering doubts and genuinely loved him? Stepping forward, he embraced both women and said cheerfully, that is wonderful news. But Elena pushed him away again and, with a playful smile, asked, then should you not prepare a place for us to stay? Or at least find something for us to do? Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned, but then he chuckled and said, do you know Haiqing Headhunting Company? Elena paused for a moment before responding, of course I do. It is one of the 2 largest headhunting firms in the world. Our bank has even used them to recruit executives before. Yi Cheng smiled faintly. Then how about the position of global president of Haiqing Headhunting? Would you like it? Elena froze, unable to believe what she had just heard. That company belongs to you too? I remember its owner was British. Beside her, Dongfang Jingjing also looked at Yi Cheng in astonishment. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. That was before. Now, I am the owner. What do you think? One of you can be president, and the other can be my secretary. The company's headquarters used to be in Britain, but I will have them relocate to Shanghai. Then, he reached out, lifted Elena's chin, and asked, so, Elena, are you willing to continue working for me? I am willing, Elena murmured, her eyes dazed. Yi Cheng planted a fleeting kiss on her lips before turning to Dongfang Jingjing. But before he could say anything, Dongfang Jingjing clutched her chest, blushing, and shyly said, I am willing too. Yi Cheng could not help but laugh, then suddenly lifted Dongfang Jingjing into his arms. Then I shall give you a proper reward. Ah, no. Ah. At 7 in the evening, Yi Cheng walked out of the hotel. He stretched his waist. These past few days had been exhausting. First, he had spent time with Yen Yuning, who was still a virgin, and then with the highly passionate and mature Aunt Lu. Today, he had fought another fierce battle with 2 women. If he remembered correctly, he had picked them up at 9 in the morning, Fortunately, his body had undergone perfect enhancements, otherwise, he might not have been able to handle it all. Still, perhaps it was time to start eating some supplements to restore his strength? Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he smiled gently. It was Ching Shu. This delicate yet strong-willed campus beauty was every man's unattainable dream. Yi Chang was no exception. As for why she was suddenly calling, he quickly guessed the reason. Her interview at Longting Group had taken place that morning. Since it was already past 7, she had probably just received news of her acceptance, which was why she had called immediately. Answering the phone, he asked with a smile, Ching Shu, have you finished your interview? Yes. I just received a message from Longting Group saying I passed the interview. A voice filled with excitement came from the other end of the line. Even through the phone, Yi Chang could feel her joy. After all, this job was at the finance department of Longting Group's Shanghai branch. Even as an intern, she would receive a base salary of 6,000, plus performance bonuses and commissions. He chuckled. I told you, you did well in the interview. There was no way you would not pass. Yes. Ching Shu replied happily. Where are you now? I will come and keep you company for a while. I am at school. Her voice carried a hint of eagerness. It seemed she was very eager to share her joy with Yi Chang. After all, this job was something Yi Chang had secured for her. Alright, I will be there soon, Yi Chang said with a smile. Starting his car, he headed straight for Modern University. It had been several days since he had been on campus, and he found himself missing it a little. But he had not forgotten that his thesis defense was coming up in 2 weeks. Driving onto the campus, he stopped in front of the girls' dormitory and called Ching Shu to let her know he had arrived. Before long, a graceful figure emerged from the building. She wore a simple t-shirt, fitted pants, and sneakers, completely different from the elegant and refined appearance she had when she hosted the event in a formal dress. Today, she exuded youthful energy and vibrance. Yi Chang rolled down the car window and waved at her. Under the watchful eyes of many female students, Ching Shu shyly got into the Rolls-Royce. Where do you want to go? Yi Chang asked. I do not know, Ching Shu replied softly, shaking her head. Have you eaten? Yes, around 6. What did you eat? Just the cafeteria food. Yi Chang frowned slightly. Why did you not eat something better? Ching Shu lowered her head, embarrassed. I did not know what to eat. Silly girl, just order whatever is expensive. I give you 50,000 every day, not for you to keep eating that kind of food. Yi Chang reached out and gently took her delicate hand, his voice warm yet helpless. Ching Shu gazed at him, mesmerized. This man was always so gentle, making her feel like she was floating in a warm ocean, completely content. Yi Chang lifted her hand and placed a soft kiss on the back of it, then caressed it lightly before saying, Alright, let us not talk about that anymore. Fasten your seatbelt. Okay. Ching Shu quickly fastened her seatbelt and sat obediently. Then let us go, Yi Chang said before starting the car. Dozens of minutes later, at the Bund, Yi Chang held Ching Shu's hand as they strolled down the famous street. Across the Huangpu River, the bright lights of Lujiazhui's skyscrapers illuminated the night sky. The view was breathtaking. There was a time when Yi Chang had envied the bustling prosperity on the other side. But now, he stood above that world. And in his arms, he held the beauty he desired. As he listened to Ching Shu recount how the interviewer had deliberately made things difficult for her, Yi Chang chuckled and asked, Would you like me to take revenge for you? I could have that interviewer fired. Ching Shu was stunned for a moment before quickly shaking her head. Do not do anything reckless. That was just part of the process, and I still passed in the end. Yi Chang smiled faintly. Yes, my Ching Shu is the best. Even when they tried to challenge you, you still passed. Ching Shu's cheeks flushed red, but the joy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. She loved hearing Yi Chang say the kind of words that every girl longed to hear. Yi Chang reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of her hair behind her ear before continuing to hold her hand, strolling along at a leisurely pace. Before long, they suddenly saw a heart-shape outlined in candles on the path ahead. A young man stood in the center, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Suddenly, he dropped to one knee in front of a girl. Xiaohong, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The girl, Xiaohong, covered her mouth in surprise, her face full of shock. Meanwhile, the boy's friends emerged from the crowd, some holding banners, others cheering and encouraging the girl to accept. The onlookers, also caught off guard by the scene, stopped to watch, some taking pictures and videos, others joining in to urge the girl to say yes. Yi Chang, holding Ching Shu's hand, stood on the outskirts of the crowd, observing the situation inside. The two of them found it quite interesting. Perhaps they were about to witness the birth of a new couple? Do you think she will say yes? Ning Shu asked Yi Chang. Yi Chang studied the scene for a moment before shaking his head. No, Ning Shu was taken aback. Why not? Look at the girl, Yi Chang said. Her outfit alone must have cost at least 4 or 5,000. And that guy? His entire outfit is not even worth 1,000. Yi Chang sighed. He had once faced a similar situation himself, which was why he could make such a prediction. Of course, the most telling sign was the girl's expression. It had already turned sour. Given that, the guy was most likely going to fail. As for his reasoning, it was simply an observation. Hearing Yi Chang's explanation, Ning Shu turned her gaze back to the couple. She still hoped for a romantic outcome. But soon, people began to notice that something was wrong. The girl's expression showed clear displeasure, as if she was starting to lose patience. She said, Li Hua, do not do this, alright? Get up. We are just friends. The young man's face froze in shock. He had thought his confession was foolproof, yet he was rejected just like that. The onlookers also fell silent, no longer egging them on. Yi Chang shrugged at Ning Shu. Ning Shu, though impressed by Yi Chang's keen observation, could not help but feel disappointed. I cannot believe she turned him down. What a shame. Yi Chang smiled but said nothing. At that moment, the young man stood there awkwardly. In just a short span of time, he must have gone through countless emotions: panic, confusion, humiliation. To confess in front of such a large crowd and fail was undeniably embarrassing. What he did not realize was that this situation was just as uncomfortable for the girl. After a long pause, the young man forced himself to push through the awkwardness and said, Xiaohong, I really like you. From the moment I first saw you, I fell in love at first sight. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to like me? The girl frowned, clearly displeased. I already told you, get up, alright? I have always seen you as just a friend. If you keep this up, I am leaving. Xiaohong, just tell me, what do I have to do? The young man stood up, looking at her anxiously. Frustrated, the girl pointed to a tall building in the distance and snapped, unless you confess to me on that screen. Everyone turned to look and immediately understood she was referring to the LED confession screen on the Lujiazui Tower. But making a confession on that screen would be an incredibly expensive affair. Just a few minutes could cost hundreds of thousands. The young man was clearly not wealthy, and hearing her demand, his face filled with disappointment. Yi Chang glanced at the building. Oh, that tower had investments from Wanqing Real Estate. That guy must be feeling awful right now, Ning Shu said softly. Yi Chang chuckled. Do you actually want them to end up together? Of course. Ning Shu looked regretful. This was her first proper date with Yi Chang, and witnessing something like this made the night feel less than perfect. Yi Chang had not expected Ning Shu to have such a strong sense of perfectionism. But since she felt that way, he would make it happen for her. Squeezing her hand, he said, then let me give it a try. Ning Shu blinked in surprise. She was disappointed for the couple, but she had not thought about actually doing something. What was Yi Chang planning? Yi Chang? What are you going to do? Yi Chang took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and then stepped into the crowd. Approaching the circle of candles, he stopped the girl just as she was about to leave and asked, if Li Hua really confesses to you on that screen, will you agree to be his girlfriend? The girl thought Yi Chang was one of Li Hua's friends and snapped impatiently, why would I lie to you? If he can actually do it, I will say yes. I hope you keep your word. Then, Yi Chang dialed a number while telling Li Hua, brother, just wait here for a moment. The crowd, intrigued by this unexpected twist, became even more interested. Could there be a reversal in the story? Li Hua and his friends, however, were completely dumbfounded. Who was this guy? This was not part of the script. Just as Li Hua was about to speak, Yi Chang raised a hand, signaling him to stay quiet. His call had just been answered. Lujiazui Tower, that LED screen, I have a friend here on the bund who wants to make a confession. Just use any standard template. Name? The guy is Li Hua, the girl is. Yi Chang turned to Li Hua and pointed at Xiaohong. What is her name? Li Hua reflexively answered, Wang Hong. Oh, her name is Wang Hong. Get it done within 5 minutes. As soon as possible. After hanging up, Yi Chang patted Li Hua's shoulder and then looked at Wang Hong. Just wait. Then, he stepped out of the crowd and returned to Ning Shu's side, taking her hand once more. Ning Shu looked at him in shock. When she felt the gazes of the surrounding crowd, she instinctively lowered her head. She was used to being in the spotlight as a host, but she was not used to being stared at while holding a man's hand. At that moment, people finally noticed the stunning beauty standing beside Yi Chang. Meanwhile, Li Hua's expression soured. Why did it feel like this guy had just walked over here to flaunt his girlfriend in front of him, mocking him for his failed confession? Not particularly harmful, but deeply humiliating. But Yi Cheng's words earlier had not sounded like mere boasting. Could it actually happen? When people witness failure, they always secretly hope for a miracle. So, Li Hua looked at Wang Hong and said, "Xiao Hong, do not leave just yet." Wang Hong let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms over her chest. She still believed Yi Cheng was simply one of Li Hua's friends. "I am not leaving. I want to see what kind of tricks you all have up your sleeves." All eyes turned toward the LED screen on the skyscraper. Everyone held on to a glimmer of hope. What if something truly magical happened? 3 minutes later, the LED screen flickered, and then a few large characters appeared. Li Hua heart Wang Hong. The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at the screen. That young man had not been lying, he had actually made it happen in just a few minutes. Li Hua, overwhelmed with emotion, turned to Wang Hong. "Xiao Hong." Wang Hong covered her mouth with her hands, gazing at the LED screen in disbelief. She had never imagined that one day her name would appear up there for all to see. Her eyes drifted through the crowd until they landed on Yi Cheng, who was still standing there with a faint smile. She turned to Li Hua and asked, "Is that man your friend?" Li Hua hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully, "I do not know him." "You do not know him?" Wang Hong was stunned. But in the next instant, she opened her arms and threw herself into Li Hua's embrace. "I accept your confession." She was materialistic, yes, but she also believed in fate. A stranger had appeared out of nowhere to help Li Hua fulfill her condition. No one could have predicted such a thing, almost as if it had been destined. So why not embrace this coincidence and say yes? After all, when Li Hua had confessed to her out of the blue, she had not walked away immediately. That in itself meant she did have some feelings for him. Li Hua stood there in a daze for a moment before sheer joy overtook him. He hugged his new girlfriend tightly. "I swear, I will love you for the rest of my life and give you a good future." Wow. Awesome. Kiss. 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 The crowd erupted in applause, cheering excitedly for the new couple. Most people enjoyed witnessing moments like these. May all lovers in the world find their happily ever after. It was a wish many held in their hearts. After a while, people suddenly remembered the mysterious and powerful young man. One phone call, and in just a few minutes, he had changed the LED screen on a skyscraper. His identity had to be extraordinary. But when they turned to look, he and the stunning girl beside him were already gone. "Yi Cheng, why did you suddenly step in like that?" As she recalled what had just happened, Ning Qingxue could not help but feel amazed. Yi Cheng had simply walked up and, in just a few minutes, fulfilled that girl's request. "Because you wanted them to be together." Yi Cheng gently massaged her delicate hand and smiled. "If you wish for something, I will naturally try to make it happen." Ning Qingshue's face turned red, and she murmured, "But I never asked you to step in." Was that really appropriate? Why would it not be? What if that girl had already made up her mind to reject him? Wouldn't your intervention have just made things awkward for her? Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I did not think of that. I only wanted to help, just like you suggested." As he spoke, he guided Ning Qingshue's hand to his face, gazing into her eyes with warmth. His voice softened. "My Qingxue truly is a thoughtful and kind-hearted girl, noticing even the smallest details." Under his gaze, Ning Qingxue felt even more flustered and happy. She lowered her head and whispered, "Actually, you did a great job." At least the girl accepted in the end. Yi Cheng caressed her soft fingers against his cheek and asked, "Qingxue, why did you want them to be together?" Ning Qingxue hesitated. Because, we met them." "Oh?" Yi Cheng chuckled. "So every time my Qingxue sees someone confessing, she hopes for a happy ending? Oh, I understand now. My Qingxue is Cupid, the matchmaker of love." "Ah, stop saying nonsense." Ning Qingshue's face turned completely red. She stomped her foot and huffed, I just thought, since this is our first date, if the confession had failed, it would have felt unlucky." She believed in fate. Or rather, most girls believed that love was guided by destiny. Unlucky? Yi Cheng was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, nothing unlucky will ever happen." He led Ning Qingxue toward the riverbank. The cool evening breeze lifted her long hair, making it dance in the air. Yi Cheng reached out and gently pulled off the hair tie holding her ponytail, letting her silky locks fall freely down her back. "Do not tie your hair up anymore," he murmured, playing with a strand between his fingers. "You look even more beautiful with it down." Ning Qingxue responded softly. Seeing her delicate and charming expression, Yi Cheng could no longer resist. He pulled her into his arms. "Qingxue, as long as we are together, that alone is the greatest fortune. No misfortune would ever dare approach us. Do you understand?" His warm breath brushed against her ear, making her crystal-clear earlobes turn a lovely shade of pink. I understand, she whispered shyly, burying her face in the crook of his neck. That warmth filled her heart with peace. This must be what love feels like, standing by the one she cherished, embracing beneath the night sky by the river. The dazzling city lights, the towering skyscrapers, the illuminated cruise ships drifting along the river, and the neon reflections shimmering on the water, all of it seemed to be celebrating their love. Yi Chung loosened his embrace slightly and lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the breathtakingly beautiful girl before him. Her eyes carried a hint of daze, along with the joy of a young girl in love. Her delicate nose was charmingly refined, and under the soft glow of the city lights, her cherry-red lips looked utterly irresistible. Yi Chang could not hold back any longer. Slowly, he leaned in. Ning Qingshu knew what was about to happen. Even though they were in the middle of a busy pedestrian street, she did not resist. Aside from the shyness welling up inside her, she felt no urge to pull away. She gently closed her eyes, a faint blush spreading across her face as she waited for him to take the lead. Their lips met. As a seasoned lover, Yi Chang took the initiative, deepening the kiss. His tongue slipped inside, savoring her sweetness. Passers-by glanced at the openly affectionate couple, an incredibly handsome man and an absolutely stunning woman. Some sighed enviously, while others quickly averted their eyes. Adults shielded their children's faces, whispering, "Do not look." After a long moment, Yi Cheng finally released her lips. Looking into her eyes, he brushed his cheek against hers and murmured, "Qingshu, I love you." I love you too," Ning Qingshu whispered, holding onto him tightly. 10 p.m. Yi Chang drove Ning Qingshu back to her school. Neither of them wanted to part so soon, but it was already late. Yi Chang had not even considered doing anything intimate with her. His feelings for Ning Qingshu were still pure, holding on to the romantic ideals of love from his student days. Even when it came to Yen Yuning, he could admit that there was a certain shameless aspect to his attraction. Watching as the graceful figure of Ning Qingshu disappeared into the entrance of the girls' dormitory, turning back every few steps, Yi Chang shook his head but still had a smile on his face. How could any man not fall in love with such a girl? He lifted his wrist and looked at the red string tied around it. Earlier, while they were out shopping, Ning Qingshu had bought it at a boutique and given it to him as a gift. Untying it, he thought this was something he could not let Yen Yuning see. Thinking of Yen Yuning, he took out his phone to check. Sigh. Since 10 p.m., she had already called him 10 times, and he had not answered a single one. Would he still be able to get into her bed tonight? Sigh, whatever. If he could not, then he could not. He had been exhausting himself too much these past few days. Why had the system not rewarded him with an indestructible kidney by now? He called her back. Carefully, he said, "Yuning." But to his surprise, the voice that came from the other end of the line was trembling, as if on the verge of tears. "Yi Chang, where are you? I thought something happened to you. Why did you not answer my calls?" Yi Chang felt a pang of guilt, though fleeting. Yen Yuning was not angry that he had ignored her calls. Instead, she had been worried about his safety. This filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of warmth and gratitude. With a hint of remorse, he said, "Yuning, I am sorry for making you worry. After my meeting, my professor sent me a message asking me to discuss my thesis defense at school, so I was talking to him and did not check my phone. I do not want to hear your explanation. Just come back, okay? I was about to go out and look for you. I will be back right away." Yi Chang responded quickly. "All right." Yi Chang hung up the phone and shook his head slightly. He had a woman who cared for him like this, yet he was still out with other women. A true scumbag. No, not quite. A real scumbag would not feel guilty. But he did, which meant he was actually a really good guy. Feeling slightly better about himself, he started the car and drove straight back to Yulong residence. When he opened the door and changed his shoes, he stepped into the living room. There, curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, sat a delicate and lonely figure. A wave of tenderness welled up inside Yi Chang. He walked over, sat beside Yen Yuning, and said softly, "Yuning." Yen Yuning lifted her head, looked at him, and then immediately threw herself into his arms. "You bastard! Why did you not tell me you were going to school? You made me so worried. I am sorry, it will not happen again." Yi Chang gently stroked her back, comforting her. "I am here now, safe and sound. Do not worry." A soft sound escaped from her nose as she lay against his chest, basking in the warmth of his embrace. Gradually, her heart settled. They held each other in silence for several minutes before Yi Chang finally asked, "Silly girl, why did you immediately assume something had happened to me just because I did not pick up the phone? Why not think of something else?" I saw a news report just now. It said a Rolls-Royce was crushed by a truck, and then I could not reach you, so I Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. That was the reason? He was caught between laughter and tears, but his heart was even more touched. A wife like this, what more could a man ask for? Gently stroking her silky hair, he said, all right, from now on, no more overthinking things. Even if you suspect I am out with another woman, do not assume something bad happened to me, alright? Why? If you think something happened to me, you will be heartbroken. But if you think I am with another woman, you will only be angry. And I would rather have you angry than heartbroken. So, you want me to be angry? Yi Chang had no way to answer that question. All he could say was, then just guess that I was preparing a surprise for you. Where is the surprise, then? Yan Yuning asked. Yi Chang reached into his pocket and pulled out a red string. The one Ning Ching Shu had given him. But now, he was giving it to Yan Yuning. Taking her delicate, soft hand and looking at her fair, snow-white wrist, Yi Chang tied the red string around it. Once it was secured, he admired her beautiful wrist for a moment, then gently patted the back of her hand and said in a soft voice, now that you are wearing this red string, you are completely mine. Yan Yuning stared in surprise at the red string on her wrist, an overwhelming joy welling up inside her. She had not expected there to be a real surprise. Blushing slightly, she playfully scolded, so only now am I yours? Yi Chang pretended to think for a moment before saying, before, you were 100% mine. Now, you are 120% mine. Oof. Yan Yuning let out a soft snort, but no matter how long she looked at the red string on her wrist, she never grew tired of it. Suddenly, she glanced at Yi Chang's wrist and asked, did you not get one for yourself? Yi Chang smiled, stroking her silky hair. That is something you need to buy for me yourself and tie it on me personally. Yan Yuning nodded lightly. Tomorrow, on my way to work, I will buy one for you. All right. Yi Chang nodded. Then, without warning, he scooped Yan Yuning into his arms and said, since you have to work in the morning, let us go to bed early. You are not allowed to do anything tonight. I promise I will behave. After showering, Yi Chang lay on the bed, holding Yan Yuning quietly in his arms. He truly did not do anything, just gazed at her enchanting face. Earlier, when she called him, she had not blamed him. Instead, she had been worried about him. That had touched him deeply. Yuning, you are wonderful. Pulling her closer into his embrace, Yi Chang whispered gently, savoring this peaceful moment. Yan Yuning remained silent, resting quietly. Before long, her breathing became slow and steady. Realizing that the beauty in his arms had fallen asleep, Yi Chang carefully got up, turned off the lights, then slipped back under the covers. Pressing a soft kiss to her forehead, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. In the blink of an eye, the night had passed. The next day, Yi Chang continued playing the role of a personal assistant. But with his god-tier proficiency in work, such a simple task was hardly a challenge for him. Of course, that was only if no one was distracting him. Stop moving your hips. Yi Chang let out a frustrated sigh, unable to focus on his work. But Yan Yuning, who was sitting on his lap, had no such concerns. She lay against his chest, playing on her phone, shifting her hips from time to time, pressing right against him. Damn it, I did not touch you last night, and now you are acting up? Yi Chang smacked her perky backside hard. Get down. I refuse. Yan Yuning gazed at him seductively. Are you not supposed to be good at multitasking? Let me see if you can still work under these conditions. Fuck. Yi Chang grabbed her and was about to pull her pants down when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned. It was an unfamiliar number. Putting Yan Yuning down, he said, stop fooling around, I need to take this call. Oh. Yan Yuning stopped testing Yi Chang's limits but still clung to him, unwilling to move away. Yi Chang sighed at this clingy CEO. She clearly did not treat the office as a workplace at all. Well, it was not like it mattered too much since the office door was locked. Answering the call, he said, hello, who is this? Young Master Yi, it is me, Du Xinghai. A deeply troubled voice came from the other end. Yi Chang raised an eyebrow. Du Xinghai? Hearing the name, Yan Yuning immediately perked up and listened closely. Last time, Du Xinghai had been thoroughly humiliated by Yi Chang. So why was he now calling on his own initiative? Du Xinghai sounded desperate. Young Master Yi, you have not forgotten what you said that day, have you? My family's company has been seeing a constant drop in stock prices since yesterday. My family cannot hold on any longer, so I am coming to you for help. Yi Chang suddenly understood. Oh, that night at the department gala, Du Xinghai and a few of his lowlife friends had tried to drug and assault several female classmates, but their plan had been exposed. Yi Chang and other students had intervened, stopping their scheme. At the time, Yi Chang had forced Du Xinghai to betray his accomplices, making him confess everything on the spot. As a result, the others had received the punishment they deserved. Now, it seemed like Du Xinghai's family business had also suffered retaliation. Yi Chang did recall promising to back Du Xinghai up. He was not one to go back on his word. I understand. Arrange a meeting spot at 2 p.m., and I will come talk with you. Du Xinghai sounded overjoyed. Thank you, young Master Yi. I will send you the location right away. After hanging up, Yan Yuning immediately asked, Yi Chang, what is going on with Du Xinghai? How did you two get in touch? Yi Chang briefly explained what had happened that night, though he conveniently left out any mention of Ning Qingxue. After listening, Yan Yuning fumed. Why are you helping someone like him? He got what he deserved. He is the one who chose to be involved in that mess. Yi Chang grinned. Of course, my first instinct was to refuse. But then I thought, if I help him now, he will likely become my lackey. Turning a former rival into my subordinate, is that not a good deal? Yan Yuning rolled her eyes. What is so great about that? I do not understand you men. Yi Chang took her hand and said, Alright then, should I help him or not? Whatever you say, goes. Yan Yuning had originally planned to say no, but after thinking for a moment, she said, helping him is not out of the question, but there has to be a condition. Oh? What condition? Yi Chang asked. Make his family give up a portion of their company shares. He cannot get off so easily. Yan Yuning snorted. Yi Chang laughed, pinched her delicate little nose, and said, now that is the attitude of a true CEO. Yan Yuning nestled into his arms and huffed. Are you saying I was not before? Yi Chang pointed at her current position. Right now, you look more like a little kitten in heat. With that, he stood up again and started undoing his pants. Come, let me satisfy you. Ah, this is the office. Yan Yuning shrieked. 2 p.m., a cafe. Yi Chang walked in and immediately spotted someone waving at him. It was Du Xinghai, looking exhausted and disheveled. Yi Chang strode over, and Du Xinghai greeted him respectfully. Young Master Yi, you are here. What would you like to drink? Anything is fine. Honestly, a bottle of nutrient shake would have been better. Ordering a random cup of coffee, Yi Chang sat across from Du Xinghai. Tell me the situation. He casually stirred his coffee, speaking in an unhurried tone. Those guys from that night, all their companies had business ties with mine. But yesterday morning, they all simultaneously announced they were severing ties with us. Not only that, they even spread slander about our company. As a result, our stock has hit the lower limit 2 days in a row, and it will likely keep dropping. Du Xinghai looked distressed. I have no other options, so I reached out to you. Yi Chang nodded slightly, said nothing, and took a sip of coffee. He was not here to help. He was here to negotiate. Besides, his system had just given him an interesting update. In business, the key is to maximize your own benefits. Option 1. Obtain at least 100 million in cash from Du Xinghai's family. Reward, 1 billion cash. Option 2. Obtain no more than 20% of Du Group's shares. Reward, 1 billion cash plus aura of authority. Option 3. Obtain 20 to 40% of Du Group's shares. Reward, 1 billion cash plus aura of authority plus master negotiation skills. Option 4. Obtain more than 40% of Du Group's shares. Reward, Tianqi Technology Company plus aura of authority plus master negotiation skills plus random character connection. Seeing the random character connection in the fourth option, Yi Chang's excitement surged. The first time he got a random connection, it led him to Long Kuan, which brought him enormous benefits. If he received another one now, whose connection would it be? He was extremely curious. So, 40% or more, he had to get it. Not even Jesus could stop him. That was why he was deliberately acting indifferent now, to apply psychological pressure on Du Xinghai. Du Xinghai, seeing Yi Chang's leisurely demeanor, was growing increasingly anxious. But since Yi Chang showed no intention of speaking first, Du Xinghai did not dare to either. All he could do was wait. Meanwhile, Yi Chang, having had enough coffee, casually took out his phone. He started messaging Yan Yuning, Ning Qingxue, Elena, and Dongfang Jingjing all at the same time. Oh, and he also accepted a 5,000 yuan transfer from Aunt Lu. Though Aunt Lu was usually busy with work on weekdays, leaving her no time to flirt with him. So, Yi Chang decided to share a song with Aunt Lu Taste. Not long after, she sent him a message, I also miss the taste of you. Yi Chang could not help but smile. Seeing this, Du Xinghai finally understood what was happening. Yi Chang was waiting for him to name a price. Alright, he had originally thought Yi Chang would not ask for anything. After all, in the morning, Yi Chang had agreed without mentioning any conditions. Clearly, he had underestimated him. With a bitter expression, Du Xinghai said, Young Master Yi, tell me, what will it take for you to help? Yi Chang finally lifted his head and put down his phone. Leaning back slightly in his chair, he raised an eyebrow and said, "You name a price first." Du Xinghai cautiously asked, 1 billion? Yi Cheng's brows immediately furrowed. 1 billion? Do you know how much I make in a single day on Jinsi Road? As he spoke, he picked up his phone again and sent Ning Qingshu a picture of the red string on his wrist, bought this morning when he and Yan Ning went to work. Ning Qingshu was delighted and responded with a picture of her own wrist, also wearing a red string. Du Xinghai, feeling helpless, said, "Young Master Yi, you should just name your price. I really do not know what you want." Yi Cheng said, "Du Group, I want half of it." Du Xinghai's face immediately paled. "Young Master Yi, that is daylight robbery." His expression turned grim, completely unprepared for Yi Cheng's outrageous demand. "That is impossible." Yi Cheng let out a casual "oh," then said indifferently, "If you do not give me half, Du Group will go bankrupt. I have already looked into the situation. Your opponents still have a trump card. Your family will not last long. A month, no, 2 weeks. At most 2 weeks before your family is out on the streets." Du Xinghai's face turned ashen. He asked anxiously, "Young Master Yi, what do you mean? What else do they have planned?" Yi Cheng glanced at him sideways. "Why should I tell you?" Then he picked up his coffee again. Du Xinghai was in a panic, but his mind was racing. Was Yi Cheng telling the truth? What trump card did their enemies have? Was it an internal flaw in their company? Or did they have a more powerful strategy waiting? Or was Yi Cheng just bluffing? But what if Yi Cheng truly had insider knowledge? He was suddenly too afraid to gamble. He even started regretting his decision to side with Yi Cheng in the first place. This was half of his family's entire fortune, but if they had gone against Yi Cheng back then, he could not imagine what the consequences would have been. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Young Master Yi, could we lower it a bit? 20%. No, 30%. Would that be acceptable?" Yi Cheng stared at him intently. Du Xinghai felt the pressure and finally lowered his head. Only then did Yi Cheng calmly say, "You call 30% a little less?" Du Xinghai opened his mouth but quickly realized Yi Cheng was dead set on taking half. This condition was beyond what he could agree to. After a brief silence, he said, "Young Master Yi, I am sorry, but I cannot agree." He stood up and added, "Even if we give up 25%, our family can still find a way out. If we offer 40%, we can negotiate with those companies and reach a compromise. Your conditions are too much, young Master Yi." With that, he turned to leave. But then, a voice rang out from behind him. "If you leave now, it will not just be those companies targeting you. Longting Group will also get involved." Du Xinghai suddenly froze. He turned around in disbelief. "Young Master Yi, what did you just say?" Yi Cheng casually crossed his legs, holding his coffee without looking at him. However, his Huawei MX2 had already unfolded its screen. A web page was open, and he handed it to Du Xinghai. Du Xinghai looked down and was stunned. It was the official website of Longting Group. He navigated to the management team page. At the very bottom, there was a photo of a familiar face. Raising his head to compare, was that not Yi Cheng? This young man was actually part of Longting Group's leadership? But Yi Cheng's profile was at the bottom, meaning his rank in the management hierarchy was relatively low. Looking closer, Du Xinghai read Yi Cheng's title, Global Special President. His eyes widened in shock. He recalled hearing last week that Longting Group had announced a new Global Special President, a position said to have full authority over the group's global resources. The appointment had been personally approved by Chairman Long. This level of power was nearly equal to the chairman himself, the only difference being that the chairman still had personnel authority, which, of course, was the most critical power in any organization. But none of that mattered anymore. Du Xinghai could not believe what he was seeing. This man, who was not only the owner of Jinsi Road, was also a top figure in Longting Group. Could it be he had a connection with Long Kuan? "Young Master Yi." Yi Cheng cut him off. "Do not ask me any questions. You just need to decide yes or no." The decision took less than a second. "I will call my father right now." Yi Cheng nodded slightly. Du Xinghai immediately pulled out his phone and stepped outside to make the call. His mind was racing with excitement. If his family could establish a relationship with Longting Group, nothing would be a problem anymore. Those companies attacking Du Group? They would soon be the ones begging for forgiveness and asking for partnerships. And as for giving up half of Du Group, that was no problem at all. Even at their peak, Du Group was only worth just over 100 billion. After recent events, they had dropped below 80 billion. But if they could align themselves with Longting Group, their stock would immediately surge. If they secured orders or deeper collaborations, then even after giving up half, their gains would far exceed their losses. In fact, his father might not even be upset about it, he might throw a massive banquet to celebrate. And sure enough, as he explained everything to his father over the phone, at first, Deepening was furious when he heard Yi Chang was demanding half. That bastard is out of his mind. Are you stupid? Just reject him outright. Why are you even calling me? But then, Xinghai casually dropped the bombshell? Oh, by the way, Yi Chang is Longtong Group's global special president. Silence. Then, his father instantly changed his tune. You are sure? Yes. It is right on Longtong Group's official website. The line went quiet, likely as Deepening scrambled to verify the information. Moments later, he spoke again. All right. I understand. Make sure you treat him well. I will call the other shareholders immediately. There will be no problem. Xinghai, thrilled, replied, Got it, Dad. Although his family owned the majority of Du Group, there were other shareholders. And in the past 2 days, they had been relentlessly pressuring Xinghai and his father over the crisis. Now, however, he had proven himself. His decision to side with Yi Chang was correct. Even though it cost them half the company, it was nothing in comparison to what they would gain. After all, status mattered even more than money. And who in China would dare mess with a company backed by Longtong Group? The host has acquired 50% of the shares of Du Corporation and received the following rewards: Tianqi Technology Company plus Intimidation Aura plus Master Level Negotiation Proficiency plus Random Character Connection. Yi Chang was momentarily stunned. He had not even signed the contract yet, so why had the rewards already been issued? System: when the outcome of a certain event is inevitably aligned with a specific option, the rewards will be automatically distributed. Yi Chang immediately felt that this system was quite considerate, it even had a function like this. Not bad at all. Then, the system began explaining the rewards. Intimidation Aura: when the host attempts to intimidate or persuade someone, both intimidation and persuasion effects will be doubled. Hearing this, Yi Chang nodded slightly. Not bad. This would make it even easier to scare Su Qiyu and Mu Ziying, those two little punching bags. Perhaps it could even help persuade the women he had been involved with to be more accepting of certain new positions. Wait, what the hell was he thinking? Was this kind of god-tier buff really meant to be used on women? Yi Chang smacked himself on the head, shaking off those thoughts, and instead focused on anticipating the random character connection. Generating random character connection. Generation complete. Acquired character connection, Qianlu. Qianlu? Yi Chang was taken aback. Who was that? He had absolutely no impression of this person. However, this time, the system provided a detailed introduction. Qianlu, a super technology genius. A super technology genius? Just how super was she? Yi Chang could not help but feel a little disappointed. He had hoped for someone like Long Kuan, a powerful and influential backer. But instead, he got a researcher? Of course, he had no disrespect for scientists, but compared to Long Kuan, the gap was just too large. Still, he pulled out his phone and did a quick search. And immediately, he froze. This Qianlu actually seemed pretty damn impressive. At 27 years old, she held a staggering number of titles. At 10, she was admitted to Shuimu University. At 12, she pursued a master's degree at Princeton University on a full scholarship. At 14, she published a quantum physics paper as the first author in Science. At 15, she published a structural chemistry paper in Nature. At 23, she returned to China under the Thousand Talents program, working as a researcher at the Advanced Research Institute of Shuimu University, receiving national funding with an annual research grant exceeding 10 million yuan. A truly exceptional individual, a super genius in every sense of the word. But, she is a woman? When Yi Chang saw the attached photo, he was stunned. In the image, the woman wore a pair of thick, black-framed glasses. Her hair was styled in a 3/7 side part, partially covering her face. She looked plain and unremarkable, with no striking features. Even her eyes, behind those thick lenses, seemed dull and lifeless. Yi Chang shook his head helplessly. Her appearance was nothing like that of a typical 27-year-old woman. Then again, she was a scientist, probably the type who did not care about trivial matters like fashion or appearance. Since the system had granted him this connection, it was likely that they would cross paths sooner or later. Plus, the system had also given him Tianqi Technology Company. Could it be that Qianlu was somehow linked to this company? As for Tianqi Technology itself, Yi Chang looked it up, and his eyes widened in shock. Damn! This company was not simple either. Even within China, it was ranked among the top technology companies. And it was not one of those typical internet-based tech companies. Instead, It invested heavily in research laboratories, specializing in cutting-edge scientific advancements. The company owned numerous high-tech patents, engaged in both self-production and sales, and licensed technologies domestically and internationally. With an annual revenue of around 40 billion yuan, it was a major player in the industry. However, over 20 billion yuan was reinvested into research and development each year. After deducting expenses for salaries, lab maintenance, taxes, and other operational costs, the net profit was only a few billion. A true pride of private enterprises. Yi Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This round of rewards was quite good. If the system rewarded him with a few more pieces of future technology in the future, turning Tianqi Technology into a world-class tech company would not be much of a challenge. Since he had handed over lithium-air battery technology to Longteng Group, he could now establish a new battery company under Tianqi Technology in collaboration with Longteng Group. He had already agreed with Long Kuan that he would hold 70% of the shares in the new battery company. Now that Tianqi Technology was entirely under his control, it would hold that 70% stake. And then there was Chen Lu. Since she had now been drawn as a connection, he could invite her to work as a researcher at Tianqi Technology. Although she was working under national funding, that did not prevent her from becoming a corporate scientist as well. This deal was quite a steal. And I even got half of Du Corporation. Perfect. Just as Yi Cheng was basking in his gains, he noticed Du Xinghai re-entering the cafe out of the corner of his eye. It seemed he had finished his phone call. But now that Yi Cheng knew the outcome from the system, he was completely confident about what would come next. What did surprise him, however, was the conflicted expression on Du Xinghai's face as he approached. Young Master Yi, 50% of the shares might be a bit difficult. Could we do 40% instead? If that really does not work, we could stretch it to 45%. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow. This guy was trying to be clever. According to the system, Du Xinghai's father had already agreed to the 50% stake. And yet, this guy still wanted to negotiate? Yi Cheng chuckled. Then I am afraid I cannot be of any help. He stood up, ready to leave. Du Xinghai was stunned. He had not expected Yi Cheng to walk away so decisively. If Yi Cheng really left, he would have single-handedly ruined a golden opportunity. Cursing his own stupidity, he immediately called out, "Young Master Yi, wait. Fine, 50%. We accept." Yi Cheng stared at him coldly. "I feel like you are deliberately testing my patience." Du Xinghai's face turned pale with fear. Ignoring the strange looks from those around them, he immediately bowed deeply and apologized. "I am sorry. Truly sorry. I was being foolish. Young Master Yi, 50%, my father has already agreed. He is discussing it with the other shareholders as we speak." Yi Cheng said calmly, "I have changed my mind. In addition to 50% of the shares, you will also transfer 1 billion yuan to Yan Yuning's account within 2 days. Can you do that?" Du Xinghai's heart bled. 1 billion yuan. In cash. He wished he could slap himself. But now, he did not dare show even the slightest hesitation. "All right. I guarantee that 1 billion yuan will be transferred within 2 days. Remember, it goes to Yan Yuning's account." Yi Cheng emphasized this before continuing. "All right, that concludes our discussion. We will handle the contract signing after Thursday. I will not be in Shanghai on Tuesday or Wednesday." Du Xinghai was taken aback. "But young Master Yi, in another 2 days, our stock price will drop even further." Yi Cheng looked at him as if he were an idiot. "You do not know how to release a statement? Just announce that your company has reached a partnership agreement with Longteng Group." Du Xinghai hesitated, then suddenly realized right. If they made such an announcement, their stock price would stabilize. But a statement needed credibility. He hesitated and asked, "Young Master Yi, would it be possible to take a photo together for proof?" Yi Cheng waved him off. "No. What a joke." He had no intention of making his identity public. Even his appointment as global special president of Longteng Group had been carefully managed to prevent media coverage. Du Xinghai's face stiffened. This, without proof, the announcement might not be very convincing. "Just go ahead and do it. I will have Longteng Group's media outlets publish supporting reports." Yi Cheng patted him on the shoulder. "And make sure you do not leak my identity. Why do you think my profile is listed at the bottom of the official website? That is all. I am leaving." With that, Yi Cheng left the cafe. Du Xinghai watched Yi Cheng's departing figure with a mix of frustration and admiration. But since Yi Cheng had agreed to have Longteng Group's controlled media help, that was a sign of goodwill. Sighing, he pulled out his phone. He needed to inform his father they had to come up with another billion yuan. After leaving the cafe, Yi Cheng immediately called Yan Yuning to tell her about acquiring 50% of Du Corporation. "What? They actually gave you that much? How did you pull that off? Yen Yuning was shocked. They had been willing to give up half the company? Yi Cheng chuckled. Guess. He did not reveal his identity, this would be a surprise for later. Before she could press further, he continued, I am giving you this 50% stake. What? Yen Yuning was completely stunned. Du Corporation is worth over 100 billion yuan. Why are you giving it to me? Yi Cheng smiled. You do not need to worry about that. Just take it. Oh, and tomorrow, you will probably receive a large transfer to your bank account. Do not be surprised, that is just some spending money I got for you. On the other end of the call, Yen Yuning covered her mouth, her eyes filled with emotion. Yi Cheng was willing to give her half a corporation. What kind of man would do something like that? She did not refuse. Instead, she whispered, Yi Cheng, thank you. What is there to thank me for? Hearing the emotion in her voice, Yi Cheng spoke softly, you just need to know one thing, I love you. Alright, I will not be coming back tonight. I need to take care of some things. Also, as I told you before, I will be in Hangzhou for the next 2 days for a charity gala with Mohan Bank, and I will also be discussing some business. I will be back on Thursday. Do not miss me too much. Yen Yuning was in high spirits, so she did not question it. With a playful tone, she said, alright. Go ahead, I will not miss you at all. But I will miss you. Yen Yuning blushed. After a long pause, she finally murmured then, I guess I will miss you too. That makes it fair. Yi Cheng burst out laughing. I am coming back now. Ha! I need to switch cars. And, of course, I need to properly satisfy my baby before I go. Scoundrel! Yi Cheng drove back to the villa, indulging in another passionate session with Yen Yuning before switching to his Bugatti Chiron. Since he was attending a charity gala the next day, it was only fitting to drive something more impressive. After that, he headed straight to Nuwa Hotel, where he stayed until the next morning. Get up already. We are leaving for Hangzhou in the afternoon. Wearing a bathrobe, Yi Cheng sat at the table, eating the lunch delivered by the hotel. Raising his head, he looked at the two naked beauties still lying in bed and spoke. Elena pulled the blanket up over her chest, pouting. You terrible man, how do you never run out of energy? I can barely walk, how am I supposed to go to Hangzhou like this? Yi Cheng chuckled. Just go as you are. Then, pointing at the food on the table, he said, eat something first to regain your strength. Jingjing, wake up. Dongfang Jingjing wriggled her body and murmured, let me sleep a little longer. We went to bed so late last night. Since you and Elena are going to Hangzhou, let her eat first. Elena had already told her about the trip. Although Jingjing wanted to go as well, she had agreed to stay in Shanghai. Yi Cheng shook his head helplessly. Two little lazy pigs. At 1 p.m., Yi Cheng drove his Bugatti Chiron, taking Elena to Hangzhou. 2 hours later, the aggressive-looking supercar pulled up at a 5-star hotel near West Lake, drawing the attention of many passers-by. The hotel, of course, belonged to Wanqing Real Estate. After picking up the room card at the front desk, Yi Cheng took Elena's hand and led her into the presidential suite. Want to go for a walk around West Lake? After putting away their luggage, Yi Cheng walked up behind Elena, who was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, and wrapped his arms around her waist. Elena gazed outside. The view of West Lake was magnificent. From this vantage point, she could see the entire lake. She turned to look at his handsome face, leaned in, and kissed him softly before saying, Of course I do. Yi Cheng touched his lips where she had kissed him, then smiled at the blonde beauty. Then let's go. We can take a stroll and come back just in time for dinner. Elena turned back to the breathtaking view and said excitedly, I want to take a boat ride. Yi Cheng hugged her tightly. You can do whatever you want. Hee, hubby, you are the best. Yi Cheng raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Say that again. I want to hear it more. Hubby, Elena cooed seductively. Yi Cheng could not resist. He captured her lips once again, his hands starting to roam. Elena quickly pushed him away, panting. We are about to leave. Do not start now. Reluctantly, Yi Cheng let her go. Then, after a bit of preparation, they left the hotel. The beauty of West Lake needed no introduction. Boarding a tour boat, Yi Cheng and Elena sat side by side, admiring the lake's scenic charm. Many passengers on the boat could not help but steal glances at Elena. After all, when traveling with a stunning foreign beauty, it was impossible not to attract attention. And today, Elena's outfit was particularly eye-catching. She wore a sleeveless white blouse with delicate ribbon details, exuding elegance and grace. However, paired with her voluptuous figure, the outfit carried a seductive charm. Her lower half was adorned with a pleated mini skirt that barely covered a third of her thighs. Her long, slender legs extended gracefully beneath the hem, and on her feet, she wore sandals, her toenails painted a tempting shade of red. Such an outfit captivated the male passengers on board, especially the two young men sitting across from them. They could not stop staring at her legs. Yi Cheng quickly noticed their gazes. Frowning slightly, he took off his jacket and draped it over Elena's legs, covering her exposed skin. Then, he wrapped an arm around her waist and leaned his head against her shoulder. At the same time, his hand slipped under the jacket, gently caressing her smooth thighs, a silent declaration of ownership. The two men across from them widened their eyes at Yi Cheng's display of dominance. When they met his warning glare, they hurriedly looked away, filled with nothing but envy. As she gazed at the distant Leifong pagoda, Elena suddenly became aware of Yi Cheng's movements. She turned her head and lightly scolded, "What are you doing?" Yi Cheng replied in English, "My woman is too tempting." A few people could not resist sneaking glances. Elena's face flushed. She looked around, those subtle, lingering gazes had not gone unnoticed. Then she lowered her head. Beneath the jacket covering her legs, she could clearly feel this man's restless hand. Squeezing her thighs together, she let out a soft hum and responded in English, "You were the one who approved this outfit." "I approved it, but that does not mean others get to look. Whatever Western ideas you have, here in China, and with me, they do not apply." Yi Cheng made no effort to conceal his possessiveness. "Bad man. I know." Elena wrapped her delicate arms around his neck, her red lips curving into a pleased smile. A man's jealousy and possessiveness were things she loved to see. Yi Cheng chuckled and pulled her closer, resting his face against hers. "All right, forget about them. Just enjoy the view. This is my first time at Westlake too." Elena rolled her eyes flirtatiously. "Then move your hand away first." Yi Cheng laughed awkwardly, then withdrew his hand and instead clasped Elena's soft fingers, holding them against his chest as they both turned their gaze back to the scenery. The boat ride took them past several famous landmarks. Yi Cheng took out his phone and snapped many photos with Elena, capturing their moments together. Their intimate gestures and happy smiles made them look just like a married couple, filling the other tourists with admiration. After an hour-long ride, the boat finally docked. Hand in hand, they stepped ashore and leisurely strolled towards Su Causeway. The lush greenery on both sides completely shaded the pathway, filtering the sunlight into gentle patches of golden light. Walking beneath the cool shade of the trees, a sense of tranquility washed over Yi Cheng. Every so often, he would meet Elena's gaze, and within each other's eyes, they found a shared serenity, joy, and affection.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.